At the brink of death, Fang Yuan found himself reborn in 2014, leveraging the information advantage bestowed upon him as a reincarnate. During the 2014 World Cup, Fang Yuan struck it rich overnight through lottery winnings, reaping a staggering 450 million yuan from the bookmakers. In 2015, as the stock market soared, he once again amassed considerable wealth, leaving countless rivals in awe. Within 2 short years, he transformed from a sudden millionaire to one of the elite wealthy class. Amidst his professional triumphs, Fang Yuan also fulfilled his desire of having 4 ex-wives. Years later, he gazed at the hefty household registration book, lost in contemplation. Chapter 1. Rebirth in 2014 ***. In Guangdong Province, Baiyun District Zhonglitan Town, in a 30-square-meter rented room, Fang Yuan kicked aside his fluffy blanket, instinctively rolling over to cool his back. He internally grumbled, "Oh heavens, must you make death so uncomfortable?" The blinding sunlight gradually coaxed him to open his eyes, and he habitually patted his stomach. Why is there still muscle definition? Hadn't he been diagnosed with liver cancer, lying in a hospital bed awaiting death? The small, familiar environment left Fang Yuan momentarily bewildered. Wasn't this the rental he had occupied for 9 years? A flurry of confusion flooded his mind. After a brief moment, he fully realized he had indeed been reborn. Having slept in a hospital bed, he found himself transported back 9 years in time. It was now June 30th, 2014. This marked his 3rd year at Xinyan Cosmetics Company, Limited. Over 3 years, he had ascended from a campus recruit in production to the position of production supervisor. Though he remained overworked, gazing into the mirror at his youthful and handsome visage evoked a wave of nostalgia. For a man, turning 30 is a significant milestone. Before his rebirth, Fang Yuan had just turned 30, having entered the workforce in his senior year of college, spending 9 years before finally establishing a foothold in Yangcheng. Just as his new home had been renovated, fate played a cruel joke on him. Due to years of working alternating shifts, he had discovered during a health check that he had liver cancer. After 2 months in the hospital, the doctors issued a critical condition notice. He had to sell his newly furnished home at a loss, exhausting all his savings with no hope of recovery. A lifetime of hard work seemed to have merely funded his medical bills. He had been awaiting death in the hospital, only to unexpectedly awaken 9 years in the past. What a twist of fate! At this moment, he was in the prime of his life, having just been promoted to production supervisor for 6 months, managing 3 teams with an air of authority. He worked the longest hours, endured the most nights, and drank the most alcohol. Yet, 9 years later, he remained merely a production supervisor. The reasons for his stagnation included his educational background, experience, and connections. The most critical factor was his lack of influential relationships. The manager who had promoted him, Manager Liao, had resigned a few months prior due to family issues. The newly appointed manager Chun had a vastly different approach. While he publicly claimed camaraderie, he would swiftly turn his back when faced with challenges. Fang Yuan, a remnant of the previous administration, found himself in an even more precarious position. And no matter how many hours he worked, how exceptional his capabilities, or how many gifts he presented during holidays, the annual response remained the same. Xiao Fang, just wait a bit longer. Next year will be your turn. He had considered resigning. However, after several years in the workforce, his edges had been worn smooth. Starting anew in a different environment might not yield better prospects than Xinyan Cosmetics. Perhaps having lived too exhaustingly in his past life, heaven granted him a second chance. If reborn, he must learn to savor life. But therein lay the dilemma. How to enjoy life without money? Fang Yuan was aware that this year the stock market would enter a bull phase. He also knew that property prices would rise and which cryptocurrencies to hoard. Yet, the journey from 1 million to 10 million was far more arduous than from several thousand to 1 million. Given his current workload of over 100 hours of overtime each month, he barely earned over 7,000 yuan. With the annual 13 salary and year-end bonuses, saving 80 or 90,000 a year seemed feasible, albeit only in an ideal scenario. In reality, after 3 years of employment, he had only saved 20,000 yuan. Of course, had he not spent 120,000 yuan on that Mazda, his savings would have exceeded 100,000, even though he knew which industries would thrive in the next 8 years. Without sufficient funds or connections, it remained but a dream. For instance, hoarding Bitcoin. Fang Yuan had just searched the internet for information. Alas, the results were inundated with advertisements from dubious sources, akin to an inescapable sticky trap, leaving him with no leads. Every endeavor begins with difficulty in this society. Without money or power, one merely scrapes by. Live more comfortably. One must possess at least one of these two elements. When Fong Yuan opened his computer and saw a browser ad about the World Cup, he felt a surge of excitement. This year featured the World Cup. Fong Yuan had vivid memories of the 2014 World Cup. Although he was not a football aficionado and only recognized two football giants, he nonetheless indulged in a fleeting infatuation with the sport during the tournament. In his youthful naivety, armed with a bit of pocket money, he joined a fray as a gambler, only to realize his folly after losing over 10,000 yuan, narrowly avoiding catastrophe. That World Cup featured a shocking upset, with the Samba team falling to the German machine 1-7. That night witnessed countless individuals striking it rich, while many others lined up for the rooftops. Coincidentally, domestic online lottery purchases were permitted this year. Fong Yuan checked the match schedule. The semifinal upset would not occur until the 9th. However, by this point, he had already lost 4,000 yuan in the group stage. He had wagered on 14 matches, but his success rate was a mere 6. Thankfully, he had recognized the danger in time, limiting his losses to 10,000 yuan. Since he had been reborn, he felt compelled to continue gambling. After all, how else would he amass his initial fortune? Fong Yuan pondered his remaining 2,000 yuan. The matches that night featured France against Nigeria and Germany against Algeria. Reflecting on his gambling history, he recalled that these two matches were between France and Germany, but the scores eluded him. Thus, he opted for a simple win-loss bet: France to win and Germany to win, with odds of 2.19 and 1.82, respectively. He decided to stake 50 times at 2 yuan per bet, totaling 100 yuan per ticket. With a bold wager of 20,000 yuan, he purchased 200 tickets, projecting potential winnings of 79,716 yuan. The losses from his previous life unexpectedly paved the way for wealth in this life. A twist of fate that left him astounded. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Fong Yuan resumed his work routine. Upon arriving near the factory, he parked his car and walked towards the entrance. As he approached, a voice greeted him. "Supervisor, you're here early today?" The voice belonged to Li Wenjun, the team leader of the 14-17 group, known for his sharp tongue and striking demeanor. Despite his slender frame, he exuded an air of authority when confronting others. Fong Yuan was not surprised. Every day, after parking, he would inevitably encounter Li Wenjun. It was clear that Li had been waiting for him. He had mastered the nuances of social dynamics. Fong Yuan greeted him with a smile and handed him a 20 yuan note, saying, "Please give me a bottle of Dongpeng water." "Supervisor, I can't let you treat me. Stop the nonsense. Also grab a bottle for Lao Zhang and Lao Kai, and make sure to pack it discreetly." "All right." Upon hearing this, Li Wenjun eagerly took the money and hurried off to buy the drinks. The two stood beneath a tree, guzzling their chilled Dongpeng. After a few sips, Fong Yuan finished an entire bottle. Li Wenjun, not to be outdone, also finished his drink and let out a satisfied burp, grinning as he asked, "Supervisor, are you planning to buy drinks again tonight? You'll cover my losses." Fong Yuan chuckled and playfully kicked him, urging, "Hurry back and organize your team for the production line." With that, he tossed the empty bottle into the trash bag of the vendor. Li Wenjun scratched his head, feeling that Supervisor Fong had become unusually easygoing after not seeing him for 2 days. It felt somewhat disconcerting to meet without the usual reprimands. Fong Yuan currently worked at Xinyan Cosmetics Company, a firm that integrated research, production, and sales within the cosmetic sector, primarily focusing on skincare products, such as creams and hyaluronic acid. The production cost was merely a few yuan, yet they could be sold for dozens or even hundreds in the market. As for their effectiveness, Fong Yuan was uncertain. The company distributed these products monthly, yet he had never tried them himself. With such a low production cost, anyone with a modicum of sense would know their efficacy. Upon entering, Fong Yuan made a beeline for the large office of the production department to retrieve the production schedule for the day. Since the factory had been closed for 2 days, and there was no day shift to hand over, he had to gather the materials right at the start of his shift. Under normal circumstances, the day shift would prepare these items for the night shift. After all, the clerical staff did not work nights. Moreover, Fong Yuan's office was not located in the administrative building. His workspace was situated within the workshop, Aside from the noise, he was quite satisfied with the arrangement. At least he didn't have to work under the watchful eyes of superiors, and being the top dog in his domain had its perks. As he stepped into the canning workshop, Fang Yuan immediately heard the three teams holding their evening meeting. Old Zhang's voice boomed. "Good evening, everyone." The employees from various teams responded in unison. "Good, very good, exceptionally good." Watching this familiar scene, Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that the person who invented this tradition was quite the talent. It made him feel a bit embarrassed. Once the three had organized their personnel, Fang Yuan handed the production order to Old Zhang, reminding him sternly, "Your line is handling export orders tonight. Keep it close. Watched. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable." "Rest assured, there won't be any mistakes," Old Zhang replied with a hearty smile, though he nervously added, "If there's an error with the export order, I might lose my position as team leader. I know the stakes." Fang Yuan nodded. "All right, when the first item is produced, bring it to me for re-verification. Wenjun has Donpeng. If you can't hold out tonight, take a few sips." Old Zhang, who had family responsibilities, was always mindful of the consequences, unlike some younger workers who disappeared mid-shift to nap. After sending off Old Zhang, Fang Yuan handed the production order to Li Wenjun and Lao Kai, instructing them to arrange for the materials to be brought in. At 9 in the evening, Fang Yuan reviewed the first items from all three production lines. Particularly scrutinizing Old Zhang's line, he recognized the complexities of export orders. Production dates had to be adjusted, and without a bit of education, one could hardly manage the task. His former superior had lost his position as a supervisor due to mixing up multiple domestic production date codes in export orders. In a fit of anger, he had walked out, leaving the opportunity for Fang Yuan to rise. To gain a promotion, one must also consider the presence of vacancies above. Though Fang Yuan did not intend to remain long, he preferred not to be constantly chastised by the manager. Completing tasks efficiently would mean that the leadership would refrain from unnecessary interference. After all, leaders also sought a smoother path to profit. If the subordinates were struggling, how could the leaders expect to enjoy a comfortable existence? That was simply unrealistic. Fang Yuan often treated the three team leaders to drinks, fostering goodwill over time. Eventually, it became natural for them to follow his lead, as everyone was trying to make a living and no one wished to be constantly berated. When issues arose, it ultimately fell upon the supervisor to bear the brunt. After a late-night snack, Fang Yuan symbolically took a stroll around the workshop with the three team leaders before returning to his workstation to watch the World Cup. The night shift was indeed a comfortable arrangement. With no one overseeing his activities on his own turf, he enjoyed the freedom to relax, with no cameras to monitor him, as long as no mass production accidents occurred. Moreover, the three lines in his workshop were fully automated, and the production orders were large, potentially running for several consecutive days without changing. With no transitions in production, the responsibilities of the production supervisor were minimal. The real work was carried out by the team leaders. He felt invigorated throughout the night, particularly as he gazed at the balance of 79,000 yuan in his bank account, pondering why he should even bother going to work. Perhaps he should simply leave once the World Cup concluded. However, before the end of his shift, he received a notification from Old Chun, instructing him to arrive early the next afternoon for a meeting to inspire a group of college students. The reason was straightforward. A new batch of production trainees was arriving. Every year, they brought in a new group. Last year's batch had all left within 6 months. Indeed, not a single one remained. It was quite amusing that he heard that this year the company had raised the salary standards, starting with a pre-tax salary of 4,500 yuan upon passing the probation period. When Fang Yuan joined, his starting salary upon confirmation was only 4,000 yuan. If older employees did not receive promotions, their annual salary adjustments would likely only exceed this year's new graduates by a few hundred yuan. Fang Yuan and his colleague Wu Feng were exemplary cases of rising from production trainees to production supervisors over the years. It was only at this moment that Old Chun remembered the two of them. In previous years, Fang Yuan had viewed these college students as a burden. This year, however, he thought differently. He needed someone somewhat inept to assist him with the workload. Upon returning to his rental apartment, Fang Yuan changed into sportswear and went out for morning exercise. He slept until 3 in the afternoon, awoken by his alarm. Fortunately, he had dozed off at his workstation for more than 2 hours the previous night. Otherwise, he would have been utterly exhausted. With a 3 o'clock shift, Fong Yuan headed straight to the production department office, greeting Sister Ping at her desk. Sister Ping, are there any promising candidates this year? As he spoke, he pointed toward the conference room upstairs. Sister Ping shot him a knowing glance. Here's the list. 2 of them are from your hometown. Really? Fong Yuan was somewhat surprised, examining the list closely. Are they twins? Yes, they look quite charming. And they are from your hometown that you're not getting any younger. So make your move. Come on, with my conditions, who will be interested? Now you're being disingenuous. I've recommended several girls to you. One even has a few properties in Bayan. You're complaining about their conditions? That's not my fault. That girl weighs more than she is tall. If I were to find a girlfriend, I'd prefer someone young and beautiful, like Sister Ping. Fong Yuan joked. If I were a few years younger, I might have actually believed your nonsense. Sister Ping chuckled lightly, observing Fong Yuan still appearing half asleep. She lowered her voice to urge him. Hurry up and go. Don't keep Manager Chen waiting. After all, he isn't your former superior. Fong Yuan merely responded with a non-committal sound, yet inwardly, he dismissed her words. Having been reborn, there was no need to treat one's superiors with undue reverence. Old Chen was not truly his former superior, and there was no reason to indulge him. If he found the work unsatisfactory, he could simply dismiss the manager. Chapter 3. The Twin Sisters Manager. Fong Yuan called out as he pushed the door open. Old Chen glanced at the time and couldn't help but frown. With so many people present, he refrained from saying much. Fong Yuan, not lacking in perception, noticed Old Chen's displeasure. In the past, he might have cared about Old Chen's attitude, as the latter had the power to determine his monthly KPIs. However, that concern was now irrelevant. It was merely a matter of time before he would leave this job, rendering Old Chen's opinion inconsequential. Even if he did care, it would be futile. His monthly KPI evaluations would undoubtedly rank among the lowest, as the leadership had already formed a negative impression of him. No amount of flattery could change that. After briefly introducing himself, Fong Yuan settled into his seat as Old Chen commenced his presentation. The first step was to boast about the previous year's sales figures of the New Yin Cosmetics Company and its scale. The second step involved painting a rosy picture, claiming that the company had brought them on board to cultivate them into leaders, but first, they needed to familiarize themselves with the production workshop. The third step was for Fong Yuan and Wu Feng to share their experiences from campus recruitment to becoming supervisors. Wu Feng, seated across from him, continued to eagerly appease Old Chen, nodding frequently, as if grasping profound insights whenever Old Chen hit a crucial point. However, it became evident that Wu Feng's sycophancy yielded little in return. As for the newly arrived production trainee number 20, it was needless to say that many were diligently taking notes. The naive newcomers, untouched by the harsh realities of the workforce, were rather endearing. They believed wholeheartedly in the promises made by their leaders. Fong Yuan soon found himself drifting into slumber, oblivious to the fact that a female university student seated diagonally across from him was glancing his way while sketching in her notebook. Sister. Han Yingying tugged at her sister's sleeve. Han Cece tilted her head, puzzled, and looked at her sister's notebook, nearly bursting into laughter. Sleeping in front of the manager. This Fong's supervisor certainly had a unique personality. Before leaving, Old Chen shot a lingering glance at Fong Yuan, who remained obliviously engrossed in his own world. Before long, Sister Ping, the department clerk, and Specialist Yang from Human Resources entered to discuss contract signing. However, when Fong Yuan caught sight of the production trainee allocation table, he felt a twinge of confusion. Was Sister Ping assigning him a different role? Yet, upon witnessing her helpless shrug, he sighed, realizing that the fate of the two sisters had seemingly been sealed by Old Chen's judgment. It appeared that Old Chen believed these two would not last long in their positions, hence delegating them to Fong Yuan and Wu Feng for guidance. Being marginalized right from the start was indeed a harsh reality. To be fair, Fong Yuan admired the sisters for their audacity in applying for such positions. He recalled that in the previous generation of production, there seemed to be no girls at all. Could it be that the company raised the wage standards? A few hundred yuan? That hardly seems plausible. It wasn't until Fong Yuan led the two out of the conference room and saw the bags of urea belonging to the sisters outside that he began to understand their choice to work in the factory. His hometown was indeed somewhat backward. He was from Xishan, which could at least be considered in the city center, whereas the sisters hailed from the rural areas of Wuchuan, where their family conditions were presumably quite poor. The elder sister, Han Cece, was assigned to his workshop, while the younger sister, Han Yingying, was allocated to Wu Feng's workshop. Director Fong, could you enlighten me about the factory situation? I'm afraid I might get lost on my way to work. Han Sisi broke the silence. After pondering for a moment, Fong Yuan replied, you and your sister will be residing in dormitory D401, just along this road on the right side. The canteen is also near your dormitory. Your workplace is on the 13th floor of Building 2, while your sister works on the 46th floor of the same building. Working hours are from 8:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. for a total of 10 hours. Remember to arrive a few minutes early for the meeting. Whether there are weekends off depends on the production schedule. Han Sisi bit her lip, having mentally prepared herself, yet she found the working hours rather excessive. Is it really 10 hours of normal work? 8 hours, with the remaining 2 considered overtime, for which there is additional pay. Fong Yuan stretched lazily. Speaking of which, we are fellow townsfolk. Director Fong, you are also from Zhanjiang? Han Sisi gazed at him with her bright eyes. Yes, I'm from Xishan. How about you? Fong Yuan nodded. We're from Wuchuan, Han Sisi exclaimed joyfully. Let us exchange a secret code. Curse me in Wuchuan dialect. Fong Yuan suddenly joked. That might not be appropriate. Han Sisi stammered, struggling to keep up with his playful banter. Meeting a fellow townsman while being away from home brought Fong Yuan joy, and he teased her in clumsy Wuchuan dialect. Since that's the case, let us not meet again. Even farewells are unnecessary. Think I'm foolish? Eat the banana. Han Sisi quickly retorted in authentic Wuchuan dialect. Fong Yuan clapped his hands and gave her a thumbs up. Ah, that's the spirit. Feeling a bit shy? Han Sisi lowered her head but still uneasily added, worried about him holding a grudge. Director Fong, I didn't really mean to insult you. To her surprise, Fong Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. People insult me daily. Why? Han Sisi asked, her mouth agape in astonishment. Because I am your leader. Fong Yuan explained. Director, I want to speak ill of you behind your back. Then perhaps you should, but don't do it in front of me. Fong Yuan jested. Han Sisi felt a sense of relief, perhaps because she encountered a fellow townsman right as she began her work, and Fong Yuan certainly did not carry himself with the airs of a leader. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Han Yingying sat on her bed, lamenting, Sister, this factory is utterly exploitative. They claim it's 8 hours for 5 days, yet we end up working 10 hours each day, completely disregarding labor laws. Han Sisi, recognizing her sister's grievances, could only offer consolation. Working overtime is essential for earning money. We still need 200,000 for mom's surgery. The mention of their mother instantly subdued Han Yingying's mood, prompting her to voice a new complaint regarding her supervisor. Sister, the manager Wu I'm under has such poor character, constantly swearing and making inappropriate jokes. Han Sisi felt powerless and could only reassure her sister, just bear with it. Once we complete our training in this workshop, we will be reassigned. With a pout of indignation, Han Yingying asked, what about your supervisor, Fong? Han Sisi had a favorable impression of Fong Yuan. I think he's all right. He's actually from our hometown. Han Yingying expressed envy. Sister, you're so lucky. Han Sisi replied with a hint of resignation. Let us not forget our purpose here is to earn money, so we must focus on our work. Han Yingying's face fell, her disappointment palpable. Chapter 4 Han Sisi, Supervisor, it's my first time. After 11 o'clock, Fong Yuan replicated his previous strategy, wagering 790,000 on Argentina to triumph over Belgium. The exact score was beyond recall after so many years. Winning or losing had its own thrill. Argentina's winning odds were 1.80, while Belgium's were 2.43, yielding a combined odds of 4.37. Both teams were formidable, and their opponents rather mediocre. Hence the odds were not excessively high. Nevertheless, with the principal amount at stake, the prospect of several times the return remained enticing. That evening, Fong Yuan continued his routine of driving to the company. The nature of his department made punctuality a challenge. As a supervisor, while he was spared from the physical labor on the production line, he was inundated with incessant phone calls and messages throughout the day. With a smile, he exited work, relishing the exhilaration of being reborn as a gambler. Presently, he had 340,000 resting in his account, having cleverly amassed over 300,000 in just 2 days, indicating a promising future. Regrettably, the following days held no matches, the next game not scheduled until the 5th. While he could not exploit opportunities for now, he found comfort in the thought that his twin sister would accompany him for the night shift, ensuring that the absence of World Cup matches would not render the night solitary. As the clock struck 8, Han Sisi spotted Fong Yuan approaching and rushed over. as if he were a lifeline. "Supervisor Fong, good evening," she greeted enthusiastically. "Good evening," he replied, intrigued as he noted the transformation in her appearance once she donned her work attire. Her figure seemed significantly diminished, yet her beauty remained striking, radiating youthfulness that surpassed the factory's older workers. Suddenly, Fong Yuan considered that old Chun might not be so insufferable after all, as having Han Sisi in his workshop was a pleasant distraction. However, as the shift began, he had little time to attend to her, leaving her with the instruction, "Take a seat for now. I'll discuss your duties once I finish my tasks." Once Fong Yuan completed his tasks, he noticed Han Sisi standing beside her workstation, visibly at a loss. "Sisi, come here for a moment." Upon hearing Fong Yuan call her name, Han Sisi felt a sudden sense of relief. Was she finally going to be assigned some work? Having tasks to engage in would distract her from her thoughts, whereas standing idly would surely drive her to madness. Han Sisi hurriedly jogged over, coming to an abrupt stop. "Supervisor Fong, what do you need me to do?" Fong Yuan pointed towards old Zhang's line, instructing her, "Go learn from the production line leader and QC how to verify the first piece. Come back and relay the key points to me." Half an hour later, Han Sisi returned, brimming with confidence, clutching a bundle of products and the first piece. She animatedly shared her newfound knowledge with Fong Yuan, not wanting to dampen her enthusiasm. He listened attentively, even complimenting her. "You university students certainly grasp things quickly." Han Sisi smiled bashfully, explaining, "Supervisor, it has nothing to do with being a university student. Now that you've learned, I'll assign you the task of verifying the first pieces from now on." "Ah." Han Sisi shook her head in a fluster. "Supervisor Fong, this is my first time." Fong Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Everyone has their first time. Just take it slow. I'll cover for you if anything goes awry." Han Sisi was bewildered. This was a stark contrast to the experiences of other production trainees she had heard about. Yet, as Fong Yuan had set the course, she felt compelled to follow his directives. The principle of the leader's word is law was a survival rule she had gleaned from her online studies. "Let us add each other on WeChat. It'll make it easier to reach you for work matters, but please refrain from contacting me after hours unless necessary." "Supervisor, why can't I reach you after work?" "Because I don't contact my superiors after hours either, and I hope you will do the same." Han Sisi nodded, somewhat understanding, and continued her journey along the production line to learn from others. Watching Han Sisi's vibrant energy, Fong Yuan felt a twinge of nostalgia, wondering how long her enthusiasm would last. Years ago, he too had entered the workforce with such vigor. Later that night, Han Sisi found her tasks relatively manageable. Each time the production line shifted to a new product, Fong Yuan would have her verify the first piece, and she even took on the responsibility of signing off on it. It wasn't until they had a late-night meal that the sisters found an opportunity to chat. "Sis, how are you managing these tasks?" "I do what the supervisor tells me to." "What have you been doing all night?" Wu threw a stack of documents at me to peruse. "I was nearly bored to death. I had no idea that someone would be envious of me at the start. I'm a bit worried that I might get penalized if something goes wrong." "That shouldn't be the case. Supervisor Fong is here, right?" "Shoo, let me tell you a secret. He spent the entire night watching live streams and delegated all the work to me." "Isn't he worried about complaints?" "How would I know?" The two sisters found a corner in the cafeteria to enjoy their late-night meal while chatting. Suddenly, Han Sisi's phone rang. She quickly signaled to her sister, who became flustered, fearing that their previous conversation had been overheard by Fong Yuan's staff and that they were now being reprimanded. Han Yingying observed her sister nodding repeatedly in agreement. Only after her sister hung up the phone did she muster the courage to inquire, "Sister, what did Supervisor Fong call you for?" Han Sisi lowered her voice and replied, "He mentioned that there are some matters to attend to later in the night and advised me to learn from team leader Zhang." Han Yingying paused momentarily, then asked, "So he won't be returning?" Han Sisi, feeling a bit deflated, responded, "How would I know? Hurry up and eat. If you eat quickly, we can return to the dormitory for a half-hour's rest." Initially, Han Sisi thought Fong Yuan had gone off to attend to other business, until she realized that she hadn't seen him at all throughout the latter half of the night. Inquiries made to several team leaders under Fong Yuan yielded responses advising against calling him unless one wished to incur his wrath. However, Han Sisi was no fool. She could surmise where her supervisor had disappeared to. Is it even possible to work like this? Han Sisi was left in shock. At 7:30 in the morning, Fong Yuan's alarm rang. He had slept soundly the night before. Working the night shift was quite enjoyable. Not only could one indulge in leisure, but also, One was exempt from attending the weekly department meetings every Monday. A few minutes later, Fong Yuan returned to his workshop, carrying a black bag. After a 9-hour shift with little to occupy his time, Han Cece could barely keep her eyes open until Fong Yuan called out to her, "Cece, have you fallen asleep?" Han Cece snapped back to attention and instinctively retorted, "No." After saying that, she averted her gaze, unable to meet Fong Yuan's eyes. He chuckled, "If you fell asleep, so be it. I won't be deducting your wages." This caused Han Cece to shy away even more. She had merely dozed off, and now Fong Yuan had caught her in the act. What terrible luck. It was evident that while hard work might go unnoticed, slacking off certainly would not. "There are 2 breakfast portions here. Take them home after your shift and share them with your sister," Fong Yuan indicated towards the black bag beside him. Han Cece hesitated. "Supervisor, my sister and I can just eat in the cafeteria. You needn't trouble yourself." Fong Yuan dismissed her protest. "It's nearly time to change shifts. Let me inform you about what to pay attention to during the transition." Han Cece puffed out her cheeks and hurriedly followed along. By the time Fong Yuan had finished guiding Han Cece through the entire process, it was already past 8. In the dormitory, Han Ying was relishing her rice rolls, devouring them heartily, and even took a moment to lick her lips once she was finished. However, noticing her sister sulking after only a few bites, she couldn't help but express her concern. "Sister, Supervisor Fong is so kind, bringing you breakfast." Han Cece appeared conflicted. If he hadn't brought breakfast, it would have been better. At this rate, if anyone sees us, who knows what rumors might arise. The world outside is not like school. No one is kind for no reason. I can't shake the feeling that Fong has ulterior motives. Han Ying, uninterested in her sister's admonishments, laughed playfully. "Are you going to eat or not? If not, just let me have it." Han Cece shot her a sideways glance. "I'll find a chance to treat him back." Han Ying chirped in agreement. "What if he continues this tomorrow? What will we do then?" Han Cece puffed her cheeks in frustration, unable to conjure up a suitable response. "Let us discuss it tomorrow." Meanwhile, Fong Yuan lay in bed, grappling with insomnia. It wasn't precisely insomnia. Rather, he had overslept the previous night, having managed at least 4 or 5 hours of slumber despite working the night shift. Each time he closed his eyes, the visage of Han Cece filled his mind. Before long, his younger sister, Han Ying, also made an appearance in his thoughts. It seemed quite absurd, after being solitary for so long. It was indeed time to find a girlfriend. One must admit that, in an era before the proliferation of beauty filters, the sister's attractiveness remained striking. Moreover, judging by Han Cece's demeanor, both sisters appeared to be quite innocent. Days passed, and Han Cece found herself exceedingly bored, becoming almost restless. She had become well acquainted with the tasks that Fong Yuan, her supervisor, had to undertake, effectively becoming his capable assistant. In contrast, Han Ying's experience under Wu Feng was far less fortunate. Aside from her first day, spent poring over materials, the remainder of her time was consumed by labor on the production line. She not only endured endless hours of running around, but also faced the occasional lewd remarks from a sleazy supervisor. And even a vocational school girl showed no restraint in belittling her, pushing Han Ying to the brink of despair. On that Friday morning, after finishing her night shift, the sisters returned to their dormitory to share stories about their workday, as they typically did. Han Ying removed her stiff safety shoes, glancing at her already worn-out socks, and then at her sister's unblemished feet, feeling even gloomier. "Sister, how come your feet aren't red at all?" Han Cece playfully tapped her sister's foot. "Are you envious of my good fortune? Can you not withstand such trivial grievances?" Han Ying, with a face full of dismay, replied, "At this rate, my feet will surely be ruined." Han Cece reassured her, "Then wear an extra pair of socks." Han Ying, on the verge of tears, "Sister, what if we switch for one night?" Han Cece thought her sister was being rather naive. If discovered, they might dock your pay. Yet Han Ying remained undeterred. "The sleazy guy I'm with is taking the night off tomorrow. The entire building will be under Supervisor Fong's supervision." Back in college, so many boys couldn't tell us apart. Having just arrived a few days ago, surely we wouldn't be recognized if we swapped for one night. Han Cece found her sister's innocence endearing, but upon seeing her sister's chafed feet, she felt a pang of compassion in a critical moment. Han Ying, with an air of pleading, grasped her sister's hand. "Sister, just for one night, please." Han Cece sighed. "This is a one-time exception." Han Ying's face lit up with joy. "You're the best, sister." Han Cece mused to herself, incredulous. What blindness! She couldn't believe that Fang Yuan had yet to discern their differences after all these days. She braced herself for potential reprimands and pay deductions. That night, as Fang Yuan stepped into the workshop punctually, Han Sisi greeted him warmly. "Brother Fang, good evening." Fang Yuan pondered inwardly. When did she start calling him Brother Fang so enthusiastically? Yet, he dismissed the thought, attributing her behavior to the effectiveness of his recent guidance. Habitually, he approached and gave her a light tap on the head. "Have you completed the handover with Supervisor Li from the day shift?" Han Yingying responded confidently. That was settled long ago. In truth, it was her sister who had assisted her with the handover. Otherwise, having spent her days on the assembly line, she would have had little understanding of such matters. Fang Yuan nodded, scrutinizing Han Sisi closely, sensing something was amiss. Out of caution, upon entering the office area, he decided to check the handover details. Finding nothing amiss, he quietly sat at his desk, idly passing the time. After a while, Fang Yuan noticed that Han Sisi appeared equally aimless, seemingly oblivious to her work responsibilities. Something felt off. Observing the seemingly idle Han Sisi with keen attention, a bold hypothesis took shape in his mind. Could this be the sister rather than the twin? It was a distinct possibility. Wu Feng was not a commendable individual. In the eyes of their superiors, he was a dutiful sycophant, obediently following orders. In his past life, although Wu Feng had not been favored, his persistent ingratiation allowed him to fare slightly better than Fang Yuan. Nonetheless, he was notorious throughout the company for his lecherous behavior, with tales of his exploits circulating in the community. During night shifts, he would gather with his team leaders and the young women from the production line to watch adult films. Fang Yuan had the misfortune of witnessing this firsthand, as he had seen them inappropriately touching the vocational school girls. Those unaware might easily mistake it for a debauched gathering. Wu Feng was cunning, preying upon young women from out of town. Previously, any production trainees assigned to him would vanish within days. It was likely that Han Yingying had not escaped his unwelcome advances in recent days. It was plausible that, seizing the opportunity during Wu Feng's leave, she had swapped roles with her sister. To validate his suspicion, Fang Yuan decided to increase the pressure on Han Sisi. "Sisi, please fetch me a jug of water." "Sisi, go check the first item on the production line." "Sisi, find Supervisor He in the storage area." After several hours at work, Han Yingying began to doubt whether Fang Yuan had discovered her ruse of swapping places with her sister. The tasks were more exhausting than her previous duties on the production line. Not only was she fetching water for Fang Yuan, but she was also running around to locate others in different departments. While she was busily on her feet, Fang Yuan remained seated at his desk, engrossed in his phone and computer. As she juggled her responsibilities, Han Yingying inwardly cursed Fang Yuan, hoping he would never find a girlfriend. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan located Han Yingying in the upstairs workshop, where she was busy placing bottles on the assembly line. At this point, he was nearly certain that the one studying at his desk that evening was indeed the younger sister, Han Yingying. Although the twin sisters bore an uncanny resemblance, their personalities held subtle differences. With careful discernment, one could distinguish between them. The idea of deception was undoubtedly Han Yingying's crafty scheme. Her sister Han Sisi was far too straightforward for such cunning. The younger sister's inability to endure hardship presented a potential leverage point. Sister appears to be quite astute, yet in reality, she is as foolish as can be. However, Fang Yuan has no intention of exposing the sisters. Feigning ignorance often proves to be the most prudent course of action. He contemplates taking the sisters out of the factory when he departs. Both are university students, not mere factory girls with little education. Conventional methods are unlikely to deceive them. The only way to sway them is to have them owe him a favor, which can only manifest as a monetary debt. Chapter 6. A little guidance for the younger sister. The night shift finally came to an end, and Han Yingying tearfully approached her sister, lamenting, "Sister, shall we not switch back?" Han Sisi, reveling in her sibling's plight, replied, "That is out of the question. I have no desire to revert. You were the one who pleaded for this shift. Working alongside the leadership is immensely stressful. One must tread carefully even when attempting to slack off." Yet, her sister believes she is merely enjoying a leisurely time. Han Yingying felt like crying, but then considered that after completing tonight's night shift, she could rest for 2 days, which lightened her spirits. She reasoned that the latter half of the night might be less taxing and inquired, "Sister, will Brother Fang sneak away again during the second half of the night?" Han Sisi shot her a sidelong glance. "He does so occasionally, without any pattern." Frustrated, Han Yingying exclaimed, Why is it that when you are present, he returns every night? Han Sisi replied, half smiling. How would I know? Perhaps you should ask him yourself. Han Yingying was not so naive. With a dismissive huff, she delved into gossiping about Fang Yuan. Sister, how is it that such a handsome man does not seek a girlfriend? Han Sisi retorted. What business is it of yours whether he finds a partner? Han Yingying playfully kicked her sister. Can I indulge in a bit of gossip? Han Sisi, unwilling to back down, kicked her back. Beware of speaking ill of your superiors. You might find yourself in trouble. Han Yingying continued to eat, though inwardly she mused. Brother Fang is from our hometown. How could he possibly betray us? Han Sisi found some merit in her sister's reasoning. Thankfully, Fang Yuan was indeed her fellow townsman. And in recent days, she had heard her sister's grievances about Supervisor Wu. Apart from sympathizing with her sister's unfortunate luck, there was little she could do. From chatting with other trainees who arrived at the same time, she discovered she was, in fact, the one who had it easiest. Others either ran themselves ragged daily or were on the production line learning. Meanwhile, she spent her days assisting Fang Yuan with trivial tasks. Her work primarily involved sitting at her desk, organizing computer data. In comparison to her contemporaries, her situation was akin to heaven and earth. As the latter half of the night shift commenced, Fang Yuan pondered whether the sisters had switched back. Due to a change in production right as he began his shift, he waited for half an hour before Han Sisi returned. He scrutinized her closely and confirmed she had not changed shifts, having sufficiently guided her earlier. He was no longer inclined to tease Han Yingying during the second half of the night. Instead, he found solace in quietly watching the World Cup. After all, this girl harbored no ill intentions. Moreover, the sisters' clever ruse this time was rather amusing, as it afforded him a glimpse into the general temperament of his younger sister. Han Yingying, sister, be a little more lively, she thought, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the situation, reflecting on how this wretched capitalist had seemingly forgotten her existence. Once her tasks were completed, she discovered that Fang Yuan was brazenly watching the World Cup, and she longed to indulge in leisure as he did. Alas, she lacked the courage. The thought of slacking off in front of her superior left her feeling uneasy. It was only now that she comprehended her sister's sentiments about the burdens of work. Having no tasks to complete was more tormenting than being busy. After a short while, Fang Yuan, utterly fatigued, turned to the recently freed Han Sisi and said, Sisi, call your sister and go buy me 6 bottles of Dongpong at the factory entrance. Han Yingying's head buzzed as she internally lamented, that man truly knows nothing about caring for his subordinates, only seeking his own enjoyment. Despite her reluctance, she acquiesced. However, she suddenly remembered that she had no money. The sisters had brought a total of 300 yuan with them, all of which was with her sister, leaving her financially destitute. Did Fang Gu intend to take advantage of her? Fang Yuan glanced at the dawdling Han Sisi and asked, what's wrong? Han Yingying stammered, Fang Gu, I have no money. Realization dawned on Fang Yuan, and he pulled out a Red Bull and handed it to her. Here, take this. With the remaining money, why not take your sister to the nearby market this weekend and buy a few pairs of decent socks? It's quite unseemly to walk with a limp. Han Yingying felt a pang of guilt, fearing that Fang Yuan had seen through her. Fang Yuan urged, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and return. A mere 10 minutes later, Fang Yuan took 3 bottles of the Red Bull the sisters had purchased and distributed them among the 3 team leaders under his supervision. After her sister's persuasion, when Han Yingying awaited Fang Yuan's return, she placed the remaining money before him and said, Fang Gu, we cannot accept this money. Fang Yuan hesitated, then handed her a 10 yuan note. Buy your sister 3 pairs of socks with this. 10 yuan for 3 pairs is just right. Han Yingying felt warmth in her heart, praising Fang Gu for his generosity. As someone who had been in their shoes, Fang Yuan understood the plight of wearing safety shoes when starting out. They were not only stiff, but also heavy. And it was no exaggeration to say that a pair of socks could wear out in a single day if one walked a lot. Naturally, he did not expect the sisters to presume that the remaining 70 yuan was theirs to keep. Some individuals could be easily discerned as greedy. Clearly, the sisters were not the type to seek petty gains. Subsequently, Han Yingying finally experienced the joy of leisure. However, her version of slacking off paled in comparison to Fang Ji's. While he sat at his desk, aside from making and receiving calls to coordinate, she was left to handle all the remaining tasks. To be this brazen in her idleness was quite audacious. Did he not fear complaints? Driven by curiosity, Han Yingying tapped her desk and whispered, Fang Gu, aren't you afraid of being reported? Fang Yuan cast a glance at Han Sisi, I'm already marginalized. Being dismissed would be for the better. Han Yingying blinked, momentarily taken aback. However, hadn't Manager Chen previously appeared indifferent towards Fang Ge? Why then did Fang Ge claim to feel marginalized? Observing her bewilderment, Fang Yuan calmly remarked, I advise you to prepare for the worst. Since old Chun has assigned you to me and Wu Feng, it seems he has no intentions of keeping you. Ah, Han Yingying gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. Why do you say that? Fang Yuan first delivered a small blow to her confidence. What is so hard to understand? Girls cannot endure this kind of hardship. Han Yingying instantly retorted, we can endure hardship. Fang Yuan cleared his throat lightly. There are many who can endure hardship. But the company does not have that many positions available. Confused, Han Yingying asked, then why did they suddenly hire over 20 people? Fang Yuan replied, if you want to know, ask the leadership. Han Yingying lacked the courage to do so, yet she was curious as to why Fang Yuan mentioned feeling marginalized. She looked at him inquisitively and asked, Fang Ge, are you really marginalized? Don't believe it? Fang Yuan interlocked his fingers, leaning slightly back in his chair as he succinctly explained, Manager Chun was just transferred here a few months ago. If you were the emperor, how would you treat the ministers of the previous dynasty? Han Yingying nodded, somewhat understanding. Why were workplace dynamics so convoluted? But without a job, how would she manage her mother's surgery costs? The campus recruitment period had already passed, and competing in social recruitment meant facing off against more experienced candidates. In an instant, Han Yingying felt engulfed by darkness, encountering a repugnant leader right after starting her career, only to discover that she had long been abandoned. Seemed an excessive misfortune for a fresh graduate. If they had no intention of nurturing new talent, then why hire so many? Were they raising a burden? What a ridiculous company. Chapter 7. Fang Ge, are you going to start a business? At that moment, Han Yingying's spirits had plummeted to an all-time low. Were there any graduates as unfortunate as her and her sister? When a series of coincidences befall a single individual, one truly comprehends the meaning of despair. What on earth was happening? As Fang Yuan opened a lottery interface on an online shopping platform, he attempted to console her. Cece, if you lose a job, you can find another. You've just graduated. Why panic? Han Yingying, feeling despondent, scrunched her nose and lamented, Fang Ge, do you know why we came to work here? Fang Yuan scoffed, because you're short on money. Who would want to graduate from university and work in a factory with 2 shifts? Han Yingying sighed softly and rested her head on the desk, cradling her chin in her hands, appearing quite pitiful. My mother's heart isn't very good. She needs a substantial amount of money for surgery. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Is Auntie's condition serious? Han Yingying nodded. For now, we are just managing with medication. I don't know if we can hold out until we save enough money. These 2 sisters were rather naive. Such an illness could be prolonged for a year and a half at most, relying solely on their wages. It would be impossible to save enough without sacrificing all their necessities. The cost of heart surgery is often exorbitant, easily reaching tens of thousands, and considering the post-operative recovery, one would likely need to continue medication indefinitely. This financial burden is beyond the grasp of an ordinary family. Truly, they are 2 unfortunate souls, facing both familial upheaval and professional setbacks. However, for Fang Yuan, this presents a fortuitous opportunity. At the very least, he has devised a way to ensure that the 2 sisters owe him a favor. He playfully poked her dewy cheek with a pen, jesting, make sure you don't cry in your seat. I won't cry, Han Yingying retorted, her tears replaced by a smile. Brother Fang, where do you plan to work after resigning? Fang Yuan was taken aback by her inquiry. Why work for someone else when one can be the boss? Han Yingying assumed he was boasting and scoffed. You're just talking big without any foundation. Fang Yuan, uninterested in elaborating further, saw her glance at the computer screen. What she discovered was astonishing. Had he truly amassed such wealth? The numbers flashed by, units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000. Han Yingying couldn't help but muse how wonderful it would be if that money were hers, as it could expedite her mother's surgery. Alas, it was merely a fleeting thought. Fang Yuan gave her a light tap on the head with his pen, exclaiming, now you see my capabilities. Han Yingying rolled her eyes, thinking that if he continued being so miserly, he would surely struggle to find a girlfriend. Despite her internal snark at Fang Yuan, a single glance from him made her scurry off to work, deterred from lingering idly beneath his watchful gaze. Upon returning to the dormitory after work, Han Yingying eagerly shared what she had learned with her sister. After listening, Han Cece furrowed her brow, sitting on the edge of her bed, troubled. Han Yingying wrapped her arms around her sister's shoulders, asking, "Sister, should we continue with this?" Han Sisi gritted her teeth. "We must continue. Without campus recruitment, finding a job is exceedingly difficult, and we only have 300 yuan left." Han Yingying's confidence wavered. "What if Brother Fong leaves? Then we would have no acquaintances in this company." Han Sisi, frustrated, declared, "We can only take it one step at a time. We must at least complete a month here. Without money, we cannot go anywhere." Han Yingying then inquired, "Are you aware of Brother Fong's lottery endeavors?" Han Sisi shook her head, stating that she had never seen him, only knowing that he spent his days either browsing Taobao or watching female streamers dance. Han Yingying pouted, mentioning that Fong Ge seemed to have won quite a bit of money from the lottery. Han Sisi was somewhat taken aback, but, upon seeing her sister's admiring gaze, remarked, "What does his earning have to do with you?" Han Yingying retorted, "Fong Ge said he wants to become his own boss after quitting his job. Surely he needs people for his entrepreneurial endeavors." Han Sisi pinched her sister's waist, warning her, "Do you believe everything others say? Sister, why do you always think so poorly of people? Fong Ge is our fellow villager, and considering our poverty, what could he possibly gain?" After saying this, Han Yingying turned her head, choosing to ignore her sister. Han Sisi glanced at her sulking sister, feeling equally vexed. It truly felt like a stroke of bad luck. Had she known that a few hundred yuan in salary was not worth it, she would have reconsidered. If this continued, the two sisters would lack stable employment. Relying solely on their father's meager income as a cement worker, which would surely fail to amount to 200,000 yuan in a year. Whether Fong Ge could be trusted remained uncertain. As the elder sister, Han Sisi was more rational than her sibling. She believed that fortune does not fall from the sky without reason. However, Fong Yuan's recent attentiveness towards the sisters was undeniable. At this point, Han Yingying had finished her little tantrum and desired to live carefree, but the family circumstances did not permit such indulgence. She wrapped her arms around her sister's waist, saying, "Sister, don't be at odds with money. What if Fong Ge's salary is even higher than what we earn here? Would we really not consider it?" Han Sisi neither agreed nor dismissed her sister's idea outright, asking, "Did he mention what he plans to do?" Han Yingying candidly shared what she knew, stating, "He wants to venture into e-commerce, though I'm not entirely clear on the specifics." Han Sisi furrowed her brow. Han Yingying truly wanted to escape the factory, where she was constantly subjected to her superior's disdain, and she earnestly pleaded with her sister, "What does it matter if he knows how to do e-commerce? The key is whether he can pay us." Han Sisi shot her sister a glare, to which Han Yingying defiantly huffed in response. The two sisters, sharing an unspoken understanding, turned their heads away and continued their little quarrel. The younger sister felt that since Fong Yuan was a fellow villager, and given her knowledge of her superior's manipulations, she could approach this opportunity with a sense of hope. The elder sister, however, believed in the necessity of finding stable employment and that one should not easily trust the words of others once they enter society. Unbeknownst to them, Fong Yuan had inadvertently showcased his capabilities in front of Han Yingying, stirring the sisters' dilemma. His decision to delve into e-commerce was not merely a whimsical boast. It was a carefully considered choice. After all, in 2014, engaging in short videos was quite ahead of its time. It was only at the end of last year that 4G began its commercial rollout, and even in a first-tier city like Guangzhou, there remained areas without 4G coverage. At that time, the government was intensifying its crackdown on counterfeit goods and online shopping, with Taobao and Jingdong also filtering their merchants. These two giants were engaged in a fierce competition in the high-end market, yet the low-end market still represented a vast blue ocean. Seizing the opportunity to create a competitive platform could lead to lucrative prospects, especially with the potential for an IPO. Fong Yuan did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. Given his rebirth, the disparity in information was his sole advantage. No one would ever complain about an abundance of wealth. After all, earning money is not a disgrace. Chapter 8. Only children make choices. Good news came in rapid succession. The outcome of last night's match had been definitively concluded. The 340,000 yuan he wagered on Germany defeating Brazil had already been credited to his bank account, amounting to a total of 1.4 million yuan, transforming 20,000 into 1.4 million over 6 matches. Was this the thrill of a gambler? The money had come too easily. Yet, this sum was still far from sufficient. Without several modest goals, one could hardly claim financial freedom. After capitalizing on the World Cup, he intended to turn his attention to the stock market, continuously leveraging the information advantage afforded by his rebirth to swiftly amass initial capital. On Sunday evening, for the two matches, Fang Yuan adopted a more cautious approach, betting solely on Argentina to win with odds of 23. He could not recall the victor of the match between the Netherlands and Costa Rica. Lacking certainty, he dared not gamble recklessly once more. A true weekend does not exist without the leisure of Friday night. Working the night shift on Friday meant he could only sleep through Saturday's daylight hours. It seemed like a weekend, yet it was merely a single day off, a taxing ordeal. Once the World Cup concluded, he would depart from this place where his dreams had once begun. He had not yet made his escape, largely due to his desire to leave with the twin sisters. Even rabbits prefer to nibble on grass close to their burrows. What man, endowed with the means, would not wish to enjoy what is on his plate while eyeing what is in the pot? Choosing is for children. He desired it all. Sis, your phone is ringing. Han Sisi rubbed her eyes and muttered, "It's probably Mom calling. Please answer it for me." Han Ying replied with an "oh," picked up the phone. And upon seeing it was a call from Supervisor Fong, her eyes sparkled mischievously as she decided to take matters into her own hands. "Sis, it's Brother Fong on the line." Startled, Han Sisi scrambled out of bed, but alas, it was too late. Her sister Han Ying had already connected the call. She shot her sister a fierce glare. Han Ying forced a smile, as if to convey her innocence, unaware that he was speaking to her sister. Fang Yuan proceeded in a systematic manner. "Sisi, bring your sister along. Let us go out for dinner tonight." Han Ying remained silent, looking to her sister for guidance. Han Sisi decisively shook her head. Undeterred by her sister's refusal, Han Ying readily responded, "All right, Brother Fong, we'll be there shortly." Fang Yuan had not anticipated such ease. When had his sister become so agreeable? The carefully prepared words he had in mind were rendered unnecessary. Han Sisi rapped her sister on the head, saying, "Give me the phone. Why did you accept Supervisor Fong's dinner invitation?" Han Ying complained, "Sis, are you going? If not, I'll go by myself." Han Sisi tugged at her hair in exasperation, retorting, "If you go, I won tea. What will Supervisor Fong think of me?" Han Ying exclaimed with delight, "Sister, how about we wear the same outfit?" Han Sisi nodded in agreement, finding no fault in the idea. During their university days, they often donned identical styles of clothing or skirts. After all, they were identical twins, resembling each other almost perfectly, save for slight differences in personality. Even their lingerie shared the same size. Fang Yuan waited patiently at the factory entrance for over 10 minutes before the sisters finally came into view. The wait was far from futile. The pair were indeed strikingly beautiful. Clad in knee-length dresses, they exuded the unique grace and charm of Southern women, their delicate features radiating an air of innocence. It would be an understatement to say they resembled each other. They were, without doubt, cut from the same mold. In moments of silence, Fang Yuan found it challenging to distinguish between the elder sister and the younger. "Brother Fong," Han Ying called sweetly, her voice becoming increasingly familiar with the term. The younger sister was far more vivacious than her elder sibling. Each day after the night shift, she would arrive a few minutes early to wait for her sister at Fang Yuan's office, cultivating a rather ordinary relationship of a leader and subordinate. Once the sisters began to converse, Fang Yuan could easily discern who was who. The one in front was indeed the younger sister. Trailing a few steps behind, Han Sisi was less exuberant than her sister, yet she still offered a polite nod. Fang Yuan said little, opening the car door and taking the driver's seat, only to realize that the sisters stood by, uncertain of how to open the door. It was evident they were somewhat inexperienced, struggling even with such a simple task. Fang Yuan had to step out and demonstrate once more. Subsequently, he led them to a Cantonese restaurant he frequented, reserving a private room for a quieter dining experience. Upon glancing at the menu prices, the sisters displayed expressions of distress. Fang Yuan, puzzled, wondered why they appeared so troubled over a meal. "What do you both like to eat? Just order anything," he encouraged. Han Ying pinched her sister's thigh, while Han Sisi, lost in thought, hesitated to offer suggestions. Han Ying eyed the dishes on the menu, a hint of longing in her gaze as she looked at Fang Yuan. "Are you really okay with us ordering anything?" Fang Yuan, slightly exasperated, sensed their apprehensions. "Am I trying to deceive you? Just enjoy your meal. What kind of leader takes employees out to eat and expects them to foot the bill? Please, don't think so poorly of me." Feeling a flush of embarrassment, Han Sisi quietly retorted, "Brother Fong, we didn't think that. It was merely a simple meal among compatriots." "Sisi, what are you thinking?" Fang Yuan chided her, then pushed the menu towards the younger sister, Winking, Ying, hurry and order, don't mind your sister. Han Sisi bit her lip, feeling utterly aggrieved. In just a few days of work, her supervisor had already called her foolish multiple times. Was she truly that foolish? It was all Han Ying's fault for accepting Fang Yuan's invitation. After pouring tea for both sisters, Fang Yuan initiated a conversation. Which school did you graduate from? Without hesitation, Han Ying replied, Zhongkai. Han Sisi added, it's a second-tier university. Second tier? Fang Yuan was taken aback upon hearing about this school. How did you end up here? Han Ying explained, initially, I hadn't planned to come here. But due to certain circumstances, I couldn't pursue opportunities with other companies. The spring recruitment period has passed, making job hunting quite challenging. Fang Yuan nodded, choosing not to press further. Based on the information he had previously gathered from Han Ying, it was likely due to family upheaval. Han Ying, devoid of ulterior motives, treated Fang Yuan as a fellow compatriot and was genuinely curious about his experiences. Brother Fang, how many years have you worked at your company? Han Sisi perked up as well. 3.5 years, Fang Yuan said, sipping his tea with a sense of nostalgia. Han Ying exclaimed in surprise. You became a supervisor in just 3 years. It seems Manager Chen really wasn't just making empty promises. Fang Yuan chuckled inwardly, realizing that she was still a naive newcomer untouched by the harsh realities of society, as some still believed in the dreams painted by old Chen. In his previous life, he had endured 9 years of unfulfilled promises. He felt an urge to knock some sense into Han Ying, having expected her to be a bit more astute, only to find she was just as naive as her sister. Was old Chen's vision truly that enticing? Chapter 9. We are fellow townspeople. Any assistance is appreciated. Fang Yuan didn't wish to dampen their spirits. Some lessons must be learned through personal experience to grasp the underlying dangers. He responded vaguely. You've only just started, don't think too far ahead. Focus on how to report to the manager every week for now. The sisters immediately felt disheartened. Brother Fang was always bringing them down. After the meal, which cost a mere 400 yuan, Fang Yuan felt no pain in spending. When one has the ability to earn significantly more, daily expenses need not be pinched. The focus should be on enjoying oneself. After the sisters had eaten their fill, they exchanged glances and silently communicated with each other. At the critical moment, however, Han Ying hesitated. Han Sisi, irritated, stepped on her foot. Han Ying protested, Sister, why did you step on me? Han Sisi rubbed her forehead, exasperated at her sister's lack of courage. You falter at such a crucial moment? Is a mere meal enough to scare you? Fang Yuan, who had been lost in thought, noticed the sisters' small antics and couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, he remained silent, watching them with a quiet amusement. Were there still girls this innocent after all these years? He felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure, further solidifying his dubious intentions. Neither sister would escape his grasp. However, he felt it necessary to change his approach. Though the younger sister was lively, she clearly lacked authority. The elder sister held the reins. With the elder sister already within his reach, he had no fear of the younger one slipping away. Han Sisi shot her sister a look, urging her to speak up. Han Ying, however, chose to play dead, preferring to face her sister's displeasure rather than let Fang Yuan discover their little secret from the previous night. She hoped for more opportunities to switch places in the future. Before Han Sisi could gather her thoughts, Fang Yuan took the initiative to inquire. Sisi, may I ask about your mother's condition? This caught Han Sisi off guard. She gazed at her younger sister with a bewildered expression. Han Ying, feeling embarrassed, lowered her head, having forgotten to discuss this matter with her sister in the morning. Han Sisi had no choice but to patiently explain the situation to Fang Yuan. Now, Fang Yuan was aware of the specific ailment afflicting the sister's mother, heart valve disease. This condition would severely limit her ability to work for the remainder of her life, confining her to a life of retirement at home. Moreover, even if treated, she would require continuous medication, a financial burden that an ordinary family could hardly bear. With a furrowed brow, Han Sisi inquired, Fang Ge, why do you wish to know about this? Fang Yuan, having just indulged in a hearty meal, replied, Isn't it perfectly normal for a leader to express concern for their subordinates? The sisters exchanged exasperated glances, rolling their eyes in unison. They found his reasoning far from convincing, almost absurd. Did he truly believe they had attended university for nothing? Glancing at the time, Fang Yuan decided against probing further. He stood up, jesting, If you ever find yourselves in urgent need of money, feel free to let me know. We are fellow villagers, and I'll assist you as much as I can. The sisters exchanged looks. Han Sisi held little hope. In this day and age, borrowing money, even from relatives, was a precarious endeavor. Instead, she preferred to secure a stable job, diligently saving every penny. Upon hearing his words, Han Yingying's eyes sparkled with a flicker of thought, her mind swirling with unspoken ideas. Upon exiting the restaurant, Fang Yuan suggested they check out the nearby street vendors. This time, the sisters did not refuse. The goods sold at these stalls were both affordable and practical. Han Yingying spent 10 yuan on 5 pairs of pure cotton socks, while Han Cici meandered around, purchasing merely a 1 yuan hairband. The sisters' frugality once again reshaped Fang Yuan's perception. He was genuinely surprised to find such thrifty girls existed. He began to suspect that they might not even own a single bottle of cosmetics. Out of politeness, he refrained from asking further questions. After completing their purchases, he escorted the sisters back to the factory. No sooner had he dropped them off than he received a call from Wu Feng. Fang Yuan furrowed his brow and answered the phone. "Lao Wu, what is up?" Wu Feng, raising his voice, said, "The manager has organized a gathering at the barbecue stall, claiming it's to welcome those college students. Are you going?" Fang Yuan glanced at the time. It was nearly 9 o'clock. What a ridiculous leader. Having just eaten, he had no desire to indulge in more barbecue. Based on his past experiences, attending such gatherings often meant drinking into the early hours of the morning. Why bother with such meaningless affairs, especially after having been reborn? He did not decline outright, but inquired, "Have you already gone?" Wu Feng replied, "Not yet. I'm about to pick up Han Yingying from the factory." Fang Yuan simply acknowledged him with a grunt before ending the call, driving without hesitation towards his rental apartment. Once home, he dialed Han Cici's number. She had been contemplating calling him to inquire about the manager's dinner invitation. "Fang Gu, are you still outside the factory?" she asked. Fang Yuan shook his head, saying, "You left early. Did the manager call you all to dinner?" Han Cici replied with a soft hum. "Could you give me a ride there?" she asked. Fang Yuan responded, "Let me inform Lao Wu and have him take you along. I won't be going." Han Cici expressed her surprise. "Brother Fang, won't it be awkward if you don't go?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "Whether I go or not is inconsequential. You've just joined the company. Seize this opportunity to impress the leaders. Just be sure not to mention your ability to drink." Han Cici took Fang Yuan's words to heart. After hanging up, Han Yingying looked at her sister with concern. "Sister, will we be ostracized by the manager for not drinking? Plus, with Brother Fang not attending, won't it be awkward for you?" Han Cici gritted her teeth. "The manager shouldn't make things difficult for me." Han Yingying then asked, "Should we change our clothes before heading out?" Han Cici puffed her cheeks. "Let us change, but keep it low-key." Meanwhile, Fang Yuan did not forget to call Lao Chun, informing him of his ill health and inability to attend. Lao Chun said nothing in response. Fang Yuan had long ceased to ponder the whims of the leadership. He was indifferent to KPIs and simply wished for Lao Chun's happiness. The sisters, attending a departmental dinner for the first time, felt quite out of place. The boys had to toast each supervisor, and although the 2 girls could abstain from alcohol, they still had to honor each with tea instead. Manager Chen seemed far less approachable than during the hiring phase. The dinner lasted until 2 in the morning, with many boys having made a mess. The sisters, too, were not in great shape after consuming copious amounts of tea. They had a poor impression of the dinner and were disheartened to hear that such gatherings would occur weekly, with alternating bills. The evening's beer alone cost over 500 yuan, which explained why Brother Fang chose not to attend. They resolved not to go again. In contrast, after watching the Argentina match, Fang Yuan blissfully fell asleep, having bet 1.4 million yuan on Argentina to win at odds of 23, bringing him a total of 3.22 million yuan. With the quarterfinals concluded, the next match would not occur until the 9th, featuring Brazil against Germany, finally allowing for a score bet. On Sunday afternoon, Fang Yuan was awakened by a phone call. Han Cici's anxious voice came through. "Brother Fang, I need to take a few days off to return to Zhan City." Chapter 10. I lend you 210,000 yuan. Fang Yuan leaned against the headboard. "Why the sudden need to leave?" Han Cici urgently replied. "My mother has suddenly fallen gravely ill and is in the hospital, requiring immediate surgery. We must return." With the clock already striking 4 in the afternoon, it would take several hours to reach the bus station, and the sisters had no money. What could they even do upon returning? At that moment, Han Yingying's voice chimed in on the line. "Brother Fang, could you please give Supervisor Wu a heads up? I can't find him to ask for leave." Fang Yuan felt exasperated and patiently reassured the sisters. "What will you accomplish by going back? Will you just create more chaos?" Han Cici's voice trembled as if on the verge of tears. What else can we do? Fang Yuan helplessly inquired. Are you still at the dormitory? Han Sisi replied with a soft affirmation. I am tidying up my things. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan suggested, how about this? I will accompany you back. While Ying stays behind, I'll ask Supervisor Wu to oversee the site. However, Han Sisi appeared reluctant to trouble Fang Yuan further, feeling somewhat conflicted. Brother Fang, there's no need to inconvenience you. Let us just take leave and return. Fang Yuan, slightly irritated, admonished her, why do you doubt me? You're an adult now. Shouldn't you consider the consequences before acting? Han Sisi, already fraught with anxiety, felt a lump in her throat at his words, tears welling up. Fang Yuan, upon noticing, felt a headache coming on. Beside them, Han Ying tugged at her sister's sleeve, while Han Sisi, overwhelmed with emotion, was at a loss. Ying had no choice but to speak into the phone. Brother Fang, you should return with my sister. I will stay at the factory. Fang Yuan mentally applauded Han Ying for her cleverness. Although the sisters' request for leave was straightforward, they were uncertain if they even had 1,000 yuan between them. Returning without funds would be futile. It was even more unrealistic for all three to request leave, as old Chun would undoubtedly deny it. Sisi, the naive girl, appeared less astute than usual. In truth, if he were to empathize, he might find himself equally flustered in such a predicament. It must be said that financial stability had bolstered his confidence. If he were to possess only 20,000 yuan, he would likely be disinclined to involve himself in the sisters' affairs. At the workers' dormitory, Han Ying consoled her sister. Sister, we should heed Brother Fang's advice. He can drive us back, and we would reach the hospital tonight. Moreover, he is right. Taking leave will not resolve our issues. At that moment, Han Sisi still retained a sliver of rationality, questioning, why is he helping us so selflessly? Ying murmured, perhaps he is a good person. A good person indeed. You'd still be counting his money while being sold off, Han Sisi retorted, wiping the remnants of her tears, feeling less pitiful and helpless than before. When she had received the call from their father, it felt as if the sky were caving in on her. Ying internally mused, being sold off would be more fitting. Han Sisi then pressed the 200 yuan from her pocket into her sister's hand, saying, take this. If anything happens, call me. Don't let anyone bully you. Ying shot her sister a glance. I'm clever enough. Who could bully me? A mere 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan arrived at the factory entrance to pick up Han Sisi. The girl appeared diminished from her usual spirited self, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having recently wept, exuding an air of despondency. Once inside the vehicle, Han Sisi called out to him, Brother Fang. Fang Yuan reached out to gently tousle her hair. Does crying solve the problem? Han Sisi drooped her head, feeling even more aggrieved, but upon receiving a stern look from Fang Yuan, she refrained from shedding any more tears. She couldn't allow herself to cry in front of him. Confronted by Fang Yuan's sudden gesture of affection, Han Sisi inhaled sharply, casting a furtive glance at him that met his profound gaze. Instantly, she averted her eyes in panic, her cheeks flushing with a delicate crimson hue. Observing her reaction, Fang Yuan promptly withdrew his hand, steering the vehicle as he inquired, what is the matter? Please elaborate. Just yesterday, everything seemed fine. Why the urgent need for surgery today? With gritted teeth, Han Sisi explained, my mother concealed from us that she accompanied my father to work as a laborer. What could have been managed with medication has flared up due to prolonged high-intensity work, and now the doctor insists on surgery, or else there will be a mortal risk. Fang Yuan nodded. Is there enough money? Han Sisi choked out a sob. We're still short. Fang Yuan chuckled. How much is a little? With a downcast demeanor, Han Sisi replied, not much. Were it not for the fact that he was driving, Fang Yuan would have truly considered giving her a gentle knock on the head. Just as he raised his hand, Han Sisi instinctively tilted her head away, mumbling, my father said we need an additional 160,000. Fang Yuan asked, have you exhausted your relatives? Han Sisi confirmed, yes, we borrowed a total of 20,000. After pondering for a brief moment, he declared, I shall lend you the remainder. Just write me an IOU later. Han Sisi stared at Fang Yuan in disbelief, rendered speechless. The car fell into a silence that lingered for several seconds. Fang Yuan broke the quiet. What's wrong? Do you wish to send a parent off before their time? Han Sisi hastily defended, Brother Fang. That is not what I meant. Fang Yuan shot her an exasperated glance. Then do you wish to borrow it or not? For the first time in her life, Han Sisi found herself being urged to borrow money for herself. She felt a twinge of gratitude for having chosen this company, and encountering such a generous fellow townsman. After a moment's contemplation, she finally uttered a single word, yes. Fang Yuan nodded, a promising student indeed. Han Sisi rolled her eyes, still somewhat apprehensive. Brother Fang, where will you acquire such a substantial sum? Fang Yuan jested, not believing that the sisters had swapped roles that night, as Han Yingying had kept this matter from her. You're not my girlfriend, so why the inquiries? At a loss for words, Han Sisi didn't know how to respond. Yet, if she wasn't his girlfriend, why would he lend her such a significant amount? What was his motivation? Han Sisi was utterly perplexed. After a 6-hour drive, they arrived in Zhan City at 10:30 in the evening. Fang Yuan first visited a bank ATM, transferring 200,000 to Han Sisi's bank card. This time, Han Sisi was wiser. She refrained from questioning why he had lent her an additional 40,000, knowing that doing so would only invite his teasing. Upon reaching the People's Hospital, Han Sisi asked Fang Yuan before exiting the car, Brother Fang, how should I explain this to my father? Fang Yuan, feigning ignorance, replied, I'm your superior. It's as simple as that. Han Sisi felt a headache coming on, suspecting that his name was synonymous with pretense. Before she could ponder further, Fang Yuan's playful voice rang in her ears. What? Do you wish for us to have a different kind of relationship? Han Sisi widened her eyes, words lingering on the tip of her tongue, yet unspoken. I want to go up. If your family and friends see me, rumors will undoubtedly spread like wildfire. Remember to settle the IOU. For a fleeting moment, she perceived Fang Guo as truly handsome. A man with responsibility seems to possess an undeniable charm. In her heart, Han Sisi pondered the true nature of Fang Yuan. Chapter 11. Mom, she's just a colleague. Hey, why are you crying again? Fang Yuan observed the situation and promptly offered her a tissue. Han Sisi lifted her head, her delicate, peach blossom eyes evoking a profound sense of sympathy. Thank you, Fang Guo. After saying this, she accepted the tissue, dabbed at the corner of her eyes, and exited the vehicle. Only once out of Fang Yuan's sight did she dare to walk with her head held high. Perhaps the 200,000 was not a significant sum for Fang Yuan, but for her family, it represented her mother's lifeline. The act of providing timely assistance is often more memorable than mere luxury. Watching Han Sisi enter the hospital, Fang Yuan helplessly scratched his head. After all, his sister was not as carefree as his younger sibling. With the successful loan of 200,000, he felt a slight relief. After all, one cannot simply evade their debts. The next step would be to approach his sister. Having been away for half a year, Fang Yuan found himself yearning for home. His family home was a self-built house adjacent to the street, with a breakfast shop on the first floor and living quarters above. At this hour, his parents were likely preparing ingredients for the next day's meals. Indeed, from a distance, he could see the lights still aglow at the entrance. Fang Yuan parked his car at the roadside and entered the shop, calling out, Boss, are you still open? His father looked up, momentarily taken aback. But upon confirming it was indeed his son, he immediately lowered his voice, inquiring, You rascal, why are you back at this hour? Have you been wronged out there? Fang Yuan's expression darkened. It seemed the only times he returned home were during holidays or when he could no longer manage outside. Had it not been for his promotion to supervisor this year, he might have been pressured by his father to take over the breakfast shop. Who on earth comes to a breakfast shop at night? Fang Yuan's father scolded with a laugh. Your son, Fang Yuan retorted. His mother emerged from the kitchen, and upon recognizing her son, her face lit up with joy. Why didn't you call us before coming back? Fang Yuan briefly explained the reason for his return without concealing any details. To his surprise, his mother beamed even brighter and pressed on. Is it a boy or a girl? A girl, Fang Yuan replied honestly. His mother, somewhat incredulous, asked, Is she really just a colleague? Fang Yuan affirmed. He thought that would be the end of it, but the questions grew increasingly absurd. Where is she from in Zhan City? Is she pretty? Is she an only child? For a moment, Fang Yuan regretted mentioning her at all. He could only respond with exasperation. Mom, she's truly just a colleague, not what you're imagining. Fang Ma shot him a glance and continued her incessant nagging. You are not a child anymore. When you find someone you fancy, take the initiative. Don't emulate your father's demeanor like a silent gourd. Upon hearing this, Fang Ba puffed up his cheeks and glared, reaching for a cigarette and stepping outside the shop to smoke. Remaining indoors would only subject him to verbal fire. However, Fang Yuan wished to express that he was not only searching for one this time. He intended to bring someone back to introduce to his mother on a future occasion. Meanwhile, Han Sisi dismissed several friends and relatives who had come to visit at the hospital before daring to explain to Han Ba that she had prepared the funds for the surgery. When Han Ba took the bank card, his hand trembled noticeably. "My girl, have you made a foolish decision?" Han Sisi, with an unwavering heart and a composed demeanor, clarified. "Dad, don't overthink it. He is my superior, merely lending us money for medical treatment. I'll need to write him an IOU later." Han Ba found it somewhat hard to believe, but upon seeing his wife still in a coma on the hospital bed, he felt he had no choice but to accept the surgical fee. "Dad, take the money and arrange for the operation as soon as possible. I've only taken 2 days off. I need to return the day after tomorrow in the afternoon." "My girl, how much older is that superior than you?" "Dad, why do you ask this?" The night passed in silence. The next morning, Fang Yuan brought some breakfast to the People's Hospital from his family's breakfast shop. At this hour, Han Ba was conveniently absent. Fang Yuan observed Han Sisi as she nibbled on a pan-fried dumpling and asked, "Did you sleep on the counter last night?" Han Sisi nodded. "I took turns with my dad watching over." Fang Yuan remarked, "No wonder you have dark circles under your eyes." Han Sisi appeared a bit dejected. "Is it that obvious?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "It does indeed detract from your beauty. Truth be told, you look quite lovely when you're not crying." Han Sisi's cheeks flushed. Upon reflection, she realized she had indeed cried several times in front of Fang Yuan in recent days. Was she truly that unattractive when in tears? Noticing her habit of lowering her head, Fang Yuan cleared his throat. "When does your mother's surgery commence?" Han Sisi replied, "At 1 in the afternoon." Fang Yuan inquired further, "Is everything all right with your sister?" Han Sisi shook her head, and as Fang Yuan prepared to leave, she hurriedly presented him with a neatly folded piece of paper. "Fang Go, this is the IOU." Fang Yuan opened it and glanced inside. "Why isn't there a fingerprint?" Han Sisi was momentarily taken aback, then shyly suggested, "Should I go outside and find a fingerprint to place on it?" Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Do it later. Add your sister's name as well." Han Sisi pouted, puzzled by Fang Yuan's intentions. Was it not sufficient for her to borrow alone? Why insist on both of them borrowing together? As Fang Yuan was about to depart, he unexpectedly ran into Han Ba. Even without keen perception, Han Ba recognized that this young man was the benefactor of their family. Consequently, Fang Yuan's hand was clasped firmly by a burly figure, who repeatedly expressed his gratitude and spoke of repaying the debt. After all, saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. If it weren't for Han Sisi's timely intervention, perhaps Han's father would have shed tears as well. This family seems to possess an inclination towards weeping. However, the look in Han's father's eyes appeared somewhat peculiar. Meanwhile, Han Sisi sat there, her head bowed, consuming her breakfast, seemingly fearful that their conversation might inadvertently touch upon her. Fang Yuan was not oblivious to the situation. He was far from foolish. Han's father was evidently scrutinizing his household registration. The surgery that afternoon proceeded smoothly, and after a night of postoperative recovery, Han's mother had successfully passed the critical period and was transferred to a regular ward for further treatment. From now on, it would be up to Han's father to care for Han's mother alone. Despite her reluctance, Han Sisi had to consider the matter of repaying their debts. It was undoubtedly better for her to join forces with her sister rather than leave her to strive alone. Moreover, as Han's mother gradually recuperated, Han's father could resume his work. With the three of them earning together, they could clear the 200,000 debt within a few years. On Tuesday afternoon at 5 o'clock, Fang Yuan dropped Han Sisi off at the factory entrance before returning to his rented apartment. His fortune hinged on the impending showdown at 4 o'clock that night. After deducting the 20,000 he had lent out and returning another 20,000 to Fang's mother, Fang Yuan found himself with exactly 3 million on hand. The five-star Brazil team was set to face off against the German tank, a matchup brimming with hype. Most people anticipated a fierce confrontation. Who would have thought that the five-star Brazil team, playing on home turf, would nearly be overwhelmed by the German tank? Chapter 12. Odds of 150 to 1. Fang Yuan opened a certain online platform to check the odds for this showdown. A score of 25 was already the highest, with odds of 300 to 1, while a score of 17 could only be placed under the other category, with odds at 150 to 1. Yet, these odds were already quite formidable. Fang Yuan was not merely anxious. This time, he had to go all in without reservation. If all went well, he would invest the entirety of the 3 million. With odds of 150 to 1, that could yield 4.5 billion. Whether the funds would be credited depended entirely on the National Sports Lottery's disposition. There was even no need to split the bets into several transactions. Going all in was, paradoxically, the safest betting strategy. The moment the order was confirmed and submitted, Fang Yuan felt as though his heart was about to leap from his chest. Who understands? This is the wellspring of joy for a gambler. Victory and defeat would be revealed tonight. On the other side, Han Sisi returned to the dormitory only to be besieged by her sister with a barrage of questions. Upon learning that their mother's surgery had been highly successful, Han Yingying's face brightened with joy. She scrutinized the IOU for quite some time, exclaiming, "Sister, why does this IOU still have my name on it?" Han Sisi retorted, "It was Mr. Fong who insisted on adding your name. We'll have to put our fingerprints on it tonight." Han Yingying, on the verge of tears, replied, "Sister, you're not deceiving me, are you?" Han Sisi, feeling exasperated, responded, "Do you really think you could evade repayment?" Han Yingying complained, "How could I dare? I can't even fathom how to express my gratitude for Mr. Fong lending us 200,000. Speaking of this, Han Sisi felt a headache coming on. We should find a time to treat him to a meal. Han Yingying concurred with her elder sister's assertion, suddenly embracing her waist with a mischievous grin and suggested, "Sister, why not become Fong Ji's girlfriend?" Han Sisi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully chided, "Are you trying to sell your sister to settle debts?" With a cheeky smile, Han Yingying replied, "That was your idea, not mine." Han Sisi, feigning annoyance, warned, "Don't joke about such things in front of someone surnamed Fong. He might already have someone he fancies." Han Yingying responded nonchalantly, having already gleaned from the gossip of the ants in the workshop about Fong Yuan's lifestyle over the past 3 years. Fong Ji's character was evidently far superior to that of the supervisor, Wu, who courted her. As the evening shift commenced, Fong Yuan became increasingly restless, his emotions visibly heightened. Even minor irritations prompted him to utter curses. Han Sisi, perplexed by his sudden volatility, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, pondering whether he had lost money in the lottery, which could explain his irritable demeanor. She wondered if he would demand payment from her that very day. Typically, after completing her tasks, Han Sisi would discreetly indulge in a bit of leisure. However, tonight, she felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles. This oppressive atmosphere persisted until 4 in the morning. Han Sisi was taken aback to find that Fong Yuan had not sneaked off to sleep, and although he was irritable, he was noticeably less despondent than before. The busyness of their superiors only highlighted her own idleness, leaving her at a loss. After conversing with the night shift QC supervisor about life, Fong Yuan finally felt a sense of relief. It turned out that suppressing his frustrations for 2 weeks had been unbearable. A good rant had alleviated much of his tension. Returning to his workstation, he glanced at Han Sisi, who was idly sitting there. He then pulled out a Red Bull from his pocket and handed it to her, instructing, "Go with your sister to the factory entrance and buy a few bottles of Dongpa. This time, make sure to deliver 1 bottle each to the night shift QC team leader and supervisor." Han Sisi, momentarily bewildered, inquired, "Fong Go, should I buy one for you as well?" Fong Yuan shot her an incredulous look, exclaiming, "How foolish. Are you going to buy something and not keep a little for yourself?" Realizing her question made her seem rather dim-witted, Han Sisi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Fong Yuan, loosening his collar for some air, waved his hand dismissively. "Hurry back, I'm parched." On the green field, the yellow host team was locked in a fierce contest with the black-red German team, and after nearly 10 minutes, both sides were still exchanging blows. In a previous life, Fong Yuan would have felt increasingly disheartened watching this match. However, now, his heart raced with excitement. Logically, he should be elated. Yet, in truth, he felt a surge of panic. This match represented a gamble of a lifetime for him. It was settled. Thereafter, he would lead a life of financial freedom. As he became engrossed in the game, the sisters who were running errands for him were left in a state of despair. Their faces betrayed a profound sense of disillusionment. Han Sisi, feeling utterly frustrated, couldn't shake the feeling that Fong Go was deliberately putting her in a bind. No wonder this time the QC team leader and supervisor from the quality department had to be delivered water. It turns out that her own leader had just gone off to engage in idle chatter with someone else. The two sisters had just delivered the water and naturally did not receive any pleasant expressions in return. After Han Sisi distributed the water among several team leaders in the workshop, she made her way towards the office area. Fong Yuan was reclining in his chair, casually observing the computer screen, when he suddenly kicked his foot forward. This reminded her of her father, Han, watching football. Whenever there was a goal, his foot would instinctively kick out. Sure enough, Fong Gu was indeed watching football. Han Sisi placed the remaining money and a bottle of dongpeng on the desk. Fong Gu, here's your soda. I bought a total of 11 bottles, and there's still 67 yuan left. Fong Yuan, without lifting his head, acknowledged her with a grunt, took the drink, and gulped down a few sips before finally looking at her, noticing her evident frustration. Want to watch the game together? Han Sisi lacked the courage to indulge in such idleness and politely declined. Fong Gu, I want to watch. You go ahead. Fong Yuan did not insist. The match had progressed to the 30th minute, with the score reaching 5-0. The barrage of comments was filled with the lamentations of those who had bet on the game. Damn it, refund us. Tonight, we're all lining up on the rooftop. Without Neymar, what fighting spirit does Brazil possess? Germany, take it easy in the second half. Don't let another 5 goals come in half an hour, or else Brazilian fans might get unruly. After reading some of the comments, Fong Yuan found it amusing. The joys and sorrows of people do not intersect. It was truly hilarious. At that moment, Han Sisi, having completed her report on the substandard products, tilted her head to glance over. Fong Gu, did you bet on Germany to win? Fong Yuan replied, not too foolishly. Han Sisi scratched her head. Finding it easy to guess, seeing him so cheerful, it couldn't possibly mean he had made a wrong bet. Fong Yuan generously declared, after work, I'll invite your sister. Fong Gu will treat you both to rice rolls. Han Sisi's eyes flickered uncertainly as she contemplated her decision. Fong Yuan tapped her head with a pen. You want to even eat rice rolls? Han Sisi snapped back to reality. Fong Gu, I want to treat you. Fong Yuan, somewhat concerned, asked, do you have money? Han Sisi blushed. Yes, I do. Fong Yuan felt a sense of glee. The thoughts of these two sisters were indeed quite simple. As the second half began, after Germany scored another goal, Fong Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His bet on the negative outcome had finally triggered. He happily patted Han Sisi's head. She, feeling quite embarrassed, protested repeatedly. Fong Gu, why do you keep patting my head? Fong Yuan replied, I'm happy. What sort of reason was that? Your happiness has nothing to do with me. If you're able, go pat your own head. Han Sisi puffed her cheeks, wanting to argue with Fong Yuan. Then you pat your own. Fong Yuan completely ignored her. Han Sisi decided to follow his example and indulge in idleness, watching the World Cup. Chapter 13, 4. 5 billion received. Han Sisi did not understand football. After a while of watching, she began to feel a bit drowsy and dared not continue her idleness. She feared that she might be caught slacking off in front of her superior, which would not reflect well on her. In this regard, she was quite self-aware. While her boss could afford to be leisurely, she could only indulge occasionally. Fong Yuan, having finished his drink, glanced at Han Sisi and said, after this week's night shift, I plan to discuss my resignation with the boss. Han Sisi was momentarily taken aback, recalling that her sister had mentioned this before. Seizing the opportunity, she inquired, Brother Fong, are you really going to start your own business? Fong Yuan nodded. What future does working for others hold? After a few years of alternating shifts, one becomes disheartened. Han Sisi resonated deeply with his sentiment. After just over a week of night shifts, she felt completely worn out. The only reason she was still enduring was the 20,000 yuan debt she owed Fong Yuan. Moreover, she believed that although Fong Yuan appeared relatively relaxed, his circumstances were not significantly better than hers. In her memory, as soon as he started work, his phone never ceased ringing. The thought of becoming like that in the future made Han Sisi feel a bit unsettled. After some internal conflict, she asked, Brother Fong, what exactly does your last mention of e-commerce entail? Fong Yuan feigned ignorance. Did you not ask about it last time? He found her question unremarkable, fully aware that the sisters often discussed work matters after hours. After all, he had once been in a similar position, dining with colleagues and sharing stories about their work experiences, often criticizing their former superiors. Han Sisi was certainly not foolish enough to admit that she had deceived her sister that night. As long as Fong Yuan did not expose her, she intended to keep that incident hidden. She then feigned innocence, saying, Brother Fong, you didn't provide me with an answer last time. She was putting on an act, trying hard to maintain her facade. Fong Yuan, without a word, picked up a pen, ready to give her a playful tap. Han Sisi instinctively tilted her head away, distancing herself. With an exasperated tap on the table, he opened the Taobao interface for her to see again. I want to create a shopping website similar to Taobao. Han Sisi was left bewildered. Her understanding of e-commerce was merely about setting up an online store to sell products. Fong Yuan, seemingly finding a perfect audience, passionately shared the model of Pinduoduo, showcasing the vision and perspective that a reborn individual ought to possess. This was an exhilarating display of bravado. Regardless of whether Han Sisi truly comprehended it, he relished the opportunity to boast. Han Sisi nodded vigorously. In truth, she did not grasp it fully. But she could not afford to show her confusion. If what Fang Yuan said was indeed accurate, it was quite impressive. The question remained. However, where would Fang Yuan procure the funds to venture into entrepreneurship? In her understanding, the realm of the internet was typically inhabited by the affluent. Fang Yuan had worked at the factory for 3 years, during which he not only purchased a car, but also lent her 200,000. Accumulating such a sum solely through his salary was certainly unattainable. Could it be that he truly struck it rich through lottery tickets? Fang Yuan felt the moment was ripe and promptly invited her to assist him in mining, shifting the topic. Would you consider helping me with some tasks? Han Sisi remained indecisive. I need to think it over. Fang Yuan, however, was in no rush. Fishing required patience. Let us not forget that the two sisters still owed him both favors and debts. Moreover, his immediate target was not the elder sister, but rather the younger one. He believed that Han Yingying could not possibly endure for more than half a month under Wu Feng's harsh treatment. When it came to tormenting these production trainees, he had quite the method. After all, there were a limited number of supervisory positions available, and should these trainees remain, they might very well ascend to power one day. Everyone appeared courteous on the surface, claiming to take good care of the newcomers, yet behind the scenes, they were all aware of the dynamics. It was best for a new batch to come and go. To stay, one must first endure the trials of society and pay their dues. Exemplified by the tradition of having those production trainees take turns footing the bill for meals each week. Fang Yuan had her firmly in his grasp. Have you not pressed your thumbprint on the IOU yet? Han Sisi looked embarrassed. I couldn't find the ink. Fang Yuan was speechless. Could you not have asked me for it? Do you wish to become a deadbeat? No, Han Sisi hurriedly explained, her cheeks slightly flushed. Did you bring the IOU? Fang Yuan teased her a bit more, knowing that this girl was prone to tears. I did, Han Sisi replied, retrieving a neatly folded IOU from her pocket. So, she had carried it with her all along. It seemed that the elder sister was simply too shy. Had it been the younger sister, she would have inquired about the ink long ago. After confirming that the name on the document included her younger sister Han Yingying, he said to her, the ink is on Ping Jia's desk. Do you need me to teach you how to press your thumbprint? Han Sisi felt quite vexed. No need. For some reason, she always felt her intellect insufficient in Fang Yuan's presence. After sending Han Sisi away, the semi-final match approached its conclusion. The game had progressed to the 85th minute, with a score of 0-7. The outcome was devoid of any suspense. At this point, those still watching the match were likely eager to see how many more goals the German team could score. Even the Brazilian fans in the stands could no longer bear to watch and began to leave. After a few minutes, the Brazilian team finally managed to score a goal, and with the referee's whistle, the final score was set at 1-7. Such a score, for a footballing nation, could be considered a national tragedy to some extent. It was indeed dismal. In a brightly lit conference room at the Provincial Lottery Center, the director, who had been sound asleep, was summoned to work overtime due to a phone call. The reason? Someone had won a staggering 4.5 billion in the lottery. This unexpected windfall disrupted his plans. And what was more, the winning ticket had been purchased through an online channel, with the terminal already displaying a successful transaction. The conclusion can no longer be altered. What remains is to report this information and await leadership's approval. After serving as director for many years, this is the first time I have encountered such a ruthless individual. A wager of 3 million on a negative outcome. If he does not win, who will? Fang Yuan silently shut down the live stream and skillfully opened the betting page on a certain platform. Simultaneously, his phone vibrated. It was not a notification of a bank transfer, but rather a message from the Provincial Sports Lottery Center, instructing him to claim his prize there. The betting order on that platform indeed appeared different from the previous one, indicating that he must visit the Provincial Sports Lottery Center. The money seemed to have arrived, yet not quite. Before he could ponder further, his phone rang again, displaying a call from the Provincial Sports Lottery Center. After a lengthy conversation, Fang Yuan ended the call. Tomorrow, he would go to claim his winnings. His fate was sealed. Barely 10 minutes had passed when Fang Yuan stumbled upon news online about a certain gentleman in Yancheng who had won 4.5 billion in the World Cup match between Brazil and Germany by placing a 3 million bet on a negative outcome at odds of 150-1. The headlines were ablaze on Weibo, igniting a frenzy across the news landscape that evening. The speed of the reports left him momentarily stunned, as if a news release had been hastily produced overnight. This development, in fact, reassured Fong Yuan even further. The Lottery Center's publication of such news effectively validated his win. All he desired was the money, while the Lottery Center sought to leverage this publicity for their own gain. It appeared to be a loss, yet in reality, it was a significant victory. As subsequent matches unfolded, an increasing number of gamblers would undoubtedly follow suit. Perhaps, in the end, the Lottery Center would profit even more. Brother Fong, do you think this approach is feasible? After nearly half an hour's absence, Han Sisi returned to her workstation, leading Fong Yuan to suspect that the two sisters had been slacking off. Did it truly take half an hour just to go to the office for a fingerprint? Fong Yuan smiled and inquired, "Did you step outside for some fresh air?" Han Sisi quickly denied it. "No?" Fong Yuan, bewildered, asked, "Then why the delay?" She puffed her cheeks. Supervisor Wu Wun-ti let Ying leave. Suddenly, Fong Yuan understood. "Your sister seems to be having a tough time. That Wu is a bit eccentric." Han Sisi was slightly taken aback, yet a smile graced her face as she nodded without offering her opinion, harboring reasonable suspicion that Fong Yuan was attempting to set her up. After all, on her very first day, Fong Yuan had teased her about not speaking ill of him behind his back, suggesting that if she wished to scold him, she could do so openly. To his surprise, Fong Yuan then asked her, "Do you think I'm eccentric?" This left Han Sisi momentarily flustered. She could only shake her head vigorously in denial. Fong Yuan persisted. "Have you ever cursed me after work?" Han Sisi pressed her lips together, her eyes darting, caught between speaking and remaining silent. Observing the conflicted expression on her face, Fong Yuan felt he had a clear understanding of the situation. The young woman undoubtedly has her fair share of grievances about him. Han Sisi denied the accusations thrice. "It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Please don't." Fong Yuan beckoned her over with a gesture, urging her to come a little closer. Han Sisi swiftly evaded, rushing to the production line to fulfill her duties under Fong Yuan's supervision. Fong Yuan remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. It is said that a child cannot be taught. There is still ample time ahead to guide her further. At 8:05 a.m., after completing the shift handover, Fong Yuan took the car keys and stood to leave. Just then, Han Sisi called out to him, "Brother Fong, aren't you having breakfast?" "No, I have some matters to attend to," he replied without turning back as he exited the workshop. Han Sisi sighed. Skipping breakfast would save a few dollars, but the thought of clearing a debt of 200,000 within a year weighed heavily on her mind, nearly driving her to despair. After a prolonged delay, Han Ying finally arrived at her sister's office, only to find her sister packing up. Confused, she asked, "Sister, didn't we say we'd invite Brother Fong for breakfast? Why are you the only one here?" Han Sisi shrugged. Brother Fong had something to attend to and left early. Han Ying pouted. "Then what should we do?" Han Sisi smacked her lips. "Maybe next time." Han Ying responded with a simple "Oh." What urgent matters could Brother Fong possibly have? Could it be that he won the lottery? As it turned out, he indeed had won. In a single night, news spread wildly on social media about a citizen from Yangcheng who had wagered 3 million on a losing bet and won a staggering 4.5 billion. The online discussions were rampant. Is it certain that the director didn't win the lottery himself? There must be an insider. Halt all transactions. I've been waiting on the rooftop for ages, and you tell me someone won 4.5 billion. That's more painful than a death sentence. One couldn't help but chuckle. Surely no one believed this wasn't an inside job. The Lottery Redemption Center in Ueshio was a place Fong Yuan had never visited before for such a significant prize. Outside, a banner congratulated the Yangcheng citizen for winning the 4.5 billion jackpot the previous night. Had it not been for the fact that he was the winner himself, Fong Yuan might have suspected foul play. The processing speed was astonishingly swift. Under the guidance of the staff, Fong Yuan soon found himself in a reception office. Although it was his first time in such a place, he could sense that the group of men and women in professional attire waiting outside were all there for him. They were likely representatives from charitable organizations and bank managers. The Lottery Center had clearly made all necessary arrangements. It would be hard to conclude without some form of acknowledgement. While he sipped tea, the bald director entered the reception room, his expression betraying no sign of emotion. It was evident that they had thoroughly scrutinized Fong Yuan's identity information long before his arrival. The bald director, straightforward as ever, said, "Mr. Fong, please provide your mobile order. We need to verify the relevant details on site." Fong Yuan had no objections and opened a certain online shopping platform to confirm with the bald director. The more the director looked, the more astonished he became. After years in this profession, it was the first time he encountered someone so extraordinary. The bill from the online platform indicated that within less than 10 days, Mr. Fong had transformed 20,000 yuan into 4.5 billion. Furthermore, no single bet exceeded 10,000 yuan, and taxes were not applicable. It appeared that his previous perspective had been rather limited. After a lengthy silence, the bald director finally raised his head, a broad smile adorning his face. Congratulations, Mr. Fong. After verifying your order information, there are no issues. Please wait a moment. We will issue you a check for 4.5 billion, which can be cashed at several banks cooperating with our lottery center. The choice of bank will depend on your preference. Fong Yuan acknowledged this and provided his identification details. After a series of procedures, 2 hours later, he finally received the check for 4.5 billion. As Fong Yuan appeared, a crowd in the reception hall quickly surrounded him. Some urged him to donate, while others suggested he deposit his money in the bank, claiming that spending would prevent misfortune. Fong Yuan had already devised a plan. Each charity present would receive a donation of 100,000 yuan. It was not that he desired to donate more. Rather, he was wary of giving without any follow-up, as not everyone wished to become a scapegoat. Contributing to these so-called charitable organizations was merely a gesture. He thought it more prudent to deposit the money in a bank to earn interest. Subsequently, Fong Yuan deposited 100 million yuan in a fixed-term account at a branch of a commercial bank, yielding an annual interest of 60, which was sufficient to purchase a house in Yangqing each year from the interest alone. This fixed deposit also elevated Fong Yuan's status to that of a patriarch to the bank's president, with all services custom-tailored to him. He suspected that he might soon request to have a dedicated client manager by his side for leisurely pursuits. The fixed deposit could be considered his safety net. Should he ever lose everything, this 100 million would ensure his comfort for a lifetime. The remaining 3.4 billion was treated as a demand deposit, also held at the commercial bank, thereby increasing his capital for future loans. By 3 p.m, Fong Yuan returned to his rented apartment and promptly transferred 1 million yuan each to his father and mother. His father immediately called, "Son, a fool just transferred 1 million to your mother and me. Could it be a scam?" Fong Yuan explained, "That fool is me." His father inquired further, "Did you go to Myanmar to make money?" Fong Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed. "I won the lottery last night and transferred 2 million to support you and mom." His father was left speechless, and then his mother's voice came through the phone. "How much did you win?" Fong Yuan evasively replied, "Not much." Fong Ma was well aware. "All right, let us hold on to this money for now. But please refrain from spreading this matter in the relatives group chat to avoid constant inquiries from family members." Fong Yuan silently commended his mother for her understanding nature. A mother's words indeed carried weight. Chapter 14. Would you accept an offer of 8,500 a month? Sister. The trending topic on Weibo mentioned that someone won over 400 million in last night's World Cup. That victory does not concern you. So why are you so elated? Han Yingying dismissed the remark. It's because the comments are so delightful. Han Sisi, uninterested, replied, "I'm more concerned about how much data I have left on my mobile." Han Yingying's face fell. There should be about 200 megabytes remaining. Han Sisi scoffed. That was half an hour ago. A text message regarding her data had arrived 10 minutes prior. Reluctantly, Han Yingying returned the phone to her sister, realizing that work hours were fast approaching. The thought of encountering her lecherous supervisor, Wu, again that evening was disheartening, particularly after last night, when they gathered to watch the World Cup, leaving her with little opportunity to sit. If this torment continued for a few more nights, she would surely lose her sanity. After much internal deliberation, Han Yingying leaned her head on her sister's shoulder, venting her frustrations. "Sister, did you inquire about Fong Ji's entrepreneurial endeavors last night?" Han Sisi, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, responded, "I did. It's not the online shop you imagine. He aims to create a shopping website akin to Taobao." Han Yingying expressed her surprise. "That sounds quite impressive." Han Sisi concurred. "I think so as well." Han Yingying mused. "Perhaps I should work for Fong Go." Han Sisi playfully nudged her head. "Let us not forget we owe him 200,000 yuan. What would it look like for debtors to work under their creditor?" Han Yingying cleared her throat. "Sister, you must have heard the gossip regarding you and Fong Go." Han Sisi widened her eyes. "What gossip could there possibly be between us?" "Where did you hear that?" Han Yingying explained. "From my lecherous supervisor, of course. They say Fong Gu is pursuing you." Han Sisi felt an unexpected blush creep onto her cheeks. Fang Guo insists that man is simply deranged. Han Yingying wholeheartedly agreed, oblivious to her sister's discomfort, and began to criticize Wu fervently. After venting about their boss, her curiosity remained unquenched. Sister, is it true that Fang Guo is not pursuing you? Han Sisi shrugged. How would I know? Why don't you ask him? Han Yingying lacked the courage for such a confrontation. Seeing her sister's serious demeanor, she relented. Speculation held little credibility. They spent every day together. Could any secret affair truly remain hidden from her discerning gaze? Moreover, she often checked her sister's WeChat, where there were hardly any messages exchanged with Fang Guo, and those that existed pertained strictly to work. Han Sisi wished to steer the conversation away from this topic and shifted to discussing Fang Yuan's intention to resign. Han Yingying gazed at her incredulously. Sister, you must be mistaken. Han Sisi shook her head. He told me himself last night that after completing this week's night shifts, he intends to resign. Yet, Han Yingying began to fret. Did he mention when he plans to start his own venture? Han Sisi replied, no. Han Yingying implored, Sister, could you inquire about it during your night shift? Han Sisi retorted, you should ask him yourself. I have no desire to work for him. Han Yingying grimaced. Then perhaps we could invite him for dinner this weekend to ask. That night at work, Han Sisi initially intended to discuss the gossip her sister had mentioned, but she found no opportunity during the first half of the night. To her surprise, she saw no sign of Fang Yuan during the latter half. It seemed the leader's diligence was merely a fleeting whim. However, Fang seemed to be in high spirits, smiling at everyone after hastily finishing his errands that morning. Given that he had spent the previous night engrossed in the World Cup, Han Sisi began to suspect that Fang Yuan had struck it rich again. Unfortunately, she felt that such fortune was not meant for her, and she resigned herself to the grind of working to pay off debts. In the following days, Fang Yuan's enthusiasm for work waned significantly. His drive to strive had seemingly evaporated. Nonetheless, his life had not altered drastically despite a few newfound aspirations. Years of entrenched habits do not change overnight. He still dutifully clocked in and out each day. During night shifts, he often slacked off, while in the daytime, he strolled around Tianhe. He felt no urgency, as he contemplated persuading the two sisters to leave the factory alongside him. Moreover, the most absurd incident occurred when the news spread in the production department that Fang Yuan had taken leave with Han Sisi to attend to matters back home. Han Sisi had even vented her frustrations about this to him. Fang Yuan knew it was Wu Feng and his group spreading the rumors, so he decisively called Wu Feng to reprimand him and subsequently shared a long-kept artistic photograph in the production department's WeChat group. This photograph captured a moment when Wu Feng's clique discussed the brevity of life with a vocational school girl. Old Chen swiftly dealt with the situation, resulting in the vocational school girl resigning after being persuaded. Wu Feng was demoted to deputy supervisor. Why was he not dismissed altogether? Because no one could surpass him. Typically, the company refrains from arbitrary firings, opting instead for demotions or minor salary deductions. Fang Yuan was also fined 1,000 yuan, a consequence that barely stung. During a meeting, Old Chen chastised him, emphasizing the need for departmental unity and threatening direct dismissal for any future incidents. Fang Yuan took it all in one ear and let it out the other, dismissing the matter entirely. He planned to submit his resignation the following Monday, forgoing his salary, relishing the thought of leaving the obstinate leader in disarray. While Fang Yuan relished his impending departure, the sisters were enveloped in their own troubles. Han Sisi found herself surrounded by gossip. Han Yingying has been living through days that feel like years lately, yearning to resign. Unfortunately, she lacks the courage to do so, as even finding a place to stay post-resignation would pose a challenge. Thus, she must grit her teeth and persevere. On Saturday evening, Fang Yuan was invited out for dinner by the two sisters. These young women exhibit a commendable sense of gratitude. From his observations, they have utilized the funds from their bank cards solely for their mother's treatment. They lead frugal lives, opting for the cafeteria whenever possible. Alas, fortune has not favored them. However, sometimes foolish individuals find unexpected blessings. They return to the same Cantonese restaurant they had visited before. This meal was a farewell gathering for the three of them. Han Sisi proactively poured a glass of apple vinegar for Fang Yuan, expressing her gratitude for his recent assistance. Fang Yuan waved his hand, indicating he could serve himself. After they had eaten their fill, Han Yingying began to vent about her superior, Wu Feng, in front of Fang Yuan, revealing the extent of her pent-up frustration. Once the sisters had finished their complaints, he spoke up. Ying, how about you become my assistant? I'll offer you a monthly salary of 8,500, along with room and board and full social benefits. Han Ying blinked. Feng, what does an assistant do? Han Cici perked up her ears, listening intently. Feng Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, handling the daily, trivial matters of the boss. Han Ying seized upon his words. Feng, shouldn't it pertain to work-related tasks? Feng Yuan replied, somewhat irritated. Why ask so much? Do you want the job or not? I plan to resign next Monday, and you and your sister can continue to toil away here for your earnings. Han Ying felt a mix of anger and helplessness. Considering a salary of 8,500 a month, it was certainly preferable to enduring the current environment. After a silent exchange of glances with her sister, Han Ying inquired, Feng, are you hiring just one assistant? Ignoring Han Cici's pleading gaze, Feng Yuan nodded. Han Cici felt a pang of sadness, nearly on the verge of tears. With Feng gone, would there still be a place for her in this company? Chapter 15. The two with a secret affair. Feng Yuan could no longer bear to witness the despondency of the sister. He added, I also need a secretary, Cici. Would you like to consider it? Han Cici bit her lip, contemplating her options. Feng Yuan had no objections. Her rationality was not necessarily a disadvantage. If she decided to join, a position could be created for her. There would always be a role she would find appealing. Han Ying, with a glint in her eye, tentatively asked, Feng, what is the difference between an assistant and a secretary? Feng Yuan, uncertain, replied, you'll have to figure that out. Han Ying pouted in response. If even the boss was unsure of the duties, how reliable could this opportunity be? Nevertheless, Han Ying was determined to leave the factory behind. Unreliable or not, she had to muster the resolve to take on the challenge. An 8,500 salary, along with room and board, was surely the pinnacle of wages for a second-tier university graduate. Feng Yuan turned to Han Ying and said, please come over tomorrow to help me tidy up the rental apartment. I will be moving out in a couple of days. Han Ying, with a hint of innocence, replied, Brother Feng, does that count as my workday? Feng Yuan found her naivety amusing and responded, do you think it counts? Han Ying, summoning her courage, answered, I suppose it does. Feng Yuan smiled without further commentary and turned to his silent sister, asking, Cici, what do you think? Han Cici felt a wave of annoyance. Why was this being dragged into her domain? Upholding her respect for her superior, she hesitantly muttered, I don't think it does. Han Ying glanced between the two, her eyes darting as if she had stumbled upon a remarkable revelation. Could it be that they were secretly involved? There was a distinct possibility. Feng Yuan waved his hand dismissively and declared, all right, how about this? You both come over tomorrow to help me clean, and I'll reward each of you 50 yuan. The sisters exchanged eye rolls, feeling exploited without any sign of compensation from the company. Truly, capitalists shared a common trait. Are you coming or not? At least respond. When they remained silent, he took it as their tacit agreement and added, here, have a Red Bull. After speaking, Feng Yuan left the private room, heading to the front desk to settle the bill. The sisters demonstrated commendable frugality, having ordered 5 or 6 dishes for only 200 yuan. A notable achievement considering they barely had a few hundred to their names. By the time the sisters finished packing 2 uneaten dishes, Feng Yuan had already completed the payment and was waiting for them in the car. Han Cici and Han Ying exchanged glances, realizing they were now indebted without having returned the favor. When would they ever settle this? In their dormitory, the sisters were engaged in career planning. Han Ying, her cheeks puffed with enthusiasm, expressed her bright vision for the future. Sister, if we both work for Brother Feng, we could each earn 8,500 yuan a month, saving 200,000 yuan a year. What are you still considering? Han Cici glanced at her, feeling exasperated. Don't you think that's quite unrealistic? Han Ying, struggling to comprehend her sister's skepticism, countered, what's unrealistic about it? Han Cici sighed. Firstly, the salary is abnormal, and secondly, I can't fathom why he would hire us. Han Ying pouted defiantly, I don't care about all that. I'm resigning with Brother Feng on Monday. Han Cici, feeling the weight of responsibility, exclaimed, then what about me? Han Ying shrugged, you can be Brother Feng's secretary. Han Cici retorted, does a boss's secretary just get to be anyone? Han Ying, with a teasing tone, remarked, how would I know what is happening between you two? Han Cici, feeling frustrated, wanted to demand an explanation, but Han Ying quickly seized the opportunity to climb into bed and sleep. There was nothing between her and Feng Yuan. Yet he had inadvertently fueled rumors that further solidified the misconception of their relationship. She felt utterly aggrieved by the misunderstanding, tormented by the unjust accusations. Recently, Han Cece has been frequently questioned about her relationship status. Each time she visits the production department to deliver documents, she is playfully teased. Cece, are you and Fong Yuan dating? What irks her the most is that brother Fong often joins in the banter, leaving her quite perplexed. Early the next morning, Fong Yuan drove to the factory's entrance. He made his first call, but no one answered. Well, it seems the weekend has turned you into a late sleeper, he mused. After another attempt, Han Cece finally picked up. Haven't you two gotten out of bed yet? Fong Yuan inquired. Brother Fong, you asked us to help you tidy up your rental at 9. She replied. Hurry down. I'm waiting for you at the factory entrance. The sisters, rubbing their sleepy eyes, got out of bed, especially Han Yingying, who appeared particularly listless, clearly having stayed up late on her phone the previous night. Han Yingying intended to wear shorts, but upon seeing her sister changing into a skirt, she exclaimed, Sister, why are you wearing a skirt? We're not going out for fun. Mind your own business, her sister retorted. Then I'll wear one too. Upon seeing the sisters emerge in skirts, Fong Yuan was momentarily baffled. Have you two forgotten the main task at hand? Han Yingying, seated in the back, chirped happily. Brother Fong, my sister says wearing skirts is perfectly fine for tidying up. Han Cece shot her sister a glare. Silence doesn't make you a mute, she thought. Fong Yuan turned to wink at Han Cece, who instinctively brushed her hair back. Feeling flustered, while Han Yingying wore a mischievous grin, clearly suspecting something. It's no wonder my sister opted for a skirt to tidy up. It must be for Brother Fong's sake. After a brief drive, it was the sisters' first visit to Fong Yuan's rental, which was surprisingly tidy. Fong Yuan briefly explained to Han Yingying what to discard and what to keep. Unable to contain her curiosity, Han Yingying asked, Brother Fong, where does my sister fit into all this? Fong Yuan shot her a look. Your sister is coming with me to look for a rental. Han Yingying's eyes widened in disbelief, and Han Cece was equally taken aback by the sudden suggestion that she accompany him to view properties. Han Yingying sought clarification from her sister, who admitted she was in the dark as well. Brother Fong, this is terribly unfair. Han Yingying lamented. Fong Yuan teased. Life is full of unfairness. Can 100 yuan settle this? Han Yingying hesitated, and as Fong Yuan fished out his pockets, he added, 300. With newfound determination. She replied, Brother Fong, I promise to complete the task. Fong Yuan counted out 3 bills from his wallet and handed them to her. Here, the money is yours. Han Cece felt inclined to suggest, perhaps I should also come and help with the tidying, but the words that escaped her lips were, Brother Fong, where are we going to look for a rental? Fong Yuan, uninterested in elaborating, replied, just a casual stroll. This statement, overheard by Han Yingying, was interpreted as a clear indication that the two were going on a date. She resolved to inquire further with her sister later, feeling quite left out for so long. Upon arriving at the parking area, Fong Yuan beckoned to Han Cece, inviting her to take the passenger seat. Unable to conjure a rebuttal, Han Cece complied and settled into her seat. Fong Yuan inquired, have you made up your mind about resigning? Han Cece intertwined her fingers, her gaze lowered as she replied. Not yet. Fong Yuan gently patted her head, asking about her aunt's recovery and whether there were any adverse reactions. No. She can be discharged after another month of rehabilitation, Han Cece responded. She attempted to push Fong Yuan's hand away, only to have it caught unexpectedly. Oh, your palms are sweating. He teased. Why are you so nervous? Is that a dress you wore today just for me? It's not, she retorted. Fong Yuan chuckled, already having his suspicions confirmed. Chapter 16. I'll free up 2 rooms in my villa for you, with all meals and accommodation included. In the Zhujiang villa community, Fong Yuan met with manager Zhao, the real estate agent he had arranged to meet the previous night. Han Cece initially thought Fong Yuan was joking about coming here to rent a house, but was surprised to find he was serious. The villas were evidently expensive, particularly given their prime location in Zhujiang New Town. Having never been in such affluent circles, Han Cece was beginning to grasp the extent of Fong Yuan's wealth. Manager Zhao, with an air of affluence, seemed to fit right in. It was clear that obtaining properties from such channels was no small feat. And Fong Yuan silently commended the connections of the bank manager, Mr. Li. The network of a bank president is vast, encompassing even real estate agents. Should fortune smile upon him, he would need to save more in fixed deposits, steadfast in his aspirations to follow in his father's footsteps. Upon seeing that Fong Yuan's vehicle was a Mazda, Manager Zhao was slightly taken aback, but maintained an enthusiastic demeanor as he engaged Fang Yuan in conversation. In a city like Yangcheng, one cannot assess a person's wealth solely by their car or age. Moreover, the young woman accompanying Fang Yuan was rather attractive. Zhao had encountered many wealthy individuals who enjoyed playing the humble card. The fact that Fang Yuan sought to rent in Zhujiang Villa was a testament to his capability. Fang Yuan and Han Sisi were driven by manager Zhao to the Zhujiang Villa community, where they viewed a semi-detached villa located at number 3 Hanju Street. Spanning a total area of 366 square meters, it boasted 3 floors and 5 bedrooms, complete with a small garden. All necessary amenities were present. And despite the owner being abroad, the villa was impeccably maintained, not resembling a space that had been vacant for long. Situated in Zhujiang New Town, it was convenient for commuting, as the company offices would also be established nearby. The monthly rent was 150,000, with the selling price exceeding 80 million. Fang Yuan felt it unnecessary to squander his current financial resources on such a venture, especially since he was not in a position to purchase property at the moment. In a first-tier city like Yangcheng, one must first contribute to Social Security for 5 years before being eligible to buy a home, which was a rather vexing requirement. However, Fang Yuan's aspirations were not so stringent. He simply desired a comfortable living space. After half an hour of viewing, Fang Yuan felt quite satisfied and, accompanied by manager Zhao, went to the real estate agency to sign the contract. This duplex villa was available for lease starting from 6 months, so he decided to rent it for a year to test the waters. Han Sisi spent the entire time in a state of astonishment. The monthly rent was nearly equivalent to the debt she owed. It seemed that Fang Ge had indeed struck gold that night. No wonder he appeared so elated. He even patted her head affectionately. At noon, Fang Yuan, adhering to the principle of proximity, took Han Sisi to Haidaleo near Huaqing Avenue for a meal. In his previous life, he had dined there a few times with classmates. A meal for 2 would surely cost no less than 300 to 400 yuan. This, however, was Han Sisi's first visit, and everything felt refreshingly novel to her. After placing their order, she followed Fang Yuan to learn how to prepare the dipping sauces. Marveling at how dining could be so elegant, Fang Yuan chose a private room, complete with a dedicated waiter to serve the dishes. There was hardly any need for them to worry about anything. As long as they didn't feel awkward, everything would be fine. Fang Yuan was unconcerned, but Han Sisi felt a bit reserved. She thought that next time, when bringing her 2 sisters to Haidaleo, it would be better not to have the waiter lingering in the room. An hour later, as they exited Haidaleo, Fang Yuan asked her, "How was the food?" Han Sisi instinctively nodded. "Was it very expensive?" Fang Yuan handed her the receipt. "Where's the expense?" "It was just over 400. Han Sisi smacked her lips. "Fang Ge, I'm poor." Fang Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. "Next time, bring Ying along too." Han Sisi pursed her lips, puzzled as to why he would want to include her sister in their dining outings. He had even touched her hand without any indication of his feelings. Why was he always reminding her of her sister? Han Sisi felt a twinge of frustration. In the afternoon, Fang Yuan took Han Ying to the villa, providing them with 100,000 yuan in cash to purchase some necessities. As Han Ying examined the lengthy list they had compiled, she couldn't help but voice her confusion. "Fang Ge, why do you need to buy so many pillows and bed linens when you live alone?" Han Sisi also looked at him in bewilderment. Fang Yuan, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed, lifted his head. "Who said I live alone?" At his words, Han Sisi's heart tightened. Han Ying thought of Fang Yuan's parents. Oh, if uncle and aunt come to Yangcheng, they would have a place to stay. Fang Yuan shot her a disapproving glance. "2 of the rooms in this house are reserved for you." Han Sisi and Han Ying exclaimed in unison, "Fang Ge, there's no such thing as free lodging and meals." Fang Yuan scratched his head. "You don't have to stay, but if you rent a place outside, the cost will be deducted from your salaries, which doesn't count as free lodging and meals." Han Ying protested. "How can that be?" Han Sisi nodded in agreement. Renting and dining in this area, with a monthly salary of over 500 yuan, they would be fortunate to save 5,000. Fang Yuan waved his hand and said, "Whether to join is entirely your decision. If you choose not to, I shall continue recruiting. I will commence preparations for my entrepreneurial venture next week." Han Ying bit her lip and inquired, "Brother Fang, where do you intend to establish your office?" Fang Yuan replied, "Perhaps in a nearby office building. It would be convenient for commuting." After saying this, he rose to leave. The 2 sisters exchanged glances, sensing that Fang Yuan may have ulterior motives. Han Sisi playfully tapped her sister's forehead. Do you genuinely wish to reside in the same villa as him? Han Yingying pinched her sister's waist. What's wrong? Are you feeling jealous? Han Sisi, exasperated, retorted. Could you use your brain for once? Han Yingying, in a fit of reckless defiance, exclaimed. Who was it that left me alone to clean this morning while going out on a date with someone else? Han Sisi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Just as she was about to respond, Feng Yuan, having changed his attire, called out to them. Have you two made your decision? Han Yingying asked, Brother Feng, are there no other options? Feng Yuan answered, there are. If you choose not to participate, there's no need for any inner turmoil. It's quite simple. Han Yingying boldly pressed on. So what exactly will the assistant be doing? Feng Yuan explained, the assistant will help the boss manage various tasks, including, but not limited to both work and personal matters. Han Yingying further inquired, and what about the secretary? Feng Yuan shot her a look of exasperation. That is not your concern. Why ask so many questions? Will you join or not? Han Yingying was less conflicted than her sister. Returning to the factory next Monday was preferable to an unbearable alternative. I will, she confirmed. Feng Yuan cheerfully said. Then you both should start procuring items according to the list. I will take a stroll around the nearby office building and will drive you back to the factory tonight. The sisters sighed in relief upon hearing the sound of a car engine outside. Han Yingying flopped onto the sofa and asked, Sister, how much did Brother Feng spend on renting that villa? Han Sisi, sitting on the edge of the sofa, replied, 150,000 a month. Han Yingying couldn't help but click her tongue. He truly is wealthy. Han Sisi, still harboring some concerns, remarked, what are your thoughts? I can't shake the feeling that this is unreliable. Han Yingying, feeling troubled by the situation, responded, as long as I receive my salary, I'm fine. Sister, what exactly is going on between you and Brother Feng? It's merely a relationship between a leader and a subordinate. Humph, Brother Feng is resigning next week. I suspect it's more than that. Ask me again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Chapter 17. Resignation and a new path. The office buildings near Zhujiang New Town are numerous. Feng Yuan found an office space in the Yangqing Financial Tower on a rental app. The available area spans 2,000 square meters, with a fully furnished office capable of accommodating 600 to 700 workstations. The monthly rent is 300,000, with a minimum 1-year lease, offering 2 months of rent-free occupancy, 1 month prepaid, and a 2-month deposit. Over the course of a year, it would amount to just over 3 million, an exceptionally reasonable price. Moreover, the Yangqing Financial Tower is conveniently situated close to the villa complex he has rented, facilitating easy commutes. He spent the afternoon coordinating with the real estate agent, viewing the property, negotiating the price, and discussing the move-in timeline, all of which he accomplished seamlessly. The next step involves acquiring a startup team engaged in e-commerce. The process of gradually assembling a team is proving to be inefficient. It would be far more advantageous to recruit a few ready-made teams, thereby achieving our goals in one decisive move. Once this is accomplished, Feng Yuan reached out to a headhunter to identify administrative talents for himself. By 6 in the evening, Feng Yuan returned to the Zhujiang villa. He meticulously inspected every corner of the house. The two sisters did not disappoint him. They had procured everything necessary, and with the arrangement completed, it finally bore a semblance of home. Feng Yuan settled onto the sofa and beckoned the sisters over. Han Yingying eagerly dashed to his side, while Han Sisi shyly occupied a seat on the adjacent sofa. Feng Yuan inquired about their expenditures. With great enthusiasm, Han Yingying replied, 5,400 yuan. Feng Yuan was rendered speechless, exclaiming, Did you go shopping at a flea market? Han Yingying nearly choked on her response. However, he did not linger on this matter and assigned Han Yingying a task. We shall resign tomorrow, and you will register an e-commerce company akin to Taobao the day after. Han Yingying, somewhat bewildered, stammered, Brother Feng, I don't know how to do that. Feng Yuan was not one to indulge her naivety. Look up tutorials online and arrange for 3 computers. Avoid purchasing anything cheap. Opt for the more expensive options. Han Yingying felt overwhelmed. Was this truly the work of an assistant? It was her first time hearing that an assistant was responsible for registering a company for their boss. Nevertheless, when Boss Feng assigned a task, one must not shy away. Gritting her teeth, she asked, Brother Feng, does that mean I'm working tomorrow? Feng Yuan nodded affirmatively. Han Yingying further inquired, if I don't reside in the villa, will there be a housing subsidy? Feng Yuan, with a bemused smile, glanced at her sister, who was listening intently. It was evident that the sisters had previously discussed this matter. Fang Yuan replied, "Yes, 100 yuan per month." Han Yingying was nearly faint with frustration. A mere 100 yuan wouldn't even cover the rent for a toilet. Han Sisi also wore a disgruntled expression. Boss Fang had an uncanny ability to economize in the most peculiar ways. Fang Yuan rose gracefully and strolled towards the door, casually stating, "Please turn off the utilities and return to the factory after dinner." The sisters exchanged glances, and Han Sisi pointed upstairs. "You go turn off the lights upstairs." Exhausted, Han Yingying protested, "Sister, I'm tired." Han Sisi was unyielding. With a sense of grievance, Han Yingying turned and trudged upstairs. Indeed, being a younger sister often meant enduring relentless exploitation. Outside, Fang Yuan noticed that the lights in the neighboring house had been turned on. They had remained dark upon his arrival, indicating that the occupants likely worked nearby, perhaps as company executives or even entrepreneurs themselves. Fang Yuan leaned towards the former assumption. However, the neighbors were rather peculiar. It was surprising they hadn't hired a maid for such a spacious residence. This time, the sisters wasted no time. Fang Yuan made a conscious effort to dine at upscale establishments. On this occasion, I visited a Western restaurant for steak and reserved a private room. The restaurant offered a splendid view of the Pearl River at night. When ordering, the two sisters were taken aback. The meal cost more than a month's salary for both of them. How wealthy must Boss Fang be? Over 20,000 yuan for a single meal. The sense of obligation seems to grow ever heavier. Will it ever be repaid in this lifetime? If it weren't for the need to drive back, Fang Yuan would have indulged in a bottle of flying Mao Tai. While dining, Fang Yuan contemplated stocks like Mao Tai, delivery services, and electric vehicle companies, all of which he believed were worthy of investment. Cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin also crossed his mind, and he resolved to inquire with President Li about potential connections. In that moment, he directed his gaze toward Han Yingying, who was engrossed in her steak. "Please arrange the computer matters promptly." Han Yingying nodded in agreement. Boss Fang even reminded them during the meal, indicating that this matter must be expedited. Upon returning to his rental apartment that evening, Fang Yuan called the landlady to discuss the termination of his lease. As he typically rented for a year at a time, he was aware that, per the contract, a breach would forfeit his 3,000 yuan deposit. Fortunately, the landlady was quite reasonable, and as a longtime tenant who had rented for 3 years, she deducted only 500 yuan, refunding him the remaining 500 yuan. Fang Yuan did not dwell on these matters. The next morning at work, after organizing tasks in the workshop, Fang Yuan headed straight to Old Chen's office. He knocked and entered, stating his purpose. "Manager, I am here to resign." Old Chen's eyelids flickered. This month had been fraught with difficulties. 2 supervisors were openly clashing, and now this rebellious employee sought to leave. Previously, this young man lacked such audacity. He had always endured his grievances in silence. Recently, however, he seemed unusually bold. Had his reprimands backfired? Old Chen capped his pen and gestured for Fang Yuan to sit on the nearby sofa. "Xiao Fang, are you feeling overwhelmed lately?" Fang Yuan replied cheerfully, "Not at all. I simply wish to pursue a different path." A weight settled in Old Chen's heart. "Have you made a definitive decision?" Fang Yuan affirmed. Acknowledging that he could not dissuade him, Old Chen did not bother to brew tea. His brow furrowed as he adjusted his thinning hair. "You can't even wait for a month-long handover?" Fang Yuan nodded. "No. The company can deduct any losses from my last month's salary." Old Chen waved his hand dismissively. Fang Yuan was eager to leave. Han Yingying's departure as a production trainee was straightforward. She merely had to fill out a form and follow the procedure. Fang Yuan's situation was more complex. He filled out several forms, and Old Chen assigned Old Zhang to temporarily take over his responsibilities, spending the entire day on the transition. Han Sisi was also busy with her tasks, and Old Chen instructed her to step in as a temporary team leader. Previously, observing others working seemed effortless. Yet upon engaging in it oneself, one realizes that merely locating individuals is a task in itself. With no acquaintances around, one lingers here and there, resulting in painfully slow efficiency. As the afternoon draws to a close, Fang Yuan first heads to the rented apartment to collect his suitcase before waiting at the factory entrance for Han Yingying to finish gathering her belongings. Han Sisi remains busy with overtime and thus does not join them. Han Yingying carries little luggage, just a bag of urea and a small red bucket in hand, appearing far more carefree than he. Upon arriving at Zhujiang Villa, Fang Yuan feels a pang of hunger, while Han Yingying is on the verge of exhaustion. "The boss, lacking in decorum, refuses to lend a hand. Fang Yuan, unwilling to let her idle, insists that an assistant should act as such. How could he allow her to remain inactive when he himself has yet to dine? Reclining on the sofa, he assigns her the task of ordering a decent takeaway online. Han Yingying, feeling utterly frustrated, likens her role to that of a maid. After placing the order, she finds herself troubled, asking, "Brother Fang, where will I stay tonight?" Fang Yuan continues to fiddle with his phone, responding, "At the villa." Han Yingying suddenly regrets trusting the boss so easily, worrying about what might happen should he entertain any untoward desires. Unbeknownst to her, she spends a restless night, discussing strategies with her sister on WeChat, threatening to call the police if she receives no reply within minutes. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan is preoccupied with phone calls, entirely disregarding her, which leaves Han Sisi feeling a tad disheartened. Chapter 18. Selling sister to repay debts early in the morning. Fang Yuan rises to discover that Han Yingying is still indulging in sleep. This assistant is indeed remiss, failing to prepare breakfast. Without hesitation, he knocks on the door, but no response comes. The door remains locked, and her phone is switched off. Fang Yuan almost suspects she might have fled with her bucket. Thus, he decides to call Han Sisi, only to learn that the sisters had stayed up late chatting until past 2 in the morning. Fang Yuan understands the reason behind it. She is merely being cautious of him. However, he had been engaged in phone calls with headhunters all night and had no inclination to attend to Han Yingying. Moreover, his manipulation of his sister was solely to render it impossible for Han Sisi to continue her work at the factory. The sister was merely a means to an end. The strategy from the outset was to secure the sister first. On the other side, Han Sisi rises with dark circles under her eyes. Checking the time, she feels a twinge of schadenfreude. By 7:30, the boss has already summoned Han Yingying to awaken, proving to be more exploitative than the factory itself. Yet, reflecting on her own lack of involvement, having worked an additional 3 hours in the office yesterday, coupled with the fact that she hardly knows anyone at the factory, leaves her feeling a bit isolated. The workload is exhausting. When Fang Yuan was present, Han Sisi felt no pressure whatsoever. He was always there to shoulder the burden, even when the sky seemed to be falling. Fang Yuan, disinclined to make phone calls or knock on doors, simply played music in the living room and ordered 2 breakfast takeouts. After about 10 minutes, Han Yingying emerged from the bedroom, rubbing her eyes and with her hair in disarray, looking at Fang, who was brewing tea. "Brother Fang, what music are you playing so early?" Fang Yuan cast a glance at her and retorted, "Why is your phone off?" Han Yingying, feeling guilty, replied, "It ran out of battery." Fang Yuan gestured for her to come over, prompting Han Yingying to hastily retreat to freshen up. It was absurd to fabricate a lie without a decent excuse. Who could she possibly fool? "Yingying, the takeout has arrived, please bring it in." Reluctantly, she complied. Under the eaves, one must bow their head, even to fetch takeout. She was at his beck and call. Yet working for Fang Yuan assured her of ample food and drink. The 2 breakfast orders had cost a staggering 400 yuan. The previous Sunday's dinner was even more extravagant, amounting to 20,000 yuan, with the beef as exquisite as celestial fare. Han Yingying dared not indulge too much for fear that Fang Yuan might deduct from her wages. Fang Yuan let out a satisfied burp and said, "Try not to order takeout in the future. Prepare breakfast for me in the mornings." Han Yingying thought she had misheard. "Brother Fang, I am not a maid." Fang Yuan did not respond to her, but instead inquired, "Will you do it or not?" Han Yingying attempted to protest, but Fang Yuan ignored her completely. Assuming he was upset, she pondered how to apologize. In the midst of her turmoil, his voice rang out again, "Once you're done eating, promptly finalize the company registration and computer matters." Han Yingying felt a wave of relief. He was not angry after all. Having conducted a bit of research, she inquired, "Brother Fang, what shall we name the company?" Fang Yuan, feeling a headache coming on, pondered for a long while before suggesting, "How about Yangqing Yuanchuang Information Technology Company Limited?" Han Yingying nodded enthusiastically, adopting a submissive attitude towards her boss, hoping to avoid any criticism. Fang Yuan did not expect her to contribute ideas, as he considered her inept at naming. Han Yingying quickly set out to assist Fang Yuan with arrangements. With nothing to occupy his morning, Fang Yuan lingered in the villa until Han Yingying returned with several staff members carrying routers and computers. Though somewhat clumsy, they worked with commendable efficiency. The average price of the 3 computers was 210,000 yuan, which Fang Yuan tested and found satisfactory. Once the staff departed, Han Yingying reported on the status of the reserve funds. Brother Fong, there are still 20,000 yuan left. It's insufficient for expenses. Here's the expenditure list. Fong Yuan glanced over it briefly, then transferred another 100,000 yuan to the reserve fund card from his phone, saying, "Let me know if it's still not enough." Han Yingying was already somewhat desensitized. She had little awareness of just how wealthy Fong Yuan truly was. That day in the factory, she had witnessed him winning from the lottery. It seemed he had earned over 1 million. Recently, Boss Fong's expenditures have not seemed manageable with just a few million. The costs associated with renting a villa and office space may well amount to several million. Daily expenses are also considerable. Han Yingying, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Brother Fong, did you earn all this from buying lottery tickets?" Fong Yuan glanced at her, contrasting her with her sister. The younger sister exhibited a far greater penchant for gossip than the elder. In a playful yet irritated manner, he tapped her forehead with a stack of receipts, saying, "You should learn from your sister. She wouldn't pose so many questions." Han Yingying did not expect to glean much from her queries. With a mischievous glint in her eyes, she pressed on, "Brother Fong, is there any truth to the rumors about you and my sister?" Fong Yuan retorted, "Do you wish for them to be true or false?" Han Yingying was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the exchange. Yet, it was evident that Boss Fong was quite tight-lipped, countering every question with another. Nevertheless, she attempted to extract more information, cheerfully asserting, "Of course, I hope it's true." Fong Yuan saw right through her intentions. "If it were true, you wouldn't need to repay your debts, would you?" Han Yingying hastily defended herself. That is not the case at all. The younger sister was also eager to offload her debts onto her sister. However, one sister alone was insufficient. His appetite was larger. Fong Yuan ruffled her hair, saying, "If you want to know, ask your sister." Han Yingying rolled her eyes, recalling that her sister had indeed said something similar. Clearly, there was something amiss between the two. In the afternoon, Han Yingying arranged for someone to assist with the registration process for her company. Meanwhile, Fong Yuan pondered the matter of opening a stock trading account in the villa. He had some recollection of the bullish sectors for the coming years. After all, he had paid his dues in the past. Spending each day at work, he had often found himself distracted, following expert analyses and buying stocks based on trends, only to lose several thousand on a modest investment. This year, stocks in brokerage firms, infrastructure, computing, and military industries were poised for significant growth. Short-term trading was certainly not an option for him. He lacked the skill for it. However, engaging in medium to long-term investments posed no issue. Soon, Fong Yuan formulated a list of promising stocks. He then called Old Li for recommendations on suitable brokerage firms. Old Li fervently suggested Manager Liu from the Asset Management Department of Guangfa Securities, who was in his 30s. Were it not for his overseas education, Fong Yuan would have likely declined Old Li's recommendation. He sensed some ulterior motive. Yet, he refrained from probing further, as he did not actually require Manager Liu's assistance in managing his funds. Trading stocks on his own was far more enjoyable. Relying on a brokerage could lead to unforeseen financial ruin. Such was the confidence of a reborn individual. Fong Yuan found himself puzzled. Why would a mere asset management manager warrant such enthusiasm from President Li? Could it be that he was related to Li's wife? Yet, the old man was over 60. It seemed implausible for him to have a wife in her 30s, which struck him as rather unusual. Thus, he continued to speculate. Fong Yuan designated Manager Liu as a relative of Old Li. Chapter 19. Old Li's daughter, surnamed Liu. At 7 in the evening, Fong Yuan arrived for the appointment. In the private room, he encountered Manager Liu. With just a glance, he surmised that this was undoubtedly a kin of Old Li. Given her age, she could hardly be a wife, and her striking resemblance suggested she must be his daughter. Remarkably, the daughter bore a different surname from her father. There seemed to be a story behind that. Fong Yuan privately compared Old Li's daughter to the two sisters he had seen earlier. The sisters appeared to pale in comparison. It must be said, Old Li's daughter was indeed quite stunning, possessing a classic beauty with an oval face. She was clad in a sophisticated professional outfit, her slightly curled long hair cascading over her shoulders. Beneath her exquisite makeup, she exuded an alluring yet understated charm, exuding an air of elegance. She was the epitome of a refined woman, and merely glancing at her made it difficult to maintain composure. However, a question posed by Liu Xiaoxua left Fong Yuan perplexed. "How old are you this year?" Fong Yuan, taken aback, politely replied, 24 years old. Liu Xiaoxua frowned slightly. Do you know how old I am? Old Lee's daughter seemed to possess a rather peculiar way of thinking. Goodness, why would one need to know her age in the stock market? If it weren't for the fact that Manager Lu was Old Lee's daughter, he would have left without a second thought. But upon hearing Lu Xiaoxue's next statement, Fang Yuan was utterly stunned. I'm already 34 years old. Are you sure you want to go on a blind date with someone 10 years older than you? Fang Yuan rubbed his forehead. Who said anything about a blind date? Your father introduced me to discuss opening a stock trading account. Lu Xiaoxue was taken aback. You're not here for a blind date? Fang Yuan nearly burst into laughter. Manager Lu, are you sure you haven't mixed up the information? Wait a moment, let me confirm. This was the first time Lu Xiaoxue had encountered such an awkward situation in her life. Fang Yuan mused inwardly. How did Old Li, with his unremarkable appearance, end up with such a beautiful daughter? Lu Xiaoxue scoured through her messages, her brow furrowing in concentration. If anyone was to blame, it was that old man, always meddling and trying to introduce her to quality men. Soon, Lu Xiaoxue regained her composure, presenting her business card with both hands. I apologize, Mr. Fang. It was my misunderstanding. Here is my business card. Fang Yuan took the card and glanced at it. Not only was she beautiful, but her name was also melodious, Lu Xiaoxue. She must have taken her mother's surname. Poor Old Li, having a daughter late in life, only to have her bear a different surname. Moreover, Lu Xiaoxue was being urged to go on blind dates, a true conundrum. Fang Yuan observed Lu Xiaoxue, who was equally scrutinizing him. Initially, she had assumed he was a potential suitor, only to discover he was someone recommended by the old man to open a stock account. Lu Xiaoxue, adhering to a professional demeanor, initiated a conversation with Fang Yuan. Mr. Fang, do you wish to deposit your funds with our brokerage, allowing our team to manage it? Fang Yuan shook his head. Uncle Li may not have clarified, but I merely intend to open an account with your firm. Lu Xiaoxue was momentarily at a loss for words. Had the old gentleman lost his senses? To arrange a dinner merely to open an account? Fang Yuan continued, however, my capital is quite substantial. Uncle Li might have considered this aspect when arranging our meeting. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoxue reevaluated Fang Yuan. The old man's acquaintances were unlikely to be lacking in wealth. Tentatively, she inquired, would you be willing to disclose the specific amount? I could facilitate some preferential treatment. Fang Yuan replied nonchalantly, I would like to start with an investment of 100 million to test the waters. Lu Xiaoxue's breath quickened, realizing Fang Yuan was not jesting. She composed herself and stated, Mr. Fang, with such a volume of capital, we can offer you commission rates at cost price, and our team can provide bespoke services whenever needed. Fang Yuan nodded, appreciating her perspective. Her reasoning was sound, trading 100 million meant engaging in medium-term transactions. As one could not be glued to a computer screen at all times, it seemed her vision was broader than his own. The ideal collaborative approach was to earn together, and the time freed up could be devoted to enjoying life as pleasures. After half an hour of in-depth discussion, the dinner concluded. Fang Yuan rose, extending his hand. Manager Lu, may our cooperation be fruitful. Lu Xiaoxue stood as well. Mr. Fang, may our collaboration prosper. Their hands clasped softly, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance. Upon exiting the restaurant, they parted ways, with Fang Yuan taking the lead. Just as Lu Xiaoxue reached the parking lot, she received a call from the old man, inquiring, Xiaoxue, how did your discussion with that young man go? Lu Xiaoxue replied coolly, it was as expected. Old Li chuckled awkwardly. Next week marks your mother's memorial. Shall we have dinner together? Lu Xiaoxue hung up abruptly. Old Li, accustomed to her reactions, called Fang Yuan to express his apologies. Fang Yuan dismissed it, subtly probing into why Lu Xiaoxue did not bear the Li surname. Old Li remained tight-lipped, suggesting Fang Yuan inquire directly. Fang Yuan was not overly curious unless they met daily. Returning to the Zhujiang villa, he noticed that his neighbor had yet to turn on their lights. After finishing a shower and enjoying the cool air on the rooftop, the neighbor's lights finally flickered on. Fang Yuan suspected that only one person resided in the villa, otherwise, it was odd for them to remain unseen during the day and only return at night. Having lived there for nearly a week, he had yet to catch a glimpse of his neighbor, which was indeed peculiar. The following day, Fang Yuan added Lu Xiaoxue on WeChat, sending over the necessary identification information for account opening, successfully establishing the account by the afternoon. He transferred 10 million to test the waters. Thursday arrived. The headhunters have also arranged several directors for Fang Yuan. Han Yingying, upon reviewing the educational backgrounds of these directors, couldn't help but click her tongue in astonishment. All of them hail from prestigious domestic 985 universities, each boasting at least a decade of work experience. The financial director, Yang Lei, the human resources director, He Yui, and the legal director, Zhao Peijin, each command an annual salary ranging from 4 to 500,000. Han Yingying felt somewhat disheartened. Realizing the pressure of being an assistant to Boss Fong, she began to question whether her second-tier degree was truly sufficient to be by his side. On Friday morning, Han Yingying, in a moment of clarity, finally completed the company registration. The name is still Yuan Chuang Information Technology Company, Limited. Fong Yuan is the sole financier and the company's only major shareholder. The newly hired executives all bear the burden of mortgages, clearly drawn to a startup like Yuan Chuang for the promise of high salaries. Fong Yuan had considered this aspect when recruiting them. The phrase "one is not in control of their own life in middle age" is not mere rhetoric. The reality is evident. High salaries are not easily attained. To earn more, one must alleviate the boss's pressure. On Friday afternoon, Fong Yuan convened a brief meeting with the team to discuss subsequent hiring plans. After the meeting, Financial Director Yang Lei remained behind. "Mr. Fong, the company account has been depleted." Fong Yuan replied, "I will transfer 10 million to the account shortly." Yang Lei accepted this without question and exited the conference room. Such is the privilege of a wealthy second-generation entrepreneur. Han Yingying, still a bit dazed, asked, "Brother Fong, aren't we hiring technical personnel?" Fong Yuan posed a question in return. "Do you think it is better to hire new talent or to acquire existing teams?" Han Yingying suddenly understood, realizing that her role was merely that of an employee. This is the grand vision of Boss Fong. Chapter 20. A lesson for Sister Fong Yuan does not possess technical expertise and has only a superficial understanding of the Pinduoduo model, relying on online experts for insights into its operational mechanisms. However, these details are not of paramount importance. One can embark on an entrepreneurial journey without technical skills, but lacking financial resources is unacceptable. The modest goals at hand are sufficient to sustain operations for a year or two. Pinduoduo is merely a stepping stone. The real focus will be next year's short videos. Fong Yuan has instructed Human Resources Director He Yui to acquire multiple technical teams within 2 weeks and integrate them into Yuan Chuang Information Technology Company, Limited. The specifics of the search do not require his intervention. The substantial salaries are not without justification. These seasoned professionals come with their own networks. With adequate funding, poaching talent is feasible. If it proves difficult, it simply means the financial incentive has yet to be sufficient. After outlining his directives, Fong Yuan left the financial building with Han Yingying. Before reaching the parking lot, Han Yingying displayed her WeChat messages to him. "Brother Fong, my sister wants to visit the villa this weekend." Fong Yuan, taken aback, replied, "Doesn't your sister have to work overtime?" Han Yingying explained that she would work an extra day on Saturday, allowing her to come in the evening. Fong Yuan responded with a non-committal "oh," suggesting she should call him, asserting that her words held no weight. Han Yingying felt a twinge of confusion, yet she was well aware that Boss Fong rarely offered explanations. Inquiries often proved futile and might even lead to irritation. Her sister, too, shared this understanding, as the two exchanged glances in private yet remained confined to the factory, which surely displeased Boss Fong. In just a week, Han Yingying found herself reluctant to return to the grueling life of alternating shifts at the factory. Working under Boss Fong was a markedly different experience, one of comfort and ease, with ample food and drink. The only lingering concern was her nightly routine of bathing and sleeping. She would wait for Boss Fong to ascend the stairs before daring to shower, and she ensured to lock all doors and windows, fearing that he might turn predatory. However, after so many days, Boss Fong had consistently exhibited proper behavior. Aside from his occasional peculiar inquiries that prompted him to pat her head, she felt secure in his presence. She remained puzzled by her sister's thoughts. Once in the car, Han Yingying sent a WeChat message to her sister. "Sis, Brother Fong wants you to call him." Han Sisi, still eating, wrinkled her nose and asked, "Did Brother Fong not agree?" Han Yingying replied, "I can't discern Brother Fong's intentions. Perhaps you should call and inquire." Han Sisi hastened her eating, saying, "I'll call as soon as I return to the dorm." Han Yingying took the opportunity to remind Boss Fong, "Brother Fong, my sister is still eating. She'll call you shortly to explain." Fong Yuan responded, "You should encourage your sister. Enduring hardship is not a virtue." He recalled how he had pinched her hand that day, and the foolish girl had yet to reach out to him in the weeks since. Women should not be indulged continuously. They must be reminded periodically. Han Yingying felt a pang of embarrassment, sensing Boss Fong's genuine displeasure. After getting into the car, she resumed chatting with her sister on WeChat. A few minutes later, Fong Yuan parked near the square and turned to Han Yingying in the back seat, stating, "We won't be ordering takeout tonight. Let us buy some groceries and cook for ourselves." Han Yingying timidly suggested, "Brother Fong, we could eat at a restaurant instead of takeout." Fong Yuan shot her a glance of exasperation. "Do you understand the concept of saving money? Go buy the groceries. I'll wait here for you." Han Yingying bit her lip, but ultimately obeyed and exited the car to buy groceries. Boss Fong was often unpredictable when in a good mood. He would take her out for lavish meals, but when displeased, he would start giving orders. The life of a worker was exhausting. Although labeled as an assistant, Han Yingying felt little different from a housekeeper. She mused that being Boss Fong's secretary might be more advantageous, as secretaries were not burdened with such tasks. She resolved to persuade her sister about the futility of working in the factory. Serving as Boss Fong's secretary was undoubtedly the wiser choice. As soon as she stepped out of the car to buy groceries, Han Cece's call came through. Fong Yuan answered, "Cece, have you given it any thought?" Han Cece remained conflicted. "Brother Fong, can we not discuss this?" Fong Yuan sighed inwardly, realizing that he had yet to experience sufficient hardship. It was time to introduce some intensity. He replied, "Yingying mentioned you have to work an extra day tomorrow." Han Cece responded, "Yes, after work. I plan to visit the villa to spend time with Yingying." Fong Yuan expressed mild regret. "Then come over after your shift. We intend to explore Yancheng during the day and may return late in the evening." Han Cece appeared momentarily stunned. If they were truly going out for fun, her sister should not be concealing it from her. This left only one possibility. Brother Fong had spontaneously decided to tell her this. A wave of grievances washed over her. Yingying had correctly guessed that Brother Fong was somewhat vexed with her for remaining at the factory. After ending the call, Fong Yuan reached out to his former subordinate, Old Zhang, who had worked at Xinyan Company, to check in. Old Zhang remained as courteous as ever towards his former superior, expressing gratitude for Fong Yuan recommending him to serve as the temporary acting supervisor in front of Manager Chen. Fong Yuan conveyed a few words before hanging up. Upon returning from grocery shopping, Han Yingying climbed into the car and inquired, "Brother Fong, my sister said you mentioned going out to play tomorrow?" Fong Yuan, while driving, responded, "Indeed, we'll draft a travel itinerary for the evening. The two of us will embark on a day trip in Yangqing." Han Yingying was taken aback. "Aren't we waiting for my sister?" Fong Yuan retorted playfully, "Your sister is rather dull. She isn't as clever as you." Han Yingying sensed that this statement concealed considerable implications. After a brief chat, she resumed her conversation with her sister on WeChat. Han Yingying messaged, "Sister, what is going on between you and Brother Fong?" Han Cece replied with a distressed, tearful emoji, "Don't ask." Han Yingying responded, "This situation makes me feel quite uncomfortable sandwiched in between." Han Cece continued, "Have you been bullied by Brother Fong?" Han Yingying replied, "Brother Fong isn't interested in me. Sister, you should resign quickly, or there won't be a position for you at the company." Han Cece inquired, "Have they already hired a new secretary?" Han Yingying answered, "Not yet, but you need to decide soon. I don't want to be caught in the middle." Han Cece replied, "I'll think it over." During dinner, Han Yingying prepared 3 home-cooked dishes, which turned out to be quite delicious. A woman must be adept both in the parlor and the kitchen. After finishing their meal, Han Yingying presented the bill to Boss Fong, a daily routine akin to a formality. Initially, Han Yingying resisted this practice, but after several days of reporting, she found it rather enjoyable. Previously, they had lived frugally, but now that there was an opportunity to spend, it was only natural to keep a record of every expense, thus deriving a sense of accomplishment from spending money. Han Yingying curled her legs on the sofa, gazing expectantly at Fong Yuan. "Brother Fong, does cooking at home count as overtime?" Fong Yuan promptly dispelled her notion of exploiting the situation with a single remark, "Assistants do not receive overtime pay." Han Yingying protested, "Brother Fong, that violates labor laws. Employees who work overtime must be compensated." Fong Yuan chuckled, "Then feel free to fire me." Han Yingying huffed in indignation. "How does Boss Fong repay his debts?" Fong Yuan scratched his head and said, "Please prepare a one-day travel itinerary for me before bed." Han Yingying inquired again, "Brother Fong, doesn't this count as overtime?" "Not at all," he replied. Han Yingying sighed inwardly, thinking that once the debts were settled, they would dismiss Boss Fong, which felt rather unjust. Chapter 21. If you don't resign soon, You may lose your position as secretary. It was Saturday morning. Fang Yuan and Han Yingying set out for an outing. Today, Han Yingying opted not to wear a skirt. Yet her attire remained quite breezy, shorts paired with a short-sleeved top that revealed a hint of her midriff, a bold choice indeed, topped off with a white hat. Although her clothes were somewhat worn, she exuded an undeniable charm, embodying a pure and beautiful demeanor. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, dressed casually in a short-sleeved shirt, baggy shorts, and sneakers, forgoing a hat altogether. Last night, Han Yingying, in her delightful confusion, spent until 11 crafting the travel plan, demonstrating a commendable level of commitment. Fang Yuan was quite pleased with her effort. Now, they only awaited the arrival of his sister. He had made a phone call to old Zhang last night. He shouldn't endure until next week. Brother Fang, can the expenses for this trip be charged to the reserve funds? She asked. Sure. But if you prefer to pay out of your own pocket, that works too. Does that count as overtime? You figure it out. Han Yingying pondered for quite some time, but could not decipher the meaning behind Boss Fang's words. So she chose to cast aside such thoughts and focused on what to eat and do today. Their first destination was Huangpu Ancient Port at 9 o'clock in the morning. They enjoyed a bowl of boat congee for 8 yuan. By 11, they arrived at Wanxingwai to board a tram, spending 2 yuan to experience the most beautiful 7 kilometers of Yangqing. Han Yingying, with her Meizu phone in hand, snapped photos all along the way. Unfortunately, the phone's low specifications resulted in rather blurry images. However, she seemed unconcerned, relishing the carefree joy of their adventure. Fang Yuan felt a peculiar sense that she was the one in charge. He felt like an assistant, merely pausing to observe without much emotional involvement. And he had no desire to take pictures. It felt as though their outing was merely a formality, yet undeniably, it was 1,000 times better than working in a factory. With money comes the opportunity to enjoy life. At 2 in the afternoon, they visited the Guangdong Provincial Museum, where they took a photo together with a whale. They then made their way to the pedestrian street, indulging in food and drinks throughout the afternoon. By 6 o'clock, they arrived at Haixing Shadao on Ersha Island, revisiting the area near the Canton Tower. Emerging from the subway at noon had placed them at the foot of the tower, but now, observing it from a distance felt entirely different. They concluded their day by watching the sunset from Haixing Bridge. On the way back via subway, Han Sisi called. It wasn't a call for her sister, but directly for Fang Yuan. She finally exhibited a hint of thoughtfulness. After ending the call, Han Yingying asked, Brother Fang, where is my sister now? Fang Yuan scratched his head. Didn't you already know? Han Yingying lifted her head and said, Brother Fang, please refrain from touching my head so casually. Fang Yuan playfully tugged at her ponytail and replied, a little more touch may enhance your intelligence. Han Yingying puffed up her cheeks, feeling that Brother Fang had overstepped his boundaries. Once he released his hold, she found a safer spot to stand. Her head bowed in contemplation. Fang Yuan smiled quietly, choosing not to dwell on such matters. As the time had not yet come, there was no need to rush. After exiting the subway, they walked for a while before arriving at the entrance of the Zhujiang Villa complex, where they spotted Han Sisi waving at them. Sisi, have you been waiting long? I just arrived, she greeted. Sister, you should have taken the day off. We visited so many places today, Han Sisi replied, her heart sinking further at the thought of her unfulfilling work. She had come to Brother Fang's place to spend time with her sister, only to be met with such remarks. The three of them strolled back to the villa. Fang Yuan instructed Han Yingying, make sure to have the property management issue a pass for your sister so she won't have to wait outside anymore. She can come directly to the villa. Han Sisi felt a bit better. Brother Fang indeed looked out for her. Afterward, Fang Yuan ascended to the second floor. The sisters tidied up the living room before retreating to their bedroom to chat. Having not seen her sister for several days, Han Sisi noticed that Han Yingying seemed far more spirited than herself. At least she didn't appear as dejected. Han Yingying, carefree as ever, began sharing her experiences from the day. Midway through her recounting, she sensed a shift in her sister's mood. Han Sisi, accustomed to her sister's lightheartedness, absent-mindedly patted her head and inquired, how has your week with Brother Fang been? With her hands resting on the quilt, Han Yingying shook her head and replied, overall, it's been quite good, though Brother Fang does tend to delegate tasks. Han Sisi chuckled softly. He is the same at the factory. Han Yingying could relate. Yet she refrained from mentioning that Brother Fang also enjoyed patting her head, not wanting to exacerbate her sister's gloom. It was evident that Brother Fang had been putting pressure on her sister, and bringing it up would only add fuel to the fire. Han Yingying then patted her sister's head, asking, Sister, how are you managing at the factory? Han Sisi frowned. I haven't quite settled in. It's been rather challenging. Han Yingying urged her. You should quickly resign and become Brother Fong's secretary. It's the safer option. If you hesitate any longer, there may not be a position left for you. She briefly outlined the hiring standards of Brother Fong's company. Han Sisi was taken aback. Not only did she find the situation unreliable, but she also felt lost. As various factors began to weigh heavily upon her, she felt on the brink of collapse. Han Sisi asked, Are you planning to stay here as his assistant indefinitely? Han Yingying nodded. Where else would I go? Once I save enough money, I'll stop working. Her voice dwindled to a whisper by the end. Han Sisi pushed the topic to a critical point. Consider how others will perceive us in the future. Han Yingying was suddenly struck by a headache. Sister, why are you contemplating such distant matters? Shouldn't you just live happily? Han Sisi nearly choked with exasperation. Han Yingying continued her verbal jabs. You should hasten to resign. Otherwise, Brother Fong will hire a secretary and forget all about you. As the sisters bickered, Han Yingying's phone rang. Yingying, go prepare dinner. Han Sisi was left dumbfounded. You still have to cook? Of course. Do you think being an assistant is easy? You mustn't be idle. Come help me prepare dinner. Han Sisi harbored serious doubts that Boss Fong was orchestrating a trap for them. On Monday morning, Fong Yuan drove Han Sisi back to the factory for work. Once in the car, he affectionately ruffled her hair and asked, Have you thought it over? Han Sisi shook her head once more. Fong Yuan had not held out much hope anyway. He playfully flicked her forehead, saying, Call me when you've made your decision. Han Sisi merely acknowledged him with a sound. Fong Yuan reached out. Give me your hand. Reluctantly, Han Sisi extended her hand, which he gently held. Just like last time, her palm was sweaty. Fong Yuan found himself comparing her hand to that of old Li's daughter and noticed a slight difference. Han Sisi's hand bore a few calluses. He released her hand when he noticed her blush. How is your mother recovering? Han Sisi pressed her lips together. She has been doing quite well. She will be discharged in 2 weeks to rest at home. Fong Yuan remarked. The elderly need to be cared for. Make sure to buy some supplements for your sister to send back. Consider it from the contingency fund. Han Sisi hesitated for a moment. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement. Han Sisi gritted her teeth. The debts of gratitude were accumulating. There was no way to refuse. Nor could she find a valid excuse to evade. Boss Fong never sought her opinion. It was a display of male dominance. However, Brother Fong had always been very responsible, showing more concern for her mother's post-operative recovery than Han Yingying, who was oblivious to such matters. Fong Yuan felt quite pleased. It seemed that spending 2 nights at the villa had yielded positive results. At least she was somewhat more obedient. Chapter 22. Testing the waters in the stock market. Hoarding some cryptocurrency after dropping Han Sisi at the factory, Fong Yuan made his way to the company for a brief visit. There was a new receptionist, and several unfamiliar faces occupied the office spaces. Nearly every day, new employees were joining. Overall, however, the changes were minimal. Nevertheless, the Human Resources Director, Yui, reported that she had been in contact with several entrepreneurial companies focused on mobile shopping platforms. If all went well, there would be some promising developments this week. Upon returning to the Pearl River Villa, Fong Yuan teased Han Yingying as he entered. Little Han, pick up an extra chicken leg while shopping tonight. I'll add it to your meal. Brother Fong, why only for me? Why ask so many questions? Be mindful of your status. Han Yingying was left speechless, unable to fathom the reason for the extra meal. In the absence of an explanation, she decided to comply with her boss's wishes, as he was always right. Ascending to the second floor, Fong Yuan busied himself in his study with stock trading. The stocks had long been selected, and Liu Xiaoxue had recommended 3 shares to him. Choosing one's own stocks is undoubtedly the most prudent approach. These had once soared to great heights. A temporary loss holds no fear. Only those who can laugh in the end are the true victors. The 3 stocks personally suggested by Liu Xiaoxue may not necessarily be reliable, yet they are worth exploring. This time, Fong Yuan had transferred a total of 10 million. He planned to allocate the funds in a ratio of 7,111. At 9:15, the collective bidding commenced, and Fong Yuan focused on Xuanji Information, which closed yesterday at 2,451 per share. This stock had been experiencing a slight upward trend over the past month, and he intended to purchase it all during the bidding, setting a price lower than the opening price of the previous day, anticipating that half might not be acquired. To be cautious, Fong Yuan placed a buy order for 1,000 lots at 24.55. The 3 stocks recommended by Liu Xiaoxue were even more straightforward. as they clearly stipulated the buying prices. The authenticity of these recommendations remained uncertain. At 9:25, the collective bidding concluded. Fang Yuan checked the buying situation. All 1,000 lots had been successfully executed. The opening price for Xuanji information was 24.54. No wonder everything had been filled. Fortunately, he hadn't set a price too high. Fang Yuan remained calm, decisively placing another buy order for the remaining 1850 lots at 24.55. To his surprise, the other 3 stocks were also fully acquired, confirming that those in this trade possessed valuable insights. After waiting for several minutes, his 7 million was entirely invested in Xuanji information. All 4 stocks opened with slight increases. Whether they could sustain this until the afternoon close remained to be seen. Brokers are indeed brokers. He wondered if Liu Xiaoxue had given him any insider advantages. He relished this simplistic style of trading. However, Fang Yuan also understood that these were merely appetizers. If he did not continue to increase his investment, Liu Xiaoxue might not provide him with such opportunities in the future. He decided to assess the market conditions today. Should they prove favorable, he would inject more capital. In the afternoon, Fang Yuan called Old Li to inquire whether there were channels for purchasing digital currency. He could not afford to miss out on this opportunity. Every little bit counts. Who would complain about having too much money? Old Li did not explicitly confirm or deny, but provided a website and information along with a tutorial, indicating that Fang Yuan should figure it out himself and not hold him accountable if anything went awry. Exercising caution, Fang Yuan, after understanding the tutorial, promptly called Han Yingying, who was idling on the first floor, to come up and register an account using her identity. Han Yingying brought a stool and sat beside Fang Yuan, as if she had discovered a new world. It turned out that Boss Fang had asked her to buy a computer for stock trading. With the curiosity of a child, Han Yingying asked, "Brother Fang, why are you using my identity to register an account?" "To make money," he replied. Fang Yuan discovered that Bitcoin is currently quite expensive, priced at over 4,000 per coin. Moreover, there is a clear prohibition on engaging in such activities within the country. Information from Lao Li indicates that trading Bitcoin has been banned since March. Lao Li's assertions are indeed accurate. Engaging in this venture requires one to assume their own risks, as no one will provide guarantees. Fang Yuan felt somewhat uncertain. It was also impossible to purchase with a domestic bank card. After some contemplation, Fang Yuan decided to contact Lao Li once more. After half an hour of back and forth, Lao Li managed to procure a bank card under Han Yingying's identity, allowing him to trade Bitcoin. Fang Yuan transferred 10 million into the account to experiment. To his dismay, that sum only acquired 400 coins. He laughed in disbelief. Timing was not on his side. Had he been reborn in 2010, the price of Bitcoin would have been negligible, allowing for the purchase of tens of thousands of coins with 10 million. However, entering the market now felt too late, and prospects appeared bleak. He resolved to purchase 200 coins for observation, planning to invest further when funds allowed. Han Yingying, though unable to comprehend English, understood numbers well. Perceiving Fang Yuan's expenditure as mere playful tokens rather than actual currency, merely witnessing the transactions was exhilarating. Resting her chin on her hand, she expressed her boredom. "Brother Fang, if you use my information like this, will I be taken away for punishment?" Fang Yuan, reclining in his chair, replied, "If you don't say anything, neither will I." Who would know? Han Yingying was not so easily deceived. "Don't treat me like a fool." Fang Yuan felt a bit of a headache. "How about I send you a bonus of 500? Han Yingying, her eyes sparkling with greed, responded, "Really?" Fang Yuan shrugged. "Just take it from the reserve fund." He had just asserted she was not foolish, yet 500 was enough to placate her. He genuinely appreciated her carefree nature, unlike her sister, who was stubborn and lacked an appreciation for enjoyment. After transferring the funds, Han Yingying went downstairs to record the recent expenditure. Fang Yuan casually glanced at the bill. The expenses appeared quite normal, with daily expenditures not extravagantly high. Remaining true to one's principles is commendable. Jokingly, he asked her, "Why aren't you at the office today, just lazing around down here?" Han Yingying retorted with reason, "Brother Fang, I'm not lazing around." Fang Yuan was puzzled, as it seemed he hadn't assigned her any tasks today. "So, what are you doing?" Han Yingying puffed her cheeks. "I'm tidying up the flowers and plants in the backyard." Fang Yuan had no further words. Finding a reason to admonish her seemed quite difficult. He nodded. "Couldn't you hire someone to help tidy up?" Han Yingying replied, "That's no fun. Doing it myself brings a sense of accomplishment. By the way, I saw a cat from next door lounging in the yard today." Fang Yuan was somewhat surprised. Didn't he see anyone? Han Yingying pouted. Not at all. Fang Yuan chose not to inquire further and continued to immerse himself in stock trading. Han Yingying found it incomprehensible and soon went downstairs to clean. In the afternoon, Fang Yuan was in a flurry of activity. Fortunately, he managed to sell off all 850 lots of the information he had purchased in the morning, with an average price of around 530. Today, there was a slight increase of 4 points, resulting in a modest profit of 210,000 yuan. The remaining 3 stocks collectively yielded an additional 50,000 yuan, which, though not substantial given the 3 million yuan principal, could only be considered a trifling gain. In total, he earned 260,000 yuan in one day. However, engaging in short-term trading was exhausting and too time-consuming. He decided to have his sisters place orders based on the brokerage's information instead, while he continued to focus on more substantial investments. On Wednesday afternoon, Fang Yuan and Han Yingying visited the company. They had scheduled a meeting with the heads of 2 teams that day. Chapter 23. Han Yingying. I suppose I should obediently repay my debts. Liao Yong's team specializes in PC-based e-commerce, while Hu Tao's team operates on both PC and mobile platforms. Nevertheless, both teams are targeting the user bases of Taobao and Jingdong. Presently, they face an awkward predicament. Their angel round financing has nearly exhausted its funds. And due to mediocre market responses, investors exhibit a diminished appetite for the next round of investment. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been summoned by Yuanchuan Company. Unfortunately, without achieving scale, e-commerce lacks a compelling narrative. To succeed, they must expand and strengthen their operations to form a monopoly, a trajectory evidenced by the history of e-commerce development, where only a handful of companies ultimately survive. However, both Liao Yong and Hu Tao come from formidable backgrounds, Liao having branched out from Taobao and Hu having established his own venture after leaving Jingdong. There is no need to worry about their technical capabilities, as Fang Yuan tested both teams' websites and apps. Yet, the user experience pales in comparison to that of Taobao and Jingdong, and with overlapping positioning, how can they break through against such well-established competitors? In the conference room, Human Resources Director He Yui, Legal Counsel Zhao Peijin, and Assistant Han Yingying sat to Fang Yuan's right, while the representatives of the 2 teams occupied his left. Fang Yuan had prepared beforehand. There was little to discuss. His terms were straightforward, acquisition, with no room for negotiation on other matters. Fang Yuan stated directly, I assume, Director, he has already discussed matters with both of you. Since we are here to talk, there is no need for pretense. I am only open to an acquisition. All other terms are non-negotiable. Liao Yong furrowed his brow, and Hu Tao was not faring much better. They had ventured out to establish their own paths to realize their dreams, only to find themselves in a subordinate position. Reluctantly, Liao Yong gritted his teeth and inquired, Mr. Fang, I would like to understand, if our team is acquired, will you continue to invest in promoting the platform we have developed, or will you opt to create a new shopping website? Fang Yuan retorted, what do you believe is the reason for your failure? Liao Yong remained silent. Fang Yuan continued to eloquently elaborate, in my opinion, the lack of differentiation and unclear positioning are primary issues. Most importantly, you continue to imitate the outdated models of Taobao and Jingdong. With such a vast domestic consumer base, why focus solely on consumers in first-tier cities? The number of consumers in second- and third-tier cities, as well as rural markets, far exceeds that of first-tier cities. With such a substantial market, is it not feasible to carve out a niche and ensure survival? Moreover, I have been pondering a question. Why must consumers engage in online shopping solely by selecting items themselves? Is it not possible to innovate a model that fosters interaction among consumers during the shopping experience? Hu Tao, as if struck by a revelation, inquired. Are you suggesting the group buying model that has emerged this year, General Fang? Fang Yuan smiled and replied, relying solely on that is insufficient. We are in the era of the internet. We should utilize algorithms to recommend products to consumers, thus enabling us to achieve differentiation. After saying this, he turned to the 2 individuals. What have you both considered? Hu Yong expressed his admiration, saying, General Fang, I have no doubts. Hu Tao echoed, I have no issues either. Fang Yuan stood up and declared, congratulations on making a wise choice. Please expedite the handover process. It must be in place by next week at the latest. Zhao Peijin and He Yui exchanged glances. Fang's decisiveness and straightforward style remained as consistent as ever. This week would likely require considerable overtime to integrate the two technical teams, comprising over 100 individuals. Once the technical teams were established, the sales and business departments would also need to recruit personnel. Upon reflecting on this, Yui's expression turned somber. However, since they had chosen a high-paying position here, a bit of overtime was a trivial matter. Although Fang Yuan preferred to delegate responsibilities, the company's financial resources were consistently robust. Working here provided a sense of security. As they left the company, Han Yingying trailed Fang Yuan, asking, "Brother Fang, you worked in the factory for 3 years. How do you understand these matters?" Fang Yuan chuckled. Who doesn't know how to brag? Han Yingying was momentarily speechless, recognizing Fang's jest. She was not naive. It was evident that Fang's previous remarks held considerable wisdom. Persuading the two technical experts to readily agree to the acquisition plan, Fang Yuan was somewhat puzzled as to why she had followed him. "Why aren't you at work? Why are you with me?" Han Yingying looked bewildered, replying, "Brother Fang, I am your assistant." Fang Yuan reflected and realized that indeed, she was his assistant. Wherever he went, she followed, which seemed quite natural. He then asked, "Do you wish to go to the company?" Han Yingying hesitated and confessed, "To be honest, not really." Fang Yuan feigned ignorance, asking, "Why not?" Han Yingying hesitated to respond, appearing reluctant to share. Fang Yuan did not press further, suspecting that she had overheard some gossip at the company. With many voices, this was beyond his control. Han Yingying does not work at the company daily, yet she is constantly by her boss's side. It is only natural for her to be the subject of gossip behind her back. Once in the car, Fang Yuan lightly tousled his hair, saying, "It's fine if you don't go to work. I shall assign you a task later." Han Yingying's face brightened with anticipation as she looked at him, exclaiming, "Brother Fang, what else will I do besides being an assistant?" Fang Yuan shot her a glance. "You will still be an assistant, but I shall assign you an additional task." Han Yingying wrinkled her nose in discontent. "And I will still receive the same salary?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "With my provision of meals and accommodation and no extra expenses from you, doesn't 8,500 a month suffice?" Han Yingying pouted. "But I still have debts to repay? Then I shall increase your salary by 500. "Really?" Fang Yuan doused her enthusiasm with cold water. "Your sister's arrival is when I will consider a raise." Han Yingying ground her teeth in frustration. Brother Fang had ulterior motives, seemingly wishing to exploit her sister. However, if selling her sister could settle her debts, it might not be entirely unfeasible, especially since her sister had been eager for some time. Han Yingying inquired, "Brother Fang, if my sister becomes your girlfriend, will that mean I won't have to repay my debts?" Fang Yuan reminded her, "Do not forget that the IOU bears not only your sister's name, but also yours, complete with your fingerprint. Are you certain you wish to avoid repaying your debts?" Han Yingying sighed in defeat. "Then I suppose I shall continue to repay my debts." Fang Yuan secretly delighted. If her sister were to learn of her thoughts, it would surely infuriate her. "Brother Fang, are you going to the supermarket tonight to buy groceries? Are you eager to cook?" "Not particularly, I was merely asking." After several days of dining out, Fang Yuan felt a bit tempted. In a good mood today, he decided to drive out for Japanese cuisine. The meal cost over 2,000, barely enough to satiate his hunger. After dining, Fang Yuan drove along the banks of the Pearl River to unwind. Han Yingying was thoroughly enjoying herself. Midway, Fang Yuan called Han Sisi. To his surprise, she was still working overtime and sounded somewhat glum. Fang Yuan understood. It was likely due to some workplace frustrations. She was indeed hard-working, yet in this day and age, such diligence was not necessarily a virtue. In comparison, his sister seemed to appreciate life more. Chapter 24. Lu Xiaoxue is my neighbor. On Thursday, Fang Yuan interviewed the final key player for the technical team at the company, a man named Lu Yang. His credentials were notably more impressive than those of the two candidates from the previous day. He had spent several years at Amazon, primarily overseeing the domestic market. Last year, he ventured out on his own, and after a year, he was close to exhausting his decade-long savings. He was indeed a peculiar character, refusing to seek investors, showcasing a sense of pride, albeit not in excess. However, Fang Yuan valued Lu Yang's versatility more than anything. The two candidates interviewed yesterday were somewhat introverted. While they excelled in technical skills, their managerial abilities were lacking. The technical department required a leader, and Lu Yang evidently possessed such capabilities. After negotiating the finer details, Fang Yuan left without a second thought. The remaining responsibilities for the acquisition would fall to Zhao Peijin and He Yui. Upon returning to the chairman's office, He had barely settled into his chair when the chief financial officer, Yang Lei, knocked and entered. The moment Fang Yuan saw Yang Lei, his first thought was that the company's account must be depleted. As expected, Yang Lei opened with, "President Fang, there are only 2 million left in the company account. It will likely last until next week." Goodness, the funds were depleting at an alarming rate. 8 million had been consumed in just about a week. If they had been more judicious, it would not have burned through so quickly. The internet truly demands a hefty expenditure. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan remained unfazed. He leisurely sipped his hot tea before responding, "I will transfer another 20 million to the company account shortly." Yang Lei nodded and suggested, "Should we consider taking out a loan from the bank or seeking investors to infuse capital?" Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need to worry about funding for the moment. I have guaranteed an investment of 300 million for Yuanchuan Company." Yang Lei clicked his tongue, somewhat taken aback. He had underestimated his boss's financial capabilities. Although he appeared to be a second-generation heir, such extravagance was unexpected. With a wealthy boss, his role in finance would be considerably less burdensome, a far cry from the tight constraints of his previous company. After dismissing Yang Lei, the human resources director, Yui, knocked and entered to report on her work. She presented a personnel list, stating, "President Fang, this is the current staffing configuration. We still need to bolster the sales and operations departments." Fang Yuan glanced over it and inquired, "Let us aim to complete the hiring by next week. These two departments will need to recruit personnel in various cities." Yui replied, "We are already making arrangements." Her reliability was reassuring. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and instructed, "Let us establish an algorithm department. Ideally, we should recruit some talent from Tushio, with annual salaries adjusted according to market rates, plus a 10 to 20 increase." Yui diligently noted his requests before leaving the chairman's office. With the addition of the 3 newly hired technical teams, the staff at Yuanchuan Company had surpassed 200 individuals. The headquarters personnel configuration was now sufficient to meet operational demands, with the focus shifting to the business and sales teams stationed in various provinces. In the afternoon, Fang Yuan continued to increase his stake in a promising venture, Xuanji Information. Having invested a total of 50 million, nearing a 4 share, he planned to hold on to it for a few weeks before selling. Given the current rate of increase, he estimated a potential profit of 30 to 40 in just a few weeks, which was quite enticing. He had no immediate intentions of investing in the national liquor, as this bullish market cycle bore no relation to it, making it unnecessary to tie up funds in that area. Instead, the key players in this market surge were infrastructure, military industry, high-speed rail, internet, and brokerage sectors. After several days of collaboration, Fang Yuan's trust in Liu Xiaoxue's team significantly increased. The recommended stocks experienced fluctuations, but ultimately yielded a profit of 12. One should not underestimate this modest gain. Liu Xiaoxue's team specializes in short-term trading. With increased investment, the returns can rival those of long-term holdings. Fang Yuan transferred 10 million for Liu Xiaoxue's team to manage, considering it an expense for the company. In less than 2 weeks, a small target investment had been allocated, 60 million in the stock market, 30 million in Yuanchuan Company, and 10 million in Bitcoin. It seems that money flows rather easily. Aside from the stock market, the remaining 2 investments will not yield immediate benefits. There are still 2 small target investments lying dormant in the account, and 1 small target is deposited in a fixed-term bank account. In the evening, Fang Yuan invited Old Li to dine at the Yangqing restaurant. It must be said that choosing to deposit money in Old Li's bank has proven highly profitable. This profit does not solely refer to the monetary gains Old Li has facilitated. Rather, the real value lies in the relationships and connections. Additionally, Old Li's temperament suits Fang Yuan well. The old man can be quite amusing at times. Upon their meeting, Fang Yuan jested, "Uncle Li, why didn't you invite Manager Liu today? She has been a tremendous help to me recently." Old Li puffed up his cheeks. "We don't get along." Fang Yuan recalled the day Liu Xiaoxue mistakenly thought he was going on a blind date with her, igniting a spark of curiosity within him. "Is it because you've been pressured too much about marriage that you two don't get along?" Old Li chuckled self-deprecatingly. If only that were the case. Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "Could it be that you've been unfaithful, and she found out?" Old Li jokingly chastised. "Why ask so many questions? Why not ask her directly?" Fang Yuan gazed deeply at the old man, who wore a forced smile. Suddenly, he noticed a glimmer of tears in Old Li's eyes. Could it be? A 60-year-old man shedding tears before him. Intrigued, Fang Yuan felt an increasing desire to uncover the underlying reason. Old Li's demeanor towards Lu Xiaoxiu seemed almost subservient, as if he had committed a grave error. His current attitude suggested a desire for atonement. It was not infidelity. More likely, it was a family upheaval. The two had formed a friendship across generations. Yet Fang Yuan had never heard Old Li speak of his partner. It seemed the discord between father and daughter might stem from this very issue. "Uncle Li, are you all right?" Fang Yuan offered a tissue, gently comforting him. "I apologize for making you laugh." Old Li uncorked a bottle of Mao Tai, pouring generous amounts for both, treating it as if it were mere water as they conversed. "Some mistakes leave no path for redemption. You are still young. Do not tread the path I have taken, lest you find your daughter no longer recognizes you as her father." Fang Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, "Uncle Li, perhaps you should drink a little less." "It's no trouble. I am quite happy today." He added in his heart, "If I were to make you understand, that would be quite a feat." They drank for half an hour, consuming a total of 3 bottles of Feitian Matai. Fang Yuan had only managed half a bottle, while Uncle Li polished off 2.5, as effortlessly as if he were drinking water. It was no surprise. Given that he had navigated through the intricacies of this position for decades, his capacity for alcohol was nothing short of remarkable. However, after downing 2.5 bottles, Uncle Li was thoroughly intoxicated. Fang Yuan had no choice but to assist him in leaving the hotel. "Uncle Li, I'll call a designated driver to take you home." "Where do you live?" "I can't go home. There's no one there. Just take me to that girl's place." "Uncle Li, where does Manager Lu live?" "Zhujiang Villa." "Isn't that where I live?" "That girl lives next door to you." The revelation that his neighbor was Uncle Li's daughter left Fang Yuan utterly astonished. Had Uncle Li not been inebriated, he would have pressed for more clarity on the matter. What a coincidence. It was Uncle Li who had initially introduced him to the rental agent. If Uncle Li were not self-serving, he would not bear the surname Fang. Yet, what could this old man possibly desire? The thoughts swirled in Fang Yuan's mind, and he hesitated to entertain speculations in that direction. If it were true, he wished it were false. Yet, when he considered Lu Xiaoxiu's commanding presence, he found himself thinking, if it's false, I wish it were true. Surely, such a scenario could not be so outrageous. The odds were slimmer than winning the lottery. They had an age difference of over a decade. How could Uncle Li dare? He must be overthinking it. Besides, a woman of such age who remained unmarried surely had her reasons, a female PhD, no less. After dedicating herself to her studies, how could she possibly find time for romance? Fang Yuan concluded that it was best to avoid any entanglement with Uncle Li's daughter. Collaborating to earn some money would suffice. A little while later, Fang Yuan helped Uncle Li out of the car. Indeed, those who delight in gossip often find themselves in unfortunate circumstances. Uncle Li had vomited throughout the ride, filling the vehicle with an unpleasant odor. Had the fare not been generous, the designated driver would have been reluctant to continue. Knock, knock, knock. With a mix of skepticism and hope, Fang Yuan rapped on the door of his neighbor. After a brief wait, the door finally swung open. Uncle Li had not been exaggerating. Lu Xiaoxiu truly emerged from within. However, her expression was somewhat frosty. Clad in a white nightgown, she approached, and he caught a whiff of the orchid fragrance that clung to her. Her every frown and smile exuded the allure befitting a woman of 30. It was no wonder that men often found her enchanting. Yet, Uncle Li's daughter had never even been in a relationship. She hardly qualified as a mature woman. At most, she was a slightly older fairy. Lu Xiaoxiu wrinkled her nose and frowned. "How much has that old man drunk?" Fang Yuan replied, "About 2.5 bottles. This attitude had taken a complete turn. He began with calling him that old man. What on earth had Old Li done? Even his own daughter refused to acknowledge him as her father. Lu Xiaoxiu sighed, her face filled with regret. "Mr. Fang, could you please assist me in bringing him inside? I apologize for the trouble." Suddenly, Old Li faced Fang Yuan and retched. Fang Yuan turned pale, realizing he would have to extract a bit more from Old Li's pockets later. Lu Xiaoxiu was startled as well. Fang Yuan, disregarding everything else, insisted, "Let us first get your father to bed for some rest." After much effort, they managed to move the 100-plus-pound Old Li onto the bed. Lu Xiaoxiu handed a pack of tissues to Fang Yuan, saying, "Mr. Fang, are you all right? You should clean yourself up." Fang Yuan gestured that it was of no concern. "It's nothing, but remember to get him a glass of water later. Someone who has drunk will feel parched after vomiting." Lu Xiaoxiu bit her lip and suggested, "Why don't you take a shower and change clothes? You've had a drink, and driving at this hour isn't advisable." Fang Yuan wanted to protest, saying that driving was out of the question given that Old Li had made quite a mess in his car, which would probably be junked without even a wash. He decisively declined Lu Xiaoxue's suggestion. No need, I live next door. I can just walk back. Mr. Fong lives next door? She asked, a bit surprised. What a coincidence, he had just moved in recently. After a brief chat, Fong Yuan wished to leave. He felt utterly uncomfortable in his odorous state. As he walked into the neighboring villa, Lu Xiaoxue's eyes glinted with a unique expression. What an uncanny coincidence it was that an old man's friend lived right next to her. She recalled that the neighbors had moved abroad years ago. Only recently to see someone moving in, and to her astonishment, it turned out to be a major client of hers. Back in her room, Lu Xiaoxue looked at the snoring old man and ultimately softened. She poured him a glass of water and placed it on the bedside table. Meanwhile, Han Yingying pinched her nose as she picked up the clothes that Boss Fong had discarded and tossed them into the outdoor trash bin. Upon returning, she found Boss Fong sitting on the sofa in nothing but his large shorts, which made her inexplicably shy. She hastily turned away, not daring to look, muttering, Boss Fong, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Whether or not I wear clothes in my own home is my prerogative. It's hardly surprising. Fong Yuan replied as he stood up and headed toward the bathroom. Han Yingying, her face flushed, called after him, Boss Fong, that's my shower. Your bathroom is upstairs. Fong Yuan chuckled. What is the difference? They are both places to bathe. Han Yingying's eyes widened. Of course there is a difference. Who knows if you'll... Her sentence abruptly halted, leaving her stammering. If I'll misuse my things. Fong Yuan laughed. Aren't all the things here bought with my money? Han Yingying protested. Of course not. Everything I own was purchased with my own money, so you're not allowed to use it. Fong Yuan beckoned her with a finger. Not even the boss. Han Yingying resolutely shook her head, puffing out her cheeks. No way. Fong Yuan approached her and ruffled her hair. You're such a spoiled one. For the first time, Han Yingying found herself under the commanding gaze of Boss Fong from a distance. Fortunately, he eventually retreated to the second floor to take a shower. Just moments ago, she had been quite defiant, but now she sat on the sofa, filled with regret. Would Boss Fong dismiss her from her position? Lost in these anxious thoughts, she heard Boss Fong calling from upstairs. Yingying, bring me a pair of underwear. Han Yingying felt a mix of anger and helplessness, ultimately complying and heading upstairs to fetch it for him. Throughout the night, Han Yingying was on edge, especially since Boss Fong had been drinking and teasing her during his shower, clearly with mischievous intent. Thankfully, the midnight hours passed without incident. Early Friday morning, Fong Yuan received a call from Han Sisi. Brother Fong, I want to resign. Fong Yuan leaned against the headboard, rubbing his forehead. Go ahead. You didn't sleep a wink last night, did you? Han Sisi felt embarrassed, realizing that nothing could be hidden from Brother Fong. Indeed, she hadn't slept at all. Fong Yuan inquired, can you hand over your duties this afternoon? Han Sisi replied, Brother Fong, I have quite a bit of luggage, so I might need your help. When she learned he had a new car, Han Sisi was surprised. Brother Fong, did you change cars again? Fong Yuan retorted, what do you mean again? That last one was ruined, someone vomited all over it, and the smell was unbearable. Han Sisi stifled a laugh. I thought you had already bought a new one. Fong Yuan responded, I plan to take your sister for a driving test soon, and I'll get you both a car afterward. Han Sisi quickly declined, fearing that any delay would lead to overwhelming debts. Her reason for resigning was quite unfortunate, discriminatory treatment from the new leadership, among other factors. She simply couldn't endure it any longer. After hanging up, Old Li called in. They exchanged pleasantries. And upon learning that Fong Yuan was looking to buy a new car, Old Li eagerly recommended a 4S dealership, assuring him that this time, he would not be misled. Fong Yuan felt a twinge of annoyance, realizing that Old Li had indeed misled him before. However, he dismissed the thought. He was well aware of the situation. Moreover, he was in high spirits upon hearing about his sister's resignation, as it marked a significant step forward. While Fong Yuan was still enjoying his breakfast, Han Yingying rushed into the living room with a feather duster, as if to report her findings. Brother Fong, it seems your car has developed mold. Her reminder sparked his attention. He nearly expelled the freshly ingested century egg and lean meat porridge. Truly, one should not bring up sensitive topics. Fong Yuan shot her a glare, exclaiming, then why are you laughing so joyfully? Han Yingying, with a look of feigned innocence, replied, is it wrong for me to report promptly? But you startled me. Fong Yuan beckoned her with a gesture. Han Yingying turned her head away, remaining rooted to the spot. Fong Yuan insisted, come here. Han Yingying retorted, I won't. Fong Yuan lifted his bowl and continued sipping his porridge, stating, "If you want tea, come. Then you can help me tidy up the car." Upon hearing this, Han Yingying immediately relented and obediently moved a stool to sit beside her boss. Fang Yuan inquired, "Do you know your sister intends to resign today?" Han Yingying nodded. "She told me last night." Fang Yuan expressed his dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you inform me sooner?" Han Cici pouted. "She called me at 3 in the morning, waking me just as I was falling asleep, and now I'm utterly exhausted." Fang Yuan countered, "Who told you to sleep so late?" Han Yingying fell silent. Fang Yuan patted her head, disregarding her reluctant expression, and asked, "What kind of car do you think is appropriate for the boss?" Han Yingying, feeling overwhelmed, replied, "Brother Fang, I know nothing about cars." "How foolish." Fang Yuan withdrew his hand, attempting to grasp hers. Han Yingying hid her hand behind her back, determined to thwart her boss's advances. Brother Fang had crossed the line again. How annoying. Han Yingying had long grown accustomed to such setbacks. Being foolish was one thing. Her sister, so intelligent, still endured hardships. Covering her head, Han Yingying murmured softly, "I've always been rather slow-witted." Seizing a moment while Fang Yuan was engrossed in his porridge, she hurriedly slipped to the opposite side of the table. Fang Yuan felt somewhat speechless, surprised at how quickly this girl had accepted her fate. Unable to touch her hand, he could not help but admonish, "You waste your days at work without learning anything." Han Yingying protested, "Brother Fang, I don't waste time. I work over 10 hours a day." At this moment, Fang Yuan found himself at a loss for a reason to reprimand her. He used his phone to request a ride to the dealership through a ride-hailing app, specifying not to choose a standard car, but a luxury vehicle with an appointment for pickup. "Brother Fang, my phone's storage is full. Use mine to book it." "Brother Fang, what time should I schedule it for?" At 8:30, Han Yingying was quick on the uptake. She successfully booked a luxury car using Fang Yuan's phone without questioning why he needed a new vehicle. She knew that asking might only lead to further discouragement from him. A few minutes later, a voice on the line announced, "Hello, Mr. Fang. Please hold on a moment. I will be right out to meet you." After hanging up, Han Yingying curiously asked, "Brother Fang, have you decided what car you want to buy?" Fang Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, "I'll buy an SUV with ample space." Han Yingying had expected her boss to choose a sports car, but was taken aback by his understated choice. Yet, it seemed fitting. Fang Yuan had always been quite low-key. In the realm of entrepreneurship, expenditure flows like water, yet in everyday life, he is frugal, consistently imparting the virtues of thriftiness. Despite Mr. Fang's considerable wealth, he refrains from extravagantly adorning himself, distinguishing him from the ostentatious nouveau riche prevalent online. Shortly thereafter, a young sales associate approached, slightly bowing as he greeted, "Mr. Fang, this way please." The young man, astute in his demeanor, tactfully overlooked Han Yingying, who stood beside Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan perceived a measure of discernment in the lad, and as they departed, he unexpectedly grasped Han Yingying's hand. Startled, she widened her eyes, hesitating to struggle, her cheeks flushing. Yet, being in public, she understood the importance of preserving Mr. Fang's dignity. Failure to do so could result in dire consequences. With a gentle tug, Fang Yuan encouraged her to follow. As he contemplated the differences between the sisters' hands, he inquired, "Do you have any larger SUVs available?" The sales associate, without a moment's hesitation and with a persistent smile, responded, "We have the Mercedes-Benz GL Class AMG in stock." "No need for an appointment?" Fang Yuan asked. The sales associate chuckled, "Uncle Li has already given the nod. If you want it, you can take the car without an appointment." Fang Yuan nodded. "Take me for a test drive." "Mr. Fang, would you like me to introduce the vehicle's features?" the young man inquired. Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I can manage on my own. You wait outside." The sales associate complied without question and exited the Mercedes-Benz GL Class AMG showroom. With Uncle Li's endorsement, the associate's capabilities were undoubtedly commendable. In sales, fulfilling the boss's demands is paramount to achieving satisfaction. Once the sales associate departed, Han Yingying hastily freed herself from Fang Yuan's grasp. However, he paid little heed to her reaction. Circling the vehicle, he turned to the still fidgeting Han Yingying. "You should get in and try it out." Reluctantly, she complied, taking her place in the passenger seat while Fang Yuan settled into the driver's seat. As soon as they were inside, he reached for her hand once again. Her face flushed deeper, her gaze cast downward, lost in thought. Taking a moment to reflect, Fang Yuan found it challenging to discern any differences between the sisters' hands. "Brother Fang, you mustn't do this," she protested. He gently ruffled her hair. You mustn't tell your sister, understand? Han Yingying felt a wave of embarrassment. Brother Fong, you cannot bully me. She whimpered. Have you forgotten your duties as an assistant? He replied with a playful tone. What assistant allows the boss to bully them? She stammered, feigning ignorance. He provided no explanation, instead releasing her hand. Let us go. After we pick up the car, we'll fetch your sister. Han Yingying, feeling flustered, rubbed her cheeks. Lagging a few paces behind, anxious about being embarrassed in public once more. The sales associate was efficient, facilitating a seamless passage throughout their journey. In the early hours of the morning, Fong Yuan effortlessly drove away with his newly acquired vehicle, even having the license plate affixed. How wonderful it is to possess wealth. He secured this magnificent SUV for a staggering $2.05 million in full payment. The spaciousness of the vehicle is undoubtedly its prime advantage. However, in other aspects, it merely offers the standard features one might expect at this price point. Initially, he contemplated taking out a loan to extend a personal favor to old Li, but ultimately decided against it, thinking he would invite him for tea another time. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two sisters emerged from the factory, burdened with an assortment of bags. The elder sister's luggage was particularly abundant. Upon seeing Fong Boss's new car, Han Sisi couldn't suppress her curiosity and inquired, Brother Fong, how much did this car cost? Fong Yuan cheerfully assisted her in placing a red bucket into the trunk, responding, 10 times your IOU. Sister, hurry and get in. Han Sisi sought Fong Boss's approval. Sisi, sit in the front, he instructed. Upon hearing this, Han Yingying's expression soured slightly. Feeling a twinge of jealousy at the preferential treatment Fong Boss seemed to show. How shameless of her sister. Knowing full well she would be in the back seat, yet still reaching out to hold Fong Boss's hand. Seeing the two engage in such intimate behavior, Han Yingying couldn't help but remind them, Brother Fong, be mindful of the occasion. Then you can get out, he retorted. Chapter 27. Sister. Just now Brother Fong was stealing glances at you in front of me. Han Sisi felt a bit embarrassed. Fong Boss was indeed rather eager. Couldn't he dismiss Yingying? This third wheel, and hold her hand instead? The 55T was no laughing matter. The driving experience was exhilarating, and indeed, the price had its justification. After their meal, Fong Yuan drove the sisters out for a leisurely ride. By 4 o'clock, they returned to the Zhujiang villa. The sisters decided to share a room, primarily to safeguard against theft, specifically from Fong Boss, whom they playfully deemed a thief. Fong Yuan reclined on the sofa, observing the sisters bustling about. When it was just his younger sister, he often felt something was amiss. Now, with both of them present, it felt just right. After all, what sense does it make to separate twins? Their unity radiates a unique beauty. After a while, a representative from the 4S dealership arrived to take away his Mazda, while property management sent personnel to register his new license plate. Once the sisters finished tidying up, Fong Yuan sat up and patted the sofa on either side, beckoning. Come here, I have something to discuss. Han Yingying, just as she stood up, sat back down. The sisters exchanged glances, and ultimately, neither approached him. Fong Yuan did not press the matter. He understood their thoughts. Sisi felt bashful with her sister present, while Yingying was cautious out of respect for her elder sibling. Fong Yuan concluded, later, you both should enroll to obtain your driver's licenses. Han Yingying rested one hand on the edge of the sofa, perplexed, and said, Brother Fong, we don't have a car, so why would we need to take the driving test? Han Sisi nodded in agreement. We haven't even finished repaying our debts. Why waste money on a driving license? Even if we had one, we wouldn't be able to afford a car. Fong Yuan rose and moved behind his sister, gently patting her head as he replied, a driving license is essential. The registration fee can be considered part of the contingency fund. Surely, I can't be the one driving you all the time. Am I the boss, or are you? The sisters chimed in unison. Of course, it's you. However, when Brother Fong mentioned the possibility of reimbursement from the contingency fund, Han Yingying eagerly chimed in. Brother Fong, since you've bought a new car, can we have the old one for us to drive? Fong Yuan retorted, let us get the driving licenses first. Just so you know, you'll have to pay for any retests out of your own pockets. The sisters found this acceptable and nodded in agreement. Ah, such confidence. Han Yingying cautiously inquired, Brother Fong, now that my sister is here, can we expect a raise next month? Fong Yuan leaned over the back of the sofa where Han Sisi was seated, his head resting against hers, and replied, then it will be an increase of 500 yuan. Han Yingying immediately perked up. However, noticing the secret interactions between her sister and Brother Fong, She felt a twinge of melancholy. Previously, when her sister was not present, Brother Fong would affectionately pat her head. But now that she was here, he seemed to dote exclusively on her sister. It appeared that the secretary held more significance than the assistant, who could be easily discarded. With her sister watching closely and Brother Fong engaging in subtle gestures, Han Cece's complexion gradually flushed. Fong Yuan mistakenly thought her excitement stemmed from the anticipated raise, as her face reddened. Moreover, as he leaned over the sofa, he inadvertently caught sight of some inappropriate scenes. He quickly averted his gaze, noting that the sisters had rather average figures, likely due to previous poor living conditions and inadequate nutrition. Fong Yuan glanced at his sister and then at his younger sister. Han Yingying, sensing Brother Fong's unseemly gaze, immediately pouted and made a gesture towards her sister. Han Cece hastily covered her neckline, whispering, "Brother Fong, Yingying is still here." Fong Yuan merely responded with an choosing not to tease the younger sister further, though he shot a warning glance at her. "I'll deal with you later," he thought. Before ascending to the second floor, he reminded them, "Tonight, we'll be cooking dinner after going out to buy groceries. We are not dining out." Han Yingying was already accustomed to this arrangement, while Han Cece found it curious that someone as wealthy as Brother Fong would choose to eat at home. Han Yingying then joined her sister behind the sofa, mimicking Brother Fong's earlier gesture, and said, "Sister, Brother Fong was just sneaking a glance at you." Han Cece covered her face and murmured in response. Once she calmed down, she quietly asked, "Are we really going to buy groceries and cook?" Han Yingying pouted. "What else would we do?" Han Cece was contemplating when she could begin her role as secretary to Boss Fong. "Isn't Brother Fong's company still looking for a secretary?" she inquired. Han Yingying shook her head. "How would I know?" Cece lightly tapped her on the head. "Aren't you his assistant? You should at least know if they've hired someone." Yingying shrugged nonchalantly. "I haven't been to the office for a few days." Cece was taken aback. "Then what have you been doing?" Yingying replied, somewhat exasperated, "Tidying up the villa, grocery shopping, cooking, and sometimes running errands for Brother Fong." Cece murmured, "Isn't that work for a housekeeper?" Yingying, uninterested in elaborating, retorted, "Whatever, as long as I get paid." Cece bit her lip. "So I can start working next week, right?" Yingying gestured upstairs. "I don't know how Brother Fong will arrange things for you. I just don't want to go back to the office." Cece pressed, "Isn't it good to work at the company? You can learn a lot." Yingying puffed her cheeks. "Sister, you'll understand once you go. I don't want to talk about it." Reluctantly, Cece agreed. She then inquired about various matters to keep in mind. As they discussed, Yingying's spirits noticeably lifted. The two wandered up to the rooftop. Cece pointed next door. "Why Haven Tea? I seen our neighbors." Yingying explained, "I don't know. I haven't seen them in the 10 days I've been here. But I think it's a woman living there. I've only seen women as clothes hanging out to dry." Cece reflected, "The lives of the wealthy are truly enviable." Yingying nodded, glancing around before lowering her voice. "Sister, I have a question. Did Brother Fong take your first kiss?" Cece's cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded her. "I won't tell you." Yingying rolled her eyes. "Why be shy? We're twins. You can't hide anything from me." Brother Fong definitely didn't succeed. During dinner, Cece asked Fong Yuan, "Brother Fong, can I start working at the company with you next Monday?" Fong Yuan glanced at his sister, who was engrossed in her meal, then turned to Cece and nodded. "If you want to go, that's fine. If not, it's up to you." Cece felt a twinge of embarrassment. Why did it seem that Boss Fong's words were somewhat off? Hadn't she resigned from Sinyan Company precisely to follow him as his secretary? Why was it so casual now? Suddenly, Fong Yuan thought his sister was even more naive than his younger sister. On Monday, Cece accompanied Fong Yuan to the office. He led her to Human Resources Director He Yui, stating, "This is my secretary. Please make the necessary arrangements." He Yui nodded in acknowledgement and stood to guide Cece through the onboarding process, almost mistaking her for someone else. It turned out they were twins. However, being seasoned in the industry, He Yui remained indifferent to her boss's personal matters. In the conference room, Fong Yuan convened all current executives for a meeting. Chapter 28. Integrating the Team, the Emergence of Pinduoduo. Fong Yuan tapped his fingers on the table, directing his gaze toward the three heads of the technical team. "Last week, I presented a request. Do you have any thoughts on it?" The three exchanged glances, and Lu Yang was the first to express his opinion. "Mr. Fong, both Taobao and Jingdong primarily deal in consumer goods. We can differentiate our product positioning by narrowing our focus to agricultural and sideline products, an area that currently lacks attention domestically. We could seize this opportunity." Fong Yuan nodded, acknowledging Lu Yang's perspective. He recognized the potential in this idea. We are indeed in the nascent stage of the internet. Taobao and Jingdong have yet to fully penetrate various sectors of the consumer market. Agricultural products can certainly achieve differentiation. Furthermore, this positioning is particularly advantageous for the regional development of Pinduoduo. In the future, we can leverage algorithmic advantages to prioritize these agricultural products for local markets. This approach would not only ensure timely fresh produce delivery, but also significantly reduce logistics costs. Liao Yong and Hu Tao also shared their thoughts. Mr. Fong, after some private deliberation, we believe a novel shopping method could be adopted, implementing a factory direct sale strategy, which would greatly reduce intermediary costs and be beneficial for expanding into second and third-tier rural markets. Fong Yuan was somewhat surprised by their suggestion, recognizing the viability of factory direct sales. To capture the market, Pinduoduo must focus on differentiation. This does not imply abandoning the markets of Taobao and Jingdong. Rather, it is a matter of prioritization. The factory direct sales model emerged during the previous generation of e-commerce when it reached a bottleneck, emphasizing affordability, a commendable entry point. The other executives remained silent, yet contemplative about the subsequent steps. Fong Yuan then inquired, "Do you have any ideas for the software name?" He Yui chimed in, "Mr. Fong, what about Pinhaohua?" Fong Yuan shook his head. "Let's think further. This does not sufficiently emphasize our group purchasing concept. Our aim is to enable consumers to collaborate in groups to purchase products at lower prices. Perhaps we could simply call it Pinduoduo." Everyone's eyes lit up. Pinduoduo truly is the most fitting name. Its literal interpretation conveys that the more you group together, the lower the prices become, perfectly encapsulating the essence of group shopping. The boss indeed has a knack for naming. Fong Yuan decisively declared, "It's settled then." No one objected. He then turned to the three technical experts. "Please consolidate your teams. Liao Yong and Hu Tao will oversee the development of the Pinduoduo PC and app platforms, focusing primarily on the app. Liu Yang will be responsible for the overseas version of Pinduoduo." Liu Yang had no objections. This had already been established during his recruitment, as he was familiar with international business from his previous experience at Amazon. The other two also expressed no dissent. Fong Yuan asked, "How soon can we present a finished product to the market?" Liao Yong and Hu Tao exchanged glances, and Hu Tao clenched his teeth, stating, "The PC version is straightforward. However, developing a new app will take approximately 6 months. If we make adjustments to the existing app, the fastest we could achieve is 2 to 3 months. Fong Yuan remarked, "Then let us opt for the quickest solution, aiming to launch in the market by National Day and commence promotion during the Spring Festival." "No problem," he continued, turning to the legal director Zhao Peijin. "Will utilizing big data to push notifications to consumers infringe upon legal boundaries?" Zhao Peijin added, "This issue is manageable. At most, we may incur a fine. Domestic laws are not as stringent as those abroad, allowing for some loopholes. Then it is settled. Other departments should commence their tasks. While the business and sales divisions continue to recruit, you will have 2 to 3 months to prepare." Hiyu raised her head and said, "We are already in contact with the relevant personnel. If all goes smoothly, they should start next week." Fong Yuan stood up and said, "Let's have dinner together tonight to foster camaraderie. I hope for your understanding in our future collaborations." After the meeting concluded, Hiyu knocked and entered to report to Fong Yuan. "General Manager Fong, shall we book the dinner at the Garden Hotel?" "That works," he replied. As the Human Resources Director, Hiyu bore immense pressure. From the initial 3 executives to now over 200 employees, she was acutely aware of her workload over the past 2 weeks. As the boss, Fong Yuan inquired, "Are you feeling overwhelmed lately?" Hiyu hesitated. "As the company is just starting, human resources is undoubtedly the busiest. I'm managing well on my end." Fong Yuan jested. "Has your husband complained about you working overtime at the new company?" Hiyu, somewhat familiar with Fong Yuan's temperament, responded playfully, "In our household, the one who earns more has more say." Fong Yuan chuckled and advised, "If it becomes too much, take a well-deserved break." Hiyu smiled. "Thank you for your trust, boss." Fong Yuan then asked, "Any leads on the algorithm engineers?" Hiyu replied candidly, "Currently, no one has submitted their resumes. Such positions typically attract candidates from the leading tech giants. It's challenging for a startup like ours to recruit. If we can't attract talent, it's likely due to inadequate funding. Be bold in adjusting salaries. Our future technical team will need this support." "Understood. I'll reach out to my previous contacts for assistance." Just as Hiyu departed, Han Sisi, who was starting her first day, returned to Fong Yuan's office. The office exuded luxury, and Han Sisi observed that it was not merely an office. It was a space where one could bathe and sleep. Additionally, Fong Yuan had rented 4 floors of office space, with a monthly rent surpassing her debts. Remarkable. The only aspect that disheartened her was the peculiar way her colleagues regarded her. Now she understood why her sister was reluctant to work at the company. Who could withstand such scrutiny? Fong Yuan inquired, "How does your first day at work feel?" Han Sisi settled beside Boss Fong's sofa, intertwining her hands on her lap, and wrinkled her nose as she remarked, "Brother Fong, isn't it easy for people to misunderstand the role of a secretary?" Fong Yuan began to play coy. "It depends on your interpretation. Besides, our relationship is far from ordinary." Han Sisi blushed and replied, "What makes it so extraordinary?" Fong Yuan draped his arm around her shoulder, teasingly saying, still unwilling to admit it, "Are you?" Han Sisi murmured softly, "You've already lured me in. How can you blame me for not admitting it?" Fong Yuan ruffled her hair, advising, "Don't overthink it. If you wish to work, then work. If not, I have other plans." Han Sisi extended her small hand, declaring, "Brother Fong, I want to give it a try. If it doesn't work out, I'll heed your arrangements." Fong Yuan nodded in understanding, recognizing that his sister had always been this way. However, this was for the best. If the two sisters had identical personalities, it would lack intrigue. Chapter 29. The daughter's academic dilemma. Han Ying, having opted not to join the workforce, busied herself with cleaning the house. Each day, she meticulously tidied the villa inside and out, seemingly relishing her tasks. Upon completing her chores, she would boast in their WeChat group. In contrast, Han Sisi found herself somewhat despondent. As Boss Fong's secretary, she felt utterly lost, unaware of her responsibilities. The executives reported directly to Boss Fong, leaving her with 7 hours at the computer, uncertain of her duties. Having no formal training and lacking guidance, the online resources she found proved unreliable. When she inquired with Boss Fong, he too was at a loss, merely assigning her the task of delivering signed documents to the executives. While running errands should not be overly disheartening, the way the executives regarded her stirred discomfort. Sensitivity is inherent to young women, and it seemed these individuals viewed her through a distorted lens. This was the source of Han Sisi's greatest frustration. Serving as Boss Fong's secretary felt more exhausting than enduring long shifts at a factory. Han Sisi found herself conflicted about whether to continue. After some contemplation, she resolved to persevere, determined to prove herself worthy of respect. She had not become Boss Fong's secretary for trivial reasons. Indeed, she sought to earn a living. Bolstering her spirits, Han Sisi steeled herself. Suddenly, Boss Fong's voice echoed behind her, "Sisi, it's time to clock out. Why are you still dawdling?" Startled, Han Sisi hurriedly gathered her belongings. Just as she stepped into the villa, Han Ying sprang from the sofa and approached them eagerly. "Brother Fong, shall we dine out tonight?" Fong Yuan tossed his briefcase to her, saying, "Eating out every day is too costly. We'll have dinner at home tonight." Han Ying stood there, momentarily taken aback. Boss Fong's thought process is indeed beyond my comprehension. I initially presumed that after several days of abstaining from lavish meals, she would indulge her cravings. However, reality has imparted a lesson. Her desires are remarkably subdued. Despite her wealth, she lacks an appreciation for enjoyment. Ever since her sister moved into the villa, Boss Fong has insisted they venture out daily to procure groceries, returning to cook for themselves. This is a stark contrast to her previous behavior, when she would either dine out or order takeout. Fong Yuan tugged at his collar for a breath of fresh air and remarked, "What are you dawdling for? Is the reserve fund depleted?" Han Ying responded with a tone of resigned indifference. "There's still some left." At that moment, Han Sisi had finished changing her shoes and walked from the entrance into the living room. Fong Yuan patted the sofa beside him, and upon noticing, Han Ying quickly wrapped her arms around her sister's. "Sister, let us go buy groceries." Han Sisi, with a hint of exasperation, gestured towards Fong Yuan, "Brother Fong, I'll go buy the groceries first." Feeling a bit hungry and not wishing to waste time, Fong Yuan urged, "Be swift in your return." Han Ying beamed with victory and hastily led her sister back to the bedroom to change before heading out. A few minutes later, the sisters, dressed alike, left the house, chatting and laughing as they set off to shop. Today, Lu Xiaoxue finished work punctually. Recently, inexplicably, the old man had ceased to arrange blind dates for her. Moreover, the major client he had introduced her to had been significantly increasing their investments. Securing such a prominent client had bolstered her confidence during meetings. In the brokerage industry, acquiring a major client is far more valuable than casting a wide net for numerous small investors. It was puzzling how that old man had connections with such a young, affluent individual. As her car approached home, Lu Xiaoxue encountered a pair of sisters walking towards her. Strikingly similar in appearance, she recognized several homeowners from the nearby villas, and these twins clearly had only recently moved in. Moreover, the direction they were heading coincided with her own residence. She recalled that night when the old man's friend, Mr. Fong, mentioned residing next door. A suspicion began to form in her mind. These twins must be linked to Mr. Fong. Indeed, no man is without faults. Wealth seems to render them all the same. Could it be that the old man was also secretly nurturing a younger sibling outside? Was her mother's exhaustion, which led to her untimely demise while she was pursuing her doctorate, related to this? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lu Xiaoxue arrived home and promptly called the old man. "Are you hiding another woman from my mother?" Initially, old Li's face lit up with delight, thinking his daughter finally recognized the challenges he faced as a father. However, upon hearing her accusatory tone, his expression turned ashen. He was one of the few in his line of work who maintained a semblance of integrity. Old Li vehemently denied the allegations, exclaiming, "Absolutely not. Xiaoxue, where did you hear such rumors?" A quiet sigh of relief washed over Lu Xiaoxue, who replied calmly, "It's good if there is nothing to it. If there were, I would never forgive you." Old Li forced a smile and inquired, "Have you been out to dinner with that young man lately? I heard he lost several million in the stock market." Lu Xiaoxue responded nonchalantly, "What is the point of dining out with someone else? If there is nothing important, I'll hang up." Beep. Before Old Li could finish his thought, the call was terminated. After a moment of contemplation, he sent several hundred words to his daughter, elucidating the benefits and purposes of dining with clients. In the end, Lu Xiaoxue simply replied with an "O." Old Li's expression grew more troubled. With a PhD in finance from Harvard and years of networking experience, he pondered how she could still be merely a junior manager after 4 years. Had he known, he would have opposed her studying abroad. It seemed that too much education was not necessarily a boon. His daughter was already 27, having graduated with a Master's and now continuing her doctoral studies abroad, which would make her 30 upon returning. As he grew older, his only hope was for her to find a suitable partner soon, to avoid becoming a leftover woman, thus providing some reassurance to his elderly wife. However, that young man, Fong Yuan, truly baffled him. Winning several hundred million during the World Cup and consistently profiting in stocks, he was indeed remarkable, albeit a bit too young. Otherwise, he would not be an unsuitable match. After dinner, the sisters ventured out for a shopping spree, while Fong Yuan stayed behind. As the elder sister wished to work the next day, and the younger sister chose to be idle. At 10 o'clock that evening, the sisters returned to the villa, laden with bags. Fong Yuan asked them, "Where have you been? You took so long to return." "We went over to Wushan. Everything here is too expensive for us," Han Yingying replied, pulling out a carefully wrapped grilled sausage from her bag. "Brother Fong, my sister bought you this sausage. It's really good." Fong Yuan nodded in satisfaction, feeling his concerns were not in vain. As he savored the sausage, he turned to his sister. "What did you buy?" Han Sisi, with a casual demeanor, replied, "Just a few pieces of clothing." Fong Yuan shifted in his seat, eager to take a look. Han Sisi, sensing his interest, hurriedly retreated to her room. Clutching her shopping bag, Fong Yuan then patted his younger sister's head, asking, "What clothes did your sister buy?" "I don't know," Han Yingying replied, her expression anxious as she heard footsteps, quickly slipping away. Chapter 30. Only in stockings does one resemble a secretary on Tuesday morning. Fong Yuan unexpectedly donned a complete outfit and ventured out for morning exercise. The sisters had risen even earlier than he. Despite their protests, they still prepared breakfast early each day. Fong Yuan jogged around the villa complex, traversing Hanju Street and Ingjiang Street. As he ran, unexpectedly, a graceful figure darted out from behind, swiftly surpassing him. Observing this silhouette, he realized it was none other than Lu Xiaoxue, the daughter of old Lu. It appeared she also possessed the habit of exercising in the morning. However, as her significant client, he felt somewhat slighted by her failure to acknowledge him. Truly, she had a unique personality, and it was no wonder old Li wore a perpetual frown. Having such a daughter would inevitably lead to baldness. Fong Yuan, possessing decent stamina, quickened his pace slightly and caught up with her. "Manager Lu, what a coincidence!" he exclaimed. Lu Xiaoxue merely hummed in response. Initially, she considered accelerating to shake him off, but reconsidered. Such capriciousness would hinder her ability to meet the company's targets, which relied heavily on her father's support year after year. She realized she must rely on her own efforts. Nevertheless, the memory of the pair of twins she encountered the previous night diminished her favorable impression of Fang Yuan. Gradually, he moderated his speed, forcing Lu Xiaoxue to match his rhythm until they both transitioned to a leisurely walk. Panting, Fang Yuan inquired, "Manager Lu, do you exercise every day?" Lu Xiaoxue wiped the sweat from her forehead, replying, "I come out whenever it's not raining." Fang Yuan stretched lazily, jesting, "You're much more dedicated than I am. My exercise routine is sporadic, mainly fishing and sunbathing." Lu Xiaoxue, distracted, replied perfunctorily, "Then you should come out more often." Fang Yuan stole a glance at her, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her neck. Lu Xiaoxue felt a flicker of discomfort, which did not go unnoticed by Fang Yuan. He chuckled inwardly. Having thought that Han Sisi was shy enough, yet Lu Xiaoxue proved to be even more bashful, blushing at a mere glance. Could it be that someone in their 30s had never experienced love? He would need to verify this with Old Li. Feeling overwhelmed by Fang Yuan's direct gaze, Lu Xiaoxue hastily concocted an excuse to leave. "Mr. Fang, let us chat another time. I have to get to work." With that, she took off. Watching her retreating figure, Fang Yuan scratched his head, having intended to increase his investment in her team, especially since they had been quite profitable recently. Perhaps he should hold off for now. Moreover, Lu Xiaoxue's physique was indeed remarkable. Her face was comparable to that of her sister's, yet her figure surpassed theirs considerably, primarily due to its ample proportions. A generous figure often conceals many flaws. In contrast, her sisters appeared rather unremarkable. Dressed in sportswear, they likely shared the same lack of concerns about any unseemly movements. After another lap, Fang Yuan returned to the villa. On his way back, he deliberately glanced at the garage of Lu Xiaoxue's residence, only to find it empty. It seemed she had already left for work, skipping breakfast at home. He wondered if she even knew how to cook. Suddenly, my heart ached for Old Li. His adopted daughter, aside from her academic prowess, seemed to have neglected other aspects of life. Her personality was quite unconventional, which perhaps explained her prolonged single status. In the living room, only the younger sister was engrossed in her breakfast. After taking a shower, Fang Yuan emerged, only to find Han Yingying had already finished her meal and was now seated at the dining table, engrossed in her phone. Fang Yuan sat beside her and gently patted her head, inquiring about her elder sister's absence for breakfast. Han Yingying's immediate reaction was to push his hand away. However, Fang Yuan took hold of her hand, teasing, "What is so entertaining about that broken phone?" Han Yingying struggled, her cheeks flushed as she quietly murmured, "Fang Ge, my sister will be upset if she sees this." Fang Yuan chuckled silently and queried again, "Where has your sister gone?" "She was absent earlier and still is now." Han Yingying, glancing around, whispered, "She already ate and is in her room, changing clothes." Fang Yuan's curiosity was piqued. "What kind of clothes did your sister buy last night?" Han Yingying continued to resist. "If you let go, I will tell you." Fang Yuan playfully insisted, "What are you afraid of? Your sister cannot see." Han Yingying scrunched her nose. "Fang Ge, are your intentions mischievous?" Fang Yuan did not respond to her question but released her hand, gently patting her head again. "Now can you tell me?" Han Yingying swiftly rose and retreated to the opposite side, ensuring Fang Yuan could not reach her, and then whispered, "My sister spent 200 yuan last night on a formal outfit suitable for a secretary." Fang Yuan's understanding dawned. No wonder she had been secretive about her purchase. It turned out she had bought formal attire behind his back. Yet, Fang Yuan remained puzzled. Why not invest in something of better quality? What can one get for a few hundred yuan? Han Yingying pouted. "We haven't received our salaries yet. Where is the money for spending?" Fang Yuan retorted. "Don't you have a reserve fund?" Han Yingying replied begrudgingly, "But it isn't our money." Fang Yuan nodded, lowering his head to take a few bites of congee. The sisters' spending habits remained unchanged, which was commendable. They had not been corrupted by money. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan proposed, "I have a task for you." Han Yingying's expression turned wary. "Fang Ge, you must tell me first." Fang Yuan shot her an exasperated glance. "Use the reserve funds to purchase 2 mobile phones and a camera." Han Yingying pouted. "Why buy 2 phones?" Fang Yuan replied, "Just do as I say." "Why all the questions?" Han Yingying acquiesced with an "O," realizing Fang Yuan's assertiveness. After finishing breakfast, Fang Yuan went upstairs to change and then knocked on the door. Han Sisi responded, saying she would be quick. Fang Yuan, in high spirits, headed to the garage to wait for her. A few minutes later, Han Sisi appeared in his rearview mirror. Once she entered the passenger seat, Fang Yuan noticed that she had indeed applied makeup today. Dressed in a white shirt and a black professional skirt, she exuded a blend of innocence and subtle maturity. He feigned ignorance. Is that the outfit you bought last night? Han Sisi let out a soft hum, instinctively brushing aside the strands of hair that fell across her forehead. To Fang Yuan. This gesture appeared as an unspoken invitation directed at him. Curiosity piqued, Fang Yuan inquired, "What prompted your sudden desire to purchase this outfit? You need not dress so formally while accompanying me to work." With her cheeks slightly puffed, Han Sisi replied, "I wish to earnestly learn how to be a secretary. I do not want to abandon my efforts halfway." Fang Yuan cast a sidelong glance at her fair, delicate calves peeking from beneath her skirt. "You ought to buy a pair of stockings. That would truly embody the essence of a secretary." Han Sisi's face flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily speechless. It was evident that Fang Yuan's words carried a deeper meaning. "Brother Fang, if we don't leave soon, we shall be late," she urged. Fang Yuan echoed her sentiment with a noncommittal hum. However, instead of turning the key to ignite the engine, he reached for her hand. Han Sisi offered no resistance, merely turning her gaze toward the window. To her surprise, Fang Yuan's intentions regarding her hand were not as she had anticipated. She had assumed his focus lay on her skirt. Realizing this, Han Sisi quickly adjusted her position. Fang Yuan shot her a sharp glance, causing her to shrink back. Obediently returning to her original spot and inching closer toward the driver's side. Her legs instinctively drew closer together, fearing that Fang Yuan might overtly impose his will upon her. To her astonishment, instead of letting go, Fang Yuan lifted his hand, gently pinching her cheek. "Confidence is commendable, but I do not wish for you to endure undue hardship," he remarked. Han Sisi internally exhaled in relief, though her legs remained tightly closed. Fang Yuan averted his gaze and drove to work. Chapter 31. Lu Xiaoxue, the stingy man. For several consecutive days, Han Sisi accompanied him to work. During office hours, she proactively sought guidance from Yu in human resources. Initially, Fang Yuan believed this was merely a fleeting whim of hers, but he was taken aback to find her commitment enduring for nearly a week. She truly possessed a remarkable capacity for perseverance. Nevertheless, he felt no urgency. After experiencing sufficient hardship, she would inevitably choose to heed his directives. On Friday afternoon, Fang Yuan once again invested 50 million in the stocks of Fushun Special Steel and Beijing Pharmaceutical, including his previous 60 million stake in Xuanji Information. His personal portfolio had escalated to a staggering 1.6 billion. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxue's holdings remained at a mere 40 million, with no records of additional investments throughout the week. The balance in his bank account continued to dwindle, now reduced to approximately 1.3 billion. Pinduoduo had yet to enter its promotional phase, resulting in minimal expenditures. During the coming 2 to 3 months of the incubation period, he needed to extract some profits from the stock market. The shares he acquired in Xuanji Information, Fushun Special Steel, and Beijing Pharmaceutical were all intended for long-term investment over several weeks. The stock price of Xuanji Information had already surged by 21% since his purchase. The stock market was thriving, with the Shanghai Composite Index consistently on the rise. All indicators pointed towards a bull market, and market experts inundated the public with articles heralding its imminent arrival. Fang Yuan was also making preparations, waiting for the opportune moment to reap significant rewards. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxue was feeling somewhat despondent this week. Fang Yuan's account had been designated as a key account by the entire company. It was not just her who was keeping a close watch on this major client. Other departments were equally envious. What troubled Lu Xiaoxue was that the 100 million warehouse Fang Yuan established this week had not been allocated to her management team. The figures remained unchanged from the previous week. The leadership had issued a stern directive. A closer partnership with Fang Yuan must be forged. Only by encouraging Fang Yuan to continue investing in the company's management could greater benefits be attained. After much hesitation, Lu Xiaoxue finally dialed Fang Yuan's number. At home, engrossed in stock trading, Fang Yuan was somewhat taken aback. The woman had actually taken the initiative to call him. He had assumed she would only communicate with him through WeChat. Surely she hadn't spent days agonizing over whether to call him. Contemplating for a moment, he decided to answer the call. While he could disregard Lu Xiaoxue's feelings, he still needed to maintain a good rapport with Old Li. With a cheerful tone, Fang Yuan greeted, "Manager Liu, what can I do for you?" Liu Xiaoxua made an effort to lower her stance. "Mr. Fang, do you have time for dinner tonight?" Fang Yuan replied nonchalantly, "There's no need for dinner. I prefer to guard my personal time on weekends and am not fond of social engagements." Liu Xiaoxua was clearly taken aback. She was not naive enough to miss the implication in Fang Yuan's words. It was evident that he was not inclined to engage with her. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the call ended. Fang Yuan leaned back in his computer chair, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Liu Xiaoxua stood dazed in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Was she truly unsuited for this line of work? In finance, she had confidence. As long as Fang Yuan continued to increase his investments, she was certain she could deliver even higher returns. Yet, without clients, even the most skilled could accomplish little. Seeing the clients introduced by Old Li slip away, Liu Xiaoxua felt a sense of urgency. This was why she had decided to call, to check in and perhaps arrange a dinner for a more in-depth discussion. To her dismay, she had been outright rejected by Fang Yuan. In the days leading up to this, Liu Xiaoxua had sensed an ominous feeling as she noticed Fang Yuan had not increased his investments in her team. Was it truly the result of that morning run? Gritting her teeth, she muttered to herself, "What a miserly man." Ultimately, she could not bring herself to call Old Li for help. Perhaps if it was meant to be salvaged, it would be. If not, so be it. After a while, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. He manipulated the mouse to access the stock trading interface, analyzing the 40 million funds managed by Liu Xiaoxua's team. Apart from the initial yield of 12, the daily returns were now fluctuating around 3. This team engages in short-term trading, averaging a transaction every 2 days, with astonishing returns. In a mere fortnight, they amassed over 4 million. Old Li's daughter possesses an exceptional eye for opportunity, truly deserving of her Harvard finance doctorate. She is indeed remarkable. Although Liu Xiaoxua has her quirks, Fang Yuan is not one to shy away from profit. When there are gains to be made, why concern oneself with trifles? However, it is prudent not to rush. The optimal moment to increase his investment will be when Old Li calls to discuss life. After all, they are merely playing. Being a reborn individual provides ample advantage. This information disparity allows him to indulge freely. Nonetheless, Fang Yuan tentatively increased his position by 5 million. As the afternoon work hours concluded, Han Yingying stealthily ascended to the second floor and inquired, "Brother Fang, are we going out for a grand dinner tonight?" Fang Yuan beckoned her closer, saying, "Come here, and I shall reveal it." Instead of approaching, Han Yingying took a step back, responding, "Brother Fang, my sister will be off work soon." Fang Yuan shut down his computer, rose from the study, and gently patted her head. "There are still 10 minutes left. What are you afraid of? If you are not scared, then why should I be?" Han Yingying pushed his hand away and darted off like a rabbit. Shortly thereafter, Han Sisi returned from work. Fang Yuan waved her over, but upon noticing her sister's presence, Han Sisi hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fang Yuan, slightly exasperated, cleared his throat. "Quickly change your clothes. We are dining out tonight," followed by a boat ride on the Pearl River and a visit to the Canton Tower. Han Yingying's face lit up with excitement. "Brother Fang, my sister wants to wear a dress." Han Sisi rushed over and playfully pinched her sister's neck. "If you want to wear one, then wear it. Do not involve me." Han Yingying persisted, "But Brother Fang wants to see you in a dress." Han Sisi lightly tapped her sister's head. "If you keep spreading rumors, I shall tear your mouth apart." Fang Yuan mused whether he should reward his sister with a chicken leg for her excellent assistance. Han Yingying, retaliating, playfully tapped her sister before fleeing. "Brother Fang, we are going to change clothes." Han Sisi, feeling uneasy under their gaze, also retreated from the living room. Moments later, the sisters emerged from the bedroom in new dresses. Though the quality of the garments was rather average, the sisters, being natural beauties, looked stunning in anything. Once in the car, they settled in the back seat, snuggling together for selfies. Ever since Fang Yuan had gifted them new Meizu MX3 phones a few days ago, they had become enamored with photography, snapping pictures wherever they went. Han Yingying was always the most enthusiastic about dining out. "Brother Fang, where are we eating tonight?" Fang Yuan replied, "Let us go to Heidaleo. I took you there last time, and your sister hasn't tried it yet." Upon hearing this, Han Sisi pouted slightly, feeling a bit discontent even though she said nothing. Han Yingying agreed, "Okay," and turned to her sister. "Sister, let me tell you, Heidaleo is absolutely delicious." Han Sisi felt a twinge of impatience. "Understood. But if you remain silent, no one will regard you as mute." Han Yingying immediately turned her head to play with her phone, secretly pleased with herself. It was the weekend. The two sisters had requested a leave of absence from Boss Fong to visit their mother, who was about to be discharged from the hospital. Boss Fong readily approved their request. It was indeed time to return home for a visit. Yet, the absence of the sisters left a certain void in the household. Fong Yuan sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 32. First kiss the older sister, then pat the younger sister's head. There was also some unfortunate news. The 1 million bitcoins purchased under Han Yingying's identity 2 weeks prior had been plummeting in value. Recently, it had dwindled to a mere 900,000. Not a single day had seen an increase during these 2 weeks. Were it not for the knowledge that Bitcoin could eventually soar to hundreds of thousands each, he might have seriously contemplated fleeing. Losing 1 million in 2 weeks would unsettle anyone. When would this downturn in Bitcoin's market come to an end? It appeared that there would be no short-term prospects for profiting from Bitcoin. At 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, the sisters arrived in John City. Han Yingying promptly reported their safe arrival in their group chat, even sharing a photo taken at the train station exit. At the station, Han Yingying tilted her head to peek at her sister's phone, feigning ignorance. "Sister, who are you messaging?" Han Cece, aware of her sister's intentional inquiry, huffed in annoyance. "Hold your umbrella steady. Why so many questions?" Han Yingying pouted. She responded to Boss Fong in the group chat while intending to send him a private message as well. How shameless. Surely, she had been exchanging sweet nothings with Boss Fong behind the scenes. On Fong Yuan's end, he was somewhat surprised. He hadn't anticipated that his sister would message him privately. Was this still the Han Cece from their factory days? The transformation was remarkable. She had become far more proactive. His spirits lifted as he transferred 888 yuan to his sister. After a moment's thought, he casually sent 666 yuan to Han Yingying as well. Buzz. The sisters' phones vibrated simultaneously. Han Cece glanced at the amount Boss Fong had sent her, then leaned in to see the transfer made to her sister. Han Yingying quickly shielded her phone, promptly asking, "Sister, how much did Brother Fong send you?" Han Cece curled her lips. "You tell me first." Han Yingying, with a reluctant expression, replied, "I received 666. Upon hearing this, Han Cece's lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. Seeing her sister's expression, Han Yingying realized that Boss Fong had sent her sister a greater amount, which inevitably caused her a twinge of disappointment. The preferential treatment from Boss Fong was not a recent development. Rather than dwell on this, she thought it best to consider how to explain their return to their parents. Han Yingying felt even more troubled. She tugged at her sister's sleeve. "Sister, how shall we explain this to Mom when we get home?" Han Cece began to wear a troubled expression. She mentioned working as an e-commerce customer service representative for Boss Fong while renting a place outside, ensuring their mother remained unaware that they resided in their elder brother's villa. Han Yingying nodded in deep agreement. No matter how carefree they appeared outside, returning home always brought a wave of anxiety. There was no way to explain, nor could they clarify. Their mother had just undergone heart valve surgery less than a month ago. If she were to discover that her daughters were living in Boss Fong's villa, it could potentially trigger a relapse. The sisters had already concocted excuses regarding the IOU situation, planning to explain it just as they had done previously. 3 days later, on July 28th, at 5 in the afternoon, the sisters returned to the villa. Fong Yuan, hearing the commotion, descended from the second floor, exclaiming, "You finally decided to come back. I thought you had run away. Brother Fong, why are you not dressed?" Han Yingying covered her eyes. Han Cece turned her face away, though Yingying, despite shielding her eyes, had her fingers slightly apart. With no outsiders present, what was there to fear? The sisters exchanged eye rolls upon hearing his words. As Boss Fong approached, they discreetly shifted their positions on the couch. Fong Yuan settled between them and inquired, "Did you bring back any local specialties from Wuchuan?" "Just a little," Han Cece replied, retrieving a container from her bag. "Brother Fong, it's the rice cake made by our mother." Fong Yuan touched his head, opened the container, and sampled one, delighting in the flavor. "It seems Auntie is recovering well. She can make this already." Han Cece lowered her head. Still feeling uneasy interacting with Boss Fong in front of her sister, her ears flushed with embarrassment. Han Yingying interjected, "Brother Fong, is my mom's rice cake delicious?" Chewing, Fong Yuan responded, "It's better than what my mom makes." Suddenly, Han Yingying jumped up, moved behind Han Cece, and cheekily remarked, "Sister, Brother Fong says your cooking is great." With that, she sneaked back to her bedroom. Fong Yuan winked at the elder sister, causing her to blush even more. It was all Ying's fault for spilling everything to Brother Fong. She wondered why someone had to follow her sister to cook. Fong Yuan was somewhat surprised to learn that this rice cake was made by the elder sister. It seemed she had also mastered the art of being coy. Nevertheless, it was quite delicious. He devoured 3 in one go. Auntie is doing well, I hope? Han Sisi confirmed. She has been discharged and is resting at home. The doctor advised her to take her medication regularly and avoid physical labor to minimize the chance of a relapse. As long as she was not seriously ill, it spared the sisters from the worry of returning home frequently to see their mother. Fong Yuan leaned closer and asked, "Have you missed me these past 3 days?" Han Sisi lowered her gaze, smiling shyly, turning her head away, unable to voice her feelings. Fong Yuan gently adjusted her face to meet his gaze. Their eyes locked, and Han Sisi felt even more bashful. Fong Yuan wrapped his arm around her shoulders, gradually guiding her to the corner of the sofa. Han Sisi found herself at a dead end, compelled to plead for mercy. "Fong Gu," she implored. Suddenly, Fong Yuan inquired, "Have you ever been in love during your university years? Who has the heart for romance?" Han Sisi pushed gently against Fong Yuan's shoulder, stammering, "You are the first boy to hold my hand." Fong Yuan nodded in satisfaction, gradually leaning closer to her, lowering his head to say, "And the first boy to kiss you." Han Sisi closed her eyes, trembling slightly as she replied, "Moreover, the last one." A few minutes later, Han Sisi pushed Fong Yuan away, her cheeks flushed, and hurried to the restroom to splash some water on her face to cool down. Fong Yuan pressed his lips together, realizing how tender a girl could be. At that moment, Han Ying emerged from the bedroom, and, noticing only Fong Yuan in the living room, curiously asked, "Fong Gu, where did my sister go?" Fong Yuan beckoned her over. Han Ying, glancing around like a thief to ensure her sister was indeed in the restroom, finally mustered the courage to approach him. Fong Yuan then asked her, "Have you missed me?" Han Ying's eyes darted as she replied, "My sister must have. She woke up early today to specially prepare you some rice cakes." Fong Yuan ruffled her hair, adopting a stern expression, "I asked you, not your sister." Flustered, Han Ying quickly pushed Fong Yuan's hand away and distanced herself slightly before speaking, "I didn't." Fong Yuan responded with a playful hum, "I must have spoiled you for nothing." This time, Han Ying remained silent, merely shooting a glance at Fong Yuan. He regarded her with a bemused smile, while she blinked in return. Upon hearing the restroom door open, both instinctively ceased their playful interaction. "Why is your face so red, sister?" "It's hot." "Humph. The air conditioning is running in the living room, so how can it be hot? Why does a girl spend her day asking questions? You should check if there are any ingredients left in the fridge. We should cook dinner at home tonight." Fong Yuan watched the sisters bicker with amusement, finding it rather entertaining. In the evening, the sisters sat on either side of Fong Yuan. Han Ying finally pressed her fingerprint at the end of a new IOU before handing it to Fong Yuan for inspection. "Fong Gu, this is the new IOU." Fong Yuan glanced over the final amount, feeling somewhat speechless. After all that, the sisters had spent 20,000 yuan in just 3 days for their mother's expenses. The level of expenditure seemed to subtly belittle his financial prowess. The items purchased were meticulously itemized on the bill, even including the transfer Fong Yuan had made to the sisters that day. Their antics left him feeling both exasperated and amused. Fong Yuan first patted the elder sister's head, then playfully tapped the younger sister's forehead with his pen. The sisters, cradling their heads, chorused, "Fong Gu, is the accounting correct?" Fong Yuan smirked, "It's calculated perfectly. Just don't do it again next time." The sisters exchanged smiles, sharing a moment of lightheartedness. Had I known that Boss Fong would hold disdain for them and attribute the bill to their debts, I would have thought twice. A night passed in silence. On Tuesday, Fong Yuan rose early. He had not attended the company on Monday, and today he felt compelled to make an appearance. Without the presence of their superior, the executives found themselves at a loss for reporting their work. Although conversations could transpire over the phone, certain details necessitated his direct involvement. Descending the stairs, the two sisters were already bustling about in the kitchen, unaware of the hour. Previously, when Han Ying was alone, she would lazily wait for takeout. However, since her sister's arrival, they had developed a preference for culinary endeavors over ordering in, experimenting with new dishes daily, never repeating a meal. In the evenings, they would pore over cookbooks, immersing themselves in the art of gastronomy, displaying a refined taste for life that surpassed even that of a boss. Yet, Fong Yuan understood the reason behind it. His sister was still accompanying him to the office, alleviating her boredom. In stark contrast, his younger sister had become utterly lethargic. adamantly refusing to join him at work and gradually transforming from an assistant into the caretaker of the villa. It remained uncertain how long the elder sister could maintain this arrangement. Fang Yuan contemplated the necessity of securing stable employment for the sisters, providing them with a legitimate explanation should others inquire about their circumstances. Changing into workout attire, he stepped out for exercise at 8 in the morning. Today, he had ventured out a bit later than usual. The two streets within the villa community were populated with elderly residents out for their morning strolls. Despite having resided here for some time, Fang Yuan had hardly exchanged greetings with the neighbors, the only exception being Lu Xiaoxue next door. Surely, he would not encounter her at this hour. As fate would have it, just as he thought that, a familiar voice greeted him. "Good morning, Fang Zong." Turning at the sound, he spotted a frail figure exercising alongside him. Remarkably, her figure was exquisite. After daily witnessing the unremarkable physiques of the sisters, the contrast with Lu Xiaoxue's proportions was striking. To his surprise, Lu Xiaoxue initiated a conversation with him, which he had not anticipated. He had assumed that she had given up on social interactions, but it appeared that she had not entirely retreated. They exchanged a few casual remarks, and Fang Yuan was taken aback when Lu Xiaoxue immediately broached the topic of work. Clearly, her emotional intelligence remained intact. However, he also recognized his own tendency to be rather frugal with his words. Lu Xiaoxue seemed to sense the awkwardness of her inquiries. It felt rather presumptuous to engage in such discussions upon an unexpected morning encounter. Fang Yuan gasped and inquired, "Manager Lu, are there any decent gyms nearby that you could recommend? I have recently been contemplating exercising." Lu Xiaoxue's face brightened with delight. "If President Fang does not mind, I could also serve as your personal fitness coach." Fang Yuan was somewhat taken aback. "Manager Lu, you possess knowledge in this area?" He was not naive. It was apparent that Lu Xiaoxue aimed to retain him as a client, even opting for a personal approach. Although her method was rather peculiar, why not simply recommend a gym instead of stepping in herself? Fang Yuan found it puzzling and suspected she was merely jesting. Lu Xiaoxue continued, "During my doctoral studies abroad, I engaged in systematic learning for a period." Fang Yuan chuckled warmly. "If you don't mind, I have no objections." Lu Xiaoxue smiled gently and cautiously asked, "What are your requirements for fitness, President Fang?" Fang Yuan casually replied, "Just something simple to stretch my muscles." Lu Xiaoxue nodded earnestly. "Then I shall customize a fitness plan for you." Fang Yuan was taken aback. She was quite serious about this. Seeing her earnestness, he felt reluctant to outright decline. He would assess her capabilities later, and if necessary, he would simply pass on it. At 9 o'clock, Fang Yuan and Han Sisi exited the elevator, one after the other. Han Sisi, trailing behind, wished to find a crevice to hide in. What was wrong with these people's gazes? Did they concoct rumors just because she had taken a day off yesterday? Before Fang Yuan could settle into his chair, He from HR entered with two newly recruited directors for him to familiarize himself with. "President Fang, these are the two newly hired directors." After introducing them, He left the office. Fang Yuan examined the resumes of the two individuals. Sales Director Zhang Peng had previously worked at Taobao for 10 years. This fellow was still bound by a 2-year non-compete agreement, but after Taobao recently ceased paying his contract salary, he was ready to return to the industry. One must admit that He choices were quite reliable. The resume alone was persuasive. The sales department primarily focuses on attracting more merchants to the platform. Operations Director Liu Yan also boasted 10 years of experience, having held positions at both Taobao and Jingdong, primarily responsible for promoting and implementing various business operations across the platform. With such extensive experience, they would not lack resources. For individuals seasoned in the industry, mere platitudes would yield no effect. During their conversation, Fang Yuan subtly alluded to the future IPO of Pinduoduo, indicating that this group would be eligible for corresponding options. He conveyed this sentiment to every executive, believing that one must be willing to share benefits. Otherwise, subordinates might lose hope. Once hope dissipates, it is likely they would take their leave. In the afternoon, the stock market opened. Fang Yuan contacted Lu Xiaoxue, directly increasing the investment by 10 million. Lu Xiaoxue was overjoyed, yet her happiness waned at the thought of having to personally serve as Fang Yuan's fitness coach. Regrettably, there is no remedy for remorse in this world. On Wednesday, Fang Yuan continued to augment Lu Xiaoxue's portfolio with an additional 20 million, bringing the total to 70 million under her team's management. On Thursday, Han Sisi approached Fang Yuan with a troubled expression just before the end of the workday. Brother Fong, I can't hold on any longer. Fong Yuan was not surprised. He had sensed her unease over the past few days. Perhaps it was for the best that she could no longer endure. He had already devised a plan for the two sisters. Chapter 34. Should I go home to review my studies? Is it really too much to bear? Fong Yuan rose and walked over to ruffle her hair. Han Sisi furrowed her brows. I've overheard people discussing us several times this week. Fong Yuan wrapped his arm around her shoulders and led her to the sofa. Jesting, people will talk. I can't silence them all. Han Sisi chuckled despite herself. She had braced for this, yet she was astonished that she could only withstand the gossip for a mere 2 weeks. Fong Yuan reassured her, a smile suits you well. Don't frown like you did a few days ago. Han Sisi nodded. In a moment of distraction, Fong Yuan's hand slipped from her shoulder to her cheek. Her face flushed, and she dared not meet his gaze, mumbling, Brother Fong. With audacity, Fong Yuan remarked, It's been days since we reviewed anything. Shall we study now? As he spoke, he leaned in closer. Brother Fong wouldn't he suggest doing it in the office, would he? Han Sisi hesitated to entertain such thoughts. What if another executive walked in? Where could she hide? Wouldn't he that only reinforce the rumors? Brother Fong, let us review at home, shall we? Han Sisi shrank her neck, wishing to distance herself from Fong Yuan's affection. However, Fong Yuan was resolute. He had countless ways to keep her under his influence. Gently, he turned her face towards him, whispering, We can review again at home. Han Sisi's cheeks reddened further. Brother Fong was indeed incorrigible. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and her hands were at a loss, unsure where to rest. Ultimately, she tentatively embraced Fong Yuan's back. Brother Fong's sturdy frame felt rather weighty. Oh, it was the same sensation as last time, yet this time, he seemed a tad more unruly. Han Sisi swiftly blocked his advance. Fong Yuan, undeterred, grasped her hand, and panic set in. It was all unraveling. Han Sisi implored softly, Brother Fong. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuan lifted his head and asked, Shall we review the remaining material when we return? Han Sisi felt utterly embarrassed, thinking how unreasonable that was. Fong Yuan, however, chose to leave it at that, not pressing the matter further. She was still too shy. There would be opportunities for her to review more later. As the workday approached its end, Han Sisi hurriedly distanced herself to tidy her attire, vowing never to don the secretary's formal wear again. Fortunately, her outfit was not overly wrinkled. Otherwise, if Ying noticed upon her return, she feared she might be mortified. Upon arriving home, Han Ying, having idled away the day, eagerly awaited their return. Clutching Fong Yuan's briefcase, she scrutinized her sister and inquired, Sister, why did you two arrive home 10 minutes later than usual today? Fong Yuan cleared his throat and explained, We usually leave 10 minutes early, but today we were held up by some matters. Han Ying's eyes widened in understanding, yet she still sensed something amiss. Her sister had seemed quite gloomy in recent days, frowning at work and constantly seeking her out to share her grievances. Now, however, she appeared to be in high spirits. As twins, Han Ying keenly observed that her sister's shirt seemed to be missing a button. Her eyes darted over her sister's face a few times before Han Sisi playfully tapped her on the head. Why don't you hurry and prepare tea for Brother Fong? Why are you staring at me? Han Ying pouted, feeling like she had no rights as the younger sister. It seemed her sister had taken to giving orders too. Once her sister turned away, Han Sisi glanced down at her collar. The sight startled her. It was definitely due to the review session with Brother Fong in the parking lot. She reprimanded herself for being so careless. Fong Yuan discreetly winked at her. Han Sisi, using her lips to communicate with her boss, mouthed, It's all your fault. While her sister was busy making tea, Han Sisi retreated to her bedroom to change out of her formal wear. Fong Yuan, sipping his warm tea, pondered for a moment before asking, Would you both like to hear my plans? Han Ying looked at her sister with curiosity. Sister, are you not going to continue as a secretary? Fong Yuan answered her question, saying, Your sister will not be going to work next week. Han Sisi nodded in agreement. Han Ying exclaimed, Oh. It made sense now why her sister was so cheerful. She had no intention of continuing her job. Most people could hardly withstand the gossip behind their backs. Such remarks could be more tormenting than working shifts in a factory. This realization prompted Han Ying to quit after merely a week of assisting Fong Yuan. She was surprised to learn her sister had only endured for 2 weeks. With anticipation, Han Ying asked, Brother Fong, what do you plan to arrange for us? Fong Yuan replied, First, you should obtain your driver's licenses, and then, once Pinduoduo launches in the market, I will help you set up a store to sell products. The sisters exchanged glances, finding Fang Yuan's proposal quite satisfactory. As long as there was work to be done, they were content. Otherwise, spending the entire day confined within the villa will inevitably lead to stagnation. Han Yingying still felt somewhat perplexed. Brother Fang, is it absolutely necessary to obtain a driver's license? Fang Yuan replied, somewhat irked. It is essential. You both rely on me to drive you around every day? Han Sisi muttered, we can't afford the registration fee. Fang Yuan affectionately patted his sister's head, saying, it will be deducted from the reserve funds. Han Yingying puffed out her cheeks. Brother Fang, that's not our money. Fang Yuan understood that the sisters were reluctant to increase their debts. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, today marks the 1st of August. Let's tally up the wages after dinner and deduct it from there. The sisters widened their eyes in disbelief. By what right? We don't even have money to buy a car. A driver's license is of no use to us. Fang Yuan disregarded their protests, stating firmly, as the boss, this is non-negotiable. Han Yingying sulked, and Han Sisi shared her indignation. They felt that Fang Yuan was being rather oppressive. The two had contemplated using their wages this month to purchase personal necessities, but with Fang Yuan's arrangement, it seemed their earnings would barely cover the cost of obtaining a driver's license. At 9:30 in the evening, Fang Yuan yawned and inquired, have you finished calculating? Han Yingying nodded. Brother Fang, please check for any discrepancies. Fang Yuan took the document and glanced over it. It indicated that Han Yingying was supposed to attend work for 23 days in July, but had only managed 14, resulting in a calculated wage of 5,478. 26 yuan based on a monthly salary of 9,000. Han Sisi, having worked only 9 days, was entitled to 3,521. 73 yuan. The calculations were remarkably precise, extending to 2 decimal places. Shouldn't they be rounded down? In reality, the sisters had been working considerably more hours each day than the standard 8-hour workday. Though they had not accounted for that, Fang Yuan returned the bill to Han Yingying. Your wages are nearly sufficient to cover the registration fee for the driver's license. Han Yingying grimaced. Brother Fang, if we register, we won't have any money left for daily expenses. Fang Yuan retorted, but I provide meals and accommodation. Acknowledging the futility of her argument, Han Yingying conceded. Han Sisi was indifferent. In her heart, whether or not she received a salary made little difference. Fang Yuan did not afford the sisters any opportunity to hesitate. If you truly do not wish to use your wages for the registration, the fee must be deducted from the reserve funds. Reluctantly, the sisters nodded in agreement. On the occasion of the Qixi festival, when the sister became a mere tool, Fang Yuan instructed, from now on, you shall transfer your wages into the reserve funds each month. Han Yingying asked, brother, when will we receive our wages from the factory? On the 15th of each month. What a ripoff, holding half a month's wages. Now you understand how advantageous it is to have meals and accommodation provided here, with salaries disbursed on the 1st of each month, right? Han Yingying and Han Sisi agreed. Indeed, working for Boss Fang is quite favorable, though there is a lingering fear of his ulterior motives. After saying this, Fang Yuan ascended the stairs to retire for the night, leaving the sisters in a state of distress. Han Yingying inquired, Sister, should we consider the money from the reserve fund as part of our debt? Han Sisi gritted her teeth and replied, let's count it. Han Yingying responded with a resigned murmur. Although Boss Fang did not mind such trivial sums, the sisters found it difficult to surpass that mental hurdle. After all, obtaining a driver's license was a personal endeavor, and they ought not to misappropriate Boss Fang's funds. The following morning, Fang Yuan arose early once more. With no alternative, he had been retiring to bed by 10 o'clock lately, naturally waking around 7. Upon descending to the first floor, he discovered Han Sisi alone in the kitchen, engrossed in her tasks. He entered, puzzled. Why are you the only one here? Han Sisi huffed. She stayed up late scrolling through her phone. She won't be up at this hour. Fang Yuan approached and ruffled her hair. Still, Sisi, you are diligent. Han Sisi anxiously glanced toward the outside, fearing her sister might emerge from the bedroom at any moment, and murmured, actually, I stayed up late as well. Fang Yuan was somewhat taken aback. What were you both doing awake? Han Sisi, with a hint of pride, replied. We were browsing Taobao and bought a lot of items. Fang Yuan extended his hand. What did you purchase? Show me. Without hesitation, Han Sisi retrieved her phone from her waistband and handed it to him, while continuing to peruse the breakfast recipes. Fang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle as he examined the screen. Indeed, Han Sisi, this naive girl, had spent the night shopping on Taobao. and most of her orders consisted of a plethora of items at the 99-second flash sale price. The most expensive item was a bottle of herbal skincare product priced at 69 yuan. Quite the thrifty shopper. He returned the phone to her, saying, "Make sure to buy me a few clothes as well." Han Sisi tentatively asked, "Is it acceptable to buy clothes at this price?" Fang Yuan stroked her head. "If you're the one buying, then it is." Han Sisi felt a surge of happiness at his words, regardless of whether he was jesting. She had already committed it to memory. Lost in thought, Han Sisi suddenly felt a tightening around her waist. She turned, stepping back a half step while her gaze darted outside. "Brother Fang." Fang Yuan pinched her cheek playfully. "Let's review your studies. You mustn't slack off." She replied, "What is there to worry about? Your lazy sister will sleep until at least 8. "Do not push your luck," he said, compelling her to lean against his chest. Meanwhile, she casually adjusted the heat on the sausage maker. Due to their height difference, Han Sisi had to stand on tiptoe to review her studies with Fang Yuan, which exhausted her. Fortunately, Fang Yuan was respectful, merely keeping his hands on the outside of her clothing, not venturing further. After they finished reviewing, Han Sisi tidied her attire and asked, "Brother Fang, won't you exercise today?" Fang Yuan chuckled, "I already completed my workout." Han Sisi's cheeks flushed, feeling inexplicably flustered under his gaze. Surely, he wouldn't want to review studies again, would he? After all, it is still early. Ugh, what on earth is Han Sisi thinking? How can she be so shameless? Fang Yuan was oblivious to the peculiar thoughts swirling in Han Sisi's mind. He was preoccupied with whether or not to include Han Yingying, that burdensome companion, in their dinner plans for the evening. Today marked the Qixi festival, and he felt an obligation to orchestrate a delightful outing. He was indifferent about the matter. His primary concern was that this girl might overthink things. He did not wish for Han Sisi to revert to the gloomy state she had been in 2 weeks prior. Time passed slowly, and after a while, Fang Yuan did not see any signs of him teasing her. Han Sisi softly nudged him. "Fang Gu, should you continue?" Fang Yuan, perplexed, replied, "Continue what?" Han Sisi's face flushed as if she were feverish. She stammered, unable to articulate her thoughts, and finally turned her head away, dismissing him with, "You know what?" Upon realizing the implication, Fang Yuan chuckled heartily. It was hard to fathom that such words would escape Han Sisi's lips. What courage it must have taken her. He gently squeezed her shoulder and inquired, "Since today is the Qixi festival, how about we go shopping this evening?" Han Sisi hesitantly responded, "Just the two of us? Shouldn't we bring Yingying?" Fang Yuan tossed the decision back to her, saying, "It's up to you. I have no preference." Without a moment's hesitation, Han Sisi declared, "Let us bring Yingying. If we leave her out, she might speak ill of me behind my back for a month." Fang Yuan anticipated this outcome. In truth, it suited him perfectly. He understood his sister's character all too well. No, both sisters were the same. If it were Han Yingying, she would likely entertain similar thoughts. The twin sisters had grown up together, attended school together, and even entered the workforce side by side. They were rarely apart, so it was not easy to separate them. Fang Yuan wrapped his arm around her shoulder and asked, "Sisi, can we continue?" "Not now," Han Sisi replied, her face ablaze with embarrassment as she pushed him towards the kitchen. "Hurry and wash up. Breakfast will be ready soon." After freshening up, Fang Yuan played some music in the living room. Before long, Han Yingying emerged from the bedroom, rubbing her eyes and glaring at Fang Yuan. However, a mere glance from him sent her scurrying off to wash up. In the evening, the sisters donned matching camisoles, layered with cream-colored cardigans, and paired with shorts and white sneakers, exuding a vibrant energy. Clearly, both were in high spirits. The trio dined at an Italian restaurant before heading to the mall. It was their first visit to such an upscale establishment, and Fang Yuan felt as bewildered as a newcomer in a grand garden. The hallmark of the items here was their exorbitant prices. Fang Yuan had a simple intention, to indulge himself and the sisters in a little luxurious spending. Despite the sisters' reluctance, they ultimately succumbed to Boss Fang's whims. In the end, they selected over a dozen garments and purchased various cosmetics. Fang Yuan also chose an exquisite suit for unforeseen circumstances. The total expenditure for the evening reached an astonishing 320,000 yuan, as money flowed effortlessly. Hundreds of thousands were spent without a flicker of hesitation. As for the sisters' sentiments, he was disinclined to ponder them. Spending habits could be cultivated gradually. Initial discomfort would fade with repetition, becoming second nature over time. The trio strolled until 10 o'clock at night, emerging from Taiku Hui Square. Fang Yuan called out to the ahead-walking Han Yingying, "Ying, Come take a photo of me and your sister. Han Yingying, feeling disheartened, retrieved the Meizu MX-3 gifted by Boss Fong to capture the moment. She had spent the entire evening as a mere tool. Sister, move a little closer to Brother Fong. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuan eagerly wrapped an arm around Han Cici's waist and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Let us make a heart together." With a smile, Han Cici shifted closer to Boss Fong. This feeling of being cherished was intoxicating. 3, 2, 1, they finished the photo. Fong Yuan then beckoned her over, "Find a passerby. Let us take a group photo." Unfortunately, Han Yingying hesitated to join him. Perhaps another time for that sister to have a group shot. Chapter 36. The sister gets involved at the Pearl River Villa after a night of being a tool. Han Yingying finally seized the moment when her sister went to take a shower to engage in a private conversation with Boss Fong. Sitting on the adjacent sofa, she gazed intently at him. "Brother Fong, is my sister's waist soft?" After finishing a message in the company's WeChat group, Fong Yuan looked up with a smile. "Come here, let me test your waist." Han Yingying glanced toward the bathroom, ensuring her sister would not emerge just yet, before shyly making her way over. "Brother Fong, have you been harboring ulterior motives all along?" "You're not much better," Fong Yuan retorted, ruffling her hair. "You seem so carefree. What are you thinking?" Han Yingying, feeling a bit guilty, lowered her head and murmured, "As long as I'm happy, I don't want to live as burdened as my sister." Fong Yuan understood the implications of her words. Not many could adopt such a perspective in these times. He empathized with her inner turmoil. Tilting her head, she cheerfully inquired, "Brother Fong, did you steal my sister's first kiss?" Fong Yuan did not answer, but countered her question, "Do you wish to surpass her?" Han Yingying shook her head, skeptical of Boss Fong's words. "Humph, my sister must have been bullied by you long ago." Fong Yuan replied, "Then show me some evidence." "Really nothing? None at all?" His expression remained unfazed. "Of course not," he joked. "How could I possibly admit to that? Let her figure it out on her own. Is it truly possible that Mr. Fong is so honest? Is it real or merely a facade?" Yet, the expression on Mr. Fong's face does not suggest deception. Han Yingying felt a stir of excitement within her. Having trailed behind her sister while sipping soup, she yearned to take a clandestine lead. "Brother Fong," she cooed sweetly, gazing at him with an innocent charm. "What is it?" The sound of her voice sent shivers down Fong Yuan's spine. Undeterred, Han Yingying boldly leaned in, wrapping her arms around his. Her eyes closed as she playfully hummed, "Brother Fong." Fong Yuan responded, "Are you trying to steal my heart?" After a prolonged moment, Han Yingying opened her eyes, catching Mr. Fong's gaze fixed upon her. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Just as she was about to speak, her sister's voice echoed from the bathroom, "Yingying, please bring me a new towel." Startled, Han Yingying quickly released Mr. Fong's arm and scurried away with the speed of a rabbit. "Here it comes." Fong Yuan chuckled to himself, pleased with the situation. It appeared to be progressing rather favorably. His sister was more perceptive than he had anticipated. Indeed, approaching the sister first had proven to be the wisest choice. Had he attempted the reverse, perhaps the sister would never have considered residing in his villa. Patience was essential. This was not a matter to be rushed. There was ample time ahead. In this lifetime, Fong Yuan possessed little besides wealth and time. On Wednesday, Fong Yuan commenced the sale of stocks related to the information sector. This was a considerable undertaking, an investment of 60 million, sufficient to keep him occupied throughout the day. The sisters had managed to secure their driver's licenses, finally finding a task to occupy their time. In the morning, they thoroughly cleaned the villa inside and out, and in the afternoon, they spent some time on the first-level exam questions. After 2 hours of study, they felt fatigued and exchanged glances. Han Yingying suggested, "Sister, Brother Fong hasn't come down all day. Should we check on him upstairs?" Han Cici, too, felt the urge to ascend but hesitated, her modesty preventing her from seeking out Mr. Fong in front of her sister. With a thoughtful demeanor, Han Cici proposed, "Let us wash some fruit to bring up." Han Yingying scoffed, "Sister, why don't you go wash it?" Han Cici playfully nudged her side. "If I say you should go, then just go. Why question it?" Han Yingying felt a pang of frustration. After being commanded by Mr. Fong, she now faced her sister's demands. Was her position in the family destined to be so lowly? Meanwhile, Fong Yuan's fingers grew weary from clicking. Goodness, had he not been concerned that releasing 60 million in stocks all at once would trigger a price surge? He wouldn't have to endure this from morning until afternoon. Perhaps next time, he might as well enlist the sisters to assist him with the trading. Such simple-minded stock selling required no prior education. A few clicks of the mouse would suffice. Just then, Han Yingying's voice broke through his thoughts. Brother Fong, are you still trading stocks? Fong Yuan turned his head and immediately beamed with joy. The two sisters were truly his lucky stars, always bringing him what he desired. He beckoned them over, saying, "Come sit by me and assist me in trading stocks." "Brother Fong, I don't know how," Han Yingying replied, shaking her head. Fong Yuan then looked at her sister. "Cici, do you know?" Han Cici placed the cleaned fruit on the table and also shook her head. After pondering for a moment, Fong Yuan said, "Take some time to learn. The company's Pinduoduo is not yet fully developed, so there is no rush with the shop. Just help me with the stock trading for now." The sisters reluctantly nodded, realizing they shouldn't have come up in the first place. It would be foolish to not utilize free labor. Without further ado, Fong Yuan initiated his teaching session, disregarding the sisters' consent. He rambled on about the basics of stock trading. A few minutes later, Fong Yuan looked at his sister. "You try it first." Han Yingying rolled her eyes, feeling a bit miffed at Brother Fong's preferential treatment. Cautiously, she maneuvered the mouse. "Brother Fong, do I click here?" Fong Yuan confirmed. "Yes, go ahead and click. Treat the stocks like fun tokens and don't stress." She successfully completed a transaction, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Curiously, she asked, "Brother Fong, how much stock did you buy?" Fong Yuan noticed his sister's inquisitive gaze and cleared his throat, casually replying, "Just a few small goals." "What do you mean by small goals?" she inquired. "It's a measure of quantity," he explained. "Why Haven T, I learned this unit of measurement. You should spend less time on your phone and help me with stock trading instead. You won't miss out on the good life later," he encouraged. Han Yingying puffed her cheeks, deciding not to press Brother Fong further, and quietly focused on studying stocks. Fong Yuan observed her for a while and noticed that she was picking it up quite quickly. Soon, she was getting the hang of it. He then took a moment to pat his sister's head. "How many problems did you work on today?" Han Cici picked up a green grape and held it near Fong Yuan's mouth, softly saying, "Just a few dozen." As he munched, he remarked, "Your efficiency is too slow. Stop with the exercises and just do practice exams." Han Cici cautiously replied, "I'm afraid I might miss something." Fong Yuan, uninterested in elaborating, asked Han Yingying, who was lying on the desk, "How many problems did you look at today?" Han Yingying mumbled, "I'm not doing exercises. Just practice exams." Fong Yuan complimented her. "You're smart, Yingying. Your sister is too rigid." Han Yingying nodded in agreement. "I think so too." Han Cici playfully tapped her sister on the head. "You've been at it for 2 hours and Haven T finished half the exam. And you still dare to criticize me." Han Yingying covered her head, saying, "Brother Fong, please keep an eye on my sister. She's always hitting me." Han Cici shrugged it off. Fong Yuan chose not to involve himself in the sister squabbles. Chapter 37. Han Yingying, is my waist softer than my sister's? The sisters noticed Fong Yuan frowning and wisely chose to fall silent. One must not provoke Mr. Fong's displeasure over such trivial matters. The two remained silent. Fong Yuan sampled a few green grapes before extending his hand, requesting a massage. Upon hearing this, Han Yingying cast a glance, hesitant to make any move. However, Han Cici bashfully took Mr. Fong's hand and squeezed it. Han Yingying felt increasingly frustrated, regretting her decision to follow along. Not only had she assisted Mr. Fong with stock trading, but now she had to endure the sight of their affection. When had her sister become so shameless? Han Yingying attempted a final protest. "Sister, it's your turn to take charge." Fong Yuan gently patted her head. "Your sister has other matters to attend to. You may continue." Han Yingying was startled, lowering her head, unable to meet her sister's gaze. This was outrageous. How could Fong dare to pat her head in front of her sister? Witnessing this, Han Cici felt a surge of jealousy and pinched Mr. Fong's hand. Fong Yuan remained unperturbed, then proceeded to pat Cici's head. "Cici, you should learn too." At this, Han Yingying dared to lift her head. Han Cici dismissed it, thinking Mr. Fong had merely made an innocent mistake. Han Yingying sat on the chair, curling her legs, puffing out her cheeks as she watched Mr. Fong instruct her sister on stock trading. Suddenly, she felt a gentle squeeze on her hand. Turning her head, she met Mr. Fong's mischievous gaze. Han Yingying blinked back at him, initially believing he would cease his playful antics. To her surprise, he grew bolder, sliding his hand from hers to her waist. For the first time, Han Yingying found herself embraced by a boy. Feeling a ticklish sensation that compelled her to straighten her back, she not only sought to push Mr. Fong's hand away but also remained vigilant against her sister's potential glance. Seizing the moment while her sister was in the restroom, Han Yingying whispered, "Fong Go, is my waist softer than my sister's?" Fang Yuan shook his head. Not even close. Why are you so tense? Han Yingying pouted in frustration. If I'm not careful and my sister finds out, I'm doomed. Fang Yuan patted her head. Though your waist may not be soft, you are certainly the more clever one. Han Yingying beamed with joy. It had been a while since Mr. Fang had praised her. However, his mischievous nature indeed kept her on edge. Subsequently, the stocks yielded a profit of 38 over the course of 2 days, accumulating a total gain of 22.77 million within 3 weeks. This profit included commissions and a stamp duty of 1,000th. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan's account was exempt from broker commissions, as Lu Xiaoxue had established it as a fee-free account. The following day, Fang Yuan transferred the funds to his bank card, which now held a total of 22.7 billion, with an additional 100 million invested in Fushan Special Steel and Beijing Pharmaceutical. Lu Xiaoxue possesses a staggering 70 million, consistently earning 3 million daily, which amounts to a substantial 210 million each day, a truly lucrative endeavor. Additionally, there lies a fixed deposit of 100 million in Old Li's account and Bitcoin valued at 8 million. When factoring in the investment in Pinduoduo, his total assets have already surpassed 500 million. Within the span of less than a month, he has adeptly utilized the advantages afforded by his rebirth to generate wealth. The exhilaration of accumulating riches is profoundly satisfying. On Friday, Fang Yuan allocated an additional 30 million to Lu Xiaoxue, making a total investment of 100 million for short-term gains. Old Li's daughter has indeed become his veritable cash cow. Shortly after adjusting his portfolio, Lu Xiaoxue sent him a WeChat message. Upon opening it, Fang Yuan discovered a PowerPoint presentation titled Beginner's Fitness Guide. Initially, he intended to tease Lu Xiaoxue and did not take it seriously. However, it appeared that she had not forgotten this matter. In truth, Fang Yuan would have preferred her to forget it altogether. Collaborating to earn money together sufficed. There was no need for deeper entanglements. Before long, Lu Xiaoxue sent several more messages. President Fang, please take a look. This contains tutorials I have compiled. If you have any interest in fitness, I can guide you at any time. Fang Yuan replied with an affirmative. Driven by curiosity, he clicked to peruse the contents. He had little understanding of fitness. After browsing for a while, an inkling struck him. The material within the presentation was likely not merely copied from the internet, but possibly crafted by her own hands. She seemed quite knowledgeable. This financial PhD who had returned from abroad indeed possessed considerable skills. Aside from her emotional intelligence, she appeared exceptional in every other aspect. She had beauty, a commendable figure, the perfect age, and academic credentials that surpassed many. Were it not for her being Old Li's daughter, Fang Yuan might have genuinely considered pursuing her. However, that thought was swiftly extinguished. One does not graze where one nests. If he were to make a move, Old Li would certainly retaliate. As he pondered, another message popped up. President Fang, are you available to work out at the gym tonight? Fang Yuan hesitated. Should he go? Perhaps he could invite the two sisters along for a trial. He wasn't keen on learning, but thought it would be a good opportunity for the sisters, who often lounged in the villa, to cultivate a new hobby. Convinced this was a splendid idea, he promptly decided for the sisters and replied, send me the gym's address. But I would like to bring 2 friends along. Would that be acceptable, Manager Lu? Upon seeing Fang Yuan's response, Lu Xiaoxue instinctively recalled the pair of twin sisters she had encountered by chance previously. Fang Yuan's mention of 2 friends was likely referring to those very twins. Though she harbored a deep disdain for fickle men, she found herself unable to refuse. Her emotional intelligence was already lacking, and she had no desire to resort to the shameless tactics employed by some women to ingratiate themselves with clients. She had previously suffered the bitter consequences of her low emotional acumen with Fang Yuan. It was likely that, were it not for her connection with the elder, Fang Yuan would have long since transferred his funds elsewhere. This time, she could not afford any further missteps. Over time, Fang Yuan had already invested an additional 100 million in her. She was acutely aware that Fang Yuan valued her keen insight into the financial market, which was why he continued to increase his investment. Their relationship had always been strictly professional, and the senior management had issued her a firm directive. She must secure Fang Yuan as a major client at all costs. After engaging in a brief chat on WeChat, they arranged to meet at the gym at 6 o'clock that evening. Upon completing his reply, Fang Yuan sent a message to their small group. I want to be home for dinner tonight. I'll be at the gym at 6. Zhujiang Villa. The sisters exchanged glances upon receiving the message from their boss. Han Sisi, somewhat puzzled, remarked, When did Fong Ge develop an interest in fitness? Han Yingying, equally perplexed, suggested. Sister, why don't you ask him? Han Sisi, not one to coddle her, replied. If you want to know, you should ask him yourself. Han Yingying pouted, thinking to herself how her sister had such a thin skin. The two of them, not particularly fond of each other, retreated to opposite ends of the sofa to continue playing on their phones, secretly messaging Fong Yuan for clarification. Fong Yuan was accustomed to such situations. After responding to their inquiries, he clocked out promptly at 5:30. As he left, he took a moment to stroll through the three-story office building rented by Yuan Chuan Company. Every department had employees working overtime, with the technical department being the busiest. Hardly anyone left at 5:30. The company had yet to launch a product, and the technical team was undoubtedly the most pressed. Working late had become the norm as they raced against the clock. Once the product stabilized, perhaps some less critical segments could be outsourced. Upon returning to Zhujiang Villa, the sisters had already prepared their workout attire, even tidying up a set for him. Fong Yuan was quite pleased with their thoughtfulness. They were becoming increasingly considerate. He resolved to reward them with chicken legs later. As they got into the car, Han Yingying, like a curious child, inquired, Fong Ge, what prompted your sudden interest in fitness? Han Sisi also turned to look at the driver, awaiting his response. Fong Yuan replied, let me tell you a story. A friend's daughter is trying to win me over through fitness. Can you believe it? Han Yingying's eyes widened in disbelief. Fong Ge, how could you agree to that? Fong Yuan teased, she can help me make money. Can you? They had yet to even consider how to profit for their boss. It is quite fortunate that I have not exploited the opportunities presented by Boss Fong. Han Yingying, feeling somewhat embarrassed, nervously inquired, Brother Fong, is your friend's daughter beautiful? Fong Yuan candidly replied, she is indeed quite lovely. Instantly, the two sisters in the back seat became alert. Could she possibly be a seductress? They felt compelled to follow along and see for themselves. At the Ludong Fitness Center, Fong Yuan learned from the receptionist that Lu Xiaoxue had directly rented a 150-square-meter private room as her personal gym. A fitness-loving female PhD, what are the odds of finding one among 100,000? The thought seemed utterly absurd. Fong Yuan led the sisters to the private room and took the initiative to greet Lu Xiaoxue, who was seated on the floor engrossed in a book. Manager Lu, I hope I am not late. Not at all, President Fong. You are 3 minutes early, Lu Xiaoxue replied, setting her book aside. She approached the trio with courtesy and got straight to the point. Have these two friends of yours had any prior experience with fitness? The sisters shook their heads in unison, exchanging a glance filled with unspoken thoughts. Could Boss Fong have feelings for this enchantress? We must inquire further to avoid being outpaced by outsiders. Fong Yuan turned to the sisters and asked, what would you like to learn? They exchanged a look before responding. Is yoga an option? Lu Xiaoxue smiled warmly. You have come to the right person. I specialize in this. Fong Yuan nodded. You two converse with Manager Lu. I will amuse myself for a while. As Lu Xiaoxue interacted with the seemingly innocent twin sisters, she pondered that if they were not so naive, they would not have been drawn so close to President Fong. However, she also found Fong Yuan's friend to be quite peculiar. After several encounters, it was evident to Lu Xiaoxue that Fong Yuan maintained a certain distance from her, which left her feeling rather frustrated. She could surmise the reason. Age was not her fault. Spending nearly an hour in Lu Xiaoxue's private gym, Fong Yuan exhausted himself experimenting with the equipment, nearly collapsing from fatigue. Meanwhile, the sisters were engaged in yoga with Lu Xiaoxue, enjoying a pleasant conversation. Fong Yuan increasingly felt that his decision was indeed brilliant. Upon leaving the Ludong Fitness Center, he was curious about what the sisters had discussed with Lu Xiaoxue that had them so elated. As soon as they got into the car, he asked, what did you think of Manager Lu? Han Sisi smiled coyly. She is very nice and patient while teaching us. Han Yingying added, I feel she did not regard us with any strange looks. Oh, Manager Lu lives right next door. You should visit her for yoga practice when you have the time. Is that true? Why would I deceive you? If you don't believe me, you can knock on her door tonight to confirm. Chapter 38. Striving for fairness in all things. After dining out, they returned to the villa. The two sisters, having finished their baths, obtained Lu Xiaoxue's WeChat ID from Fong Yuan. After confirming it on WeChat, they truly ventured next door to pay her a visit. It wasn't until 10 o'clock in the evening that the sisters returned, stifling yawns. Fong Yuan looked at them in surprise, inquiring about their lengthy conversation with Manager Lu. Han Sisi, sitting beside him, replied with a hint of lingering excitement. We chatted while watching Ancient Sword Fantasy. Han Yingying, with admiration in her eyes, chimed in. I think Sister Xiaoxue is incredibly impressive. She bought a villa at such a young age. It appeared that the sisters held a rather favorable impression of Lu Xiaoxue. If this continued, they might even become quite close with her. Fang Yuan found no offense in this. He simply preferred to maintain some distance from Lu Xiaoxue. If the sisters enjoyed her company, he would not stand in their way. After all, having an additional friend could be beneficial. Fang Yuan curiously asked, "Did she really buy that villa with her own money?" Han Yingying nodded. That's what she said. This revelation surprised Fang Yuan even more, though it had no bearing on him. He was indifferent toward Lu Xiaoxue. Han Sisi interjected, "Brother Fang, do you have plans for tomorrow?" Fang Yuan replied, "What's up? Do you want to go somewhere?" Han Sisi said, "We arranged to go shopping with Sister Xiaoxue and wanted to ask for your permission." Fang Yuan scratched his head. "Tomorrow is fine, but the day after is not." Han Yingying leaned closer, asking, "Brother Fang, what do you want to do the day after?" Fang Yuan responded, "It's been quite hot lately. I'd like to go swimming. How about drifting in Qingyuan?" Han Yingying seemed intrigued. "I'm on board." Han Sisi agreed. "We can all go the day after." Fang Yuan patted their heads. "Let us look for some travel tips online. We'll set off Saturday evening, stay overnight, and spend Sunday enjoying ourselves." Han Sisi nodded, casting a disapproving glance at her sister, as if silently urging her to push Fang Yuan's hand away. Han Yingying, feeling a bit proud, flipped her hair and contentedly retreated to her room. Han Sisi, also feeling sleepy, intended to return to her slumber, but Fang Yuan held her back, refusing to let her leave. "Brother," Han Sisi gently nudged him. Fang Yuan wrapped his arm around her shoulder, his hand sliding down to her waist. "Since you haven't reviewed your studies lately, how about we do so now?" Han Sisi felt a flicker of temptation but hesitated, knowing her sister could emerge from the bedroom at any moment. Noticing her silence, Fang Yuan took it as an unspoken consent. He was not satisfied with just that, playfully pinching her cheek. Han Sisi shyly closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering slightly, creating a rather intoxicating atmosphere, just as they were engrossed in their studies. Han Yingying emerged from the bedroom, calling out, "Sister, have you seen where I left my phone charger?" "Brother," she added, disregarding her. Regardless of Han Sisi's struggles and earnest pleas, Fang Yuan remained resolute, refusing to rise. Han Yingying, upon witnessing the two individuals on the sofa in the living room, widened her eyes in astonishment. The hand of Boss Fang was intertwined with another as they engaged in an intimate exchange upon the couch. Fang Yuan winked at Han Yingying, who pouted her lips as if to convey, "Brother Fang, are you still deceiving me about not stealing my sister's first kiss?" With a flushed face, Han Sisi lifted her head, asserting her sisterly authority. "Your phone charger is in the cabinet. What are you doing out here in the living room?" Han Yingying, with a playful grin, responded, "You two carry on. I shall return to my slumber." "Sister, shall I leave the door ajar for you?" Han Sisi, maintaining a stern expression, retorted, "If you say one more word, I will tear your mouth apart." Once her sister departed, Han Sisi covered her face, playfully scolding, "Brother Fang, this is all your fault. You see, Yingying caught us." Fang Yuan scratched his head. "Now that we've been discovered, we can be open about it in the future." "Brother, be a bit more serious," Han Sisi said with mock annoyance, pinching Fang Yuan's waist before retreating to her bedroom. Content. Fang Yuan turned off the lights and ascended the stairs to sleep, cherishing yet another wonderful evening. In the bedroom, Han Yingying, nestled under the covers, messaged Fang Yuan, "Brother Fang, you great deceiver." Fang Yuan replied almost instantly, "It was you who failed to seize the opportunity. Your sister was quicker." Han Yingying, feeling a surge of indignation, typed back, "I shall ignore you." Just as her sister's messages ceased, Han Sisi sent a WeChat message, "Brother Fang, I can no longer face the world." Han Sisi added a crying emoji. Fang Yuan, overwhelmed, opted to remain silent. After waiting for a considerable time without a response, Han Sisi felt her sister's hand poking her. She pushed it away and turned to glare at her. "Han Yingying, are you feeling mischievous?" Han Yingying giggled, "Sister, whose hand feels better, mine or Brother Fang's?" Han Sisi, her face flushed, decided to abandon her shyness. "Of course, it's Brother Fang's." Han Yingying, indignant, exclaimed, "Sister, you truly have no shame." Han Sisi laughed heartily. "Mind your own business and sleep." On Saturday night, the trio packed their belongings and set off for the pre-booked accommodation in Qingyuan. However, the sisters seemed to be experiencing a minor rift, their faces taut throughout the day. After a 2-hour journey, they arrived at the guest house. Originally, Fang Yuan had booked 2 rooms, but the sisters, in perfect harmony, suggested reserving an additional room. While dining out, Fang Yuan exchanged glances with Han Yingying. Upon returning to the guest house, he engaged in a lively chat with Han Sisi over WeChat, even indulging in lengthy phone conversations. It was only when Han Sisi could barely keep her eyes open that he finally ended the call. Yingying, come to my room, Fang Yuan messaged. The moment Han Yingying saw the message, her earlier discontent vanished. Boss Fang had not forgotten her. In the stillness of the night, Han Yingying stealthily knocked on Boss Fang's door. Fang Yuan had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Upon hearing the knock, he opened the door and finally laid eyes on Han Yingying, though he feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Cc?" Han Yingying, visibly annoyed, retorted, "Brother Fang, you are so biased." Fang Yuan patted her head, pretending to realize his mistake. "Oh, so it is indeed Yingying." Pouting, Han Yingying tiptoed into Boss Fang's room. Fang Yuan seized her hand and pulled her down to sit at the edge of the bed. Han Yingying felt a flutter of anxiety. "Brother Fang, you're not planning anything improper, are you?" With a serious expression, Fang Yuan replied, "Tonight, we shall do nothing but share our thoughts." Han Yingying remained skeptical. Fang Yuan, no longer wanting to maintain the pretense, treated her with the same affection he had shown her sister the previous night. After a while, Han Yingying, her cheeks flushed, exited Boss Fang's room. Inside, Fang Yuan lay on the bed, contemplating life with a faint smile gracing his lips. It appeared that even twin sisters possessed subtle differences. To keep Han Yingying, the naive one, in check, he realized he must treat them both equally. Such a task proved to be quite a mental exercise. Chapter 39. The Jealous Sisters. Not long after Han Yingying departed, Fang Yuan received a WeChat message from Han Sisi. "Brother Fang, are you asleep?" This made Fang Yuan exclaim in disbelief. Was this truly the shy sister? He welcomed the interaction and promptly replied, "Not yet, just waiting for you to arrive." Han Sisi sent a shy emoticon and then went silent. However, Fang Yuan waited and waited, and after several minutes, Han Sisi had yet to appear. Meanwhile, Han Sisi was commanding her sister Han Yingying with a tone of authority to return to her own room to sleep alone. Yet, Han Yingying stubbornly refused, claiming she couldn't sleep alone due to the thunder. Ultimately, Han Sisi had no choice but to allow her sister to sleep alongside her. Once her sister nestled quietly beside her, Han Sisi retrieved her phone from beneath her pillow. Concerned about not having replied to Boss Fang, she wondered if he was growing anxious from the wait. Curled up under the covers, Han Sisi played with her phone. Sure enough, Boss Fang sent a flurry of question marks, one every minute. Han Sisi murmured her disapproval of her sister. "At your age, still afraid of thunder?" Han Yingying responded with a sleepy, "Sister." Han Sisi jumped in surprise, confirming her sister was still asleep, and quietly sighed in relief. After some time, Han Sisi cautiously lifted the blanket, preparing to get out of bed when she heard her sister's lazy voice from behind. "Sister, where are you going?" "To the bathroom." Han Sisi replied casually. Han Yingying murmured, "Then come back quickly. I'm afraid of the thunder." Han Sisi rolled her eyes and waited for her sister to enter the bathroom. Han Yingying promptly retrieved her sister's phone and glanced at the WeChat chat history. Humph. As expected, she knew her sister was sneaking under the covers at night, playing with her phone, undoubtedly chatting with Boss Fang. She was surprised at how proactive her sister was with him in private. It must be an act most of the time. Did Boss Fang have a penchant for this type of girl? Upon hearing footsteps, Han Yingying quickly shut off the phone and returned it beneath her sister's pillow, feigning sleep. Fang Yuan waited for an hour, receiving only a crying emoji and a message from Han Sisi. "Brother Fang, Yingying is scared of thunder and insists on sleeping in my room. There's no way around it tonight." Fang Yuan reassured her, "It's all right. We can save it for next time." Thankfully, he had already had his fair share of interactions with Han Yingying. The next day, at 10 in the morning, the trio packed their belongings into the car and made a stop at a nearby supermarket to purchase an abundance of snacks. The comfort of this large SUV truly shone during their outing. The money spent was undoubtedly worth it. Moreover, the Mercedes-Benz GL Class AMG was unparalleled in terms of horsepower. Perhaps acquiring a sports car later and taking the sisters out for a spin would also be delightful. Such are the perks of wealth. One is not burdened by the trivialities of daily life. Inside the car, the sisters were deliberating their first destination for fun. Han Yingying, munching on a piece of freshly bought yellow glutinous rice cake, remarked, "Brother Fang, at this hour, the Gulong Gorge isn't even open yet. Shall we visit another place first?" "You decide. I am open to any destination," Fang Yuan replied, turning to his sister who was still eating the rice cake, giving her a playful wink. Han Cece's cheeks flushed as she offered the remaining piece to Boss Fong's mouth. She had developed a considerable immunity to his mischievous antics. Perhaps it was her imagination. But Boss Fong always seemed eager to interact with her in front of her sister. In private, he was much more straightforward. Han Yingying cast a glance at the two, huffing softly, yet feeling little envy. She had already enjoyed such treatment the previous night. Currently, she felt no bitterness whatsoever. However, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, she moved a little further from her sister and cheerfully suggested, "Brother Fong, how about we become relatives?" Fong Yuan replied, "Are you trying to sell your sister again?" Han Yingying nodded. "This time it's not me trying to sell her. It's because my sister has a fever." Han Cece's face turned even redder as she shot her sister a fierce glare. "If you keep talking nonsense, I won't take you along next time." Han Yingying shrugged off the threat. Who was it last night that secretly wanted to sneak into Brother Fong's room? Han Cece blushed deeply and lunged forward to pinch Han Yingying's cheek. "Say that again." Han Yingying protected her head. "Brother Fong, please control my sister." Fong Yuan simply turned off the microphone, choosing not to intervene in the sisters' playful skirmish. The two individuals in the back seat engaged in a bit of playful mischief, leaving their hair in disarray. Han Cece was overwhelmed with embarrassment and indignation, while Han Yingying secretly reveled in the situation. Their first destination was a boat cruise on the Little North River. Due to the peak tourist season, the boat was teeming with people, as several tour groups had converged at once. The cruise itself was somewhat mundane, as there was little of interest to see along the river. The atmosphere on the boat was stifling and warm, leaving the usually vibrant sisters feeling rather uninterested, to the point where they hardly took any photographs, resulting in a rather disappointing experience. At noon, the trio sought out a farm restaurant for lunch, where they sampled the famed Qingyuan chicken, which turned out to be rather underwhelming. It seemed that the locals had little appreciation for this dish, relying solely on the gullibility of tourists. The large crowd also delayed service considerably. By 2 in the afternoon, they arrived at the Gulong Gorge scenic area, purchasing VIP tickets for a direct access rafting and glass bridge experience at a reasonable price of 288 each, which spared them the inconvenience of long queues. Upon arrival, they quickly changed into cooler attire. The sisters donned outfits even more revealing than usual, short sleeves and shorts, with a glimpse of midriff. Perhaps due to the snugness of their clothing, the otherwise unremarkable pair appeared quite striking in their new ensembles. Fong Yuan unabashedly gazed at the two, causing them discomfort under his direct scrutiny. The sisters, unable to endure his unwavering attention, clasped hands and moved to the front. Fong Yuan retrieved his phone from a waterproof pouch and captured a photograph of their backs. After a brief wait, it was finally their turn for the rafting adventure. Clad in life jackets, the three appeared somewhat cumbersome. Fong Yuan called out to the sisters, urging them to board the boat as they were about to set sail. In the midst of a bustling crowd, Han Yingying felt a bit self-conscious and tugged at her sister's sleeve, urging her to go ahead. Han Cece shot her a glare, insisting they should go together. Fong Yuan also wondered why they needed to bring Yingying along as a third wheel on their outing. "Be careful not to sit on one side. You might tip the boat over," he directed, advising against sitting too close to the edge. The sisters exchanged glances but ultimately complied with Fong Yuan's suggestion, each taking a seat on either side of him. He first took hold of Cece's hand, drawing her closer, while Yingying observed in silence, resigned to yet another day of witnessing their affectionate dynamic. Before long, the trio found themselves in the kayak, ready to leave the waiting area. "Here we go." At the moment the kayak plummeted downward, Fong Yuan wrapped his arms around the sisters' waists. Chapter 40. Should the secretary also recruit a pair of twins? After navigating through the most exhilarating stretch of their adventure, Fong Yuan, ever so self-aware, released his hand from around Han Yingying's waist. It was only then that Han Yingying realized the depth of his intentions. The boss was not merely mischievous. It was evident that he had meticulously orchestrated their seating arrangement, placing them on either side of him. Yet, she found this exhilarating, a thrilling experience indeed. As they drifted on the latter part of their adventure, Fong Yuan naturally wrapped his arms around the waists of the two sisters, claiming it was to prevent them from being jostled during their photo session. In truth, he reveled in this rare moment of bliss. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the trio returned from the restroom, having changed their attire. The sisters, in high spirits, chatted animatedly before dozing off on either side of the vehicle. It was not until after 8 that they finally arrived at the Zhujiang villa. The sisters, still rubbing the sleep from their eyes, looked on as Han Sisi, supporting her forehead, asked, "Are we home?" Fang Yuan affirmed with a grunt, then playfully nudged the still drowsy Han Yingying. "Yingying, wake up." "But Fang Ge, I want to sleep," she protested. "Hurry and get out of the car. It's time for bed." Under Fang Yuan's gentle insistence, the sisters disembarked, and he, too, was too languid to retrieve their luggage, instead instructing them to do so. Clutching her bag, Han Yingying inquired, "Fang Ge, are we going grocery shopping tonight?" Fang Yuan ruffled her hair. "If you wish to go, I shan't stop you." Han Sisi pouted, realizing the boss had once again overstepped. She was not oblivious to his intentions. During their drift, he had been surreptitiously caressing her sister's waist. That silly Yingying didn't he even think to resist. Fang Yuan, noticing her jealousy, reassured her, "Don't be envious. Order some takeout quickly, for Fang Ge is famished." With her cheeks flushing, Han Sisi slipped back into the villa. Seizing the moment as her sister entered, Han Yingying boldly wrapped her arms around Fang Yuan's hand, playfully nudging. "Fang Ge, does my sister know something?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "Why not ask her?" Han Yingying promptly withdrew her embrace. "I lack the courage for that." "Then simply pretend she is unaware," he comforted. Han Yingying, covering her mouth, whispered, "Fang Ge, did you have ulterior motives from the start?" Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "What do you think?" On Monday morning, as Fang Yuan stepped into the chairman's office, the human resources director and Hiyui knocked and entered. With the sisters absent from work, Hiyui had taken on some of the secretarial responsibilities. Her primary task was to update Fang Yuan on the recent recruitment efforts. Upon hearing that the head of the algorithm department was still unfilled, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "In 2 weeks, not a single interviewee?" Hiyui appeared equally embarrassed. "Director Fang, truly, not one." Fang Yuan rubbed his forehead, understanding that it was reasonable for such high-caliber talent to shy away from a company lacking in prospects. However, he was taken aback that not even a single resume had been submitted. Supporting his chin with one hand, he questioned, "Is $1 million annual salary insufficient to attract candidates?" Hiyuchi left herself some room for maneuver, stating, "I will do my best." Fang Yuan understood her predicament and waved his hand, suggesting, "Let nature take its course. If we cannot recruit someone with $1 million salary, then let us not worry about it for now. Let us bring in a few individuals from the headline algorithm department to get started." Hiyuchi diligently recorded the requirements posed by her boss and prepared to return to her work. Fang Yuan called her back, saying, "Later, we need to hire a secretary." Hiyuchi opened her notebook and inquired, "Mr. Fang, do you have any specific requirements for the secretary?" After a moment of contemplation, Fang Yuan replied, "I prefer a female, a fresh graduate, somewhat attractive, and ideally, someone who has not been in a relationship before, with a broader perspective." Hiyuchi noted these details without a flicker of her expression, as she had long since grown accustomed to such requests. She had previously supervised a pair of twins for a few days and was well aware of her boss's preferences. Once she finished documenting the requirements, she tentatively asked, "Mr. Fang, should we consider hiring another pair of twins for the secretary position?" Fang Yuan responded, "What kind of talk is that? Am I that desperate?" He promptly dismissed her suggestion, stating, "Why hire so many? One is sufficient." Hiyuchi nodded in understanding and stepped out to summon the 3 heads of the technical department. Before long, Hu Tao, Liao Yong, and Lu Yang were seated on the sofa, engaging in a conversation about life with their boss. Fang Yuan had downloaded a semi-finished version of the Pinduoduo app and, after a few minutes of exploration, set his phone down, addressing the 3 men. "It's too flashy. We need to simplify it. There's no need to blindly imitate Taobao and Jingdong. We must emphasize our group buying philosophy." Liao Yong cautiously interjected, "Mr. Fang, I have an idea." Fang Yuan gestured for him to continue without reservation. Liao Yong proposed, after streamlining, "I suggest we add a community for group buying exchanges, providing consumers with a platform for interaction." Fang Yuan shook his head, countering, "I believe that would be counterproductive. Instead, let us allow consumers to choose whether or not to engage in group buying at the point of purchase, with group prices being lower than individual prices." Hu Tao chimed in, "Mr. Fang, might this lead to some products lacking traffic, causing consumers to struggle to complete a group purchase?" Fang Yuan elaborated on his vision. "This is a challenge for you tech experts to resolve. Virtual group buying could work. Consumers are indifferent about who they are grouping with. We merely need to ensure that consumers understand that group prices are always lower than individual prices." The 3 men exchanged glances, unanimously agreeing that their boss's idea was brilliant. Following Fang Yuan's logic could fundamentally instill a subconscious inclination for consumers to engage in group buying. After all, Pinduoduo's identity is rooted in affordability. If group buying offers even greater savings, surely no one would choose to forego it. It must be said that Fang Yuan had imparted a valuable lesson. It turned out he was not merely a financier, but possessed a wealth of insight as well. The three men felt a renewed sense of hope. Fang Yuan chuckled and said, "The specifics of how to implement this feature require your thoughtful deliberation. Additionally, I propose we develop a function that allows consumers to purchase a product at an exceptionally low price after accumulating a certain number of cuts. This is the very essence of our Pinduoduo." He then dismissed the three heads of the technical departments. Fang Yuan resumed his examination of the semi-finished version of Pinduoduo. Although it still bore numerous imperfections, it met his standards for the platform. Every endeavor necessitates gradual refinement. 5 uneventful days passed. The two sisters had evidently been avoiding him, constantly inseparable from one another, which vexed Fang Yuan greatly. He found no opportunities to act. On Friday morning, he intentionally visited the company to interview a newly recruited algorithm engineer. This candidate was the second individual he encountered with credentials comparable to Liu Xiaoxue. Qinhai, a Ph.D. from the California Institute of Technology, had just graduated this year. Her reason for choosing Yuan Chuang Company was straightforward. It fulfilled her 3 criteria: high salary, minimal workload, and proximity to home. Qinhai conveyed this directly to Fang Yuan, who was quite taken aback. She exhibited a unique personality, but he believed that every capable individual harbors some quirks, and he was indifferent to such matters. Chapter 41. Not yet trained to perfection, everyone has different pursuits. Some seek high salaries, while others desire stability. Currently, there are relatively few companies in the country that prioritize algorithms. The leading internet giants have yet to delve into the realm of algorithms. Perhaps in a few years, it will be nearly impossible to recruit a truly skilled algorithm expert for $1 million annual salary. Fang Yuan placed great importance on algorithms. The future belongs to big data. Those who establish their foothold first will be well-positioned to partake in the forthcoming artificial intelligence market. After several days away from the company, following the interview with the overseas Ph.D., the operations director, Liu Yan, entered the office in her high heels. Undoubtedly, the most captivating individual within Yuan Chuang was this alluring lady before him. Regrettably, she was already cherished by a husband. It seemed as though the executives were queuing up to report their work to him, which caused Fang Yuan some frustration. He realized he must attend the meeting next Monday. He could not continue to be an aloof overseer, with so many trivial matters at hand each day. Before leaving the company, Fang Yuan requested Liao Yong to send him the latest version of Pinduoduo. At noon, in Zhujiang Villa, Han Sisi and Han Yingying were lounging on the sofa, practicing problem sets. The sisters were preparing for their first-level exam that afternoon. In truth, they had completed numerous mock tests scoring above 90 points, and were merely reviewing. Upon seeing their boss return, they both stood and willingly vacated the center seat for him. Fang Yuan settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs. "Shall I drive you to the examination venue this afternoon?" Han Sisi shook her head, saying, "Brother Fang, let us take a taxi ourselves." Han Yingying nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan, slightly exasperated, remarked, "You enrolled in a guaranteed pass class, and yet there's no provision for pick-up and drop-off?" Han Sisi explained, "Brother Fang, we prefer not to be seen." Han Yingying whispered, "Exactly. If many people see us coming out of the villa, they will surely gossip about us. Just like at your company." Fang Yuan then realized that the sisters were preoccupied with this concern. It was something he could not mitigate for them. This hurdle was still too impactful in the short term. He pulled out his phone once more and shared the installation package for Pinduoduo in their WeChat group. "This is a semi-finished product developed by our company. You should give it a try." Upon hearing this, the sisters became intrigued and eagerly positioned themselves on either side of their boss. Han Sisi, while downloading the software, inquired, "Brother Fang, can we now open a shop on your company's software?" Fang Yuan scratched his head. "Yes, it is indeed possible. I see that the shop feature is quite well developed." Han Sisi smiled. "So we can sell things now?" Fang Yuan replied, somewhat annoyed. "The software is still in the development phase. Even if you open a shop, it will merely serve as decoration." However, Han Yingying thought further ahead, asking, "Brother Fang, what do you think would be the most profitable for us to sell in e-commerce? Come closer, and I will tell you." Fang Yuan reached out to pat her head. Han Sisi quickly grasped Fang Yuan's hand, tightly holding it to prevent him from patting her sister's head. If he dared to do so in front of her, what would he do behind her back? Pouting, Han Sisi declared, "Brother Fong, you can only pat my head from now on." Fong Yuan smirked, choosing to remain silent, and patted the older sister's head instead, saying, "Not much skill, but quite a few demands." Han Sisi subtly pinched Fong Yuan's hand as a means of expressing her discontent. Han Yingying instinctively shifted her position, not away from Fong Yuan, but closer to him. This action instantly irritated Han Sisi, who shot a glare at her sister. "If you move closer, I will hit you." Han Yingying, feeling wronged, looked at Fong Yuan for help. However, Fong Yuan had no intention of involving himself in their squabble. He knew that the sisters would reconcile within half a day, and there was no need to show favoritism. Moreover, the older sister was still quite resistant. It was even more inappropriate to pamper the younger sister in front of her. Fong Yuan earnestly analyzed for the two. "Whose money do you think is the easiest to earn?" The sisters chimed in unison: "Women, the elderly, and children." Fong Yuan delivered a minor blow to their confidence. "Not too foolish, I suppose." The sisters puffed out their cheeks. Being called foolish by their boss had become a conditioned reflex. Ignoring their protests, Fong Yuan continued, "I believe you could open a shop selling skincare products, sourcing goods directly from the factory and selling them to consumers." Han Sisi felt a sense of novelty. "Brother Fong, do we not need to obtain any qualifications?" Fong Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "It's simple when the time comes. We can just spend a little money to have someone handle it. You all should take some time to familiarize yourselves with the process of opening a treasure store," he added. Han Yingying raised her hand to express her opinion. "Brother Fong, after we finish the first part of our driving test, we still need to practice driving." Fong Yuan wrapped his arm around his sister's waist and chuckled. "Are you practicing driving every single day?" Han Yingying smiled awkwardly in response. "Not exactly." As they conversed, his hand gradually moved upwards. Han Sisi, blushing, clutched Fong Yuan's hand tightly, resolutely denying him any opportunity. If Fong Yuan succeeded, what would become of her? She couldn't allow that to happen in front of her sister. Han Yingying's eyes darted back and forth, watching the subtle interaction between her sister and Fong Yuan. In the afternoon, Fong Yuan chose not to go to the office, instead spending his time on the second floor, observing the stock market and Bitcoin trends. After much contemplation, he transferred another 10 million into the foreign bank account opened with Han Yingying's information. Previously, 10 million could purchase 2 for 100 coins. Now, it could acquire 3,000. This stark increase indicated just how drastically Bitcoin had plummeted recently. Having been involved for nearly a month, not a single day had seen an upward trend. It was a continuous descent. The market conditions were even worse than the A-shares. Nevertheless, his funds remained relatively ample, allowing for a playful investment of several million. After all, he still had 1 billion sitting in his account. Money cannot languish idly in the bank. It must be spent or invested. Throughout the afternoon, Fong Yuan invested another 50 million into the infrastructure sector, leaving him with 1.6 billion and an additional 100 million in fixed deposits. His total investment in the stock market amounted to 2.5 billion. Now, he awaited a bullish market. Once several billion entered, he would emerge as a billionaire. With the anticipated launch of Pinduoduo, his wealth was sure to multiply further. When capital flowed in, distributing some shares would pave the way for an IPO, and a net worth of hundreds of billions would no longer be a dream. At 4:30 in the afternoon, the sisters returned to the villa, rushing to the second floor to share their good news. "Brother Fong, we passed the first part of the driving test. If you fail, you'll look foolish," Han Sisi teased. She lingered while Han Yingying went to order takeout. "Brother Fong, I think I'll go with Yingying to buy groceries and cook," she declared. Fong Yuan called after her, but she seemed unyielding, clearly still untrained and disobedient. As the sisters exited the villa, Han Yingying mischievously inquired, "Sister, why didn't you stay? Brother Fong surely wants to touch you." "Huh, you seem quite pleased. Have you been touched by him too?" "Huh, don't slander me. It was Brother Fong who disregarded propriety and insisted on patting my head." "Really, you've never been touched?" "Of course not. I'm not his girlfriend. If anyone should be touched, it would be you." Chapter 42. Moving out once the debt is repaid. Han Sisi continued to gaze at her sister with skepticism. This shouldn't be the case. With Boss Fong's straightforward disposition, if he truly harbored ill intentions, it would be perplexing how he could resist taking advantage of the numerous opportunities to be alone with my sister. Han Yingying felt a pang of guilt. "Sister, do I have something on my face?" Han Sisi playfully slapped her sister's backside, admonishing, "You need to learn to refuse. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Han Ying relaxed her defenses, realizing that her sister remained blissfully unaware. However, the thought that her sister could be open about her feelings while she herself had to act like a thief left her feeling somewhat indignant. Why should it be this way? The blame rested solely on Boss Fong's reluctance to refuse or take responsibility. Han Ying chuckled, shaking her head. "Sister, why couldn't you just turn him down? You could have easily rejected Brother Fong from the start." Han Sisi retorted in frustration, "How could I refuse? Brother Fong lent our family 200,000 all at once." Han Ying was taken aback by her sister's reaction and silently chastised herself for speaking without thinking. If she were in her sister's position, she too would find it difficult to refuse, especially given Boss Fong's sense of responsibility, which they had both witnessed. He could easily lend such significant sums and arrange for them to receive a monthly salary of 9,000. Although she eventually succumbed to the disapproving gazes of others and did not continue, it was indisputable that Boss Fong, apart from persuading them to leave the factory, had been quite commendable in other respects. As she watched her sister walk away, Han Ying hurried to catch up, wrapping her arms around her sister's shoulders, offering comfort. "Sister, I misspoke. Please don't be angry with me." Han Sisi remained fixated on the previous topic, pressing, "Be honest, Brother Fong has never bullied you, right?" Han Ying, not one to be easily fooled, immediately denied, "Absolutely not." Admitting otherwise would surely lead to a confrontation with her sister, and she had no desire to be lectured. Seeing that her sister did not seem to be lying, Han Sisi felt relieved. "Just be careful not to spend too much time with him. Once we save enough to pay off our debts, we will move out. If acquaintances see us, we will lose all face." Han Ying was astonished. "Sister, you don't want to be Brother Fong's girlfriend?" Han Sisi's cheeks flushed. "Who said being his girlfriend means living in his villa?" Han Ying murmured softly, "If you want to move out now, Brother Fong will definitely insist we repay the debt immediately." Han Sisi looked at her sister with disdain. "I can't believe you don't see it. I said we would move out once we saved enough money." Han Ying, covering her head, asked, "If we move out, who will cook and clean in Brother Fong's villa?" Han Sisi hesitated. "It's just that we won't live in his villa. I never said we wouldn't go there to cook and clean. He certainly wouldn't pay us otherwise." Han Ying wholeheartedly agreed with this assessment and added, "Sister, I think it's best if you don't mention this to Brother Fong. He will definitely be displeased." "You don't need to remind me. I am well aware," Han Sisi replied. "Ah, it seems that Sister Xiaoxua has returned. Shall we invite her to join us for grocery shopping? I will first inquire via WeChat. Perhaps she merely parked her car at home and has gone to the gym." "Sister, I can't help but feel that every time Brother Fong encounters Sister Xiaoxua, he seems to evade her presence. It's quite trivial, yet I am genuinely curious. Why not simply ask Brother Fong if she is at home? If we dawdle, he will surely call us to hurry back." Lu Xiaoxua was somewhat taken aback that her neighbor, a twin sister, would invite her to go grocery shopping. It was indeed a delightful proposition. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that she was not adept at cooking. Typically, she dined out, rendering the need for groceries unnecessary. Given their warm invitation, outright refusal felt rather impolite. Nevertheless, considering that her snacks were nearly depleted, acquiring some provisions seemed like a reasonable idea. "Sister, Xiaoxua said she would be ready shortly. Let us wait for a moment then." Han Sisi nodded in agreement. Before long, Lu Xiaoxua emerged from the villa, her face lighting up with a smile as she greeted the two sisters warmly. "Sisi, Ying." The three ladies stood together, resembling a striking tableau. The sisters exuded innocence, while Lu Xiaoxua embodied a regal elegance. Curious about the sisters' culinary endeavors, Lu Xiaoxua inquired, "Do you often cook at home?" Han Ying chuckled softly, responding, "Pretty much. It primarily depends on Brother Fong's preferences." Lu Xiaoxua teased, "I'm not as skilled as you two. I usually dine out." Han Ying, feeling a bit bashful, replied, "We mostly prepare simple home-cooked meals, and we've been learning. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to satisfy Boss Fong's palate." Lu Xiaoxua was surprised. "So? You are acting as caretakers for Director Fong?" Han Ying nodded vigorously, "Pretty much." A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Lu Xiaoxua's eyes. It was rather peculiar that such a wealthy friend of her grandfather exhibited none of the ostentatious traits often associated with newfound wealth, displaying a calmness that was quite reassuring. However, she refrained from probing further. Regardless, since she had befriended these twin sisters, her daily life seemed to have undergone some delightful changes. Since returning to the country, she had been rather solitary, But now that she had found kindred spirits, she did not wish her curiosity to tarnish their bond. Meanwhile, Han Sisi curiously asked, Sister Xiaoxue, when do you usually go to the gym? Lu Xiaoxue jested. What? Do you wish to learn yoga from me? Han Sisi replied. Indeed, we often find ourselves quite idle, seeking something to occupy our time. Lu Xiaoxue pondered for a moment and said, I usually practice for an hour on Tuesdays and Thursdays. If your schedules align, you are welcome to join me. The trio spent over an hour leisurely shopping before making their way back to the Zhujiang villa. As they approached home, Han Yingying extended another invitation. Sister Xiaoxue, why not join us for dinner today? Lu Xiaoxue was taken aback for a moment. No need, no need. I can eat out just as well. This isn't merely about mooching off a meal. It's possible that Mr. Fong may not appreciate outsiders dining at his home. You ought to refrain from such actions to avoid any financial penalties. Han Sisi clenched her teeth and said, I'll ask Brother Fong and see what he says. After a brief pause, Han Sisi put away her phone and turned to Lu Xiaoxue, saying, Sister Xiaoxue, Brother Fong has agreed. You should join us for dinner tonight. Now it was Lu Xiaoxue's turn to feel conflicted. Should she go or not? After much contemplation, she ultimately decided to accept the invitation. After all, he had already consented. If she declined, that miserly man might hold it against her. If he became displeased and withdrew his investment, there would be no remedy for regret. Fang Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Since when had the sisters become so familiar with Lu Xiaoxue? They were not only shopping for groceries together, but also inviting her to their home for dinner. Considering Lu Xiaoxue's emotional intelligence, she would not typically resort to such methods to ingratiate herself with him. It appeared that the sisters were genuinely extending an invitation to her. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction seeing the sisters making new friends. Staying cooped up at home daily would inevitably lead to restlessness. Thus, this arrangement was not without its merits. Chapter 43. Can Han Yingying stay until next time? Sister Xiaoxue, please have a seat for a moment. I'll go call Brother Fong down, Han Yingying urged, pulling Lu Xiaoxue onto the sofa before darting upstairs. This was Lu Xiaoxue's first visit to her neighbor's home. Upon entering, her immediate impression was that the place was impeccably tidy, and nothing seemed newly added. Although her own home was furnished with the latest styles and had a modern decor, it somehow lacked the warmth of lived-in comfort that this home exuded. Brother Fong, Han Yingying called as she entered the study. Fang Yuan turned around, glancing at Han Yingying by the door, but remarked, Sisi, Brother Fong, take a closer look. Han Yingying said, her little face falling as she stepped into the study, hands on her hips, ready to confront the owner. Always thinking about my sister. You're so biased. Fang Yuan rose and patted her head. Ah, it's Yingying. What this? You invite others over, yet you come upstairs to see me? Han Yingying felt a bit flustered, recalling her sister's warning, and attempted to push Fang Yuan's hand away. Brother Fong, you are the master of this villa. Sister Xiaoxue is also your guest. Fang Yuan held onto her hand, teasing, not so old yet, but you certainly have a way with words. Han Yingying puffed up her cheeks. Brother Fong, you shouldn't do that. Fang Yuan was undeterred. He had finally seized the opportunity to enjoy some playful banter without the sisters being together. He tousled her hair and pinched her cheek, saying playfully, I've been too lenient with you. You're not understanding at all. Han Yingying found herself in a dilemma, caught between her sister's warning and the playful teasing of Fang Yuan. On one side, there was Boss Fong's dissatisfaction. Weighing her options, Han Yingying opted for the latter. Taking advantage of the moment, Fang Yuan leaned down and stole a brief kiss from her lips. Han Yingying, feeling devoid of any resistance, relied entirely on Boss Fong's embrace to keep herself upright. Suddenly aware of Fong's restless hand, she swiftly regained her composure, using her armpit to pin his hand, preventing him from advancing further. Fang Yuan felt somewhat displeased with his sister's reaction, as it had not been so pronounced previously. Why was she resisting so fiercely today? Han Yingying, aware that lingering upstairs was unwise, could only softly plead, Brother Fong, could we perhaps save this for next time? Fang Yuan, tasting her cheek once more, made a strategic concession, then let us postpone it until later. Han Yingying busily fanned her face to cool down. Fang Yuan turned back to shut down his computer and urged her, hurry and fix your hair, don't let your sister catch you. Han Yingying huffed in annoyance. Boss Fong is truly wicked. As Fang Yuan descended the stairs, Lu Xiaoxue politely rose to shake his hand. Fang Yuan nodded, smiling. There's no need for such formality. Feel free to act as if I am not here and enjoy your conversation. The sisters exchanged glances, and upon receiving Fang Yuan's permission, they joined Lu Xiaoxue at the side to chat. Fang Yuan observed them, chuckling at the cheerful atmosphere. This was quite pleasant. Subsequently, the trio slipped into the kitchen to tinker around. It appeared that Old Li's daughter had never cooked before. Considering this, Fang Yuan decided to call Old Li to check in on him, expressing gratitude for introducing him to Lu Xiaoxue's team, which had brought him considerable profit lately. He also teased Old Li, questioning how he could raise such a daughter without teaching her to cook. Indeed, a failure in education. Old Li felt a mix of irritation and curiosity about how Fang Yuan knew his daughter was inept in the kitchen. Had their relationship progressed to the point of discussing family matters? As a father, he had received none of this information. Clearing his throat, Old Li inquired, "Brother Fang, how did you come to know this?" Fang Yuan replied earnestly, "Because she is in my kitchen learning to cook." Old Li nearly lost his composure. "My daughter is at your place?" Fang Yuan nodded. "Yes, she came over to my house for dinner tonight." Old Li internally exclaimed in disbelief, "Is that true?" Fang Yuan retorted, "Would I lie to you?" Old Li felt even more vexed. "What level has your relationship reached?" Fang Yuan attempted to clarify, "Just ordinary friends." Old Li, feeling restless, sensed that Fang Yuan was not being entirely truthful, and pressed further, "Ordinary friends come to your house to learn how to cook?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "What can I say? She wanted to come, and could I possibly stop her? Unlike you, who probably has to call her over for a meal. And she wouldn't even deign to acknowledge you." Old Li was directly put on the defensive. "I say, Brother Fang, you shouldn't expose my shortcomings like this. After all, I am your elder." Fang Yuan, exercising patience, offered a succinct explanation. "It's quite simple. Do not overthink it. We are truly in a cooperative relationship, and my sole focus is on making money. Your daughter holds no interest for me." After a moment of silence, Old Li tentatively inquired, "How about I come over for a meal?" Fang Yuan responded with visible disdain, "What would you come here for? I have other guests." Old Li, covering his head, sighed. "I merely wish to share a meal with her. The last time we dined together was 6 years ago at my late spouse's funeral." Fang Yuan jestingly replied, "Bring a few bottles of good wine. No wine, no entry." Old Li found his situation quite challenging. With just a single daughter who does not acknowledge him as her father, he thought it would not hurt to extend a courtesy. Half an hour later, the dishes were served. Fang Yuan's phone buzzed. "You all eat first. I'll go greet someone at the door." The two sisters felt a bit anxious. At such a late hour, it couldn't be a relative of Boss Fang, could it? Yet, Boss Fang had never mentioned such a thing. They hoped it was not a relative. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. Lu Xiaoxue also remained still, watching Fang Yuan's retreating figure and then glancing at the sisters' expressions, choosing to remain silent. "I'm telling you, this is wine I've cherished for over 20 years. Over 20 years, and it still has alcohol in it? How can that be? Just wait, don't drool." The sisters exchanged glances, silently questioning each other. "Have you heard that voice?" Only Lu Xiaoxue furrowed her brow. Recognizing the sisters' puzzled expressions, she surmised they were equally unaware. It appeared the old man had been summoned by Fang Yuan. Lu Xiaoxue felt somewhat troubled. She was caught in a dilemma, unable to leave or stay. They entered the living room, where Old Li feigned surprise and greeted his daughter at the dining table. "Hey, Xiaoxue, you're here too." Lu Xiaoxue offered a curt nod before quickly averting her gaze and picking up her bowl to eat. The sisters exchanged glances. Even the dimmest among them could deduce that this was Xiaoxue's father. Old Li, upon seeing the pair of twin sisters, was equally taken aback. Well, it seems he had hidden a beauty in a gilded cage. This lad appeared quite unassuming, yet he had managed to secure himself a pair of twins. Chapter 44. The sisters' desire for exclusivity. Lu Xiaoxue refrained from questioning Fang Yuan, silently continuing her meal. The sisters also kept quiet, heads bowed over their rice, afraid that Boss Fang might ask them to introduce themselves. At the dining table, only the two men engaged in conversation and drinking, discussing a myriad of topics, yet never touching upon matters concerning the three women. This was the first time the sisters witnessed Boss Fang drinking at home, and they were astonished by his remarkable tolerance. He consumed half a bottle of unknown spirits, yet seemed utterly unfazed. The question of why Boss Fang abstains from alcohol at home remains an enigma for Lu Xiaoxue. Finishing her meal in a daze, she noticed her sisters hastily devouring their food before fleeing the dining table. On the sofa, the trio settled in to watch television. Han Yingying lowered her voice and inquired, "Sister Xiaoxue, is Uncle Li really your father?" Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoxue retorted, "He used to be, but not anymore." Meanwhile, Han Sisi quickly signaled to her clueless companion, realizing that this foolish girl failed to perceive the discord between Xiao Xue and her father, and yet had the audacity to ask. Han Yingying pursed her lips, recognizing her indiscretion. After all, Sister Xiao Xue had never pried into their affairs with Boss Fong. With a conflicted expression, she expressed her apologies to Lu Xiaoxue. Sister Xiaoxue, I no longer wish to know. It's all right. After all these years, I've grown indifferent. Lu Xiaoxue dismissed Han Yingying's curiosity. She understood that her sisters were innocent and harbored no ill intentions. Gently patting their heads, she suggested, let us watch television and ignore them. However, her peripheral vision remained fixed on the dining table, where she was somewhat surprised to observe the elderly man conversing amiably with Fong Yuan. It was evident that the two shared a bond that transcended age. She wondered how the elderly gentleman had come to know such a youthful boss. It was indeed curious. After several rounds of drinks, neither of the two became intoxicated, knowing their limits. Uncle Li, having consumed some alcohol, initially intended to stay at Lu Xiaoxue's home for the night, but as soon as he voiced this thought, Lu Xiaoxue promptly rejected it, insisting on driving him home to rest. Fong Yuan silently felt a pang of sympathy for Uncle Li for a brief moment. The cycle of life, aging, and death is a natural occurrence. Perhaps Lu Xiaoxue resented Uncle Li for concealing his heart condition from his beloved partner and failing to inform her in a timely manner to say goodbye when the time grew critical. Uncle Li himself felt he had wronged his daughter. As an observer, Fong Yuan felt he had no authority to intervene. Life is often like this. One party seeks redemption, while the other perceives the Redeemer as seeking atonement. Thus, he had no intention of playing the peacemaker in their father-daughter relationship. Whatever transpired between them mattered not, as long as it did not impede his ability to earn. Moreover, this back and forth had left Uncle Li indebted to him in a way. The favor from a bank president carries considerable weight and may prove useful in the future. As the sisters tidied the dining table, they turned to see Boss Fong, sprawled on the sofa, fast asleep and snoring loudly, his reverberations echoing throughout the grand villa. Han Yingying nudged her sister, whispering, Sister, you should go. Han Sisi felt overwhelmed. How can I possibly move Brother Fong? Han Yingying replied in a hushed tone. First, take a shower and see if he wakes up after. After the sisters finished their bath, Boss Fong was sleeping soundly, showing no signs of waking. The two sisters exchanged glances, playfully nudging one another. Eventually, they managed to lift Boss Fong under his arms, exerting considerable effort to transport him upstairs to his bedroom. They both found the situation absurd, despite their efforts. He remained blissfully unaware, even snoring while standing. It was truly bewildering. Han Yingying rubbed her weary hands and suggested, Sister, should we change Brother Fong's clothes and wipe him down? Han Sisi, feeling a bit flushed, replied, If you want to clean him, you can do it yourself. Han Yingying pouted, I am not his girlfriend. You can decide what to do. Han Sisi hesitated, unable to make a decision. Exhausted, Han Yingying chose to go downstairs to sleep. Lacking the courage to undress Boss Fong, Han Sisi ultimately fetched a glass of water and placed it on the bedside table. She spent the night restless, worried that if Boss Fong woke up, there would be no one to care for him. The next morning, Fong Yuan awoke, his head still aching. He clearly remembered sleeping on the sofa, yet now found himself in his own bed. It dawned on him that the sisters must have carried him up, but they hadn't even bothered to change his clothes. Such negligence warranted a reprimand. After scrolling through his phone for a while, Han Sisi entered the bedroom, exclaiming, Brother Fong, it's time for breakfast. Upon seeing him propped against the headboard, she exclaimed in surprise, Oh, Brother Fong, you're awake. Fong Yuan waved her over. She sat at the edge of the bed and asked, Does your head still hurt? Fong Yuan grasped her hand and placed it against his chest, replying grumpily, My head doesn't hurt, my heart does. Han Sisi looked puzzled and concerned. Are you all right? Should we go to the hospital? What would I go to the hospital for if I'm not sick? Fong Yuan pinched her cheek and inquired. Why didn't you change my clothes last night? Han Sisi's face turned crimson as she lowered her gaze, fumbling for words. I was afraid of waking you. Embarrassment aside, she attempted to offer such an excuse. As long as you know, she added. Without further ado, Fong Yuan pulled her into his embrace, fixated on her face. You left me out to dry all night during our last outing. Han Sisi, blushing, pushed against his chest. Brother Fong, we're short on time. That night, she had summoned her courage, only to be interrupted by Han Yingying. It wasn't her fault. Fong Yuan propped himself up, holding her closely. Let us review our studies first. All right, He leaned down and sealed her lips with his. Han Sisi wrapped her arms around his neck, her shyness forgotten, clearly reciprocating his advance. Unexpectedly proactive, it seemed even the elder sister was feeling restless. Without needing coaxing, she was eager to engage. Yet, Boss Fong had always been known for his unruly nature. Every act of bullying her was certainly not merely a simple kiss. Reclining partially in the embrace of Boss Fong, Han Sisi felt slightly feverish. After a while, Fong Yuan, thoroughly satisfied, pinched her cheek with one hand while the other wandered aimlessly, playfully nuzzling her nose. Have you risen? She is in the restroom. Han Sisi pouted, playfully complaining. Brother Fong, why must you mention her? Fong Yuan pinched her nose, saying, all right, I shall not bring her up. Han Sisi became more proactive, much to Fong Yuan's delight. It seemed that the two sisters, while appearing harmonious on the surface, secretly wished to monopolize his attention. Yet, this was precisely what made it intriguing. Sister, is Brother Fong still in bed? Upon hearing her sister's voice, Han Sisi tugged at Boss Fong's hand. Fong Yuan did not impose any difficulties on her and released his hold. Yet he had no intention of allowing the sister to depart until Han Yingying downstairs grew impatient and threatened to ascend herself. Only then did he relent. Han Sisi found herself utterly powerless against Boss Fong. She could only harbor her grievances in silence, swallowing her frustrations deep within. Han Yingying, pushing open the door, beamed at the two. What are you two up to? Fong Yuan, with utmost seriousness, replied, just chatting. Han Yingying rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that her brother was fabricating tales again. The flush on her sister's face, as red as a teapot, was certainly not feigned. Had she known, she would have come up herself, perhaps earning a chance to converse with Brother Fong. Han Yingying then inquired, Brother Fong, will you have breakfast first or take a shower? Fong Yuan gently ruffled his sister's hair. Please serve me the porridge. I am unaccustomed to eating it too hot. Han Sisi muttered under her breath. It was ready quite some time ago. Fong Yuan nodded in satisfaction. You are becoming increasingly perceptive. Standing at the doorway, Han Yingying felt that if she lingered any longer, she might as well skip breakfast altogether, merely subsisting on the couple's affectionate exchanges. She gestured to her sister, Sister, hurry down. If you don't leave, how will Brother Fong take a shower? Han Sisi, adopting a stern expression, retorted, What's the rush? You're always pestering me. Han Yingying felt a deep sense of grievance. Seizing the moment her sister turned away, Fong Yuan sent a kiss flying to the sister standing at the door, instantly dispelling Han Yingying's slight melancholy. Boss Fong had not forgotten her kindness after all. Perhaps he was not so biased anymore. After breakfast, the sisters resumed their usual camaraderie, diligently crafting a travel itinerary. Today, after finishing his meal, Boss Fong casually expressed a desire to enjoy a 2-day trip to Tsinghua. Thus, the responsibility of planning the excursion fell upon the two sisters. After all, whenever Boss Fong went out, he merely handled the financial aspect, leaving the details of spending and entertainment entirely to the sisters. They relished this arrangement. Working for Boss Fong had its undeniable advantages. They were guaranteed weekly outings to new and varied destinations, all while earning a monthly salary of 9,000, with all meals and accommodations provided. The prospect of acquiring comprehensive insurance and housing funds, coupled with weekly excursions, is indeed a rare find in today's job market. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 individuals prepared their luggage for departure. Coincidentally, Lu Xiaoxue had just returned from a drive. Han Yingying immediately abandoned her sister to greet Lu Xiaoxue, exclaiming, Sister Xiaoxue, may I ask you a favor? Lu Xiaoxue, removing her sunglasses, recognized the girl before her as her sister, albeit with a hint of confusion. What is it? Are you all going on a trip? She inquired. Han Yingying explained, Yes, Brother Fong mentioned a 2-day outing to Tsinghua. I have several pots of plants in the yard that sprouted today. Could you spare some time each day to water them? Realizing the situation, Lu Xiaoxue snapped her fingers. That is no problem. I wish you all a delightful time. Han Yingying beamed. Thank you, Sister Xiaoxue. I'll bring you some local specialties from Tsinghua. Curiosity piqued. Lu Xiaoxue asked, Do you often go out for excursions? Han Yingying nodded, pretty much. Brother Fong goes out every week, and as caretakers, we must remain close at hand. Lu Xiaoxue mused. The two sisters truly are innocent. They can believe such nonsense. I have never seen caretakers shadow their employers daily. Noticing that Boss Fong had yet to emerge, Han Yingying felt anxious and continued chatting with Lu Xiaoxue. Sister Xiaoxue, do you often go out as well? Lu Xiaoxue replied somewhat awkwardly, I prefer solitude. When I have nothing to do, I spend time at home. Han Yingying was surprised but refrained from probing further. She genuinely wished to invite Sister Xiaoxue along, but without Boss Fong's consent, she dared not do so, fearing financial repercussions. Seeing Boss Fong emerge with a bag, Han Yingying quickly excused herself, saying, "All right, Sister Xiaoxue, I'll go help my sister pack. Next time, I'll ask Brother Fong if he minds taking an extra person." "There's no need," Lu Xiaoxue replied, shaking her head resignedly as she watched Han Yingying return to the neighboring yard. Truly, it's like two flowers blooming amidst manure. Men tend to turn corrupt when they acquire wealth. One wonders how Boss Fong managed to charm these sisters. Perhaps it's best to refrain from meddling. After all, they see nothing amiss. It's prudent not to involve oneself in others' affairs, especially since Fong Yuan is still a vital strategic partner. Better to avoid unnecessary complications. Who knows? One day, this miserly man might retaliate for my curiosity about his affairs by withdrawing his investments. Upon encountering Lu Xiaoxue, Fong Yuan courteously greeted her. Once in the car, Han Yingying asked, "Brother Fong, would you mind if we brought an extra person on our outings in the future?" Fong Yuan promptly dismissed the idea. "I would mind greatly. If you ask that again, you may as well stay home next time." Han Yingying was taken aback, not anticipating such an intense reaction from Boss Fong. She quickly apologized. "Brother Fong, I want to ask again. Please don't be upset." It was evident that inviting Sister Xiaoxue to the villa for dinner yesterday had not caused any issues. Yet today, merely inquiring about it had seemingly provoked Boss Fong. Han Yingying found it challenging to gauge Boss Fong's preferences. Han Sisi, in a somewhat irritated manner, lightly tapped her on the head and murmured, "Could you speak with a bit more sense? Is this your first day meeting Brother Fong?" Han Yingying covered her head and replied in a hushed tone, "I thought it wouldn't matter." She stole a glance at Boss Fong, who was busy navigating on his phone, and felt a chill in her heart. Now, she had truly upset him. At that moment, Fong Yuan turned to look at the anxious Han Yingying and said, "You'll deduct 100 from your salary." Han Yingying chuckled cheerfully, "Thank you, Brother Fong. You are so generous." Fong Yuan added, "Sisi will also have 100 deducted." Han Sisi pouted, a bit dissatisfied. "Brother Fong, I didn't say a single word." "Sister, we are twins. We share blessings and hardships alike." Han Yingying reveled in the misfortune of her sister. As long as Boss Fong remained impartial, being penalized was of little consequence. Fong Yuan, upon hearing this, was tempted to suggest that they might as well share everything. Han Sisi, unable to take it out on Boss Fong, resorted to venting her frustration on her sister. Before they even set off, the two sisters exchanged glances in the back seat, neither willing to concede. Fong Yuan felt a slight headache and established a rule. "From now on, if either of you makes a mistake, you will both be penalized." Han Sisi snapped back to reality, protesting, "Brother Fong, this is an unreasonable imposition." Han Yingying echoed her sentiment. Only a heartless boss would penalize their employees in such a manner. Fong Yuan retorted, "Are you finished?" The sisters replied in unison, "Not yet." Fong Yuan grunted, "Then each of you will have another 100 deducted." "Sister, whose fault is it for protesting?" "What? Now you're blaming me. If not you, then who? Please continue. I'll wait until you finish your quarrel before driving." "Brother Fong, you are truly mischievous." Chapter 46. A hot spring in the villa on their journey. The trio purchased a substantial amount of ingredients. Fortunately, the spacious Mercedes SUV accommodated all their provisions comfortably. By 4:30 in the afternoon, they arrived at the Mingyuan Mountain Stream Resort Villa. They had rented a standalone villa for 2,888 per night, a price that Fong Yuan deemed remarkably affordable. The villa boasted a swimming pool, KTV, and various recreational facilities, encompassing all the essentials. Apart from bringing their own ingredients, they had little else to worry about. After registering their information with the butler, who personally drove ahead to guide them, the sisters, who had seen a bit of the world, noted the villa's modern decor. In comparison, Boss Fong's rented Zhujiang villa, with its somewhat dated charm, paled in novelty. Unfortunately, Songhua was rather remote. The circumstances encountered along the way were quite reminiscent of their hometown, Wuchuan. Moments later, the steward ushered him into the rented villa, offering a few instructions before departing in the car. Upon disembarking, Fong Yuan called for the two sisters to assist in moving the items from the vehicle into the house. It was indeed a call for assistance. The sisters exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by Fong's apparent lack of chivalry. After carrying a bag inside, Fong Yuan proceeded to the pool for leisure, neglecting to lend them a helping hand. Han Sisi lamented that her sister's incessant chatter had irked Fang Yuan, while Han Yingying was reluctant to bear the blame. Feeling wronged and having already faced a deduction in her pay, she felt a twinge of discontent at her sister's complaints. Once they finished moving the items and entered the house, Fang Yuan had already filled the pool with water again. He returned to the living room to find the sisters resting at opposite ends of the sofa. The atmosphere suggested that they had exchanged sharp words once more. He directly settled beside his sister, leaning on her shoulder to gaze at her phone screen. Han Sisi felt a bit uneasy. Brother Fang. Fang Yuan wrapped an arm around her and gently admonished, "Are you still thinking about the driving test while on a leisurely outing?" Han Sisi, feeling a lack of confidence, replied, "I just want to look more, hoping to pass the exam on the first try." Fang Yuan snatched her phone, turned off the video, and returned it to her. "No more watching. If you do, I'll deduct your wages." Han Sisi pouted in dismay. "Brother Fang, you're too domineering." Fang Yuan planted a kiss on her cheek. "If I weren't a bit domineering, how could I keep you in line?" Han Sisi's cheeks flushed slightly as she pushed against Fang Yuan's chest, murmuring, "Yingying is still here." Han Yingying, hearing this, lifted her gaze to the pair on the opposite side of the sofa. Why should she lift her head? Out of sight, out of mind. Fang Yuan beckoned to Han Yingying. "What are you still staring at on your phone? Are you watching videos for the driving test too?" Han Yingying shook her head. "Brother Fang, I'm not watching any videos." Fang Yuan inquired, "Then what are you smiling about?" Han Yingying sheepishly replied, "I was reading a novel." Fang Yuan scoffed, "You should cut down on that. It only leads to idle thoughts." Han Yingying calmly tucked away her phone, shifted a bit closer, and attempted to explain, "Brother Fang, I'm just reading a cooking story, not those absurd novels." Fang Yuan said, "Let me take a look." Han Yingying retrieved her phone and handed it over. Fang Yuan, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Why are all these novels pirated?" Han Yingying, with a nonchalant attitude, responded, "In this day and age, who pays for novels? I only read pirated ones." Han Sisi chimed in, "Brother Fang, it's too expensive to buy a novel these days. We don't want to waste our money." Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and declared, "You need to cultivate an awareness of purchasing legitimate content. From now on, the cost of novels will come out of your allowance, so do not read pirated versions." The sisters were left confused, unsure why Fang Yuan insisted on such a stringent requirement. However, given his wealth, his words carried weight. The sisters wholeheartedly agreed with Fang Yuan's approach. At work, the boss generously provides them with money to read novels, which is quite a splendid arrangement. Han Yingying pouted slightly. "Brother Fang, when are we going to the hot springs tomorrow?" Fang Yuan, feigning ignorance, replied, "Isn't this villa equipped with a hot spring?" Han Yingying glanced at her sister, then at boss Fang. "Brother Fang, this is hardly a hot spring. Our plan was to go to the hot springs tomorrow afternoon. Have you forgotten?" Fang Yuan, not recalling the travel itinerary crafted by the sisters, waved his hand dismissively. "Why ask about tomorrow now? Quickly change into your swimwear. The hot spring water is already filled. We'll bathe together shortly." Han Yingying exchanged glances with her sister, silently inquiring what to do. Han Sisi was equally at a loss. In a final attempt, Han Yingying suggested, "Brother Fang, why not go by yourself? My sister and I will prepare dinner in the kitchen." Fang Yuan chuckled, "I'm not hungry. What's the point of dinner? We can barbecue later." He then looked at the two and gently kissed his sister's forehead. "Now hurry and change." Han Sisi dared not linger near boss Fang any longer. If she stayed, he would surely get too familiar in front of her sister. As soon as her sister left, Han Yingying shifted closer to boss Fang, pouting, "Brother Fang, you haven't kissed me yet." Fang Yuan grinned, "Then come a bit closer." After ensuring there were no issues, Han Yingying moved over. Fang Yuan then planted a kiss on her cheek. Satisfied, Han Yingying made a small request. "Brother Fang, you mustn't play favorites." Fang Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair. "I never play favorites. What your sister has, you have as well." "Then I shall go change," Han Yingying exclaimed, covering her flushed cheeks as she retreated to her room. She truly is a thoughtful sister. Although her sister has a somewhat reserved personality, she still indulges in their little interactions behind the scenes. Such distinct personalities in the twins, he truly struck gold. A few minutes later, Fang Yuan appeared by the poolside in a pair of oversized shorts. Testing the water temperature, he dove right in, settling against the wall with the water reaching his shoulders. After waiting for a while, the sisters approached the pool, barefoot. Both had donned rather cool attire, identical in style. Unfortunately, they hadn't purchased swimsuits. Otherwise, they could have been even cooler. "Come on in, the water's not cold," Han Yingying urged her sister. Han Sisi, summoning her courage, followed suit. The two chose a spot further away from Boss Fong and tentatively dipped their pale feet into the water. Realizing it was indeed warm, they leisurely climbed into the pool. I told you it wasn't a lie, Fong Yuan remarked, splashing water at them. Initially hesitant, the sisters soon retaliated with splashes of their own as Boss Fong showed no signs of stopping. The three individuals engaged in playful banter for a while, their hair thoroughly soaked and their faces adorned with droplets of water. Sisi, come over and give my back a rub, called out a voice. Sister, Fong Gu is calling for you. Han Sisi shot her sister a glare. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yingying pushed her sister with a mischievous grin. Under Fong's watchful gaze, Han Sisi, her cheeks flushed, slowly approached. Chapter 47. Fong's malicious intentions go. Is this pressure sufficient? She inquired. Apply a bit more force, Fong urged. Reluctantly, Han Sisi increased her strength, yet for Fong Yuan, it was akin to a mere tickle. He reached out to ruffle her hair, jesting, Sisi, haven't you eaten? Han Sisi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Fong Gu, I fear I might scratch your skin. Fong Yuan withdrew his hand, retorting, but it hasn't tea broken. Has it? We'll address that if it happens. Han Sisi murmured, then I shall do my utmost not to cause any damage. Very well. Fong Yuan continued to lounge by the pool's edge, relishing the ministrations of his sister. Han Sisi felt a hint of exasperation. She would much prefer tidying up the villa or preparing meals for Fong rather than enduring this torment. After a spell, Fong Yuan glanced at her and asked, Are you out of strength? Han Sisi nodded. He then beckoned to Han Yingying, who was engrossed in her phone. Yingying, come over and help me with a rub. Han Yingying hesitated, knowing that approaching would likely earn her sister's ire. Fong, however, was quick to discern her reluctance. If your sister weren't here, you'd probably come over without hesitation. Don't mind her, just come here. Despite Fong's assurance, Han Yingying sought her sister's permission. Sister, may I go over? Han Sisi waved her small hand. You can, I'm out of strength. Gu, is this pressure enough? You haven't eaten either, Sisi should join. Sister, Fong Gu is calling for you to come as well. Being pampered was undeniably delightful. After a few more minutes of sibling assistance, Fong Yuan decided to cease his playful torment, allowing them to frolic in the water on their own. The sisters, feeling somewhat bashful, refrained from engaging in their usual playful splashes without Fong's encouragement, instead opting to sit in the water and scroll through their phones. Observing this scene, Fong Yuan felt a touch of exasperation. Merely deducting money would not suffice. Thus, he leisurely rose and sauntered toward their location. Seated between the two, he clapped his hands. Come a bit closer, let us have a chat. Han Sisi hesitated. Fong Gu, is it possible to chat like this? Han Yingying murmured, indeed. Yet Fong was insistent. Come on, if you don't move closer, I'll deduct money. Upon hearing the mention of deductions, the sisters' eyes widened in alarm. Fong Gu, he splashed the water beside them. Will you come or not? Han Yingying longed to join, but couldn't betray her eagerness in front of her sister. Resorting to coaxing, Sister, you go first. Han Tzu shot a glare at her. Do you still wish to go over? Han Yingying pouted. Her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Boss Fong. Fong Yuan winked at his sister, saying, Yingying, you should come too. Han Tzu immediately protested. Seating herself beside Boss Fong, her expression tinged with jealousy. Brother Fong, is I not enough? Fong Yuan regarded her with a bemused smile. Do you believe it is sufficient? Han Tzu pinched Boss Fong's waist, continuing her protest. Brother Fong. Deep down, she suspected he harbored ulterior motives. Ignoring her, Fong Yuan beckoned his sister over. Han Yingying stealthily rose and approached. Han Tzu felt a twinge of grievance. Fong Yuan casually draped an arm around both sisters' shoulders. They exchanged glances and instantly lowered their heads. Gazing at their feet beneath the water, their cheeks flushed with unspoken thoughts. Fong Yuan tightened his hold on their shoulders and casually engaged them. When will you take the second driving test? Han Hu looked at Boss Fong with a forlorn expression. The earliest appointment is in 8 days. With practice, it will take at least half a month. Han Ying also lifted her head, but upon meeting her sister's fierce gaze, she recoiled. This was not her fault, it was Boss Fong's doing. Fong Yuan leaned in and pecked his sister's forehead. Once you obtain your driver's license, I will buy you a car. Han Tzu's cheeks flushed slightly as she shook her head. I do not want a car. Han Yingying quickly echoed. Brother Fong, I do not want one either. Fong Yuan ruffled his sister's hair. I did not ask you. Han Yingying felt even more disheartened. Fang Yuan feigned ignorance and patiently explained the benefits of owning a car. Have you ever considered that with a car, you could return home every week? Upon hearing this, the sisters' interest piqued. Yet, as they contemplated how to explain it to their parents, they were instantly engulfed in embarrassment. Fang Yuan had long anticipated their concerns. By the National Day, Pinduoduo will hit the market. If you heed my guidance, it won't be long before you earn enough to buy a car. Hanze hesitated. Brother Fang, after making money, I have debts to repay first. I do not wish to buy a car. Fang Yuan replied, the debts can wait. Hanu, however, seized upon this point. Debts must be repaid first. Han Yingying chimed in. Without settling debts, one cannot feel at ease. Fang Yuan recognized that reasoning with them was futile, so he opted for silence. Hanze dared not speak further. The sisters fell into silence once more. At that moment, Fang Yuan's hands gradually slid down. Almost simultaneously, he clasped Boss Fang's hand, their alabaster shoulders trembling slightly. The sisters' faces reddened further, each grappling with an internal struggle. Fang Yuan slowly pried open their arms, and surprisingly, it was the elder sister who first relented. The younger sister steadfastly resisted. Just as he was about to advance further, the two sisters exchanged a glance, resolutely pushing away Boss Fang's hand, and hastily climbed out of the pool, leaving him alone in a daze. In the bathroom, they shed their damp garments. If Fang Yuan were present, it would indeed be challenging to discern who was the elder sister and who was the younger, for when they stood side by side, their resemblance was striking. Han Yingying donned her clothes and sat beside her sister, her expression fraught with concern. Sister, what are we to do? She asked anxiously. Han Sisi shot her a glare. I haven't even questioned you yet. Why did you come over? Han Yingying, feeling guilty, replied. Brother Fang called me over. How could I not go? Han Sisi, irate, retorted. You simply wish to infuriate me. Han Yingying straightened her back, adopting a defiant demeanor. You can scold me or hit me at will. After all, you are my sister. She yearned to be carefree, especially since Boss Fang had ulterior motives, while her sister remained blissfully unaware. Han Sisi scrunched her nose, momentarily at a loss for a solution. From now on, you must not disappear from my sight. Wherever I go, you shall follow. Han Yingying pouted. So if you go to the restroom, must I accompany you? Han Sisi replied, what is wrong with that? Didn't we do everything together when we were young? Han Yingying murmured, I will do my best. Han Sisi became exasperated. It's not about doing your best, it's a necessity. Understood? This is so frustrating. Fang Yuan had been soaking in the water for quite some time before finally emerging. After changing into a fresh outfit, he reclined on a nearby sun lounger to rest. Once the sisters had prepared the barbecue items, they called for Boss Fang to assist them. Brother Fang, we can't barbecue. We'll rely on you tonight. Neither of you can? He queried. Not at all. Then may you both perish in your ignorance. Chapter 48. The beautiful, talented sisters with sweet voices. Brother Fang, try the chicken wings and corn my sister grilled for you. Han Yingying approached, carrying a plate and settling beside Boss Fang's lounger. Upon hearing her voice, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and glanced at the mischievous smile on Han Yingying's face, flicking her forehead in annoyance. It's no wonder you two are such a pain. Han Yingying quietly cautioned, Brother Fang, my sister is still watching, so please be mindful. However, her tone bore more semblance to a suggestion than a warning. Fang Yuan grasped her hand, lowering his voice. Will you come to my room tonight? Han Yingying's cheeks flushed. She dared not be caught by her sister while Boss Fang held her hand, struggling to break free. Brother Fang, we will get caught. Fang Yuan continued to eat as he spoke. Wait until she falls asleep, then come over. Han Yingying pushed his hand away, saying, what if I get discovered? Fang Yuan chuckled. That's simple. Just say you went to the restroom. Han Yingying felt that Boss Fang was simply toying with her, hesitating and unable to make a decision. In the end, she resorted to leveraging her sister. Brother Fang, why not call my sister over? I'll come next time. Fang Yuan replied, what a filial suggestion. It must be said that Han Yingying's proposal was indeed exceedingly dutiful. It is quite unfathomable that a normal person would conceive such an idea. Truly, filial piety manifests in remarkable ways. Observing Boss Fang enveloped in silence, Han Yingying decisively made her exit, leaving behind a remark. Brother Fang, I shall return to continue grilling the beef. You enjoy these for now, and I will bring more later. Upon returning to her grilling station, Han Sisi wiped the sweat from her brow and lamented. How can Brother Fang keep taking advantage of you? Han Yingying, equally aggrieved, replied, it was not my intention. Han Sisi shot her a glare. What? You wish to do so intentionally? Han Yingying huffed, muttering under her breath. Sister, Brother Fong mentioned you should visit him in his room tonight. Han Cici's expression shifted, stammering. What nonsense are you speaking? Did he mention anything specific? Han Yingying, reveling in her mischief, chimed in. Brother Fong did not confide in me. Han Cici, her brow furrowed in suspicion, warned. Han Yingying, if I find out you are deceiving me, you will be in serious trouble. Han Yingying, unfazed, secretly delighted. Han Cici cast another glance at Boss Fong, who was nibbling on corn, her heart further entangled with uncertainty. What could Boss Fong possibly want her for in his room at such a late hour? Besides tormenting her, could there be any other motive? Han Cici was utterly perplexed. At 9 in the evening, the trio, freshly bathed, descended to the KTV on the first floor of the basement to sing. Fong Yuan reclined on the sofa, munching on peanuts while observing the sisters as they enthusiastically deliberated over song selections. Although the sisters had not witnessed much of the world, their eagerness to learn was commendable. They embraced challenges with open arms. In just a month, they had transformed significantly, evolving from factory girls into attentive caretakers, adeptly looking after Boss Fong's needs. This was a noteworthy achievement. Han Yingying took a microphone and nestled beside her sister, leaning over to inquire of Boss Fong. Brother Fong, what song would you like to hear? Fong Yuan expressed mild surprise. You both can sing? Han Cici affirmed with a nod, while Han Yingying pouted. Brother Fong, do not underestimate us. My sister and I participated in singing competitions during high school and college, and on good fortune, we could earn several hundred yuan in performance fees. Fong Yuan, astonished, encouraged, then you two should perform a duet. Han Yingying beamed at her sister. Sister, which song shall we choose? After a moment's contemplation, Han Cici decided, let us select only You Have My Heart. Fong Yuan added, no accompaniment, please. Han Yingying scampered off to choose the song, but Fong Yuan, wrapping his arm around her waist, asked, Cici, why did you pick this song? Han Cici, microphone in hand, gazed at him with affection, softly murmuring, because Brother Fong is here. Fong Yuan laughed heartily, taken aback by her newfound boldness in flirting with him. After her confession, Han Cici dared not meet his gaze. Her ears flushed with embarrassment as he leaned down to kiss her warm earlobe. Cici, when did you become so audacious? As long as Brother Fong likes it. I can learn. Han Cici blushed and instinctively clasped the hand that Boss Fong placed on her waist. Upon returning from selecting a song, Han Yingying chirped with excitement. Sister, you go ahead and sing. Han Cici nodded, grasped the microphone, and as the accompaniment began, softly hummed, a gaze full of unresolvable emotions. My heart like a needle in the ocean. Merely guessing makes my appetite wane. Han Yingying swayed her little head to the rhythm, singing along, a bit annoying yet somewhat charming, romance lacking talent. My reactions are rather slow. Fong Yuan observed the two with earnestness. To his surprise, he had initially thought Han Yingying was merely boasting. He never anticipated that the sisters possessed voices that could rival the finest talents. Beautiful and melodious, truly a delightful duo. If they were to encounter the era of short videos, a few casual duets, with minimal editing, would surely lead to a surge in popularity. However, singing alone would not suffice. He resolved to encourage the sisters to learn some dance as well. In their leisure, having them sing and dance for him would be quite enjoyable. After one song concluded, the sisters began another, Aiya and Superstar, both classic tunes. Fong Yuan poured them a glass of water, unabashedly praising, You sing beautifully. Why haven't I heard you two sing in the villa before? Han Cici smiled coyly and replied, Brother Fong, you never asked. Han Yingying nodded in agreement. Fong Yuan found himself at a loss for words. What sort of logic was this? Just because he did not inquire, did that mean they could not sing? He affectionately ruffled their hair and cheerfully suggested, You should enroll in a dance class. Then you can sing and dance together. Ignoring the sisters' astonishment, he continued, You often complain about being idle in the villa. I've thought of a plan. Recently, you can practice driving while learning dance. The sisters lamented, Brother Fong, can we skip the dance? Fong Yuan replied, No dance, no allowance. Han Cici and Han Yingying exchanged glances and promptly chorused, Then we shall learn. Fong Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The night passed without incident. The next afternoon, the trio departed the villa for a local hot spring in Songhua. For Fong Yuan, the experience was rather mundane. The sisters seemed to have conspired, refusing to come over and give him a back rub no matter how he called. Simply soaking in the hot spring lacked the allure of being pampered. Upon returning to the villa that afternoon, the sisters hurriedly set out to purchase ingredients. According to them, today marked the 14th day of the 7th lunar month, and in their hometown of Wuchuan, it was customary to eat damp rice cakes. Fang Yuan increasingly felt that the sisters were adept at managing household affairs. They could even prepare traditional festive snacks, indicating they must have endured considerable hardship in their childhood. Truly, they were two little ones who evoked sympathy. Chapter 49. Tickets for the girl group's final concert. A week passed without incident. On Friday, Fang Yuan spent the entire day at the office. The departure time has been delayed by half an hour. Before leaving, I took a leisurely stroll around the 3-story office rented by the company. The technical department remained unchanged, with overtime being a common occurrence, a relentless grind. As I approached the human resources department, I noticed the HR director, Yui, still working late in her office. I knocked on the door and entered. Before I could speak, Yui rose and said, "Mr. Fang, you're still here. I've been delayed with the paperwork today, so I thought I would come by for a moment." I gestured for her to take a seat, smiling as I inquired, "Despite having an ample staffing situation, why is it so busy lately?" Yui responded, "It's much improved compared to before. But many employees have recently provided feedback that our internal support services are not yet sufficiently developed. We're working overtime to devise a plan." Intrigued, I asked, "What aspects are they referring to?" Yui patiently explained, "Employees primarily suggested that we establish additional recreational and entertainment areas." I moved behind her to glance at some emails she had opened and pondered. "Is our current space sufficient?" She replied, "If we do not expand the cafeteria, there is enough remaining space to add some other recreational areas." I suggested, "Then let us lease a few more floors, dedicating one solely for employee leisure and entertainment, perhaps including a cafeteria, a bar, and tea and coffee shops at no extra charge. And considering how many from the technical department are working late, we certainly cannot let them labor on empty stomachs. As for the budget, please coordinate with Lao Yang and prepare a proposal for my signature. Be generous with it." Yui nodded, quickly formulating ideas. "I'll arrange that as soon as possible." I added, "Please also revise the overtime compensation and corresponding benefits promptly." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Yui's eyes, though she maintained her composure and nodded without further inquiry. However, among all the executives, only Yui from HR and Qin Hai from the algorithms department were working late. The leaders of the 3 technical teams often left right on time, which greatly displeased me. If this trend continues, what will my subordinates think? Issues are bound to arise sooner or later. I must address this upon my return next week. Suddenly, Yui recalled an important task assigned by the boss. "Mr. Fang, please wait a moment. I'll fetch something for you." I guess what it was and asked, "Did you manage to get the concert tickets?" Yui smiled awkwardly. "Yes, they were delivered just before closing, and I thought you had already left, so I didn't bring them to you." I waved my hand dismissively. "It's fine. You can give them to me next week. You should also wrap up for the day. Please send an email over the weekend, gathering all mid to senior level leaders for a brief meeting on Monday." "Have we selected a secretary yet?" "We are still recruiting. There hasn't been a suitable candidate yet." "Could you be more specific about the criteria?" "Primarily concerning appearance. If it comes to that, we might as well conduct campus recruitment." Having finished speaking, Fang Yuan waved his hand and departed. He rose to watch the boss leave, vaguely guessing the subject of the meeting. However, as a seasoned individual, she was disinclined to concern herself with others and prioritized her own affairs first. Upon returning to the Zhujiang villa, noticing the absence of anyone at home, Fang Yuan inquired in the group chat, "Where have you all gone? Why is there no one at home?" Han Ying was the first to respond, "Brother Fang, we're at the supermarket buying groceries." Fang Yuan promptly urged, "Hurry up, Brother Fang is hungry." Han Ying put away her phone and nudged her sister, "Sister, Brother Fang is back home from work. We need to hurry back." Han Cc pouted at the cart full of ingredients, reluctant to continue shopping, and nodded helplessly. "Let us head back then. I wonder why Brother Fang is half an hour late today." Han Ying speculated, "It's probably something to do with the company." Han Cc shot her a glance. Could anything other than company matters justify working overtime? Han Ying shrugged. "Let us observe Brother Fang's expression when we return. If he looks troubled, how about we suggest singing for him?" Han Cc found her sister's idea quite agreeable. After waiting for several minutes, Fang Yuan heard the sound of the sisters chatting merrily at the entrance. When they emerged from the kitchen, he beckoned them to sit beside him, wrapping an arm around each of their shoulders. Although Han Cc was somewhat perturbed by the way Fang Yuan was holding her sister, It was evident that his mood was not quite right today. Meanwhile, Han Ying felt quite pleased, as long as her sister did not explode in anger. She wished for this arrangement daily. Unfortunately, it remained merely a fantasy. If only Brother Fong could wear a frown every day, then she might enjoy the same treatment as her sister. Despite his verbal assurances of impartiality, Fong Yuan inevitably overlooked her presence to some extent, which left Han Ying feeling quite disheartened. Fong Yuan often behaved this way, bullying her without providing the same regard he afforded her sister. Han Cici tilted her head cutely, asking, "Brother Fong, do you have something on your mind?" Fong Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling. Too much money can be a bit bothersome. In truth, he felt somewhat gratified. At least she had learned to read his emotions. Han Ying chimed in, "Brother Fong, is it related to the company?" Fong Yuan playfully patted her head, complimenting, "Not too foolish after all." Han Ying's cheeks flushed, unable to meet her sister's gaze. Han Cici felt a twinge of jealousy but, considering Fong Yuan's mood, restrained her excitement. She simply tugged at his hand and suggested softly, "Brother Fong, how about we go sing after dinner?" Fong Yuan glanced at the two, smiling as he asked, "Who proposed this idea?" Han Ying raised her hand. Eager to take credit, "Brother Fong, it was my suggestion." Fong Yuan nodded, "I'll add a chicken leg for you tonight." Beside them, Han Cici's lips were nearly curling up to the heavens. Just as Han Ying was still reveling in her joy, a remark from Boss Fong sent her into a fit of ire. "Ying, quickly fetch my bag. I have procured delightful treasures for you." As her sister stepped away, Fong Yuan playfully pinched the elder sister's cheek and leaned down to plant a kiss upon her face, teasing, "Can you guess what I have brought for you?" Han Cici, covering her face, shyly replied, "Brother Fong, I cannot fathom." Upon returning with the bag, Han Ying felt as though she had missed out on a fortune. With her sister's demeanor, it was evident that Brother Fong had once again been teasing her. "Brother Fong, what did you buy?" Fong Yuan produced 3 concert tickets from the bag, waving them before the sisters. Tickets for the final stop of the girl group's tour. The sisters, elated, stumbled over their words. "Brother Fong, are these genuine tickets?" Fong Yuan playfully tapped their heads. "Are you doubting Brother Fong's capabilities?" "Nay, we wouldn't dare." The sisters giggled, clutching their heads as they gazed at the tickets in disbelief, their cheeks flushed with excitement. It was astonishing that a mere mention of the girl group's concert in front of Boss Fong had led to such an unexpected surprise. The 3 tickets were even for adjacent seats. Their doubts about Boss Fong's prowess were utterly dispelled. Chapter 50. The revelation and reassurance of the sister while you revel in joy. Should you not express your gratitude? Fong Yuan embraced the sisters again, smiling brightly. "How about a kiss from each of you?" As soon as he finished speaking, both sisters froze in place. Han Ying hesitated, and under her sister's piercing gaze, decided to remain silent. She had learned her lesson. As long as her sister was present, she would never show any hint of initiative. After all, Boss Fong would bear the brunt of any blame. Han Cici, regaining her wits, wrapped her arms around Boss Fong's arm and playfully said, "Brother Fong, is one kiss not enough?" Fong Yuan did not respond directly, but pointed to his right cheek. "Then you may kiss here first." "May I give 2 kisses?" Han Cici shyly leaned in and planted 2 kisses on Boss Fong's cheek. "Of course not. It must be 1 kiss each." Fong Yuan shook his head, swiftly tilting his head to plant a kiss on Han Ying's fair, flushed cheek. Han Ying was momentarily taken aback, and by the time she processed what had transpired, Boss Fong had left a mark of affection on her blushing face in front of her sister. Fong Yuan wrapped his arms around the sister's shoulders, grinning. "There. You need not dwell on it any longer." Han Cici, feeling a wave of emotion, whimpered, "Brother Fong, you cannot treat me this way." Though she had anticipated Boss Fong's mischievous intentions, the reality of the situation left her feeling vulnerable. She found herself devoid of any confidence to face what lay ahead. Fong Yuan gently ruffled his sister's hair and then turned to his dazed younger sister on the left. "Ying, what do you think?" Han Ying, resembling a playful little fox, seized the opportunity to wink at Brother Fong while saying, "My sister is right. Brother Fong, you must harbor good intentions." Fong Yuan shot her a glare and pointed towards the kitchen. "Tonight, you will cook while I have a private conversation with your sister." "Fine, I'll go." "I only listen to my sister," Han Ying said, feeling aggrieved as she stood up to prepare dinner. Han Cici also intended to rise and head to the kitchen. "Brother Fong, I do not wish to talk." Yet, Fong Yuan insisted, "Can't we discuss life?" With reddened eyes, Han Cici replied, "I don't want to talk." Fong Yuan had no choice but to call his younger sister back. Ying, don't cook just yet. Come back and accompany your sister to talk about life. From the kitchen, Han Ying's voice emerged, coming right away. Han Cici's mind was in disarray, unsure how to confront the situation. The thought of discussing life with Brother Fong alongside her sister only heightened her anxiety. She tugged at Brother Fong's sleeve, pleading, "Brother Fong, could you please not call Ying over?" Fong Yuan comforted her with a gentle pat on the head. "All right, we want to summon her." However, as Han Ying returned to the living room, she barely had time to feel pleased before Fong Yuan told her, "You should still go make dinner. I'll chat about life with your sister." Han Ying eyed the two with suspicion but asked no further questions. Regardless of the outcome, she was indifferent. After all, she was carefree. She did not care as much as her sister did. As long as the two sisters remained together, she was willing to accept anything. She could work for Brother Fong for a lifetime. In the sister's bedroom, Fong Yuan embraced his sister's shoulders and softly inquired, "Are you still troubled?" Han Cici nodded. "I dare not think about what lies ahead." Fong Yuan pressed further. "What matters concerning the future?" Han Cici blushed deeper, turning her face away and murmuring, "Brother Fong, please don't ask." Fong Yuan gently turned her face back towards him. "With Brother Fong here, what do you have to worry about? You cannot hide it forever." Han Cici lightly pushed his hand away. Fong Yuan chuckled. "You should learn from Ying. Look at her. So carefree. Since she came here, she never worries about other matters and focuses on how to enrich herself daily." Mentioning her sister stirred jealousy within Han Cici. "Brother Fong, have you already taken a liking to Ying?" This time, Fong Yuan did not feign ignorance but readily nodded. "It seems I started a little earlier than you." Han Cici's expression grew more mournful as she buried her head against Fong Yuan's chest, feeling wronged. "How could it be earlier than me?" Fong Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "But my first kiss was indeed given to you." Han Cici lifted her head, seriousness etched on her face. "Really?" Fong Yuan teased, pinching her cheek. "Who would have thought you would care about such things?" Han Cici tightened her embrace, murmuring in his arms, "How could I not care? Clearly, I was the first to arrive." Fong Yuan gently caressed her silky hair, continuing to persuade her. "Would it be possible to live happily? You two sisters should never be apart, always together for a lifetime, and Brother Fong will always be by your side." Han Cici remained silent. Fong Yuan chose not to press further. He understood that words would prove futile until she reached her own clarity. As she stayed quiet, he held her close. After a while, a mischievous thought crossed Fong Yuan's mind, and his hand began to trace gentle circles on her back. By the time Han Cici became aware, her lips had already been silenced. One of Fong Yuan's hands had vanished from sight. As long as she did not look down, she remained oblivious to its whereabouts. What to do? Feeling utterly at a loss, she found no grounds to resist, especially since she hadn't spent time helping Fong Yuan with his studies and days. And she missed it dearly. The only thing that troubled Han Cici was whether Fong Yuan treated her sister in the same manner. The instant this thought arose, she felt a surge of irritation. This time, she had to take the initiative, otherwise, she would lose out significantly. Han Cici, through her clothing, grasped at the elusive hand. Fong Yuan looked at her, puzzled. "What is the matter?" With a flushed face, Han Cici murmured softly, "Brother Fong, I don't want to lose." Fong Yuan was taken aback, but quickly comprehended the implication. How intriguing. It turned out that the elder sister also had a competitive spirit. Thus, a plan began to form in his mind, one he would reciprocate towards her sister. Initially, Fong Yuan was unaware of the specific meaning behind Han Cici's remark about not wanting to lose until she mentioned that the room was too warm and she wanted to remove a layer of clothing. It was then that he truly grasped the essence of allure, softness, and sweetness. During dinner, Fong Yuan found himself still savoring that sensation. Han Ying, unaware of what transpired between the two, nonetheless consumed a considerable amount of metaphorical dog food during the meal. Fong Yuan's favoritism had gravely tipped the scales of balance. Seizing the opportunity, Han Ying approached her sister as she headed to take a shower. Clinging to Fong Yuan's arm, she nuzzled against him, feigning innocence. "Brother Fong, what did you talk about with my sister?" Fong Yuan affectionately patted her head. "Your sister agreed." Han Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really?" Fong Yuan enveloped her in his embrace, his hands wandering. "You can just ask her later and find out." Han Ying's cheeks flushed. "Brother Fong, go ahead and reach in." Chapter 51. No need to choose. I want them both after their shower. The two sisters sat side by side on the sofa, their legs crossed comfortably. Dressed in light attire, they both wore matching ice silk camisoles that showcased their alluring, fair shoulders. Fong Yuan realized he had seldom seen the sisters in different outfits. Was this a trait common to all twins? The clothing, footwear, and hairstyles of the two sisters were remarkably similar, almost as if synchronized. At that moment, both of their phones vibrated simultaneously. Han Yingying tilted her head to glance at her sister's text message, exclaiming in astonishment, "Sister, how come you have over 1,000 more than I do? I only missed a week of work. This factory is outrageous. Even resigning incurs a wage deduction." Han Sisi replied, "I too have lost a considerable amount. After working 2 weeks of night shifts, it only amounts to 100 per day, which is several hundred less than what was initially promised upon joining." The sisters were perplexed, muttering about the factory's unscrupulous wage deductions. However, noticing Boss Fong's subtle gesture, Han Sisi understood and reached for the phone resting on the coffee table to hand it to him. Both were curious about the amount Boss Fong had disbursed. "Boss Fong, how much did you pay us last month?" Fong Yuan shot them a glance, exasperated. "I resigned. There's no salary to be paid." The sisters protested on his behalf. "Boss Fong, why don't you take legal action against them?" Fong Yuan patted their heads. "A mere 1,000 or so? Is it worth the fuss?" In unison, they retorted. "Of course it is. After all, it is our hard-earned money." He was well aware of why their wages had been reduced by several hundred. The work uniforms and safety shoes, touted as complimentary, were laden with hidden intricacies. Only after completing a year of service would they not incur deductions for these items. There were numerous other pitfalls, and it was understandable that the freshly graduated sisters were oblivious to such schemes. After explaining the situation to them, they came to realize the extent to which they had been deceived. Han Sisi sighed, without frugality. "How are we to repay over 200,000 in debts within a year?" Fong Yuan gently ruffled the elder sister's hair. "You still concern yourselves with debts?" Han Sisi replied earnestly, "Of course we do. That sum you borrowed is our mother's lifeline. We must repay it, no matter what." Curiosity piqued. Fong Yuan turned to Han Yingying. "So, how much do you currently have saved, and how much do you owe me?" "Wait a moment, I'll fetch the ledger," she replied, promptly rising to retrieve it from the bedroom. Once she had left, Fong Yuan seized the opportunity to steal a quick kiss on Han Sisi's delicate face. "Boss Fong, don't be reckless," she whispered, glancing anxiously toward the bedroom. "Yingying will see." Fong Yuan withdrew his hand, continuing to stroke her silky hair draped over her shoulders, softly asking, "Will you come to my room tonight?" Han Sisi shook her head. "That is not permissible." Fong Yuan responded teasingly, "What a pity." Han Sisi blushed, falling silent. It seemed they had not yet reached the season of reaping rewards. Soon after, Han Yingying returned, calculator in hand, busily tallying their finances. A few minutes later, she approached Boss Fong with the ledger for his review. "Boss Fong, we currently have 10,500 yuan saved, but we owe you 243,000, and additionally, there is a reserve of 92,000 for household expenses." Fong Yuan surveyed the scene with a serious expression, his lips twitching involuntarily as he looked at the two sisters in confusion. "You silly girl. How could you possibly count the cost of your driver's license as a debt?" Han Yingying, undeterred, immediately threw her sister under the bus, declaring, "My sister told me to include it." Han Sisi smacked her sister's head lightly, retorting, "Why do you always have to bring me into this?" Han Yingying pouted. "It was you who insisted on counting it." Han Sisi, now fuming, was about to retaliate when Fong Yuan quickly intervened. "What are you arguing about? Keep it up, and I'll deduct your wages." The moment those words left his mouth, the sisters fell silent. Knowing they had already lost 100 yuan this month and could not afford to provoke their boss again, Fong Yuan realized that the sisters were quite adept at managing their household finances. Their daily expenses were meticulously balanced. Although he had advised them not to be stingy while shopping, they had indeed taken his words to heart, yet they never made frivolous purchases. It was rather astonishing that a reserve of 200,000 had lasted over a month without being exhausted. Furthermore, during their recent visit home, they had borrowed several thousand yuan to buy supplements for their mother. In this day and age, finding such considerate young women was truly rare. Fong Yuan could not help but promote his own cause further, saying, "Now you see how conscientious I am, right? Knowing you both are unemployed, I arranged high-paying jobs for you so that you could repay your debts within a year." Han Sisi shot a glance at the shameless Fong Yuan, muttering under her breath, "Brother Fong, you're not much better off yourself." Han Yingying nodded in agreement with her sister's sentiment, sensing that their boss had ulterior motives. Under the guise of offering positions as assistants and secretaries, he was luring them away from the factory to serve as his caretakers. As if that weren't enough, he wanted them both, Such gluttony was hardly the hallmark of a benevolent employer. Yet, Fang Yuan shifted the blame back to them, asserting, "It's clearly you two who can't keep up. Neither of you wants to be an assistant or a secretary." Han Sisi, cheeks flushed, reproached him, "Brother Fang, don't take advantage of us and then pretend to be innocent." Han Yingying puffed out her cheeks in support of her sister. "Exactly, we're not fools." Fang Yuan retorted, "If you're not foolish, how did you end up being swayed by me?" Han Sisi and Han Yingying exchanged glances, speechless. Fang Yuan gestured toward the sofa, beckoning Han Yingying. "Yingying, come sit here. Don't hide behind your sister anymore." Han Yingying giggled, "My sister is still here. I dare not sit over there." Upon hearing this, Han Sisi, annoyed, pinched Han Yingying's thigh, declaring, "You're not allowed to go anywhere but right here beside me." Han Yingying, feeling wronged, turned to Fang Yuan for help. "Brother Fang, my sister is bullying me." Han Sisi pouted at Fang Yuan, her expression reminiscent of a wronged little wife. Fang Yuan chuckled, "Come here quickly. Disobedience will lead to deductions." Han Yingying weakly reminded her sister, "Sister, did you hear that?" Han Sisi shot her a fierce glare, saying, "Mind your image. I am Fang Ji's girlfriend." Han Yingying felt a surge of delight within her. Tonight, Boss Fang showed no favoritism whatsoever. A round of applause for him was certainly in order. Once her sister settled beside him, Fang Yuan happily draped an arm around both sisters' shoulders, engaging them in conversation. Life was indeed quite indulgent. After laying all cards on the table, the next step was to relish some meat. Given the current circumstances, obtaining such indulgence would not be simple, as the sisters remained somewhat hesitant, unable to surmount that hurdle. It would require time for them to gradually acclimatize. Venturing out for fresh air was undoubtedly a wise choice. One could not remain cooped up in the villa all day. Idleness often led to wayward thoughts. Chapter 52. A trip to SMC. After accompanying the sisters for half an hour of ancient sword legends, Fang Yuan began to feel drowsy. Yawning, he inquired of the two, who were still brimming with enthusiasm, "Do you wish to go to the beach?" Upon hearing the prospect of a weekend outing, the vivacious Han Yingying readily replied, "Of course. I haven't seen the sea in ages." Han Sisi nodded in agreement. Weekly outings had become a habit for Boss Fang, and the sisters were equally reluctant to remain indoors. As long as Boss Fang desired an adventure, they were more than willing to accompany him. With eager anticipation, Han Yingying asked, "Fang Go, which beach are you planning to visit? We can plan our route." Fang Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, "You two go ahead and choose a more upscale location. Let me know tomorrow. I'm off to sleep now." The night passed without incident. The following morning, while enjoying breakfast, the sisters excitedly shared their findings from the previous night's research on a tablet. After much deliberation, they concluded that the yacht bay in Shenzhen was the most suitable option. The high cost was justified, as access to the yacht bay required membership, with an annual fee of 1.5 million. The exclusivity was indeed impressive. After finishing breakfast, Fang Yuan placed a call to Old Li to check in on him. As soon as the call connected, Fang Yuan got straight to the point. "Uncle Li, are you familiar with the yacht bay in Shenzhen?" Old Li replied with surprise, "SMC? Not only do I know it, but I am also a member there. Are you planning a trip out to sea?" Fang Yuan chuckled, "I have that in mind. I read online that you need to be a member to arrange a yacht outing, which reminded me of you. Do you have any connections?" Old Li jokingly scolded, "In terms of money, I might not match you, but when it comes to networking, your Uncle Li can certainly help. Given our relationship, I'll send you a WeChat contact. You can handle the discussions from there." Fang Yuan affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, reassured, "I trust you to handle things, Uncle Li. Later, I'll arrange a package for Manager Liu as well, so we can all earn a little extra." After a few more casual exchanges, Fang Yuan ended the call. A short while later, Old Li sent him a WeChat message with a contact, Manager Li. It was an unexpected turn of events. Soon, Manager Li added them as friends. After a brief conversation on WeChat lasting less than half an hour, Fang Yuan shared his information and, through a link, recharged 1.5 million to become a Sapphire member. He also booked a presidential suite for 18,000 yuan per night. They would spend the night in an ocean view room at SMC, and arrangements for a yacht outing would be made for the following day. The two sisters watched Fang Boss's swift actions, swallowing their saliva, and cautiously remarked, "Brother Fang, aren't you worried about being scammed?" Fang Yuan gently patted their heads, responding, "It's not that easy to be deceived. Uncle Li's vision is broader than that." He also brought along the camera he had purchased earlier. "We'll go shopping later and buy you some clothes." Upon hearing they were going out to spend again, Han Sisi felt a headache coming on. Brother Fong, we already have clothes. Why buy more? Han Yingying echoed her sentiments. The sisters were still unaccustomed to Fong Boss's extravagant spending habits, always opting for the most expensive items. The ice silk dress worn last night cost several tens of thousands, and each time they wore it, they felt a pang of regret, hardly daring to wear it frequently. Fong Yuan lectured them. Forget those 99 yuan flash sale outfits. When you're out, you must wear something upscale. What will people think of me otherwise? Han Sisi pouted. But we already bought a lot of high-end items last time at Taikoo Li. Those are sufficient. Fong Yuan's expression hardened. Are you the boss, or am I? The sisters muttered, you are? Upon arriving at the mall, the sisters finally understood Fong Boss's intentions for bringing them shopping. It became clear that he wanted to buy them swimsuits, which surely had ulterior motives. Nevertheless, the sisters were quite looking forward to the yacht outing the next day. It was unlikely they would spend the entire time on the yacht. There would surely be opportunities to play on the beach, making swimsuits a necessity. One must admit, Fong Boss could be quite considerate at times. While the sisters selected their swimsuits, Fong Yuan refrained from interjecting, allowing them the freedom to choose. After all, he was merely responsible for the financial aspect. Moreover, being out in public, it was not suitable for close physical interactions, as being seen could easily land them in the headlines. It was best to maintain a low profile while accompanying the sisters. If he were to accompany just one, he could afford to be more ostentatious. After several minutes, the sisters chose a relatively modest two-piece swimsuit, revealing only their midriffs, which was quite conservative. Seeing their hesitation, Fong Yuan ultimately selected a black spaghetti strap swimsuit for them. The sisters felt quite embarrassed. It seemed that the boss had a particular fondness for spaghetti straps. In the afternoon, the trio packed their bags and set off for Shenzhen. Coincidentally, they encountered Lu Xiaoxue returning home after lunch at their doorstep. The two were still merely nodding acquaintances. After exchanging glances to seek Fong Boss's approval, the sisters approached Lu Xiaoxue for a brief chat. This left Lu Xiaoxue feeling increasingly distressed. Although she understood that the twins bore no ill intentions, she was disheartened by the series of coincidences that perpetuated her image as a homebody in front of Mr. Fong. After a 2-hour journey, at 7 in the evening, the trio arrived at SMC. Not only the sisters, but also Fong Yuan appeared somewhat naive, reflecting on the sheer privilege of wealth. Upon disembarking, the three donned black sunglasses, and the sisters murmured, Brother Fong, aren't those who come here incredibly affluent? Fong Yuan, with his hands tucked into his pockets, chuckled. Most are merely corporate executives or from middle-class families. True wealth is still a rarity. The sisters exchanged glances, pondering whether Mr. Fong could be classified among the genuinely rich. After much contemplation, they remained in the dark. The extent of Mr. Fong's wealth had always been an enigma to them. Both worked in a factory, yet Mr. Fong resided in a grand villa, while they could only serve as his caretakers. The only certainty was that Mr. Fong had made a fortune through lottery tickets, but the specifics of his earnings remained a mystery to them. Fong Yuan teased the sisters. Do you think I resemble a true wealthy individual? Brother Fong, can you speak honestly? They pressed. Well, not particularly, he replied. Who told you to be honest? Each of you will lose 100 yuan this month. Brother Fong, that's unreasonable. You two silly girls, which employee would dare argue with their boss? Chapter 53, The Sister Indulges Mr. Fong in the luxurious presidential suite located on the top floor, the trio wandered about. This suite could only be described as opulent. Nothing else sufficed. Priced at 18,000 yuan per night, the environment was indeed unparalleled. From the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could behold the vibrant nightscape of Shenzhen Bay, complete with a semicircular balcony and a swimming pool. The exorbitant cost was justified. The splendor was worth every penny. Yet, Fong Yuan felt slightly disgruntled upon discovering 2 beds in the suite. Who did this imply a lack of respect for? He resolved to clarify this matter next time, opting for 1 bed if given the choice. The sorrows and joys of individuals do not resonate with one another. Noticing Mr. Fong's slightly gloomy expression, the sisters couldn't help but smirk. They exchanged knowing glances and, with a shared sense of mischief, began to unpack their suitcases, embodying their caretaker roles. Mr. Fong never concerned himself with such matters when he went out. He was accustomed to having everything done for him. In truth, this arrangement was acceptable, as it prevented the sisters from feeling utterly useless. Having endured harsher times, caring for Mr. Fong was a rather easy task. Once they finished unpacking, they searched the suite but could not locate Mr. Fong. Ultimately, he was found on the outer balcony. The summer evenings tend to arrive rather late. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and the sky had not yet succumbed to complete darkness. Han Yingying remained as adorably naive as ever, embracing the sea breeze with outstretched arms, exclaiming, "Sister, the scenery here is so beautiful. It will surely be even more stunning once night falls." Han Sisi, not to be outdone, mimicked her younger sister, spreading her arms wide to relish the caress of the ocean wind. Fong Yuan squinted slightly, his gaze drifting over the two sisters. While they may be somewhat innocent, that very innocence epitomized their truest selves. There is nothing amiss with a touch of simplicity. After all, some things cannot be achieved in haste, and the gradual cultivation of feelings can be quite delightful. After their playful antics, the sisters returned to Fong Yuan's reclining chair. Han Yingying, brimming with excitement, remarked, "Brother Fong, why aren't you up to enjoy the sensation of the sea breeze?" Fong Yuan shot her a sidelong glance, retorting, "How do you know I haven't experienced it?" Han Yingying chirped back, "I just guessed. You all understand me so well." Fong Yuan extended his hands, inviting the sisters to pull him up. Once on their feet, he draped an arm around each sister's shoulders, standing by the railing to admire the night view. After a spell, he directed them to fetch a camera for photographs. After a quarter of an hour, the trio had taken dozens of pictures, capturing nearly every conceivable combination. Following their photo session, Fong Yuan changed into a different outfit, casually gesturing towards the swimming pool beyond the balcony. "Quickly change into your swimsuits. Let us soak while stargazing." The sisters' eyes widened, sensing that Fong Yuan was up to no good. A hint of embarrassment colored their faces, for they both understood what was likely to ensue. After all, during their previous visit to Tsinghua for a hot spring, Fong Yuan had made a similar statement about merely enjoying a soak. At that time, the three had not laid their cards on the table. Now, however, the situation was clear, and neither sister felt bold enough to share the pool. In the bedroom, Han Yingying decisively tossed the dilemma to her sister. "Sister, you should accompany Brother Fong. I'll just go wash up." Han Sisi, blushing, replied, "If you don't go, Brother Fong will undoubtedly deduct money from you." Han Yingying tentatively inquired, "Sister, have you truly come to terms with this?" Han Sisi looked at her with suspicion. "Don't think I'm oblivious to your thoughts. We're trying to avoid a salary deduction." Han Yingying silently scoffed. Believing that her sister was taking it too seriously, Fong Yuan was merely speaking off the cuff. Han Sisi furrowed her brow, questioning, "What are you mumbling about?" Han Yingying, secretly amused, responded, "Sister, which swimsuit should we wear? Is it really so hard to choose between the two?" Han Sisi's gaze first settled on the more conservative swimsuit, but ultimately, she selected the little camisole that Fong Yuan favored most. Han Yingying stifled a laugh, recognizing her sister's unchanged nature. Though she claimed not to indulge Fong Yuan, she was, in fact, the one most inclined to cater to his preferences, having a clear understanding of his likes and dislikes, which seemed rather peculiar. It seemed that he was not particularly fond of someone like her, but he was more attentive to his shy sister. Before long, the two sisters, donned in their new swimsuits, appeared within Fong Yuan's line of sight. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that they had chosen the very style he had selected, a delightful little camisole. It would have been even better had their childhood nutrition been sufficient. The sisters were at a disadvantage from the very start. As Han Yingying approached and settled by the edge of the small pool, she inquired, "Brother Fong, is the water cold?" Fong Yuan beckoned the sisters with a wave of his hand, saying, "Why not come down and find out?" With a mischievous grin, Han Yingying urged, "Sister, you go first." Han Sisi, feeling shy under Fong Yuan's gaze, found a spot farther away and cautiously sat down in the water, which just barely covered her shoulders. Following her sister's lead, Han Yingying joined her in the water. Fong Yuan glanced at the two, inviting them over. With a flushed face, Han Sisi remarked, "Brother Fong, this feels quite nice." Fong Yuan playfully nudged her foot with his own, urging, "Come over." In response, Han Sisi feigned indifference, while her sister also avoided eye contact. Realizing this, he decided he would not ask again next time. He would need to take the initiative. Fong Yuan shifted his position, settling between the two sisters. One arm draped over each shoulder, while he squinted his eyes, savoring this beautiful moment. After some playful splashing in the water, the three decided to rise and take a shower. The sisters were taken aback by Fong Yuan's unexpected seriousness. He truly only wrapped his arms around their shoulders without any further advances. That night, as they prepared for sleep, the sisters felt anxious for half the night. It was only when they heard Fang Yuan snoring from the adjacent room that they finally felt at ease and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, the trio enjoyed breakfast in their suite. By 10:30, they donned sunglasses and changed into fresh attire, heading toward the yacht docking area for a day at sea. However, they encountered numerous young women along the way, each accompanied by men of various ages, most of whom were slightly older than Fang Yuan. Some were even portly older gentlemen. A rather shocking contrast to societal norms. The sisters discreetly observed others, while others also cast glances at them. Though there was no verbal communication, the exchanged looks suggested that both parties recognized each other as belonging to the same category. Feeling a bit disheartened, the sisters acknowledged that such encounters were inevitable when stepping out into the world. For this outing, Fang Yuan had rented the luxurious yacht Demacia Bay No. 1 for 5 hours, with a rental fee of 15,000 yuan per hour, amounting to a staggering total of 750,000 yuan. Upon reaching the designated yacht, Fang Yuan engaged in a brief conversation with the captain, who outlined some important safety measures for their outing. Throughout this time, he did not address the sisters, which secretly relieved them both. In contrast to seeking attention, they prefer to be overlooked, allowing Boss Fang to shoulder any turbulence that arises. This is the scenario they truly desire. Once at sea, the two sisters donned new black camisole swimsuits, their waistlines and navels forming a striking and undeniable silhouette. This realm of certainty lay well within Boss Fang's reach. Without the interference of outsiders, the sisters exhibited an unexpected obedience, never causing a fuss when away from home. Fully adhering to Boss Fang's directives, the seaside was familiar territory for the three natives of Zhan City. Yet embarking on a yacht for a day of leisure was a novel experience. Beyond the freshness, there was an exhilarating thrill that intertwined with their enjoyment, enabling them to momentarily forget their troubles. Chapter 54. Han Yingying. The thrill of deceiving my sister after lingering on the deck for over 2 hours. The trio returned to the cabin to prepare for lunch. To be fair, the privacy afforded was commendable, from the moment they boarded until they set sail. Aside from a brief encounter with the captain, they did not encounter a single crew member throughout their voyage. This sense of seclusion was undeniably pleasant. After all, one spends money to revel in enjoyment, and no one wishes to feel like a spectacle while trying to relax, regardless of how others may privately discuss them. Fang Yuan remained indifferent, as long as their enjoyment was uninterrupted during this phase of indulgence. Within the cabin, still devoid of any other presence, the table was already set for their midday meal. This yacht package, valued at 888, appeared unremarkable, consisting of seafood, steak, and Japanese cuisine. "Oh dear, sister, you have a blob of white something in your hair," Han Yingying remarked as she sat down and noticed the unusual substance adorning her sister's locks. Hearing this, Fang Yuan leaned in to observe. When Han Sisi turned to see her sister holding the peculiar dark and white mass, her demeanor soured instantly. It was undoubtedly bird droppings from the seagulls. Her cheerful disposition vanished in an instant, leaving her feeling utterly unfortunate. "Sister, this must be bird poop," Han Yingying stated, while Han Sisi, irritated, retorted, "Why are you laughing? Hurry up and help me get rid of it." With a chuckle, Han Yingying replied, "It's fine. It doesn't smell at all." Fang Yuan could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, "Yingying is right. It truly has no odor," as he leaned closer to inspect, a mischievous grin on his face. In a huff, Han Sisi tossed her hair and declared, "You two eat first. I'm going to the bathroom to wash my hair." Once her sister left, Han Yingying stealthily moved beside Boss Fang, half kneeling on the sofa, and looked up at him, saying, "Brother Fang, you actually don't have any." Fang Yuan nearly choked, shooting her an annoyed glance. "Are you hoping I get hit too?" Han Yingying, quickly realizing the implications, denied with a clever glint in her eye. "How could I dare?" Fang Yuan pulled her into his embrace, pinching her cheek, and teased, "So that implies if you had the courage, you would." Han Yingying's delicate face was tinged with a rosy hue as she leaned in to bestow a sweet kiss upon Boss Fang, whispering softly in his ear, "My courage comes from you, Fang Go." Fang Yuan nodded with satisfaction, savoring a piece of the tender, crispy steak before inquiring, "Do you think I am biased?" After sipping her chilled drink, Han Yingying replied somewhat petulantly, "Sometimes I do." Fortunately, her sister was not the type to harbor jealousy. In contrast to her sister, the younger sibling resembled a considerate little caretaker. Aside from a hint of mischief, she never sought to compete in any regard. Otherwise, both sisters would share the same temperament, constantly feeling envious in his presence, which would be quite overwhelming for him. Fang Yuan encouraged her, saying, "Then you should put in more effort and charm your sister. Otherwise, I am at a loss." Han Yingying huffed, "Fang Ge, your expectations are too high. My sister is certainly not one to easily relent. And what about you?" Fang Yuan opened his arms, gesturing for her to sit in his lap, gazing at her with eager anticipation. "Well," Han Yingying shyly took a large sip of her drink, remaining silent. After a brief, hesitant glance around, she obediently rose and settled onto Boss Fang's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, embodying the essence of a well-behaved child, endearing to the heart. Her actions had clearly demonstrated her willingness. Puffing her cheeks, she softly whined, "Fang Ge, I'm hungry." In the past, Fang Yuan would have been stern with her, but now he allowed her to experience the affectionate care akin to that of a doting caregiver. He offered her a piece of eel, holding it to her lips. "Hurry and eat. Your sister will be done washing her hair soon." Han Yingying took small bites, giggling, "Hee hee, Fang Ge, you truly understand me." Fang Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair, requesting, "Now, give me a piece as well." With her cheeks flushed, Han Yingying mimicked him, offering a shrimp tail to his lips. "Fang Ge, is it delicious?" Fang Yuan nodded, "Quite good." She helped herself to another piece, squinting her eyes in delight at the flavors. The two shared a cozy meal on the sofa, exchanging sweet nothings. At first, Boss Fang maintained a semblance of decorum, but after just a few bites, Han Yingying found herself unable to withstand the urge to lean languidly against him. The little spaghetti-strap swimsuit certainly facilitated Fang Yuan's intentions. Perhaps due to the secrecy from her sister, Han Yingying felt particularly exhilarated. As her sister neared completion of her hair washing, she sensibly vacated Boss Fang's lap, rising to tidy her clothing and hair. Once assured all was in order, she hurried to fetch a hairdryer for her sister. Fang Yuan, content, continued his meal. Upon her sister's arrival, he shamelessly invited both sisters to sit beside him. Having playfully teased the younger sister in her absence, he now took the opportunity to tease the elder sister in front of her. He had certainly mastered the art of time management. At this moment, Han Yingying felt no jealousy, contentedly savoring the delightful fare before her. Regarding Boss Fang's peculiar tastes, she has long since grown accustomed to them. The only thing she could do was to feel a fleeting pang of sympathy for her sister in her heart. After spending several hours at sea, they returned to the dock around 3 in the afternoon and engaged in some water sports. Originally, they had intended to frolic on the beach, but alas, neither sister had the energy or enthusiasm for it. Fang Yuan was also disinclined to force the issue. Moreover, the beach was crowded and noisy. 3 of them playing together would surely attract undue attention. In the future, when she earns a substantial fortune, she dreams of acquiring a plot of land by the sea to build a villa, complete with a private beach, and perhaps even assemble her own yacht fleet to whisk her sisters away on vacations. Would that not be delightful? Upon returning to the hotel and tidying up, the trio set off for home. Once on the highway, the sisters nestled together in the back seat, dozing off. It seemed they were indeed exhausted from their escapades. On Monday, at the financial building, in the conference room of Yuan Chuan Company, after discussing the product, as the meeting was drawing to a close, Fang Yuan instructed He Yui to distribute the printed attendance sheet. "Take a look at the children in your departments. It has only been half a month, yet the average overtime for employees has already soared to 25 hours, with the technical department's average exceeding 36 hours. What are your thoughts, department heads?" The expressions among the group varied, and for a moment, they could not fathom Boss Fang's intentions behind this remark. Finally, it was Liu Yang from the technical department who took the lead in explaining, "President Fang, during the product development phase, it is not unusual to work overtime. The employees are eager to push forward, to hasten the market launch of the product. Once the technology matures, we can outsource a portion of the work." Fang Yuan nodded, not refuting Liu Yang's explanation, and turned to the other executives, noticing they shared the same sentiment. He understood their reasoning well. The issue, in fact, lay not with their thoughts, but with their position. They were not the owners. Fang Yuan contemplated, and then said, "Let us set aside the outsourcing discussion for now. How about this? In the future, if more than half of the personnel in any department must work overtime on weekends, the leaders should also return to work. What do you think?" The executives exchanged glances discreetly. No one dared to voice an opinion. They were seasoned professionals, not foolish enough to fall for it. Boss Fang had evidently already devised a solution. Compliance was the only option. As long as the compensation was sufficient, there was no shame in serving the boss. Chapter 55. The ambition to transform Pinduoduo into a rogue app. After the meeting concluded, the chief financial officer, Yang Lei, approached President Fong. There are still 9 million left in the company's account. Fong Yuan's immediate reaction was, has it been spent so quickly? Yang Lei was prepared, presenting a simple financial report and explaining. The company's fixed monthly salary expenditure is 5 million, and as the number of employees increases, this expenditure's proportion continues to expand. Moreover, Director, he conversed with me over the weekend about the company's plans to lease additional office space and expand the employee recreation area, both of which will incur substantial expenses. Fong Yuan took a cursory glance and, finding no significant issues, lifted his gaze to Yang Lei and said, I will transfer 60 million to the account shortly. Yang Lei felt a wave of relief wash over him and provided Fong, the owner, with an estimate of how long this funding might sustain their needs. Mr. Fong, this 60 million should suffice until our promotional efforts at the year's end. Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Is it truly enough to last that long? Yang Lei replied, certainly. The primary layout of the company is already established. The areas requiring funds are mainly salaries and promotions. Fong Yuan nodded. All right then. Please conduct a thorough assessment and notify me when the funds are nearing depletion. The owner is affluent, which makes the role of the finance officer quite manageable. After a brief exchange, Yang Lei exited the office. Before long, He knocked and entered, stating directly, Mr. Fong, here is the proposal regarding the leasing of office space and the expansion of the employee recreation area. That was swift. Fong Yuan rose to indicate she should take a seat on the sofa for a more extended discussion. He settled herself, legs crossed, her posture straight, and smiled. I managed to put this together after working overtime over the weekend. Fong Yuan poured her a cup of tea. Did your husband complain about your weekend work? He took a sip of the hot tea, shrugging helplessly. My husband is hardly in a better situation, while I only work Saturday. He is occupied both Saturday and Sunday. Fong Yuan nearly burst out laughing, suppressing his amusement as he inquired, with both of you so busy, who looks after the children? We can only take turns bringing our parents over to assist. In this day and age, it's tough to earn a living without some sacrifices. He gradually relaxed, shedding her initial stiffness, and began to play with her fingers on her black stockings. Fong Yuan asked, isn't it cramped living together with 5 in one household? He joked, I switched jobs to serve Mr. Fong, hoping for the realization of the bright future he envisions. Fong Yuan chuckled, trust me, that day is not far off. He chose to refrain from further teasing, redirecting the conversation to the proposal. Fong Yuan took it in stride. Engaging in casual conversations was also a skill. Among the numerous male executives, aside from the more vivacious Qin Hai from the algorithms department, the rest seemed rather reticent, rarely contributing to discussions. After other executives reported their situations to him individually, Fong Yuan proceeded to the algorithms department to engage in a conversation about life with Qin Hai, a talent he had observed for some time. Qin Hai was capable, extroverted, and emotionally intelligent, truly deserving of focused cultivation. Although the algorithms department currently fell under the technical division, Fong Yuan was determined to eventually separate it, possibly even establishing an independent company dedicated to artificial intelligence. Certainly, these are merely afterthoughts. At present, the algorithm department is tasked with providing algorithmic support for the Pinduoduo product. By collecting extensive data on user behavior, they aim to deliver precise product recommendations to users as they navigate the platform. When Fong Yuan encountered Qin Hai, he found the young man deep in contemplation. His thick hair grasped in thought, entirely oblivious to Fong Yuan's approach. Old Qin, what occupies your mind? The voice of the boss broke the silence, prompting Qin Hai to respond. General Manager Fong, what brings you here? Fong Yuan took a seat, glancing at the array of screens on his desk. Facing difficulties? Qin Hai offered a wry smile. Not exactly difficulties, but I am torn regarding whether to employ algorithms to transform Pinduoduo into something akin to rogue software. Fong Yuan, initially expecting a more significant challenge, was taken aback. This should not require deliberation. It is essential to develop it into rogue software. The essence of Pinduoduo lies in its precise recommendations. Without these, it loses its very soul. He patted Qin Hai on the shoulder. I was just about to discuss this matter with you. Be bold and pursue it without hesitation, as long as our algorithms are sufficiently audacious. No fines will catch up with us. Qin Hai nodded, somewhat understandingly. The domestic regulatory environment indeed lacks the stringent oversight found abroad. With the boss affirming his thoughts, he was invigorated to proceed, designing an application that users would both love and loathe. For an entire afternoon, Fang Yuan immersed himself in the technical department, testing the half-finished Pinduoduo app. Due to the absence of merchants, he was unable to evaluate the algorithm's functionality. However, other aspects were gradually being refined, making it significantly more straightforward than Taobao and Jingdong. Furthermore, the technical department had incorporated the group buying concept and the slash-a-price promotion, as he had previously requested. Continuing this trajectory, launching the app during the National Day holiday seemed entirely feasible. The primary objective for September was to attract merchants and shops to the platform. Fang Yuan believed it necessary to recruit a CEO to oversee the broader strategy and assist him in his endeavors. He was currently grappling with two pressing issues: recruiting a qualified secretary for Fang and finding a suitable CEO. What was initially thought to be a period of relative tranquility for the company now appeared to be far from a leisurely retirement, leaving her with the looming prospect of stress-induced baldness. Upon returning home, Fang Yuan transferred 60 million yuan to the company's account, leaving him with only 100 million. However, the funds managed by Liu Xiaoxue had surged from 100 million to an astonishing 1.3 billion, the pace of profit exceeding his wildest expectations. The three stocks he retained had also seen significant gains, and if he were to liquidate the 1.5 billion in stocks, he could easily net an additional 40 to 50 million. The sole loss stemmed from Bitcoin, which had plummeted to a frustratingly dismal state. Having invested 20 million, with over 5,000 coins, the value has diminished to merely 15 million. Uncertain of when this ordeal will conclude, I sat at home for a while. The two sisters, who had gone out for groceries, returned to the villa, accompanied by old Li's daughter, Liu Xiaoxue. The sisters had already greeted him on WeChat, and Fang Yuan had agreed to let this woman join them for dinner. In his eyes, Liu Xiaoxue was a competent financial manager. Regrettably, she was old Li's daughter. Or else he would have been curious to explore the allure of a single woman. With an outsider present, the sisters became somewhat reserved, maintaining a respectful distance from their boss, only daring to exchange glances with him. After dinner, the sisters nestled on the sofa with Liu Xiaoxue, engrossed in an episode of The Legend of the Ancient Sword. Once they had bid farewell to Xiaoxue, they remembered their neglect of Boss Fang throughout the evening. Han Yingying, feigning ignorance, sat beside Boss Fang and asked, "Brother Fang, why do you seem so glum?" Fang Yuan playfully tapped the sisters on their heads, grumbling, "So? You have a close friend now and have forgotten about me?" Han Sisi, feeling bashful, shook her head. Han Yingying, covering her head with a hint of anxiety, inquired, "Brother Fang, do you not like seeing Sister Xiaoxue?" Fang Yuan playfully tapped his sister's head again and smiled. "What makes you think that?" With her cheeks puffed out, Han Yingying dared to speak only after distancing herself. "Every time Sister Xiaoxue is mentioned, you frown." Fang Yuan then turned to his sister, "Sisi, do you feel the same?" Han Sisi nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan scratched his head, surprised that his feelings were so evident that the innocent sisters could discern them. Surely, Liu Xiaoxue must have sensed it long ago. Nevertheless, as the boss, he couldn't lose his composure and attributed his discomfort to Liu Xiaoxue, stating, "Her emotional intelligence is rather low, which I find unappealing." The sisters exchanged glances, choosing not to pry further, trusting that Boss Fang had his reasons. They were, however, slightly concerned that he might be displeased with their closeness to Sister Xiaoxue. Fang Yuan opened his arms, inviting the two to sit closer. Once they settled beside him, he wrapped his arms around their shoulders and curiously asked, "What do you think of her?" Han Sisi tentatively inquired, "Brother Fang, should we speak honestly or otherwise? You think I would lie in front of you?" Fang Yuan teased, pinching his sister's cheek before turning to his younger sister. "Yingying, you go first. Your sister is too naive." Han Sisi shot her sister a warning glance, while Han Yingying timidly shared her thoughts. "I think Sister Xiaoxue is quite decent. At least she doesn't look at us strangely. She's just a bit of a homebody." Han Sisi added, "Brother Fang, I also noticed that Sister Xiaoxue is trading stocks. She seems quite skilled." Fang Yuan cleared his throat. "Not just seems. She is indeed very talented." Han Yingying exclaimed, "Brother Fang, how did you know? Didn't you say you disliked seeing her?" Fang Yuan, disinterested in providing an explanation, replied, "Why ask so many questions? One more inquiry, and I'll deduct money." The two sisters rolled their eyes at this. Indeed, Boss Fang never backed down in the face of adversity. If he couldn't win an argument, he would resort to financial penalties. However, this woman kept her lips sealed quite well, never revealing to the sisters that she had a collaboration with him. A commendation for her professional integrity was in order. Han Yingying then inquired, "Brother Fong, will we still be able to hang out with Sister Xiaoxue in the future?" Fong Yuan grunted in response, recalling the conversation he had just had. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Did I really appear that obvious?" The sisters nodded in unison, stating, "Brother Fong, it was indeed very apparent. You seemed to change your demeanor the moment you saw Sister Xiaoxue. It was quite alarming." Fong Yuan, slightly irritated, pinched both their cheeks, saying, "I've wasted my affection on you too." The sisters attempted to reason with him. "Brother Fong, it's you who made us incapable of lying." Fong Yuan promptly retaliated, and the sisters, blushing, fled in disarray, leaving him alone on the sofa in a daze. It appeared that a more methodical approach was necessary. Before long, it was Saturday, August 23rd, at the Yangqing International Sports and Entertainment Center. The concert was set to commence at 8 in the evening. Under the sisters' encouragement, the trio arrived at the venue around 4 in the afternoon to scout the location. Rather than parking outside the arena, they chose a spot a kilometer away. The sisters had diligently prepared for this concert, thoroughly researching the event's schedule to ensure they missed no detail. By 5 o'clock, they departed for a nearby KFC for dinner. They entered the venue at 7, using their tickets, which were all priced at $12.80 for adjacent seats. Fong Yuan was unsure where Han Yui had procured these 3 tickets, but the sisters mentioned that such a trio of seats could fetch a premium of up to 10,000 yuan. This was a testament to the immense allure of the SHE girl group's concerts. Previously, due to lack of time and money, he had been unable to support his favorite artists. Now, he considered this a chance to make up for childhood regrets. Regrettably, in Fong Yuan's recollections, this seemed to be SHE's final concert, a fleeting moment to be cherished. The 3 main members of the girl group had not fared particularly well after that. Unfortunately, the subsequent era was dominated by fleeting fame. With enough capital, anyone could attract a legion of devoted fans with mere catchy tunes. If the opportunity arose in this lifetime, it would not be impossible to lend a hand to his childhood idols. Douyin was indeed a marvelous platform. With this thought, he realized he could also become a source of capital. After receiving their support items, the trio found their seats and settled in, awaiting the concert's commencement. Han Sisi took a quick group photo and leaned towards Fong Yuan, tilting her head to engage him. "Brother Fong, are you not excited?" Fong Yuan gently pushed her head away, bemused as he observed the 2 exuberant women, whose excitement seemed premature given that the event had yet to commence. "Sister, let us not worry about Brother Fong. Let us revel in our own joy," they declared. Fong Yuan secretly wished they would refrain from dragging him into their fervor. Nonetheless, it was his first encounter witnessing the sisters so animated. Indeed, money is a powerful motivator. Previously, the sisters were constrained by life's demands, unable to pursue their own desires. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the concert commenced punctually. Experiencing his favorite artist up close for the first time was an indescribable sensation, incomparable to merely watching from a screen. He found himself yearning to join in the excitement. Yet the puzzled glances from the sisters prompted him to act with a modicum of restraint. After all, maintaining the boss's image was paramount. As for the concert's ambience, if one had come solely for the music, it felt somewhat lacking the exuberance of Jay Cho or JJ Lin's performances. Nevertheless, Fong Yuan's attendance was more about compensating for past regrets than the music itself. The inaugural concert for the youth must be extraordinary. Unexpectedly, the girl group engaged in casual chatter, accompanied by a whirlwind of activity that caught Fong Yuan off guard. The pace was frenetic, leaving the audience in a state of exhilaration. By 10 o'clock, the trio exited the venue, and the sisters appeared utterly drained, as if deflated. Fong Yuan inquired whether they would accompany him to the parking area or if he should retrieve the car alone. Han Sisi suggested, "Let us go together." Once in the car, she asked, "Brother Fong, are you tired? Perhaps we should find a hotel for the night." Han Yingying could barely keep her eyes open, resting her head on her sister's shoulder, mumbling, "Brother Fong, please drive cautiously." The warmth of being cared for filled Fong Yuan's heart. His efforts for the sisters were not in vain. Driving home posed no significant challenge. Arriving at the Zhujiang villa at 11 o'clock, he discovered that Han Yingying had fallen asleep in the car, necessitating Fong Yuan to carry her inside. However, her slumber was a relief, allowing him to mischievously tease her sister. "Brother Fong, are you not tired?" Han Sisi, freshly bathed, gently nudged him, her expression tinged with longing. "What is there to be tired about? I shall review my studies before resting," he replied. "No, it must be now." Blushing, Han Sisi nodded and buried her face in Fang Yuan's chest, murmuring, "Then please be quick." Chapter 57. Why do such matters seem to take longer the more one urges? "Brother Fang, are you ready yet?" Han Sisi regretted not refusing Fang Yuan's earlier request. How had she so foolishly acquiesced? If her sister were to witness this, she would be utterly mortified. At that moment, Han Yingying would undoubtedly tease her privately, saying, "Sister, so you enjoy being secretive." Fang Yuan squinted, lost in thought. In his arms, Han Sisi's cheeks were flushed, and the vast living room was eerily quiet. She fixed her gaze on the direction of the bedroom, fearful that her sister might suddenly emerge, which would be utterly mortifying for her. Upon noticing Fang Yuan's contented expression, Han Sisi's face reddened further. Suddenly, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, and their gazes locked. Han Sisi playfully spat at him. "Brother Fang, why don't you come over yourself?" Fang Yuan gently patted her head, saying, "If you dislike it, I shall certainly refrain next time." Han Sisi decisively interrupted his thoughts, lightly biting his arm, her lips pursed in a mock pout. "Brother Fang, why are you so wicked?" Fang Yuan playfully scratched her nose, unabashedly admitting, "How could I charm you otherwise?" Han Sisi, blushing, retorted, "So you had this planned all along?" Fang Yuan, with a beaming smile, asked, "Then will you still partake in this?" Han Sisi feigned contemplation. "I might consider it. Of course, I am in no rush." "It is you who keeps urging me," he replied. Han Sisi felt flustered. Brother Fang was indeed becoming increasingly mischievous. If Brother Fang were to seek her sister out, it would be far more uncomfortable than her coming herself. Some things could be overlooked, but this was a contest she must win. She couldn't let that carefree Han Yingying surpass her. She straightened her chest, but within mere seconds, under Fang Yuan's teasing smile, she yielded obediently. Several minutes later, Han Sisi quietly tiptoed to wash her hands. Washing hands before bed was quite normal, wasn't it? Every girl had such a habit. The instigator, Fang Yuan, calmly stepped outside to dispose of some trash. In the bedroom, Han Yingying rubbed her eyes and sat up, looking curiously at her sister's flushed face. "Sister, why is your face so red?" "Mind your own business and let me sleep," Han Sisi replied, drawing her legs under the covers, concerned her sister might uncover something, and turned her back to her, feigning indifference. Han Yingying suspected her sister had been playfully teased by Brother Fang. How sneaky of them. Taking advantage of her exhaustion from the concert, they had secretly reviewed their studies. Well, it seemed that her sister and Brother Fang could not be considered secretive. They were free to be open without her as a third wheel. She tousled her messy hair and murmured, "Sister, I'm going to take a shower." Just as Fang Yuan was about to turn off the lights and head upstairs, he happened to see Han Yingying coming out of the bedroom. "Brother Fang, you're still awake," she exclaimed, yawning. "I was just about to sleep. Why are you up?" "My sister came back and woke me. I wanted to shower before going back to sleep." Han Yingying rubbed her eyes and approached Fang Yuan, looking at him mischievously. "Brother Fang, did you just bully my sister?" Fang Yuan, without a moment's hesitation, firmly denied it. After a day of madness, who has the energy for that? Han Yingying looked at him with a face full of doubt. "Brother Fang, this is not like you." Fang Yuan playfully tapped her on the head. "Is the image of Brother Fang in your eyes so sordid?" Han Yingying cradled her face in her hands and nodded. Fang Yuan ruffled her hair and scoffed. What a waste of affection. With that, he turned to leave, only to be met with an overwhelming sensation of pressure from behind. "Brother, I want in too." Fang Yuan felt a slight headache and turned to look down at her. Speechless, "What do you want?" Han Yingying grinned like a mischievous little fox, pouting. "I want the same treatment as my sister." "You promised not to show favoritism." The same treatment as her sister? That seemed rather inappropriate. It had only been a few minutes, and he had yet to recover. His life was at stake. Fang Yuan pushed her away, gripping her shoulders, and earnestly fabricated, "Your sister just kissed me." Han Yingying shook her head in disbelief. "I don't believe it." Exhausted, Fang Yuan had no intention of indulging her. "Kiss if you want. I'm going to sleep." Han Yingying, suddenly anxious, noted how calm Brother Fang was tonight. Usually, she was the one being proactive. He at least owed her a bit of pampering. A kiss to appease his younger sister, Fang Yuan ascended the stairs to sleep, leaving Han Yingying in a daze in the living room. She crossed her arms, puzzled, and headed off to take a shower. Upon returning to her room, she found her sister still engrossed in her phone. As she approached, her sister immediately turned off the screen. She was undoubtedly chatting with Brother Fang. How could Brother Fong be tired? This was clearly favoritism. Han Yingying, feeling indignant, lay down and hugged her sister from behind, sulking. Sister, Brother Fong treats us differently. He just told me he was tired, yet he's still chatting with you after my shower. I'm browsing Taobao, not chatting with Brother Fong. Han Sisi pulled back the covers, her cheeks still flushed. Anyone unaware would think she was hiding under the blankets for some mischief. Han Yingying remained unconvinced. Then let me see your phone. Han Sisi dared not show it. If you want to see, use your own phone. Han Yingying, intrigued, reached out to her sister. What's the matter? We are clearly twin sisters. Han Sisi attempted to push her hands away, but was caught off guard by her sister's sneak attack. What a careless loss of territory. After being bullied by Brother Fong, now she was being tormented by her younger sister. Who could she turn to for justice? She pushed her sister's hands away, resolutely clutching her phone. Use your own, shameless. Han Yingying wore a bashful expression. Sister, why are you so peculiar? You weren't like this before. What she wore was her own business. Why concern herself so much? Han Sisi, blushing, launched a counterattack, knowing her sister was just as guilty, and immediately reproached her. You're no better. Han Yingying boldly declared, Brother Fong likes me this way. I'm happy. Han Sisi's face turned crimson. She lacks the carefree demeanor of a sisterless individual. Surely, one cannot claim that her actions are solely for the convenience of Boss Fong. Such words are too difficult to utter. Ultimately, it was her elder sister's authority that subdued her. Are you still awake? You're disturbing Brother Fong. He will surely explode with rage. Han Yingying's spirit faltered slightly. Then let us speak quietly. Han Sisi was nearly driven to exasperation. How could they emerge from the same womb? And yet her sister be so utterly untroubled? The two sisters exchanged huffs, sulking as they turned to their respective sides to sleep. In the deep of night, amidst flashes of lightning and booming thunder, Han Yingying was roused by the cacophony. She reached out beside her, only to find no sign of her sister, which sent her into tears. Han Sisi, hearing the commotion, groggily awoke. I truly cannot believe you. A woman in her 20s still fears thunder, yet doesn't he come to sleep with me? Han Yingying, as if she had found a lifeline, rolled over several times and flung herself into her sister's embrace, softly murmuring, Sister, you are still the one who cares for me. Chapter 58. What serious person would specifically practice waist strength? The following day, Fong Yuan awoke earlier than usual. For reasons unknown, he felt an abundance of energy. Descending to the first floor, he noticed the kitchen was dark. At this hour, the sisters should still be asleep. He changed into athletic wear and stepped outside to exercise. Given his current lifestyle, managing to run 3 or 4 days a week was already a commendable feat without the pressures of work for over a month. He had even gained a few pounds. After running for a while, a graceful silhouette emerged behind him. Almost simultaneously, he heard the voice of Lu Xiaoxia. Good morning. President Fong. Good morning. Fong Yuan endeavored to adopt a friendly demeanor in the presence of Lu Xiaoxia. He now regarded her as a veritable cash cow. Lu Xiaoxia felt somewhat perplexed. Today, President Fong's attitude seemed notably different, more amiable than usual, but his gaze lingered on her chest with an unsettling grin. This was disconcerting. Lu Xiaoxia felt a wave of frustration. Being aware that Fong Yuan was a significant client and having learned from past experiences, she was no longer naive enough to make the same mistakes again. As long as she could maintain a stable relationship with a client of Fong Yuan's caliber, she was confident that she would ascend in her career next year, not by compromising herself, but through her own merit. Fong Yuan also recognized that his eyes were somewhat uncontrollable, drifting toward her neckline. Calm down, brother. This is old Li's daughter, a 30-something fairy, not the two little fools at home. Yet, it seemed that there was hardly any topic for conversation between them, as Lu Xiaoxia was not particularly loquacious. Otherwise, one would not bear such impressive credentials and possess a keen insight into the financial market, working for several years with a father in banking, yet still remain a mere manager. After exchanging pleasantries, an awkward silence ensued. Fong Yuan contemplated breaking the stillness, but Lu Xiaoxia turned her gaze towards him as well. Their eyes met, and once again, silence enveloped them. It was truly perplexing. Although Fong Yuan considered himself quite extroverted, he found himself at a loss for words in Lu Xiaoxia's company. Beyond their professional collaboration, the only topic available was fitness. Fong Yuan organized his thoughts internally, gradually reducing his pace, and noticed Lu Xiaoxia matched his speed. He decided to switch to a casual stroll and initiated a conversation. Manager Lu, What exercises are good for strengthening the core? Lu Xiaoxue, hands on her hips and breathing lightly, replied, exercises such as the bird dog, the plank, reverse woodchopper, and weighted side bends are quite effective. Fang Yuan mused to himself. This woman is exceedingly knowledgeable. What is a plank? And what exactly is a reverse woodchopper? Observing Fang Yuan's bewildered expression, Lu Xiaoxue chuckled awkwardly. President Fang, whenever you have time, I can demonstrate these exercises at the gym. Or you can review the fitness presentation I sent you previously. It includes the postures for these movements. Internally, she cynically wondered who would seriously train their core strength at such a young age. Fang Yuan recalled that Lu Xiaoxue's sisters often practiced yoga with her on Tuesdays and Thursdays. With them away from home, he found himself bored after work. Perhaps he should join them to strengthen their bond. He also hoped to leverage Lu Xiaoxue, whom he regarded as a financial asset, to gain more from the stock market. Given her keen sensitivity to financial trends, she was indeed a worthy investment. In contrast, he could only afford to lengthen his holding periods, lacking the capability and energy for short-term trading. Despite her peculiarities, if she could generate profit, he could begrudgingly consider her a friend. After some contemplation, he suggested, how about today after work? It happens that Cici and Ying also wish to learn yoga from you. Lu Xiaoxue brushed aside her damp bangs, smiling gently. I'm available. It primarily depends on your schedule, President Fang. Fang Yuan nodded and casually inquired. Cici and Ying learning yoga from you hasn't caused you any trouble, has it? Not at all. Having a couple of extra people to chat with during workouts is quite pleasant, Lu Xiaoxue replied with an enchanting smile. Both of them are quite flexible, so they learn quickly. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow, inwardly muttering, as their boss, I embrace them daily, yet I've never noticed their flexibility. Despite these thoughts, he maintained a composed demeanor, engaging politely with Lu Xiaoxue. The two engaged in casual conversation for a few moments. As they reached the doorstep, Fang Yuan found an excuse to slip away. Lu Xiaoxue watched him enter the villa, feeling somewhat perplexed by his character. She considered him stingy. Yet that did not seem entirely accurate. Previously, due to her own emotional ineptitude, Fang Yuan had indeed left her hanging for a while. But later he continued to support her. If one were to label him as generous, it would be contradicted by what she learned from the twins, who revealed that Fang Yuan was quite frugal. At such a young age, possessing such wealth and living independently from his parents was remarkable. Although her father had inadvertently mentioned that Fang Yuan's fortune stemmed from winning the lottery, it was still rare for someone of his age to possess such financial stability while maintaining a demeanor as composed as seasoned capitalists. Individuals like him were indeed uncommon. Upon returning home, the sisters were already bustling in the kitchen preparing breakfast. After entering, Fang Yuan greeted each of them with a morning kiss, causing their cheeks to flush as they playfully pushed him out of the kitchen. Han Ying huffed with mild dissatisfaction. Sister, I told you Fang Go is biased. He clearly pays more attention to you than to me. What nonsense are you talking about? Han Cici replied, slightly embarrassed and reluctant to discuss such matters with her younger sister. Observing her sister's bashful demeanor, Han Ying's eyes twinkled with mischief, secretly amused. On Tuesday afternoon at 6, as the sisters got into the car, Han Ying inquired, Fang Go, what prompted your sudden desire to work out at the gym? Fang Yuan chuckled. Are you the boss, or am I? Have you ever heard of a boss reporting their itinerary to a maid? The sisters huffed in annoyance. Boss Fang always dismissed them in such a manner. Whenever he was unwilling to divulge information, no amount of questioning would suffice. However, they soon forgot about it. In the back seat, Han Ying wore a frown. Sister, Xiaoxue said on WeChat that she plans to teach us how to do the splits tonight. Han Cici sighed. Oh no, that move is so challenging. Fang Yuan, who was driving, interjected, by the way, when will you two be ready to showcase your yoga skills at home? Han Ying replied sullenly, Fang Go, it won't be that quick. We can only practice 2 days a week, and we haven't even learned the basics. Fang Yuan, with a beaming smile, responded, did I say you could practice only 2 days? You're right. Fang Go, we won't bother you anymore, the sisters said in unison, sharing a knowing glance at their driving boss. Yet, Fang Yuan genuinely looked forward to the day when the sisters would master yoga and demonstrate their talents at home. Who wouldn't adore a pair of singing and dancing twin sisters? It was certainly a source of pride to nurture them. Chapter 59, The Jealous Sisters. Calling for father is futile at the Ludong Fitness Center. When the three arrived at Lu Xiaoxue's private gym, she was elegantly performing the splits on the wooden floor. Dressed in a snug, pink yoga outfit that accentuated her waist and curves. Her figure was undeniably impressive. The two sisters noticed Boss Fong's gaze and whispered amongst themselves, "Brother Fong, you need to tone it down. Your behavior is utterly inappropriate." Fong Yuan, exasperated, replied, "I am merely admiring. Do you not understand?" The sisters simultaneously rolled their eyes, bemused by Boss Fong's earnest absurdity. With Lu Xiaoxue present, Fong Yuan refrained from interacting too much with the sisters. He glanced at them, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, and said, "When you change into your yoga attire, allow me to appreciate your elegance as well." Han Yingying smiled mischievously, shaking her head. "Not a chance." Fong Yuan challenged her. "So, who do you intend to impress?" Han Sisi playfully retorted, "Oh, Brother Fong, don't rush." Fong Yuan shot her a glare. "You'll be dealt with at home." The sisters blushed, pondering how Boss Fong might exact his punishment. When Fong Yuan emerged in his workout attire, Lu Xiaoxue approached him, saying, "Mr. Fong, please wait a moment. I need to inform Sisi and Yingying about tonight's lesson before I assist you." Fong Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. Go ahead and teach them." Lu Xiaoxue nodded and turned to signal the sisters, who had just exited the fitting room, to join her for a split stretch. Fong Yuan selected a 5-kilogram dumbbell for his warm-up, stealing glances at the trio practicing yoga on the floor. A peculiar scene indeed. When the three were together, it seemed as though the sisters' radiance was overshadowed by Lu Xiaoxue, particularly in her form-fitting yoga attire. After a few moments of observation, he found himself almost distracted. It felt somewhat absurd, as if the combined charm of the sisters paled in comparison to Lu Xiaoxue's singular presence, with an estimated difference in chest circumference exceeding 20 centimeters. After indulging in his workout for about 10 minutes, he noticed Lu Xiaoxue approaching with a small notebook. He set down the dumbbell and greeted her warmly. "Manager Lu, have you finished with your tasks?" Lu Xiaoxue responded with a soft MMHM, flipping open her notebook to hand it to Fong Yuan. She patiently explained, "Mr. Fong, here is the waist training plan I have devised for you. Perhaps we should start with some stretches?" Fong Yuan scanned the contents of the notebook, unsure of their validity, and decided to follow along. "What would you like me to do?" Lu Xiaoxue gently instructed, "Just follow my movements." After completing the stretches, they moved to the apparatus for sit-ups. The first exercise of his waist training plan was to perform 10 sets of sit-ups, with 10 repetitions per set. After a brief explanation of the targeted muscles involved in the exercise, Lu Xiaoxue lay back on the apparatus and looked at Fong Yuan, saying, "Mr. Fong, let me demonstrate for you. Afterward, I will correct any details in your form." Fong Yuan nodded, pushing aside any inappropriate thoughts. As long as he kept his intentions pure, he could not allow himself to be distracted simply by watching Lu Xiaoxue perform a few fitness movements. After a few attempts, Lu Xiaoxue stood up and said, "Mr. Fong, it's your turn to give it a try." Fong Yuan reclined in imitation, gradually practicing according to his recent recollections. "Mr. Fong, could you elevate your head a bit more? When you do so, try to keep your hands steady. Otherwise, you may experience shoulder soreness the following day." Lu Xiaoxue, half kneeling on the floor, adjusted Fong Yuan's posture. A subtle fragrance of orchids wafted through the air. He had not anticipated the woman's dedication to fitness. Her approach was truly hands-on, treating him as if he were not a man at all. Fong Yuan could only strive to maintain his composure. After several sets, fatigue began to set in, yet he persevered. Lu Xiaoxue handed him a fresh towel and, seated beside him with a notebook, inquired, "Mr. Fong, how do you feel?" After wiping the sweat from his brow, Fong Yuan replied, "I feel little in my lower back. The rest is manageable." Lu Xiaoxue noted this down, then proceeded to demonstrate a movement, explaining it step by step. When the sisters practiced yoga, they also directed some attention to this matter. Upon learning that Mr. Fong sought a trainer with such an impressive physique, they had grown wary. Fortunately, Mr. Fong's interest seemed fleeting. Ultimately, he only practiced sporadically, allowing them to pursue yoga under Sister Xiaoxue's guidance. Over the days of interaction, they had come to understand Sister Xiaoxue's attitude toward fitness, and their concerns were less about her and more about Mr. Fong. After all, Sister Xiaoxue's qualities were evident, and they feared that Mr. Fong might one day harbor inappropriate thoughts. Han Yingying, positioned in a split, wore a worried expression. "Sister, do you think Brother Fong might still be thinking about someone else while enjoying what he has?" Han Sisi appeared somewhat distracted. "We should ask him when we return." This time, Han Yingying did not wish to argue with her sister and nodded. "Let us inquire together. We must not allow him to evade the question." Following Lu Xiaoxue's prescribed waist training regimen for over an hour, they found themselves needing to support their waists just to maintain balance while walking. To be fair, this woman's professional attitude was commendable, perhaps even more responsible than that of a paid personal trainer, and her skills were quite impressive. Most importantly, there was no cost involved. It was a delightful opportunity without financial burden, since there was little else to discuss between them. Maintaining their collaborative relationship through fitness was a satisfactory arrangement. At the Pearl River Villa, past 9 in the evening, Fang Yuan lay on the sofa, relishing the sisters' massage. Noticing the time, the sisters exchanged glances. Han Yingying took the initiative to ask, "Brother Fang, why the sudden urge to hit the gym? Does one need a reason to work out?" Fang Yuan turned to look at the sisters. Han Yingying signaled to her sister, and Han Sisi, summoning her courage, asked, "Brother Fang, doesn't everything require a reason?" He glanced at them, fully aware of their concerns. "First, help me up." Fang Yuan opened his arms, allowing the two girls to lift him up. Ignoring their disapproving glances, he wrapped his arms around their waists and teased, "Are you feeling jealous?" In unison, the sisters denied it. "We are not." Fang Yuan ruffled their hair, saying, "Lying again. I will deduct another 100 yuan this month." The sisters looked at their boss with a mix of indignation and helplessness, knowing they dared not voice their frustration. A stern glance from Fang Yuan made them acquiesce immediately. "Do you know that I have a collaboration with Lu Xiaoxue at work?" he asked seriously. Han Sisi responded with a slight acknowledgement. "I know a little." Fang Yuan patiently explained the situation to them. The sisters nodded continuously, appearing enlightened. If what Fang Yuan said was indeed true, then everything was mere coincidence. They could only blame Uncle Li. Moreover, if they became close friends with Lu Xiaoxue, Fang Yuan might earn more money. Perhaps one day, in a good mood, he would even grant them a raise. "I have finished explaining. Don't you think you should show some gratitude for doubting my pure intentions?" Fang Yuan teased. "If you were truly pure, you wouldn't be deceiving us." The sisters blushed and attempted to escape his embrace. Fang Yuan's expression turned serious. "Stay still. I can handle this myself." "Calling you brother want help," Han Yingying murmured softly in his ear. "Papa." Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed amusing to see his sister's antics. Upon hearing her voice, Han Sisi immediately reacted. "Han Yingying, would you dare to repeat that?" "Sister, I don't know what you're talking about." Chapter 60. Han Yingying, "Brother Fang, you are so biased." On Friday, Fang Yuan returned to the villa after work. The sisters immediately surrounded him, asking, "Brother Fang, are you going out this weekend?" Fang Yuan, sitting on the sofa, countered, "Aren't you two scheduled to take your second driving test next Monday? Shouldn't you be practicing this weekend instead of thinking about going out? Just so you know, if you fail, I won't reimburse your retake fees." The sisters scoffed. "Brother Fang, don't rush to speak. Let us finish our thoughts." Fang Yuan ignored their protests, jokingly thinking that he had never backed down in front of them. Even when he was wrong, he was right in their eyes. He then patted his sister's head, instructing, "Go grab me a popsicle from the refrigerator." "Brother, which brand do you want?" "Just get me a mung bean one." After receiving the task, Han Yingying hurried off to the kitchen. Taking advantage of this moment, Fang Yuan exchanged a knowing glance with his sister. Han Sisi blushed and playfully chided, "Brother Fang, you're so mischievous. Hurry up, or your sister will be back." Fang Yuan said as he lowered his head. Han Sisi leaned closer. "Brother, why don't you kiss me?" "Who said I would kiss your face?" "Quickly, straighten it out." Fang Yuan adjusted her face with his finger. "Hurry up." Under Han Sisi's urging, he merely sampled a taste. Coincidentally, at that moment, Han Yingying emerged from the kitchen. Finding the two conversing behind her back, she pouted and communicated through lip reading with Boss Fang. "Brother Fang, you are biased." Fang Yuan winked at her, and then promptly released his hold on his sister. Han Yingying, in turn, cooperated with Boss Fang and retreated back into the kitchen. At this point, Han Sisi glanced towards the kitchen again. Seeing her sister had not yet emerged, she secretly exhaled in relief. Thankfully, they had not been discovered. Otherwise, Han Yingying would undoubtedly claim that Brother Fang was partial. Before long, Han Yingying returned to the sofa, holding 3 green bean popsicles, and the trio each took one, sitting on the sofa while savoring the ice cream. Han Yingying, as she ate, inquired, "Brother Fang, my sister and I need to practice driving this weekend, so we want to be able to go out with you." Fang Yuan shrugged. "I hadn't planned on going out either." Han Yingying continued, and Han Sisi interjected, "Brother Fang, on the day of our driving test for Subject 2, could you give us a ride to the examination site?" Fang Yuan, curious, asked, Didn't you sign up for the worry-free class? Why do you still need me to pick you up? Han Sisi hesitated. It's quite far for us to get to the testing site. And we'd prefer not to wake up too early on the day of the exam, to avoid affecting our performance. Fang Yuan nodded, accepting his sister's explanation. Typically, when they practiced driving, the instructor would pick them up from a nearby subway station to take them to the driving range. The sisters were always conscious of others' opinions. They had resigned from their jobs for this very reason in the past. Not everyone can withstand such pressure. It takes time to adapt, and over time, the sisters would become more optimistic. He jokingly suggested, how about we spend the next couple of days practicing in a simulated car, reserving the venue for 2 days? And I'll be your instructor? Han Yingying first beamed with delight, then thoughtfully asked, Brother Fang, will the costs be reimbursed? Fang Yuan, with a smile, replied, I'll just deduct it from your salaries. That should count as reimbursement, right? The sisters chorused, then we might as well obediently practice with the instructor. After finishing the green bean popsicle, Fang Yuan rubbed his belly and looked at the two. After practicing for so long, do you feel confident about passing on the first try? Han Sisi was uncertain. I hope so. Han Yingying, however, exuded confidence. I'll definitely be fine. My sister still makes mistakes with parallel parking. The instructor says she's a bit slow. Is that true? Fang Yuan asked. Absolutely. Han Yingying exclaimed. Fang Yuan tapped his sister on the head. I asked your sister, not you. Han Sisi nodded. It's manageable. I'll just need to find my rhythm in the next couple of days. Fang Yuan remarked, Sister, if it comes to it, I'll practice less over the next few days to give you more time. Han Yingying, always eager to shine, leaned closer to Fang Yuan and proudly said, Brother Fang, I'm so amazing. Aren't you going to praise me? Fang Yuan, smiling warmly at her, replied, Exams often rely on luck. Not performing well during practice doesn't guarantee failure in the test. The real fear is performing well in practice but failing the exam. Han Yingying rolled her eyes. Boss Fang's favoritism had reached the other side of the Atlantic. Beside her, Han Sisi playfully pinched Boss Fang's hand. Fang Yuan found amusement in the situation. Over the weekend, the sisters devoted themselves wholeheartedly to practicing driving. In the evening, they inquired about each other's confidence. The younger sister remained as self-assured as ever, while the elder sister also appeared certain of her success. Early Monday morning, Han Sisi rushed upstairs to urge Boss Fang to get up. Upon reaching the second floor, she entered the room and called out, Brother Fang, are you awake? What time is it? It's 7 o'clock, he replied. Get up, have breakfast. And then I'll take the two sisters to the examination center. By 11:30 in the morning, a message finally popped up in their WeChat group. To her surprise, it was a red envelope from her sister. Fang Yuan quickly snatched up 2 yuan. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity without receiving a red envelope from her younger sister, he nudged Han Yingying. She responded with a pouting emoji. Fang Yuan chuckled. The most confident sister had actually failed. After learning the details in the car, Fang Yuan couldn't help but laugh, saying, You said your sister was foolish, but it appears you are not far behind. How could someone fail twice while making a simple right turn? Truly foolish. Brother Fang, if you keep saying this, I might just cry, Han Yingying retorted. Well, go ahead and cry, he teased. Glancing at her sister, who wore a smug expression, Han Yingying felt even more aggrieved. That evening, ever since returning home at noon, she had not felt any joy and now wore a pitiful expression. Brother Fang, you have been so biased lately. Have I? He asked. Of course. My sister is practically riding on my head now. What kind of metaphor is that? Let me see if there's anything on your head, he joked, patting his own head. Your sister is just being playful. Don't you want to get ahead of her? Han Yingying looked at him skeptically. Brother Fang, are you saying the same thing to my sister? He locked his arms around her waist. Brother Fang has always encouraged you to surpass her quietly. Chapter 61. Meeting the parents after taking a shower, Han Sisi emerged and glanced at her sister, noticing that her expression was even more sullen than before, while she licked on a green bean ice cream. What was this silly girl doing eating ice cream so late at night? She then looked over at the calm Boss Fang on the sofa, feeling utterly perplexed. What was going on? Was this still the Boss Fang she knew? Han Sisi approached her sister, tousling her damp hair and softly reminding her, Don't complain about a stomachache tonight, especially after eating ice cream these past few days. You really are something. Han Yingying pouted. It's not like you feel the pain. Han Sisi gave her ear a gentle twist. How can you be so careless? Ouch. Be gentle, sister, or my ear might fall off. Han Yingying exclaimed. Han Sisi shot her a glare. Hurry up and throw that away. But can I really throw it away? Han Yingying replied, feeling wronged. Having just endured bullying from Boss Fong, now she faces the prospect of being tormented by her sister. In this household, does she even hold any familial standing? After a brief moment of hesitation, Han Yingying perceives her sister's lethal glare, covering her ears. She obediently rises and tosses the remnants of her mung bean paste into the trash bin. Fong Yuan observes the interaction between the two sisters, secretly amused. He wonders why Han Yingying is so intimidated by her sister. Typically, during debates with her sister, she merely engages in verbal sparring. However, the moment her sister erupts in anger, she capitulates instantly. When it comes to surrendering, she never fails to disappoint. Once Han Yingying finishes her bath, Fong Yuan beckons the sisters over to settle accounts. After all, it is the beginning of the month, and salary payments are due. Upon the mention of payroll, both sisters become highly attentive, meticulously reviewing the accounts. In no time, Han Yingying hands over the bill, the pen perched on her chin as she mumbles, "Brother Fong, my sister and I had perfect attendance last month. After deducting the 200 yuan, each of our salaries amounts to 800 yuan. Fong Yuan nods in acknowledgement. Glancing over the figures, the salaries will be deducted from the reserve funds. The sisters proceed to distribute their own wages, as Boss Fong is too lazy to handle it himself. With salaries on the horizon, both sisters feel quite pleased and instinctively shift closer to Boss Fong. After a moment's contemplation, Fong Yuan remarks, "In light of your commendable performance, I have decided to raise your salaries to 10,000 yuan next month. What do you think?" Han Yingying, in a somewhat foolish manner, asks, "Brother Fong, why would you increase our salaries for no reason?" Han Sisi nods in agreement, her face reflecting confusion as she gazes at Boss Fong. With a cheerful demeanor, Fong Yuan replies, "I'm in a good mood. Is that not sufficient?" Before the sisters can fully relish their joy, Fong Yuan adds, "Of course, this salary increase comes with certain conditions." Han Yingying inquires eagerly, "Brother Fong, please do not keep us in suspense. My sister is quite anxious." Han Sisi playfully taps her on the head, saying, "Speak properly. Don't involve me in everything." Han Yingying tosses her hair with a hint of pride, secretly delighted that her sister remains oblivious. She thinks to herself, "You spend all your time being shy, while I've made my moves, and you stand still." Han Sisi feels a twinge of irritation, but refrains from scolding her sister in front of Boss Fong, as he greatly disdains such behavior. It would inevitably lead to deductions from their pay. Last month, each of them had 200 yuan deducted, and she still feels a pang of regret over it. Fong Yuan continues, "I plan to return home for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and you two should accompany me to meet my parents." Han Yingying's face turns slightly crimson. She was just filled with anticipation, but now is enveloped in conflict. Han Sisi, also blushing, retorts, "Brother Fong, you're shameless. We still have our dignity." The usually carefree Han Yingying found herself in a quandary. Her face contorted in distress as she murmured, "Brother Fong, let us forego the salary increase. We can celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival at home." Fong Yuan shook his head dismissively. "What is there to fear? You are merely my caretakers." Han Yingying protested, "Brother Fong, you are clearly taking advantage of us. How will we explain this to our parents?" Han Sisi joined her sister in solidarity, both standing firmly against their employer. Fong Yuan affectionately ruffled their hair. Why bother with explanations? A look of sorrow crossed Han Sisi's face as she implored, "Brother Fong, please do not make this difficult for us." Ignoring her plea, Fong Yuan turned to her sister. "Do you truly believe I am making things hard for you?" Han Yingying resolutely aligned herself with her sister, her heart steady as she responded affirmatively. Seeing the sister's woeful expressions, Fong Yuan decided to make a minor concession, glancing at Han Yingying as he inquired, "What if I only allow your sister to come to my home? Would that be acceptable?" Han Yingying immediately objected, "Of course not." Han Sisi, blushing, appeared conflicted. In this matter, Fong Yuan remained steadfast, "I will not relent. You must devise a solution." Han Yingying exchanged a knowing glance with her sister. After a moment, Han Sisi reluctantly suggested, "Brother Fong, what if I go first, and then Yingying follows the next day?" Fong Yuan affectionately patted Han Yingying's head. "What your sister proposed, is that acceptable?" Han Yingying, feeling discontent, retorted, "Do I have any other options?" Fong Yuan leaned down to kiss her gently. "Endure this for now. I shall ensure that I assist you both with any future challenges." The sisters fell silent, each understanding the gravity of their situation. They had reached a point of no return. Moreover, Fong Yuan had always been reliable. Having followed him for so long, They had not endured any significant hardships. Although he could be mischievous at times, he invariably protected what mattered to them. On September 6th, a Saturday morning, the trio prepared their belongings to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival at home. In recent days, Fong Yuan had encouraged the sisters to purchase various items, which they loaded into the car. With their August salaries, they gifted their mother an AED of over 20,000 yuan. Fong Yuan offered to reimburse them from his reserve funds, but they resolutely declined. Additionally, they had brought gifts for their father and mother. Fong Yuan also packed a box of flying fairy mitai for his father, a gift from Old Li, which was surely authentic. After the peak traffic of the previous night, the highway was clear that morning. They set off at 8:30 a.m. and returned to Zhan City by 2 p.m. At the sisters' fervent insistence, Fong Yuan dropped them off at the bus station and turned back home. He planned to fetch his sister for a visit the next day and his younger sister the day after. As he approached his home, Fong Yuan spotted his father pacing at the entrance, a cigarette dangling from his lips. His mother was busy in the kitchen, and upon seeing him, she exclaimed, "Your son has returned." Father Fong extinguished the double happiness cigarette in his hand and called out into the shop. Fong Yuan parked the car, and both father and mother Fong approached eagerly. Father Fong's eyes nearly bulged out at the sight of the Mercedes-Benz emblem, muttering, "Son, this new car must have cost a pretty penny." Mother Fong playfully kicked him. "Aren't you going to ask about it inside?" Father Fong chuckled to himself. After all, his son was doing well, and a bit of pride was in order. Chapter 62. Mother Fong exclaimed, "This girl is even more beautiful than in the pictures." "Mom, why did you close the door?" Fong Yuan asked, puzzled by her actions. Why close the door in broad daylight? Had business come to a halt? Mother Fong, in her habitual manner, schooled him. "We mustn't flaunt our wealth, understand? Don't be like your father, bragging about a few coins and causing relatives to come begging for money every few days." Curious, Fong Yuan inquired, "Have any relatives come to borrow money recently?" Mother Fong replied, "Not recently. I was referring to your father's old ways. After a few drinks, he'd go out boasting, and before we knew it, he had lent a relative 100,000 yuan, which we have yet to recover." Father Fong turned pale at the mention. Whenever their son returned, it was as if he collided with his wife's discontent, and he was repeatedly reminded of his past transgressions. Fong Yuan felt a twinge of sympathy for his father, but understood why Mother Fong had held on to this grievance for so many years. It was said that the 100,000 yuan was intended as a down payment for a house in the city. In the early 2000s, that sum was hard-earned through daily toil. Once lent, it had proven elusive to retrieve. During the lending, they were relatives. Once the money was gone, they became distant. Mother Fong had often scolded Father Fong over this. Fong Yuan patted his mother's shoulder, offering comfort. "Mom, that was in the past. Life must move forward. Didn't I transfer 1 million to each of you recently? Have you not spent it?" Mother Fong scoffed. "Who knows what you've been up to outside? How could we dare use that money?" Father Fong cast a doubtful glance. "Is it truly money won from the lottery? Evidence is right here. I haven't deceived you, have I?" Fong Yuan shrugged and pulled out his phone to show them the lottery ticket records. "Old Fong, fetch my reading glasses." Mother Fong, due to her presbyopia, needed glasses to see anything up close. Father and Mother Fong stared intently at the numbers displayed on the screen. After a long while, Mother Fong struggled to count the digits, only recognizing that there were several zeros before the decimal point. Father Fong gasped in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. After a moment, he lowered his voice and asked, "Are you telling me you've won 4.5 billion?" Fong Yuan nodded affirmatively. "That's about the gist of it." Mother Fong, thinking she might be hearing things, needed to reconfirm before she could accept the astonishing reality that her son had won billions. At that moment, she was at a loss for words, caught between shock and joy. Father Fong remained somewhat uneasy. "Son, has the money been transferred to your bank card? How could I possibly send each of you 1 million without it coming through?" Fong Yuan put away his phone, attempting to reassure his parents. "Did I not tell you over the phone that you can rest easy in your retirement?" Yet, the elder couple still harbored doubts. "What are you planning to do with this money? You mustn't start buying those lottery tickets again. You need to know when to stop," they cautioned. Fong Yuan chuckled as he clarified, "I stopped buying that nonsense long ago. I've established a company now, aiming to expand and prosper." Mother Fong was taken aback. "You started a company?" Fong Yuan replied, "Money left in the bank simply gathers dust." Mother Fong raised an eyebrow, at a loss for how to guide her son. It seemed there was little she could teach him now. Her son had become far more accomplished than she ever anticipated, having won hundreds of millions in prizes. In the past, she fretted over his health while he worked grueling shifts at the factory. Now that he had found success, her concern shifted to whether he could manage this newfound wealth. Father Fong's perspective was different, however. As long as his son was thriving, that was all that mattered. Fong Yuan recognized that his parents needed time to adjust to his recent transformations. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Would you consider retiring in Yangcheng?" Mother Fong snapped back to reality, her expression one of distaste. "Why would we go there? It's unfamiliar territory, and we wouldn't have anyone to converse with. Your father and I have lived here for over a decade. We know our neighbors well. Sometimes, we even enjoy casual chats. If we moved away to live with you, I fear I would become depressed within a week." Fong Yuan mused. It seems mother has been surfing the web. She effortlessly tosses around terms like depression. He then turned to Father Fong, who shared the same sentiments. It was no surprise to him. He too would be reluctant to roam about at his age. After some reflection, Mother Fong came to terms with the situation. Her son was no longer the same. He had the means to explore the world, and as long as he steered clear of any illegal activities, the Fong family was bound to achieve great honor. Youth was the time for adventure and entrepreneurship. However, with her son now so financially secure, she felt a weight lifted from her shoulders. Previously, she had worried about toiling away to save up for a house for him. But now her focus could shift to his future milestones of marriage and children. With this in mind, Mother Fong squinted slightly and asked, "Young rascal, since leaving the factory, have you lost contact with that girl from your hometown?" Fong Yuan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that his mother still remembered. "We do keep in touch. Do you have any pictures?" "Let me see," she urged. After a fair bit of searching, Fong Yuan finally found a photo of himself with Han Sisi. Mother Fong beamed, unable to contain her delight. Father Fong glanced at the image and felt it was quite appropriate. Both parents shared a singular thought. This girl was truly lovely. Fong Ma returned the phone, scrutinizing him with a serious expression. "Did this girl not accompany you back to Zhan City for the Mid-Autumn Festival?" Fong Yuan replied cheerfully, "Mom, I'll bring her over to play at our home tomorrow." Fong Ma expressed surprise. "Have you already made your move?" Fong Yuan nodded. "Why not act on my feelings? Is my situation so dire?" Fong Ma was left speechless, having never encountered such a vain son, clearly resembling his father in that regard, who would steal glances at attractive women. The following day, news of Fong Yuan driving home in his Mercedes-Benz spread throughout the neighborhood. Whenever someone inquired, Fong Ba and Fong Ma beamed as they explained that their son was making money through e-commerce. They refrained from disclosing the exact amount, allowing others to speculate. Naturally, numerous relatives called to congratulate them, a situation that was impossible to conceal, so they embraced it with ease. On the next day, Fong Yuan picked up Han Sisi at the same location where he had previously dropped off the two sisters. "Mom, I'm back." Upon hearing his voice, Fong Ma eagerly went to greet their guest. Upon reaching the door, she was taken aback. The girl was even more beautiful than in the photographs. Fong Yuan introduced her simply, "Mom, this is my girlfriend, Han Sisi." Han Sisi blushed slightly and warmly greeted, "Hello, Annie." Fong Ma squinted her eyes, smiling as she remarked, "Oh, why did you bring so many things? You could have just come over to have fun." Chapter 63. Acknowledgement from Fong Ba and Fong Ma while brewing tea. Fong Ba looked up upon hearing the commotion. Well, this lad." The elderly couple exchanged glances, silently communicating, "Your son has made something of himself." After a brief exchange of looks, Fong Ma calmly invited Han Sisi inside, while Fong Yuan stepped outside with Fong Ba to enjoy the breeze. Fong Ba playfully nudged him with his foot, unable to resist the urge as he noticed Fong Yuan's cheeky grin. "Dad, what do you think of Sisi?" Fong Ba replied, "Why ask me? You should consult your mother." With a playful demeanor, Fong Ba shielded himself from the wind, and when he lifted his head, he had a cigarette dangling from his lips, puffing out clouds of smoke. Fong Yuan, with his hands in his pockets, gazed at Han Sisi, who was chatting with Fong Ma inside, a tender smile gracing his face. Sisi is quite simple-minded, without any ulterior motives. She could take care of you in your old age. Fong Ba raised an eyebrow, squatting by the roadside to take a few more puffs before extinguishing the cigarette, but with a chuckle, "This girl seems quite young." Fong Yuan replied, "She just graduated this year." Fong Ba calculated in his mind that she was 2 years younger than his son and looked quite charming, though he wondered about her character. After all, his son was now a billionaire, and he hoped he hadn't chosen a gold digger for a partner. After chatting for a while at the door, the father and son returned to the house. Inside, Han Sisi sat alone on the sofa, while Fong Ma was presumably busy in the kitchen preparing food. It is evident that Han Sisi felt somewhat reserved during her initial visit to his home. She has yet to become accustomed to this environment, but with more frequent visits, she will gradually adapt. Upon the return of Mr. Fong after finishing his cigarette, Han Sisi took the initiative to greet him. Mr. Fong smiled and nodded, awkwardly inquiring, "Sisi, have you eaten?" "Uncle, I had my meal before coming," Han Sisi replied with a smile. "Then I shall go to the kitchen and prepare some fruits for you, Mr. Fong stated. "No, that's unnecessary. I am fine with just tea," Han Sisi responded. Mr. Fong's demeanor remained characteristically awkward, leaving one to wonder how he managed to win over Mrs. Fong in the past. However, it seems that he and Han's father might share some common ground. Perhaps they could meet on another occasion. Feeling the discomfort of lingering in the living room, Mr. Fong quickly excused himself to the kitchen to find his wife. Fong Yuan sat beside Han Sisi, observing the two, and asked, "What did you discuss with my mother?" Han Sisi blushed slightly, biting her lip as she replied, "Oh, we didn't talk about much, just our work and family matters." Fong Yuan, somewhat incredulous, remarked, "Did you divulge everything?" Han Sisi, her face reddening, replied, "How could I possibly lie? You really are quite naive," he teased, gently ruffling her hair. "After my mother conducted her inquiries, what are you so pleased about?" Han Sisi's eyes darted towards the kitchen nervously as she asked, "Fong Gu, what is uncle and auntie's current attitude?" Fong Yuan replied, "They are pleased, of course. After all, they are thrilled that I have brought home such a beautiful girlfriend." Han Sisi found herself somewhat overwhelmed by Fong Yuan's candidness. To be honest, in her memory, Mr. Fong rarely complimented her beauty. If he were fond of her, he would have been more direct. However, Han Sisi felt a twinge of worry. Would uncle and auntie think poorly of her family's circumstances? Fong Yuan, exasperated, replied, "Do you really believe that after dinner, my mother won't add you to the WeChat group for families in love?" Han Sisi playfully chided him, "Fong Gu, stop teasing me," while she outwardly insisted it was impossible. Internally, she was filled with anticipation. If she were indeed added to Mr. Fong's family group chat, it would serve as a tacit affirmation of their acceptance of her. Fong Yuan shook his head, reflecting on the adage that a woman's intelligence often diminishes during romance. It appeared that Han Sisi was no exception. In the kitchen, the elder couple engaged in hushed conversation. Mr. Fong inquired, "What do you think of her?" Mrs. Fong nodded in satisfaction. "Aside from their family's modest means, I find everything else quite commendable." Mr. Fong felt that financial circumstances were hardly a concern. They were not in need, nor did they require strict adherence to social standing. What mattered most was their son's happiness. Since their son had chosen to bring her home during the Mid-Autumn Festival, it was evident he wished for them to become better acquainted. The next day, the three of them packed their belongings for the return journey, and the trunk, once filled with supplements, was now empty. What awaited them were an assortment of local delicacies from Wuchuan, including huangpa garlic, boma jellyfish, and jinzhou mooncakes, along with a bag of ice cream sweet potatoes. Once they boarded the vehicle, the sisters began indulging in the huangpa garlic they had brought along. "Brother Fong, would you care for another?" Han Yingying inquired, offering him another piece with a toothpick. Fong Yuan scrunched his nose and asked, "Is this marinated in vinegar?" Han Yingying nodded. "Indeed, it's pickled in vinegar, and the flavor is simply exquisite." Trusting her words, Fong Yuan opened his mouth and bit down, nearly ascending to the heavens with the burst of sourness and spiciness. The aftertaste was quite potent. However, it was a delightful experience that invigorated him. Han Yingying chuckled and remarked, "Brother Fong, why are you shedding tears?" "Mind your own business," Fong Yuan replied, licking his lips after finishing. "Another one, please." Han Yingying promptly offered him another piece. The journey was largely smooth, with only a brief congestion upon entering Yangqing. Traveling during off-peak hours was indeed a pleasure. In the past, during holiday returns, he would invariably find himself stuck in traffic during peak return periods. Now that he was his own boss, he could act at his own discretion, unbound by any constraints. He was the architect of his own rules. Thus, it was evident that working for others held little promise. That evening, in the living room of the Zhujiang villa, Han Sisi was drying her hair. Once finished, she habitually seated herself beside Boss Fong. However, as soon as she sat down, she sensed his mischievous intentions. Han Sisi pressed his hand down to deter him from advancing further. Her cheeks flushed. "Brother Fong, aren't you tired?" Fong Yuan replied, "It's only 10 o'clock. How could I be tired? Don't worry, I've sent Yingying back to her room." At this, Han Sisi reluctantly released her grip, leaning into Fong Yuan's embrace. and softly asked, "Brother Fong, what do Uncle and Aunt think of us?" Fong Yuan gently tugged at her strap and reassured her, "They think quite highly of you. The main concerns lie on my end, but I will ensure everything is arranged properly in the future." Han Sisi huffed, "It is indeed your issue." Fong Yuan chuckled, finding it rare to see his sister so docile, and inquired, "How is Aunt's health recovering? Did you inform Uncle and Aunt about our situation?" Han Sisi replied, somewhat reluctantly, "I only mentioned you and me. I didn't dare to include Ying." Fong Yuan patiently asked, "What was their reaction?" "They expressed their gratitude towards you," she replied. "Just gratitude?" Han Sisi mustered her courage and suggested, "How about you come to my home next time for a visit?" Fong Yuan jested, having stolen both of their precious daughters. "Would I not risk having my legs broken?" "Not at all. My father has never laid a hand on either me or Ying," Han Sisi asserted. She then leaned up and kissed Boss Fong, laughing, "If I hadn't intervened, my parents would surely have come to visit you during the Mid-Autumn Festival." Fong Yuan smiled in silence. After a prolonged silence, Han Sisi sighed, "Brother Fong, do you think our actions might make Ying feel neglected?" Fong Yuan replied, "Of course she will." Han Sisi, in a state of inner conflict, cautioned, "Brother Fong, you must maintain balance. Otherwise, Ying will feel disheartened." Fong Yuan was somewhat taken aback by his sister's suggestion and pondered, "What is the matter? Visiting a parent should not incite jealousy." Han Sisi shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "Is there any point in feeling jealous now?" "Well, indeed, it serves no purpose," Fong Yuan thought. Undeterred by his sister's emotions, since she found no issue, he resolved to treat both equally to avoid future rivalries between the sisters. Chapter 65. The Penguin Seeks Entry. New CEO confirmed on Wednesday at the financial building. In the conference room, several senior executives from key departments were engrossed in their mobile devices. Fong Yuan, the boss, was no exception, absorbed in his phone. If this continued for a few more years, one might mistakenly think they were gathered for a gaming session. After a considerable time, Fong Yuan set his phone aside, rapped his knuckles on the table to signal everyone to look up, and then addressed the three executives from the technical department. "I find the web version acceptable, but the app version has numerous minor issues, and the server response time is evidently inadequate, all of which significantly affect the user experience." The three exchanged glances, having learned Fong Yuan's temperament during their months under his leadership. Once the boss expressed a requirement, it became imperative to work overtime to meet the deadlines. Moreover, the current version of the Pinduoduo app indeed had many minor flaws. Hu Yong nodded, stating, "We are expediting the server procurement. It will definitely be in place before the National Day launch. We will expand the testing scope to identify more bugs." Fong Yuan remained silent and turned to He Yui, inquiring, "How many employees does our company currently have?" He Yui replied, "Including some operational staff from other locations, we have over 360 personnel." Fong Yuan instructed, "Arrange for each employee to download the app and identify one bug. A reward of 50 yuan will be given for each discovery." He Yui nodded, jotting down Fong Yuan's words in her notebook. Then, Fong Yuan directed his attention to Lu Yen from the operations department and Zhang Peng from the sales department. "Currently, there are still too few merchants on the app. We need to firmly grasp the positioning. Do not bring in high-end brands. Just recruit affordable products to fill the platform. And the number of seed users is far from sufficient. Testing will be futile otherwise. Do not fear a shortage of funds. Do I seem like someone lacking money?" Lu Yen and Zhang Peng exchanged awkward glances. What kind of extraordinary boss is this? Such a fortuitous opportunity. They had been cautious about recruiting merchants, fearing excessive expenditures could burden the company with financial strain. It now appeared they had underestimated the situation. With the boss making such clear directives, they needed to amplify their efforts. The others in the room also dared not utter a word. It is evident to all that Mr. Fong is quite dissatisfied with the project's progress. Silence envelopes the room, as everyone fears the repercussions falling upon them. Mr. Fong then turns to Zhao Peijin from the legal department, urging him to expedite discussions with major stores regarding the app's launch. "Old Zhao, keep a close watch on this, especially concerning the iOS release. Should any issues arise, you will be the first to face the consequences." Next, he addresses Qin Hai from the algorithm department, personally briefing each executive on their responsibilities. After the meeting concludes, everyone internally resolves to intensify their efforts. There can be no room for procrastination now. Overtime is imperative. As soon as Mr. Fong returns to his office, the CFO, Yang Lei, knocks and enters to provide a report. Mr. Fong, the investment department at Penguin is interested in collaborating with us. Mr. Fong rubs his forehead. Are they looking to invest in our angel round? Yang Lei nods. Mr. Fong waves his hand dismissively. Let us discuss this only after the product launches. We don't need their involvement for the angel round. We can consider their entry during later financing rounds, but we may casually mention our interest in collaboration. What about Taobao and Jingdong? Any thoughts from them? Yang Lei replies. None at the moment. They chat briefly before Yang Lei takes his leave. Not long after, HR representative He Yui knocks and enters with an update. Mr. Fong, we have news from the headhunters regarding the CEO position. Here are the candidates' credentials. So soon? Mr. Fong rises and heads to the sofa to brew some tea. He Yui brings the documents over and interjects. Mr. Fong, there is still no news from the secretarial side. This isn't the optimal time for campus recruitment. We may need to wait another month or two. Mr. Fong, while preparing tea, responds, there is no rush. Proceed with the recruitment as per my previous instructions. But let us discuss the CEO candidates. He Yui feels a sense of relief and begins to lay out the materials provided by the headhunters on the table. As Mr. Fong reviews the credentials, He Yui takes on the task of making tea. Wang Yongxiang, 37 years old, a Tsinghua University graduate. Pursued further studies at the prestigious Chung Kong Graduate School of Business EMBA, and has served as CEO at Suning Electric for 15 years. By the end, Mr. Fong finds himself disinclined to continue reading. It is not that Wang Yongxiang's resume lacks merit. Rather, he struggles to comprehend the specialized terminology. Thus, he directly inquires of He Yui, when is the interview scheduled? She looks up and replies, it's set for Friday at 10 in the morning. Mr. Fong ponders for a moment before asking, should we invite the three heads of the technical department to the interview? What salary do you think is appropriate? He Yui hesitates briefly but ultimately shares her honest opinion. The highest salary cap in our company is held by Director Chin. If we bring in a CEO, the salary will have to increase accordingly, likely between 1.5 to 1.8 million annually. However, I believe such a candidate will prioritize stock options over salary. Fong Yuan pondered for a moment and concurred with He Yui's perspective. Indeed, individuals who approach us directly are evidently motivated by the future of the entire company. However, the issue of stock options that He Yui mentioned ought to be addressed promptly. Once the product is launched, we can present enticing prospects to the executives. On Friday, in the reception area of the financial building, Fong Yuan encountered Wang Yongxiang in person. At first glance, he thought he had misjudged. A man of 37 years with a full head of white hair. What could this mean? Is the pressure of a CEO so immense? After a brief self-introduction and conversation, Fong Yuan cut straight to the chase, inquiring, Mr. Wang, could you share your reasons for joining our company? Wang Yongxiang replied, with a demeanor both respectful and assertive. I have a strong belief in the potential of group purchasing as a new e-commerce concept and the development prospects of collaborative bargaining shopping. Furthermore, I find that Yuan Chuang Company aligns well with my vision of the future of innovative e-commerce models. Additionally, I believe my previous employer has strayed from the correct path, prompting me to reassess my career trajectory. Fong Yuan glanced at the heads of the technical department and noted their lack of objections. Wang Yongxiang's insights appeared sound. Indeed, Suning had been struggling significantly, nearly lifeless. Fong Yuan stood up courteously, stating, Director Wang, I look forward to a fruitful collaboration. Wang Yongxiang reciprocated the courtesy, extending his hand and replying, Mr. Fong, I too anticipate a rewarding partnership. Fong Yuan inquired, when could you possibly start? We are in urgent need of your expertise. Director Wang. With a smile, Wang Yongxiang responded, I can commence next Monday. Fong Yuan nodded and turned to He Yui, please make the necessary arrangements. He Yui stood up and said, Director Wang, please follow me. That evening, after the three had showered, they settled on the sofa to converse. Fong Yuan casually draped an arm around one of them. Han Yingying, brimming with excitement, asked, Brother Fong, where shall we go for fun this weekend? Fong Yuan playfully tapped her on the head, chiding, what fun? First, focus on passing your driving test. The mention of this subject cast a shadow over Han Yingying's spirits. She lamented her misfortune at failing, while her sister, despite her poor performance, had succeeded. It seemed luck had turned its back on her, leaving no chance to enjoy an outing. After a few more exchanges, Han Yingying expressed her desire to return to sleep, as she needed to rise early for driving practice. The next day, the three arrived at the wash basin almost simultaneously. Fortunately, the space was ample, otherwise, it would have been quite cramped. After completing his morning routine, Fang Yuan headed to the living room for breakfast. The sisters needed a bit more time for their skincare regimen and were not as quick to finish. Once Fang Yuan departed, the sisters exchanged glances. Han Sisi reached out to touch her still giggling sister, probing, "Are you hiding something from me?" Han Yingying felt a flutter of anxiety, fearing her sister had caught on to something, yet she feigned calmness, responding, "I'm with you every day. What could I possibly conceal?" Han Sisi remained skeptical, pressing, "Really? There is nothing?" Han Yingying vehemently denied, "No." Han Sisi continued to press, "What were you and Brother Fang doing while I was taking a shower?" A hint of a provocative smile danced upon Han Yingying's lips as she retorted, sitting in Brother Fang's lap, watching TV. Han Sisi's jealousy flared up instantly. "If you say that again, I'll tear your mouth apart." She was genuinely agitated. Observing her sister's flushed face, Han Yingying felt a secret sense of triumph. "Letting you be shy and coy in front of Boss Fang all day. He even encouraged me to steal home." Han Yingying dismissively huffed, "If you're unconvinced, take it up with Brother Fang." Han Sisi, in mock anger, exclaimed, "Han Yingying, have you no shame?" Han Yingying lowered her voice, somewhat petulantly replying, "I lost that long ago." The two sisters turned their flushed faces away from each other. After a moment, Han Yingying tugged at her sister's clothing. "Sister, I was wrong." Han Sisi pouted, "Neither of us is at fault. It's Brother Fang who is." Han Yingying nodded in deep agreement. The little emotional squabble had subsided, and Han Sisi's jealousy had dissipated. However, seeing her sister's smug expression still irked her. When did she ever possess such a carefree mindset? After breakfast, the sisters set out together to practice driving. Although only Han Yingying had failed and needed the practice, they maintained their united front. Neither would stay home to be with Boss Fang. Fang Yuan was well aware of the sisters' guard against him. Nevertheless, even the best defenses have their vulnerabilities. The time difference during baths was one such flaw. That evening, Fang Yuan wrapped an arm around each sister as they fiddled with the Pinduoduo app. The sisters were on the brink of completing their driving test, and he needed to find them some tasks. After all, it would not do to tell others that they were merely acting as housemates in the villa. Moreover, establishing a shop on Pinduoduo had been decided long ago, and he had already set up a store for them. While the sisters were distracted by their phones, Fang Yuan casually crossed over their boundary. Both sisters glanced up at Boss Fang, seemingly conveying, "Brother Fang, be mindful. Our sister, younger sister, is still here." However, Fang Yuan paid no heed to their looks and continued with his own business. They exchanged glances, their cheeks reddening, and silently lowered their heads to focus on their screens. Neither wished to shatter the current silence with conversation. Moments later, Fang Yuan slowly withdrew his hand, gently ruffling the sister's hair, and inquired, "Have you grasped the store model yet?" Both sisters shook their heads. Then, adjusting their small straps, Han Yingying was the first to regain her composure. Wrapping her arms around Boss Fang's and passing her phone to him, asking, "Brother Fang, does e-commerce require a physical store?" Fang Yuan explained, "Having a physical store is ideal. If not, renting a space for a warehouse will suffice." Han Sisi approached with eagerness and inquired, "Brother Fang, this area is a land of gold. How can we possibly afford to rent a warehouse?" Fang Yuan, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "If you lack funds, I shall lend you some." The sisters, in unison, protested, "Brother Fang, we cannot accept a loan. Whether you wish to or not, you shall accept it." "Enough with the Brother Fang. We are all university students. How can you be so naive?" The sisters, brimming with indignation, contemplated confronting their benefactor, yet were silenced by a mere glance from him. With a flushed face, Han Sisi remarked, "Brother Fang, if we borrow any more, we will never be able to repay it." Fang Yuan chuckled, "Then you too shall owe me for a lifetime." "Brother Fang, you are truly mischievous." However, he understood the sisters' earnest desire to settle their considerable debt, which weighed heavily on their hearts as it constituted their mother's life savings. After much internal conflict, the elder sister finally asked, "If we were to rent a shop, what would we sell to generate income?" Without hesitation, Fang Yuan responded, "Cosmetics." Chapter 67, Han Yingying. It turns out I have not surpassed my sister after all. The sisters, both with a background in chemistry, were aware of the substantial profit margins in cosmetics. Yet, high profits were one thing. The ability to sell was another matter entirely. They exchanged uncertain glances, both eager to find a worthwhile endeavor rather than languish in their villa. As Fang Yuan had aptly stated, one must remain active to avoid the perils of idle thought. Han Yingying timidly asked, "Brother Fang, what if we incur losses?" Fang Yuan retorted, naturally, that would be added to your debt. How can that be counted as debt? Han Yingying's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Fang, are you attempting to ensnare us? Precisely, Han Sisi echoed, scrutinizing Fang Yuan's playful demeanor. Faced with their accusatory gazes, Fang Yuan replied with irritation, do you wish to take advantage of me? Han Sisi, exasperated, adjusted her forehead and forced a smile. We would never dare to take advantage. Fang Yuan began to play with words. So you harbor such thoughts, but lack the courage to admit it. Brother Fang, how is your reading comprehension so astute? Han Sisi shot him a playful glance. Han Yingying stifled a laugh from the side. In the next moment, Fang Yuan playfully ruffled her hair, asking, Ying, do you wish to take advantage of Brother Fang? Han Yingying vehemently denied, not me, I did not. The three exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Fang Yuan placed his hands on the sister's shoulders, squeezing gently. As long as I am here, you shall not be in debt. Just await your earnings. Why overthink it? I will arrange everything. Seeing her sister still conflicted, Han Yingying's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea, and she nodded in agreement. Oh, then we shall follow your plans. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At last, you have displayed some wisdom. The two sisters continued their playful banter, enacting their roles. Han Sisi had grown weary of struggling. Since Boss Fang had made such assurances, there was no doubt that they would not incur losses. The two sisters deliberated for a while before their enthusiasm waned, prompting them to prepare for a bath. Han Yingying glanced at her sister and said, Sister, you go wash first. Han Sisi scrutinized her sister and Boss Fang seriously, and did not forget to issue a warning glance to her sister. Han Yingying pouted, disregarding her sister's concern. As soon as her sister left, Han Yingying turned to Fang Yuan to seek approval. Brother Fang, how did I perform? Fang Yuan chuckled, if I were your sister, I would definitely give you a good thrashing. Han Yingying responded, wait until Han Sisi finishes her bath. Upon seeing her sister approaching, Han Yingying immediately released her grip on Boss Fang's arm, rubbed her eyes, and stood up. Sister, didn't you wash your hair? Han Sisi rolled her eyes. I washed it just yesterday, and I haven't sweated much today, so why wash it again? Han Yingying replied, oh, I will go wash then. The living room was left with just the two of them. Hearing the sound of the bathroom door closing, Han Sisi leaned into Boss Fang's embrace, her small hand playfully swirling on his chest. Brother Fang, are you hiding something from me? There's nothing I'm hiding from you. Fang Yuan secretly rejoiced, wondering how long he could maintain this pretense. Thankfully, Han Yingying took her time in the bath, even stopping at the wash basin to check if her figure had changed. In the following days, the sisters seemed to have come to an unspoken agreement, bathing together in the bathroom, justifying it by reminiscing about their childhood. Fang Yuan felt a mix of irritation and intrigue, unsure if the sisters were aware of each other's situations with him. Wednesday arrived, marking the day of Han Yingying's makeup exam for her second subject. Early in the morning, both sisters ascended the stairs together to rouse him from sleep. Indeed, the sisters were inseparable, even coming together to wake him. Chapter 68. The hat trick. After breakfast, Han Yingying settled herself on Boss Fang's lap, looking pitiful as she sought comfort. Brother Fang, I won't fail again, will I? Fang Yuan patted her head. If you fail again, Brother Fang will cover your makeup exam fee. Han Yingying felt a pang of distress, pushing against his chest. Brother Fang, can't you offer some words of encouragement instead of always discouraging me? Fang Yuan whispered in her ear, if you pass your makeup exam, how about a reward from Brother Fang tonight? Upon hearing the word reward, Han Yingying instantly understood. She realized she could not casually agree to Boss Fang's proposition, for it would surely lead to an undesirable outcome in the evening. Recalling her sister's recent experiences, she felt a twinge of fear. Fortunately, the sisters were united in spirit, even bathing together, which had prevented Boss Fang from having his way with them these past few days. With a distressed expression, Han Yingying declined. Brother Fang, I don't want a reward. Fang Yuan retorted, I've been too kind to you. Why have you been avoiding me these days? Dragging your sister along to hide as well? Han Yingying playfully pinched Boss Fang's waist and said, Brother Fang, do you still intend to deceive us? We are well aware of your duplicitous antics. Fang Yuan, unfazed, met her gaze with a nonchalant expression, retorting, when have I ever misled you? Speak only if you possess evidence. Han Yingying replied mischievously, my sister has already informed me. Fang Yuan chuckled, realizing that he had underestimated the sister's perceptiveness. He had hoped to maintain his ruse for a few more days, but it seemed his charade had been uncovered sooner than anticipated. Nevertheless, Those days spent tricking the pair had been most enjoyable. Today, it was the elder sister's turn to visit, followed by the younger one. The following day would see the younger sister arrive first, with the elder continuing thereafter. A truly idyllic existence. He marveled at how wealthy individuals, surrounded by countless confidants, managed to safeguard their secrets. Now that his deception had been discovered, Fang Yuan found it futile to persist in his charade, so he resorted to another tactic. Enticing her. Would you like to take the lead? Han Yingying glanced toward the kitchen, her cheeks flushing as she replied, Brother Fang, could you please be serious? Fang Yuan leaned down, playfully touching his nose to hers. Am I not being serious? Han Yingying muttered under her breath, not at all serious. If I hadn't caught on so early, we would have remained oblivious to your ploys for who knows how long. Fang Yuan pondered. Why does it seem like this girl's intelligence has significantly increased recently? He initially thought her sister had uncovered something, but it turned out that it was Han Yingying, blissfully unaware, who had sensed something amiss. He resolved that next time, she should experience the discomfort her sister had endured that fateful night. At 8 in the morning, Fang Yuan drove Han Yingying to the examination site for her second attempt at the driving test. Her sister, Han Sisi, had accompanied them under the pretext of offering support, though Fang Yuan knew she was intentionally avoiding him. After watching Han Yingying enter the testing venue, he noted that her examination slot was during the second batch of the morning. If luck favored her, she would finish around 10. If not, it could extend past 11, a common occurrence. Should she require another retest, it would be even more delightful. The more time elapsed, the more exhilarated he felt. Upon returning to the car, Fang Yuan hastily exited the parking lot, drawing the attention of Han Sisi in the passenger seat. Brother Fang, aren't we waiting here for Yingying to finish her test? She inquired. Fang Yuan reached over and playfully pinched her cheek, asking, What are your thoughts? Han Sisi turned her head, her cheeks flushed, visibly torn about her decision. Fang Yuan, unconcerned, instructed her, book a decent hotel. Han Sisi hesitated, still wrestling with her thoughts. Brother Fang, I haven't made up my mind yet. Fang Yuan parked the car by the roadside and gently patted her head. So, are you going or not? Yes. Han Sisi replied softly, nodding her head like a timid mouse. After a moment's contemplation, she added a small request. Brother Fang, could we stop by the pharmacy? Fang Yuan looked at her quizzically. What do you want to buy? Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade of red as she replied, Something for you. Fang Yuan playfully pinched her cheek again. I see you've been learning quite a bit from your online escapades. Fang Gu, please refrain from speaking. Han Sisi was filled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. Fang Yuan took great pleasure in observing Han Sisi's bashful, yet coy demeanor. In contrast to his sister's unabashed openness, it was his sister's subtle modesty that captivated him irresistibly. Let her purchase whatever she desired. After all, even if he bought it, he might not necessarily use it. Who said he wasn't the boss? After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, Fang Yuan drove to the pharmacy's entrance. Han Sisi glanced at the indifferent Fang Yuan and couldn't help but pout. Fang Gu, could you please go buy it? Fang Yuan rolled his eyes in response. If you want it, you can go. I have no intention of using that stuff. It was your request. Han Sisi remarked. I always knew Fang Yuan had thick skin, but I didn't anticipate such brazen shamelessness. A few minutes later, Han Sisi returned to the car, clutching a small bag. Fang Yuan reached out to take it, but Han Sisi hesitated to hand it over. Only after he shot her a pointed glance did she cover her face and reluctantly pass it to him. Fang Yuan took a look and realized that the recent deception had imparted a wealth of knowledge to the sisters. Half an hour later, the two entered a 4-star hotel hand in hand. After swiping the room key and stepping inside, Fang Yuan tilted her chin up and, with a beaming smile, inquired, How did Yingying discover your secret last time? Han Sisi playfully punched Fang Yuan on the back, leaning into his embrace, and indignantly replied, I told you. Yingying has a keen nose. Moreover, you kept it from me and let her find out. Fang Gu, you're too wicked. Do you prefer me to be serious? Or do you enjoy a bit of mischief? Fang Yuan opened his arms, inviting her to wrap her arms around his neck. Han Sisi complied, hiding in his embrace, and huffed, I prefer Fang Gu to be serious in public, but a little naughty in private. Is this encouragement? Indeed, the elder sister was somewhat different behind closed doors. Han Yingying was right. The elder sister had a hidden playful side. Fang Yuan, reclining on the bed, chuckled at the slightly impatient Han Sisi, giving her a knowing glance. Don't rush. Let us first review our previous lessons. But you mustn't be too excessive. Han Sisi hesitated momentarily before yielding. I wouldn't dare make you uncomfortable. Last time was an accident. Fang Yuan reassured her, gently tousling her hair. Gathering her courage, Han Sisi began to cooperate with Fang Yuan in reviewing their past lessons. Sisi, you surpassing Ying. Fang Gu, please don't mention her. I'll get jealous. All right. We won't bring her up, Fang Yuan solemnly promised. Since entering the hotel at 9 o'clock, the two had remained there until 11. Fang Yuan executed a stunning maneuver. A warm reminder. This chapter contains an epilogue. Had it not been for Han Ying, the scatterbrained one, incessantly boasting in the group about passing her makeup exam, Fang Yuan might have achieved a dazzling score of 4 victories. Fang Gu, Ying is already urging us in the group to pick her up. Han Sisi, nestled against his shoulder, appeared weary, her charming face still radiantly flushed. The tone of voice, prior to entering the hotel, had noticeably softened. Observing Boss Fang resting with his eyes closed, Han Sisi felt a twinge of anxiety. Brother Fang, please stop calling. He hasn't yet recovered, she urged. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and, with a touch of playful melancholy, remarked, Sisi, why do you seem more spirited than I am? You can't say that. Han Sisi retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully thumped her small fists against Boss Fang's chest. To Fang Yuan, her demeanor resembled that of a spoiled child seeking affection. Without hesitation, he pulled her into his embrace, playfully teasing her with a brazen question, Sisi, don't you think Brother Fang is impressive? Han Sisi covered her face, protesting, Brother Fang, please refrain from asking such things. Fang Yuan responded, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your tacit agreement. Observing her playful yet reproachful expression, Fang Yuan's sense of accomplishment soared. This was the sweet culmination of enduring hardship. After having charmed the two sisters for days, was this not the moment he had awaited? Sometimes, a man's joy is as simple as that. He had successfully maneuvered 200,000 in debts onto the sisters, a lucrative transaction indeed. He wondered how the dim-witted Han Ying would react. With the elder sister secured, it was time to turn attention to the younger. He needed to exert more effort. After lingering in the room for a few minutes, they finally gathered their belongings and exited hand in hand. Once back in the car, Han Sisi expressed concern, Brother Fang, what if Ying asks about our whereabouts? How shall we explain? Fang Yuan was prepared with a ready answer. Just tell her we went to the bank to discuss business with Uncle Li. Han Sisi nodded, somewhat understanding. This explanation was indeed foolproof, as it pertained to Boss Fang's financial endeavors, and the younger sister would not likely suspect her. Relieved by this thought, Han Sisi exhaled, yet unease crept back into her mind regarding Boss Fang's recent behavior, worrying it might have gone too far. Fastening his seatbelt, Fang Yuan affectionately ruffled the hair of the elder sister. Why the long face? With my explanation, there's bound to be no issue. Hesitantly, Han Sisi murmured, Brother Fang, that's not what I'm worried about. Then what is it? She blushed, whispering, I'm afraid I might be pregnant. Fang Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. What is the big deal? If it happens, we'll just have the child. Han Sisi fell silent, covering her face. She could be shameless, but her family still had to uphold some dignity. Moreover, given Boss Fang's demeanor, it seemed they would have to keep everything clandestine. However, she hadn't anticipated his response to be so straightforward, devoid of any hesitation. His attitude provided her with a sense of security, causing a smile to unconsciously form at the corners of her lips. Her previous frown lifted, and she returned to her typically optimistic self. A discerning eye would notice a newfound allure about her. Minutes later, Fang Yuan picked up Han Ying, who had been waiting at the examination venue for half an hour. As soon as she entered the car, Han Ying, with a beaming smile, playfully inquired, Brother Fang, where have you taken my sister? You wouldn't be sneakily bullying her behind my back, would you? Fang Yuan, slightly annoyed, tapped her on the head. What are you thinking all day? I'm simply meeting Uncle Li for tea to discuss alone. Han Ying responded with a slight pout. Brother Fang, is your company still in need of funds? Fang Yuan had no intention of elaborating. Why ask so many questions? Just focus on being a good caretaker. Han Ying, feeling a bit regretful for prying further, realized that Brother Fang typically refrained from discussing work matters with them. Their understanding of his company was limited to the empty office space. They had little concept of the scale of Fang Yuan's enterprise. Observing her sister's expression, Han Ying found nothing amiss. Usually, Brother Fang would tease them during their bath time. So the prolonged separation from her sister made the situation seem unreasonable. After pondering for a while, she couldn't arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. That evening, Fang Yuan had one arm around each sister, and they no longer resisted his playful gestures, choosing to turn a blind eye. The sisters were searching for rental shops on their phones, not wishing to remain cooped up in the villa all day. Since Brother Fong had plans, it was better to comply. Before long, their cheeks flushed. They exchanged glances filled with mischief towards Fong Yuan. Enjoying the moment, Fong Yuan not only tightened his hold, but also escalated the teasing. The sisters, in unison, playfully scolded him. "Brother Fong, don't go too far." Fong Yuan retorted. "Then why are you wearing one less piece of clothing?" Han Yingying, with a playful glint in her eyes, nudged her sister. "Sister, he's asking you." Han Sisi shot her a glare. "Focus on finding your shop and don't involve me in everything." The sisters bantered back and forth. It was uncertain when it had begun, but after their showers, they had taken to dressing rather lightly, with each only wearing a small camisole on their upper bodies. Fong Yuan withdrew his hand, teasingly observing them. "Why have you stopped your quarrel? Go on. Brother, you're incorrigible." One sister boldly leaned in to give him a kiss, prompting the hesitant sister to follow suit. After playfully teasing the sisters, Fong Yuan finally addressed the matter of their shop on Pinduoduo. "Tomorrow, you both should secure the rental for the shop. Get someone to do some simple renovations and hire a few workers. I will handle the sourcing." The sisters nodded, committing his words to memory. Han Yingying then handed her phone to him. "Brother Fong, the shop I found has a monthly rent of 5,000 yuan, with a deposit of 3 months required and a minimum 1-year lease." Fong Yuan considered the location to be reasonably convenient, with a subway station nearby, and it would only take about 10 minutes to drive there. Thus, he resolved to rent the place without hesitation, as money was not a constraint. He planned to rent a small storage unit as well. "By the way, how much reserve capital do we have at home? I need to check the accounts." Han Yingying dashed back to her room to retrieve the statement and reported to Boss Fong. "Brother Fong, we still have 850,000 left." Fong Yuan gestured towards the phone resting on the coffee table, prompting Han Sisi to bend down and hand it to him. "I will transfer another 200,000. Brother Fong, how will we send the items to the customers once they place orders?" "You figure it out. If everything relies on me, you might as well stay home and be my caretakers." "Brother Fong, what now? What if we incur losses? Whose responsibility will that be?" "It will be counted as your debt." The two sisters exchanged puzzled glances, feeling as though they were being misled by their boss once again. If they truly faced losses, it would amount to hundreds of thousands in debt. Why did the debt seem to multiply endlessly? When would they ever be free of it? Chapter 70. The launch of Pingxi Shi. Upon receiving a task assigned by Boss Fong, Han Sisi became quite busy. Not only did she need to find time to practice for her driving tests, but she also had to organize the renovation of the shop. Her time spent at home diminished considerably. With Han Sisi absent, Fong Yuan found his own time at home rather dull. He diligently clocked in for work every day, striving to be a competent boss. However, as CEO Wang Yongxiang took on the overarching duties of the company, the frequency with which executives approached him for updates gradually decreased. It evolved into a scenario where Wang Yongxiang would report directly to him, unless Fong Yuan specifically desired information on a particular matter. Moreover, with only 10 days remaining until the market launch of Pingxi Shi, the entire Yuan Chuang company was working overtime to prepare for the product launch. Of course, these preparations did not significantly concern him as the owner. After all, he had provided ample funding, and salaries were dispersed as usual, with various benefits even comparable to leading internet firms. If employees continued to be sluggish and unproductive, they were not worth retaining, and he would dismiss them without a moment's hesitation. On September 29th, Han Sisi took the instructor's car to the testing site, where they would take both the third and fourth driving tests consecutively. Fong Yuan felt disinclined to remain at the company today. He would only be staring blankly in the office and preferred to return home to trade stocks. The preparations for the market launch of Pingxi Shi were nearly complete. They were now awaiting the National Day to assess the fruits of their labor over the past months. Naturally, the initial promotional efforts were substantial. Fong Yuan approved a budget of 30 million for advertising Pingxi Shi, which included placements in major mobile manufacturers' app stores and ongoing advertisements for a month across popular chat platforms such as QQ, Tushio, Weibo Hot Searches, and Tieba. How long can this 30 million last? Fong Yuan is uncertain. Currently, he possesses a cash flow of 100 million. The 3 stocks he holds, valued at a total of 1.5 billion, have already yielded an impressive profit of 84, translating to a net gain of 12.6 billion. However, he has yet to liquidate them, thus unable to account for this in his cash flow. On the other hand, Liu Xiaoxua's managed funds have surged from 1 billion to 9 billion in just 2 months, reflecting a staggering profit of 90. Even as a reborn individual, Fang Yuan cannot help but admire Liu Xiaoxua, the overseas financial doctor, for her insight. Though her emotional intelligence may be somewhat lacking, her ability to generate wealth is truly remarkable, irrespective of her connection to Old Li. It is imperative to cultivate a deeper collaborative relationship with her moving forward. Once the current bull market gradually subsides next year, he plans to invest in promising stocks, positioning himself strategically to reap profits effortlessly in the future. Returning to reality, Fang Yuan contemplated the subsequent financial requirements of the e-commerce platform, Pinduoduo. Relying solely on his current funds seemed grossly inadequate. Before achieving scale, e-commerce often becomes a voracious consumer of capital, requiring continuous funding. Additionally, capital influx would benefit Pinduoduo's future development. However, prior to seeking financing, the foremost objective is to attract a larger user base to Pinduoduo. This will enhance its value before the financing round, enabling him to secure more funds for development in exchange for a smaller equity stake. At 3 in the afternoon, Han Cici showcased her achievement in the group by sending red envelopes, boasting about passing her driving tests with full marks. Fang Yuan casually grabbed 10 yuan and urged her to return home swiftly. After half an hour, Han Cici arrived at the villa, eager to share her good news with Fang Yuan. Upon hearing it, he instinctively ruffled her hair, suggesting that her driving license would likely arrive post-National Day, and soon she could take his Mazda for a spin. Feeling a bit anxious, Han Cici cautiously inquired, "Brother Fang, perhaps we should just walk?" Amused by her concern, Fang Yuan reassured her, "Don't wear such a long face. Everyone starts as a novice. A few more drives will make you comfortable. Besides, whenever we go out, you will be the one driving my car." Han Cici rolled her eyes in exasperation, feeling burdened by this unexpected responsibility. Serving as Fang Yuan's caretaker was no ordinary task. Before she could gather her thoughts, he assigned her another task. "Putting that aside, I plan to explore the northern regions during the National Day holiday. So please prepare a travel itinerary promptly." Han Cici initially nodded, then glanced at Boss Fang with a hint of hesitation. "Brother Fang, what shall we do about the shop?" Fang Yuan chuckled, "Why the rush? We haven't even secured a supply yet. Once we return from the National Day holiday, I will sort it out for you." Upon hearing about the trip, Han Cici eagerly volunteered, "Brother Fang, I'll work overtime tonight to prepare the itinerary." Fang Yuan replied with a smile, "Just remember, there's no overtime pay." Han Cici muttered, "If there's none, so be it. I'm happy to do it." It was a rare occasion to celebrate National Day, and she couldn't bear the thought of missing out on the fun. Having been preoccupied with obtaining her driver's license lately, and with Boss Fang frequently at the office, she hadn't had the chance to explore for days, her spirit already yearning for adventure. As Boss Fang had aptly stated, making money could take a back seat. Relaxation was paramount. With renewed enthusiasm, Han Cici rose. "Brother Fang, I'll go downstairs to fetch the tablet." Fang Yuan waved his hand. "Go ahead. And also make a reservation at a restaurant. We're going out for a feast tonight to celebrate you. Decide where to eat." Han Cici responded with an "oh" and exited the study. Chapter 71. Han Yingying faces collective punishment the following day. Fang Yuan visited the company to reconfirm the launch of Pinduoduo. Everything was ready. Now it was merely a matter of observing the market's reaction once it was unveiled. As of now, Pinduoduo hosted a mere 40,000 merchant shops, half of which were established by farmers from various regions, while the rest comprised vendors lured by the allure of Pinduoduo's zero-cost storefronts, primarily selling low-end products. Currently, Pinduoduo's algorithm could achieve precise service recommendations by acquiring user permission data. Once users downloaded the app, the algorithm would analyze their behavior patterns and recommend products accordingly, a process colloquially referred to as finding people through goods rather than the other way around. Additionally, when users were determined to purchase items, they could do so at a lower price through group buying. For higher value products, there was even a feature that allowed users to invite others to negotiate prices. Pinduoduo's current functionalities far surpassed those available at its inception with a more robust algorithm. If this endeavor still did not succeed, he might as well return home to raise pigs. After spending the day at the office, he returned home to find the sisters already packed and waiting for him. After all, they were set to travel for 7 days during the National Day holiday, and ample luggage was essential, with each person carrying a suitcase. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the trio arrived at Baiyun Airport. Boarding commenced at 7:30, and they had purchased tickets for business class, each costing over 10,000 yuan, a lavish expense. Each person had a private seat, and the accompanying services were indeed commendable. However, the flight attendants did not live up to expectations, especially when compared to the sisters. After a few glances, he found little interest in observing them further. During the 3-hour journey, Fang Yuan mostly succumbed to sleep. The two sisters, still filled with a sense of novelty after boarding the plane, took numerous photographs with their phones, which had no internet access. Among them was a rather humorous image of Boss Fang, who had fallen asleep and was drooling. At 10:30 in the evening, the trio exited the Capital International Airport and boarded the airport shuttle to the Hilton Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, the sisters were taken aback to discover there was only one bed. They exchanged glances, their eyes settling on the composed Boss Fang. They should have checked the hotel reservation made by Boss Fang before their departure. Exchanging a knowing look, Han Sisi discreetly signaled her sister, Han Yingying, who, with great reluctance, ventured to ask, "Boss Fang, can we get another room?" Boss Fang, having set the air conditioning and set down the remote, looked at the sisters and replied, "There are no rooms left." Han Yingying bit her lip and suggested, "Then how about you sleep on the sofa, boss? How could you even say that?" Boss Fang walked over and playfully tapped her on the head, saying, "I, as your boss, have no complaints about you too, yet you dare to express disdain towards me. What is the harm in sleeping together? I want tea bite." "Boss, you're doing this on purpose," Han Yingying pouted in retort. Han Sisi nodded in agreement, sensing that Boss Fang had intentionally booked such a room. With a cheerful smile, Boss Fang remarked, "Either way, the bed is large enough. 3 people won't feel cramped at all. Hurry up and pack your things. I'll take a shower first." He opened his suitcase, selected a pair of underwear and pajamas, and headed straight for the bathroom, leaving the sisters exchanging bewildered glances. Han Yingying, resting her forehead on her hand, asked, "Sister, what should we do?" Han Sisi shrugged in resignation. "We'll just go with the flow." Han Yingying inquired further, "So how will we sleep? Should we share one side? Or let boss sleep in the middle?" Han Sisi scoffed, "Of course we'll share one side. Where else would you want to sleep? Stop thinking about such nonsense." Han Yingying secretly found amusement in this, but responded, "Boss definitely won't allow us to sleep like that. He must have had ulterior motives when booking this room." Han Sisi felt a bit embarrassed. It was her first encounter with such a situation, and she was unsure how to navigate it. She insisted, "If boss insists on sleeping in the middle, we'll just turn our backs to him." Han Yingying absent-mindedly responded with an "O." After finishing his shower, Boss Fang emerged to find the sisters sitting on the edge of the bed, engrossed in their phones. He squeezed himself between them. Curious, "What are you looking at?" Han Yingying looked up and replied, "We're looking at the photos taken on the plane today. Let me see what you've captured," Boss Fang said as he took her phone and began to scroll through the pictures. Upon viewing the image of himself asleep and drooling, Han Yingying awkwardly explained, "Boss, let me explain." Boss Fang chuckled, "You've secretly taken a photo of your boss. I'll fine you 500 yuan. With a mournful expression, Han Yingying attempted to negotiate. "Boss, can you make it a little less? If it's too much, just fine my sister 500 yuan as well." Han Sisi shot her an angry glare. "Han Yingying, can you not have any shame?" Han Yingying boldly asserted, "Brother Fang stated early on that anyone who errs shall be punished together. Am I not correct, Brother Fang?" Fang Yuan glanced at the two with earnest sincerity and nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is the case." Han Sisi displayed a look of feigned grievance, while Han Yingying reveled in the misfortune. As long as Boss Fang remained impartial, she never felt she had suffered. She had successfully dragged her sister down with her. With that, Han Yingying made her escape. Hearing the sound of running water from the bathroom, Fang Yuan playfully poked Han Sisi's cheek and naturally opened his arms, saying, "Sisi, why not come to Brother Fang's embrace?" Reluctantly, Han Sisi leaned against Boss Fang, muttering, "Brother Fang, your punishment is too severe. It was only 100 yuan before, but now it has multiplied 5-fold. We are both penalized, and this month we lost 1,000 yuan." Before long, Han Yingying returned to the bedside in her little cami. Han Sisi shot her sister a glare, then silently picked up her clothes to take a shower. Han Yingying, feeling a bit awkward, asked, "Brother Fang, is my sister angry?" "How would I know? Why don't you go ask her?" After the shower, the three engaged in casual conversation before turning off the lights. Fang Yuan persistently chatted with the elder sister, which made Han Yingying somewhat displeased, inwardly huffing. Brother Fang is indeed biased. Chapter 72, The Debut of Pinduoduo, A beautiful achievement. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Fong Yuan awoke to find himself alone in bed. The sisters had risen just past 2 o'clock to witness the flag-raising ceremony. At that hour, Fong Yuan, utterly exhausted, had chosen not to accompany them. After a while, he groggily heard their voices. "Sister, how about we invite Brother Fong to join us for the flag-raising tomorrow? You think he'll listen to you? I'll call you sister. Hee. Brother Fong is certainly more fond of you. Enough of this chatter. You should be ashamed of yourselves." Han Yingying scoffed dismissively, setting down her camera and promptly seeking out Boss Fong. "Brother Fong, we are back." Fong Yuan turned over, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and expertly wrapped an arm around her waist. "Cece? Brother Fong, are you doing this on purpose?" Han Yingying felt a wave of frustration and, looking at the grinning Boss Fong, playfully said, "Brother Fong, think again. It turns out you favor Yingying the most." Fong Yuan, with a tender pinch to her cheek, curiously inquired, "Did you manage to get in line for the flag raising?" "We did, and we took plenty of photos." "Show me the pictures." "Just a moment." As they discussed this, Han Yingying's mood brightened considerably, her earlier discontent completely forgotten. Fong Yuan casually flipped through the photos and indeed found that the sisters had successfully witnessed the flag-raising ceremony. Their luck was commendable. By 9 in the morning, the trio departed from the Hilton Hotel, setting off for Tiananmen Square. In the afternoon, I strolled through the Forbidden City and Jingshan Park. During the National Day holiday, every destination is teeming with crowds. Yet as it was my first visit to the capital, there was a certain novelty to the experience. In the morning, I held my sister's hand as we wandered about, and in the afternoon, I switched to my younger sister's hand. The balance of attention was anything but ordinary. After all, being out in public, I lacked the courage to embrace both at once, lest I find myself trending on social media the next day. After a day of exploration, I felt utterly exhausted. Observing the vitality of the two sisters, who had risen at 2 in the morning and still appeared so spirited after a full day of activities, was quite astonishing. In the evening, we indulged in Peking duck, but all three of us found it excessively rich, leaving us somewhat unsatisfied. Upon returning to the hotel, we engaged in some online shopping on Pinduoduo. Based on the statistical report recently shared by Wang Yongxiang, as of 9 o'clock in the evening, the web version of Pinduoduo had surpassed 500,000 visits. With 20% of users making purchases, the app version had exceeded 1 million downloads, with over 40% of users participating in shopping and sharing group purchases on WeChat. The interactive activities of group buying and price cutting had gone viral, trending on social media and proliferating like wildfire among WeChat circles. Receiving such data on the very first day of market introduction eased my anxiety. It at least confirmed that my investment was sound. As long as we could attract domestic and foreign capital, the prospects for Pinduoduo would only grow brighter. The moment it goes public, I could gradually reap the rewards. I had invested a total of 100 million in Pinduoduo, yet post-IPO, it could yield returns in the hundreds or even thousands of times that amount. Was this not more impressive than Warren Buffett? Brother Fong, there are so many trolls on Weibo criticizing Pinduoduo for selling counterfeit goods, claiming it pales in comparison to Taobao and Jingdong. Han Cece exclaimed, clutching her phone, visibly upset. I couldn't help but chuckle at her candidness, while internally, I remained unperturbed. Did her indignation truly reflect my own? I patted her head and remarked, to be fair, they are not entirely wrong. Aside from the agricultural products, about 60% of other goods are indeed substandard. Han Cece still seemed puzzled. Brother Fong, can one really make money this way? Han Yingying also cast a doubtful glance my way. If counterfeit goods are frequently sold, one that attracts scrutiny? I rubbed my forehead, feeling a bit helpless as I looked at them. Cheap goods are inherently lacking in quality. Users who choose to shop on Pinduoduo have likely compared prices across multiple platforms. The cost is their primary concern, while quality can be somewhat secondary. Han Yingying scratched her head, feeling overwhelmed by the complexity of the conversation. Perhaps it was better not to delve into such matters. Being carefree each day was much more enjoyable, devoid of worries. She turned to her sister. Sister, do you understand? Han Cece shook her head. I'm only half clear on it. Fong Yuan was not inclined to offer excessive explanations, playfully hinting, you two need not fret. Instead, why not indulge in the joy of shopping on Pinduoduo? The sisters exchanged glances, with Han Yingying whispering, Brother Fong, didn't you say you dislike us purchasing inexpensive items? Fong Yuan, bewildered, responded, when did I ever utter such a statement? Han Yingying gestured towards her sister. Sister, Brother Fong is inquiring about you. Han Sisi shot her a glare, retorting, "What does that have to do with me?" Han Ying, with a hint of petulance, remarked, "You were the one who told me, and now you wish to deny it." Han Sisi felt a twinge of annoyance towards her naive sister. Had it not been for Boss Fong intervening, she would have certainly shown her sister a lesson. Fong Yuan gently patted their heads, declaring, "I'm off to sleep. Do you wish to disturb my slumber?" Han Ying instantly adopted a sweet demeanor, clinging to Fong Yuan's arm. "Brother Fong, how could I dare?" Han Sisi, blushing, followed suit and wrapped her arms around Boss Fong's arm. Outwardly, the sisters appeared amicable, yet behind the scenes, they exchanged mischievous glances. Fong Yuan chose not to intervene further. Assisting either party would be perceived as favoritism. A cold treatment was the most prudent choice. After all, both sisters generally adhered to his opinions, obediently following his lead. If Fong Yuan directed them eastward, they would never venture west, perhaps only indulging in a bit of playful pouting when reluctant. It must be said, money is indeed a marvelous thing. The following day, the trio set out for Beihai Park, the Prince Gong's mansion, and Shikahai. On the third day, they visited the old Summer Palace, the Bird's Nest, the Water Cube, and the Great Wall at Badaling. It was not until the fourth day that their excursions concluded, leading them to Wangfujing and Guamao for shopping. Accompanying women on shopping trips is undeniably exhausting. The sisters maintained their frugal spending habits, yet compared to before, their progress was quite evident. Previously, a single shopping trip would scarcely exceed 300 yuan. Now, their horizons had expanded considerably. During a leisurely outing, they could easily spend 2,000 to 3,000 yuan on cheaper items, with the pricier purchases being at Fong Yuan's insistence. Passing by a jewelry store, Fong Yuan selected 2 pendants for the sisters, a modest expenditure of 150,000 yuan. Though they protested that it was too extravagant and a waste, their smiles were brighter than usual. This seemed to be the first time Boss Fong had bestowed gifts upon them, leaving the sisters in high spirits. Had they not been out shopping, they would have undoubtedly rushed into Boss Fong's embrace, seeking affection and playful teasing. That evening, upon returning to the hotel, Fong Yuan finished his shower and lay on the bed, directing the sisters to massage his back. After a day of walking, he was utterly exhausted. Chapter 73. The sister eavesdrops. "Sisi, have you not eaten?" Fong Yuan chided his sister. Han Sisi felt a pang of grievance. Why could she not adopt the carefree attitude of Han Ying? Beside her, Han Ying, eager for recognition, inquired, "Brother Fong, is my strength sufficient?" Fong Yuan gritted his teeth in pain, casting an annoyed glance at his sister. "Ying, are you seeking revenge on Brother Fong? Why such force?" Han Ying merely pouted in response. The sisters exchanged glances, arriving at a mutual conclusion. Boss Fong was truly difficult to please. After enduring their ministrations for about 10 minutes, Fong Yuan found himself dissatisfied with their massage techniques. Leaning against the headboard, he wrapped an arm around each of their waists and instructed, "You two should take some time to learn proper massage techniques." The sisters wore expressions of dismay, having just completed their driving tests. Now Boss Fong expected them to learn massages as well. Indeed, earning money was no easy feat. Seizing the moment when his sisters stepped away to use the restroom, Fong Yuan leaned in close to Han Sisi and whispered, "Don't sleep too early later. Brother Fong wishes to have a chat with you." Han Sisi understood the implication behind his words. However, with only a bedroom and a bathroom in the confined space, where could they possibly converse? Surely, they couldn't crawl beneath the bed. Han Sisi bit her lip, shyly suggesting, "Brother Fong, perhaps we should discuss it at home? What if Ying finds out?" Fong Yuan dismissed her concerns. What is there to fear? If she discovers it, it would be even better. Han Sisi scoffed, "Brother Fong, you are incorrigible." Fong Yuan playfully tousled her hair. "We can go to the bathroom in a moment." Nodding like a chick pecking at rice, Han Sisi agreed. When Han Ying returned from the restroom, Fong Yuan eagerly engaged her in conversation, even playfully teasing her behind her sister's back. Han Ying felt a twinge of guilt, experiencing for the first time such favoritism from Brother Fong, while her sister remained obliviously unjealous. Delighted yet somewhat disoriented by this newfound attention, she eventually drifted off to sleep. After about half an hour, Fong Yuan confirmed that Han Ying had indeed fallen into a deep slumber, not merely pretending. He then turned to embrace his sister's waist, and Han Sisi instinctively rolled over, their faces mere inches apart, each understanding the other's intent. The following morning, an early rising Han Ying wondered why her sister was still sleeping in. It was quite normal for Boss Fong to sleep in, being the boss and all. However, her sister usually rose even earlier than she did, so what could be the reason for her lingering in bed today? With curiosity, she tiptoed over to her sister's side and gently touched her forehead. Before she could utter a word, Han Sisi groggily murmured, "Brother Fong, please don't touch." Han Yingying rolled her eyes, thinking it amusing that her sister was dreaming about Boss Fong. Feeling somewhat foolish, she headed to brush her teeth. Yet, as she entered the bathroom, she discovered that her sister had changed out of her pajamas the night before, leaving behind a pair of Boss Fong's underwear. Driven by curiosity, Han Yingying became a curious cat, picking up the clothing for a closer look. Almost instantly, she felt a wave of despair wash over her. The two individuals certainly had no pleasant encounters the previous night, though this remains mere speculation. The following day, the trio embarked on a journey to Zhangjiajie. Fong Yuan sensed that Han Yingying had been behaving oddly over the past few days, appearing rather despondent. He pondered what might have transpired, as he believed he had not wronged her in any way. On the 6th day of the National Day holiday, the three checked into a hotel. That evening, Fong Yuan subtly hinted to his sister, employing the same approach as before. Han Yingying immediately grew suspicious, feigning compliance with Fong Boss's conversation. When it was time for bed, she pretended to sleep. After an indeterminate period, she sensed someone leaving the bed but dared not open her eyes, opting instead to maintain her ruse. Eventually, she noticed Fong Boss had also risen. Only then did she feel brave enough to open her eyes, discovering both companions were absent, which deepened her melancholy. It was late at night, and the notion of them sneaking off behind her back could not bode well. She stealthily crept to the bathroom to eavesdrop. What she overheard startled her. After a while, she returned to bed, her mind swirling with bizarre images. Ultimately, exhaustion weighed heavily upon her eyelids, and with an exasperated sigh, she thought, surely, they had been clandestinely together on the day of my makeup exam for the second subject. The following day, Han Yingying rose particularly early to check the bathroom again, finding no forgotten possessions belonging to either of them. She pouted and muttered, "Why should I be deprived of such treatment? Fong Go is clearly showing favoritism." 2 days later, the trio concluded their National Day holiday. It was not that they did not wish to continue their escapades. Rather, Fong Yuan suspected that the oblivious Han Yingying had caught wind of something. Every time he and his sister engaged in late-night discussions in the bathroom, Han Yingying appeared the next day with a face full of grievance. Such coincidences were too remarkable to ignore. She must have uncovered something. On the evening of their return to the Zhujiang villa, Fong Yuan pulled Han Yingying aside for a heart-to-heart. "Come clean, were you eavesdropping in the corner those 2 nights?" Han Yingying scrunched her nose, gazing up at Fong Boss with a look of dismay. "Fong Go, you've kept secrets from me for far too long." Fong Yuan reassured her, "Nevertheless, I have shown no favoritism." Han Yingying huffed, "No favoritism, indeed." Fong Yuan was taken aback, not expecting to be discovered so easily. It became evident that living in close quarters left little room for secrets. Ruffling his hair, he suggested, "Why not come to my room tonight?" Han Yingying, blushing, shyly replied, "Fong Go, I'll come find you once my days have passed." Fong Yuan understood what she meant by days. Out of curiosity, he inquired, "Does your sister come at this time as well?" Han Yingying was filled with jealousy. After all, they were twins. How could they be any different? Chapter 74. In just 7 days, sales exceeded 10 million. Old Li hurried to deliver the money. "Brother Fong, if you wish to know, just ask my sister," Han Yingying playfully said while clinging to Fong Yuan's arm. Fong Yuan chuckled, fully aware of her jealousy. It was indeed rare for the younger sister to feel envious. She typically enjoyed being affectionate towards him, while it was the elder sister who frequently displayed jealousy. If there were no rivalry, that would be peculiar, akin to robots devoid of emotion. This was not merely a matter of normal girls. After all, the two sisters were like the legendary Huang and Nuying. Occasionally feeling jealous of one another was rather amusing. Given his current wealth, a mere gesture from him could attract a multitude of women eager to win his favor. Yet, none could compare to the charm of these two sisters. Thoughtful twins were infinitely more appealing than those who merely sought to flatter. Fong Yuan found this all quite delightful. From initially teasing the sisters, who were skeptical and suspicious, to witnessing their now gentle demeanor, his efforts had certainly borne fruit. "Brother Fong." Han Yingying noticed Fong Yuan lost in thought and leaned closer, whispering, "Has Yingying discovered something?" Fong Yuan stubbornly denied it. "Not at all. She is merely envious of you." Han Sisi nodded thoughtfully. Fong Yuan then inquired, "Sisi, do you have time tonight?" Sisi blushed and shook her head. "Brother Fong, I am unwell. This confirmed his suspicion. It seemed the sisters' cycles coincided, truly the bond of twins. However, he feigned disbelief. Really? Cece playfully nudged him. Brother Fong, would I lie to you? Besides, I have considered it. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. So, Cece is also a little glutton. Cece could not help but smile, gradually learning what words pleased Fong Yuan. She realized she could no longer be shy or timid, for a mere touch would leave her blushing. Otherwise, Fong Yuan would undoubtedly show favoritism. October 8th, Financial Building. After more than a week of absence, Fong Yuan sat in a conference room at Yuan Chuang Company, listening to reports from the executives. In truth, during the entire National Day holiday, 70% of Yuan Chuang staff had been working overtime, particularly in key departments like technology, sales, and operations, which operated at full capacity. The product had just been launched to the market and had already garnered positive feedback, yet issues that had not surfaced during testing were now becoming apparent. Although these were minor glitches and bugs, their cumulative effect significantly impacted the user experience. Without dedicating extra hours to resolve these matters, a peaceful holiday was simply unattainable. During the National Day holiday, Pinduoduo exhibited remarkable performance, justifying the 30 million yuan marketing expenditure from Fong Yuan. Over the span of 7 days, the web version of Pinduoduo garnered over 3 million visitors, while the app version surpassed 7 million downloads across all platforms, and the number of paying users exceeded 1 million. With sales exceeding 10 million yuan, this achievement can be likened to a triumphant opening. Furthermore, according to the report presented by Wang Yongxiang, Pinduoduo's user growth rate is astonishing, nearly doubling on a daily basis. It is undeniable that the success of Pinduoduo's group buying and price-cutting strategies is significantly influenced by WeChat, orchestrated by Ma Ge. Imagine receiving a Pinduoduo bargain link from friends and family, accompanied by a red envelope in a group chat, urging you to assist in the price reduction. Would you refrain from lending a hand? It would seem rather ungracious to seize the red envelope without contributing. Yet, one cannot remain indifferent in the face of a red envelope, even if it contains but a single cent. Most individuals instinctively react to seize the envelope. Moreover, WeChat allows the formation of groups specifically for bargain hunting, rendering it Pinduoduo's most effective advertisement. This explains why Fong Yuan is not averse to allowing Tencent to invest in Pinduoduo. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement where collective prosperity fosters growth and strength. As the meeting concluded, Fong Yuan left CEO Wang Yongxiang to delve deeper into the company's future plans, briefly mentioning the issue of stock options. Wang Yongxiang, seasoned in the industry, was well aware of Fong's motivations for raising the topic of stock options at this juncture. Yuan Chuang Company has moved beyond the frenzied hiring phase, with products now launched. Strategies to retain talent must be devised. A concrete plan will take some time to materialize. And Fong Yuan merely requested Wang Yongxiang to convey the news of stock options to reassure the team. In the afternoon, Mr. Li unexpectedly called, inviting Fong Yuan for tea at the bank. Fong Yuan was somewhat puzzled by Mr. Li's intentions. Upon arriving at the provincial branch of the bank, Mr. Li immediately inquired, Fong, do you have any plans for financing lately? Fong Yuan nearly spat out his tea in surprise, gazing at Mr. Li with confusion. How did you know I was considering financing? Mr. Li, casually cross-legged, replied with an air of nonchalance. It's hardly a secret, given the products your company has launched on Pinduoduo. How do you expect to navigate the e-commerce landscape without financing? Fong Yuan did not dispute Mr. Li's assertion. To narrate a compelling e-commerce story, the initial accumulation of user volume is an arduous and costly endeavor. However, financing must also consider what value the partner can bring to Pinduoduo. With a grin, Fong Yuan remarked, I'm not afraid to tell you, your bank isn't yet qualified to enter the arena. Mr. Li raised an eyebrow and shifted the conversation away from financing, directing it towards loans. If financing doesn't interest you, how about a loan? Intrigued, Fong Yuan pressed for details. How much can you lend? Old Li chuckled. Based on your current asset assessment, lending you 1 or 200 million should pose no significant issue. It was unusual for Old Li to be so generous, seemingly eager to bestow money upon him. Fong Yuan felt a twinge of caution. You wouldn't be suggesting I take out a loan from you, only to transfer the funds to your daughter's financial team to boost their performance, would you? Old Li feigned indignation. Am I that kind of person? Fong Yuan thought to himself, old man, you clearly intend for me to act as an intermediary. As the year drew to a close, brokerage firms were indeed eager to enhance their performance metrics. Chapter 75, 400 million loan. Old Li, why not consider pursuing a relationship with my daughter? Old Li, with an air of composure, prepared a pot of tea for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan inquired, is my asset base only sufficient for a loan of 200 million? Old Li shifted his posture, crossing his legs. Are you dissatisfied with that? Who has spare cash lying around? Fang Yuan shot him a glance. What if you were to lend me 400 million? I could allocate a portion to Manager Liu for management. Deal. You truly understand my intentions. Old Li smiled broadly, realizing that subtlety was wasted on this young man. Next time, he would be more direct. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. It was obvious that Old Li was hastily pursuing a loan to bolster Liu Xiaoxue's performance. However, he found himself in need of funds. He was reluctant to liquidate his stocks just yet, hoping that in a few months their value would appreciate further. The subsequent development of Pinduoduo would require substantial capital expenditure. Moreover, even if he commenced fundraising now, the money would not be dispersed all at once, but rather in installments. Yet, Fang Yuan was genuinely curious about Old Li's urgency in offering him a loan. Logically, if he were to assist Liu Xiaoxue in enhancing her performance annually, she would not still be a manager at this point. Old Li glanced at his watch and rose. Come on, it's nearly mealtime. Let's go have a drink and chat about life. I'll have my assistant arrange the contract and interest rates, ensuring they are as favorable as possible for you. Fang Yuan also stood, suggesting, how about we go to my place? I can have my sisters whip up some home-cooked dishes. Perhaps we can even invite Liu Xiaoxue to join us for a meal. Old Li grimaced. That girl has been in good spirits lately. I wouldn't want to disrupt her happiness. Fang Yuan questioned, what leads you to believe she's in good spirits? She spends all her time alone, with no one to converse with. He couldn't fathom how Old Li interpreted his daughter's solitude as contentment. The two continued their conversation as they left the bank and arrived at the restaurant, where Old Li retrieved a bottle of liquor from the car. Fang Yuan accepted the box, glancing at it with a look of naivety, expecting it to be Feitian, only to discover it was Guojiao. Uncle, why the change to Guojiao today? Old Li grinned. You, my friend, are in for a treat tonight. This is fine liquor. Fang Yuan, not particularly knowledgeable about wines, had only ever indulged in Feitian, which was the most expensive he had encountered thus far. The atmosphere felt rather mundane. He inquired further, is it expensive? Old Li boasted. This bottle of Guojiao 1573 Custom No. 1, which I managed to procure through a friend when it first emerged in 2009, cost over 100,000 yuan at that time. Now, it is priceless in the market. Without connections, one simply cannot acquire it. Fang Yuan instinctively licked his lips at the thought of 100,000 yuan for a jar of liquor. Given that the Guojiao 1573 Custom No. 1 is in a 5-kilogram bottle, each sip amounts to several hundred yuan. Today, he truly broadened his horizons. Yet, he felt a tinge of confusion. Old Li had first pursued him for a loan, and then produced his treasured aged liquor to treat him to a meal. Could it be that he had some ulterior motive? It felt almost like a last request. Upon entering the private room, Fang Yuan settled down and messaged the two sisters in their WeChat group, instructing them to sort out their own dinner for the evening as he intended to accompany Old Li for drinks. The sisters, upon learning that Boss Fang would not be returning for dinner, but rather spending time with Uncle Li, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. One must admit, Boss Fang indeed instilled a sense of trust in this regard. Typically, after work, he would return to the villa, almost never spending the night away from home. After exchanging a few words in the group, Fang Yuan set his phone aside. Just then, Old Li had finished ordering food and looked at Fang Yuan with astonishment. With your status, do you really need to report your whereabouts to those two little ones at home just for a meal after work? Fang Yuan shrugged. I am quite innocent, you know. Old Li chuckled, teasing, innocent, as in raising a pair of twins? Fang Yuan merely smiled and remained silent. Old Li chose not to dwell on that topic. After the waiters served the dishes, Old Li personally opened the jar of liquor and poured a glass for Fang Yuan. Try this. It has been aged for 5 or 6 years. I wonder if it has gone bad. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. That's a bit exaggerated. He lifted the glass and took a sip. It had a slight spiciness as it went down, but the aroma of the liquor was indeed rich. Noticing Fang Yuan squinting in enjoyment, Old Li poured himself a glass and downed it in one go, letting out a satisfied sound. Old Li asked, how is it? Quite good. The liquor is fragrant. Fang Yuan nodded, picking up his chopsticks to eat. Please ask your friend for me. I'd like a case as well. Old Li cleared his throat. A case is rather unlikely, but a few bottles shouldn't be an issue. though the price may be several times higher than when it was first released. Fang Yuan understood. He was not short on funds, primarily after tasting it. He found it delightful and wished to keep some for the future. On days when he craved a drink, he could indulge in a few sips and perhaps have the sisters dance for him, making life simply splendid. As they dined and conversed, they consumed another gene of liquor, both of their faces becoming quite flushed. They continued until 8 o'clock. Fang Yuan assisted old Li out of the restaurant. Having learned from past experiences, Fang Yuan first guided him to a tree to wait, while old Li emptied his stomach, then called for a designated driver. When the driver arrived, he asked old Li, "Uncle, are you feeling all right?" "No worries, this is just the beginning. Today, I am feeling quite cheerful, though I may have indulged a bit too much." Old Li shook his head and waved his hands, saying, "I might retire next year, but I still have some concerns about Xiaoxue. I was thinking of you." Fang Yuan rubbed his forehead, relieved that this was not his own vehicle. He felt no remorse whatsoever. However, old Li's situation was indeed somewhat tragic. His spouse had passed away a few years ago due to illness, and his daughter, due to her studies and various reasons, no longer recognized him as her father. With retirement approaching, he was still burdened with worries about his daughter's career. After regaining some clarity following his bout of nausea in his own car, old Li casually lit a cigarette and remarked, "Do you think I am quite unfortunate?" Fang Yuan did not refute him. The situation was undeniably bleak. It made one wonder why old Li hadn't been a bit more charming in his youth. At the very least, if he had, there might have been someone to support him in his retirement. Old Li sighed softly. "Considering my old face, I hope that once I retire, you could lend a hand if possible. If not, then so be it." Fang Yuan chuckled. "Uncle Li, you are being overly dramatic. Manager Lu simply lacks emotional intelligence. She can manage on her own." Old Li appeared somewhat despondent. Being able to support oneself is of little consequence. If she continues down this path, I may not even get to see my grandson before I pass. Fang Yuan felt a nagging suspicion that old Li was trying to manipulate him. It seemed that whatever he thought would come to fruition. Old Li looked at Fang Yuan, who was silent, and with a mischievous grin said, "Why don't you consider pursuing Xiaoxue? I wouldn't mind the slight age difference between you two." Fang Yuan nearly choked on his own breath. "You old rascal. Of course. You mind?" "I certainly do. What do you mean by slight age difference? There's a whole decade between us. Furthermore, in comparison to old Li's daughter, Xiaoxue's temperament was like heaven and earth. There was simply no basis for comparison." After a pause, Fang Yuan awkwardly smiled. "Uncle, you've had too much to drink." Old Li, with a cigarette in his mouth, wore an indescribable look of melancholy. "I am not drunk." Fang Yuan laughed good-naturedly. "Then I must be the one intoxicated." "You haven't said anything." Old Li smiled. "I see that Xiaoxue has a good impression of you. Take it from me. A man should not always seek out younger women. He must also look upward." They exchanged banter, gazing intently at one another. After finishing his cigarette, old Li waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I won't tease you anymore. Consider my previous words as unspoken. However, if you become successful, I hope you might lend Xiaoxue a hand someday." Fang Yuan hesitated, torn between wanting to speak and holding back. Just then, the voice of the designated driver broke the silence. "Excuse me, is the owner of vehicle number ending in 9635 present? I am Master Zhu from Didi." Fang Yuan, as though he had discovered a lifeline, beckoned the designated driver over. "I called for the driver. After you return my friend home, please give me a call and then take his car to the 4S shop for a wash." While speaking, he pulled out his wallet, counting out a handful of bills, which he handed to the driver, along with his contact number. The driver, visibly excited, assured him he would complete the task. After finalizing these arrangements, Fang Yuan patted old Li on the shoulder. "Uncle, you can head back now. I will manage on my own." Old Li sighed. "Remember what I just said?" Fang Yuan, with an awkward smile, nodded. "I won't forget." With Fang Yuan's assurance, old Li felt considerably relieved. Watching the designated driver drive away in old Li's car, Fang Yuan hailed a cab to return to the Pearl River Villa. On his way home, Fang Yuan pondered why old Li would favor him. Knowing his family was fraught with troubles, why would he push his daughter towards him? It was utterly unreasonable. Furthermore, he had little interest in Lu Xiaoxue. Aside from her financial acumen, her numerous flaws and dominant nature were off-putting. In Fang Yuan's mind, he preferred a partner who would obediently cater to him. Moreover, Lu Xiaoxue was a full decade older than him. Addressing her as Aunt wouldn't be inappropriate. The two sisters had developed a close friendship with Lu Xiaoxue, making it awkward to pursue her. Although he was disinterested in Lu Xiaoxue personally, He considered the potential for deepening their business collaboration. In fact, Fang Yuan had a preliminary plan. Not only could he repay old Li's favor, but he could also benefit himself. If possible, he could recruit Lu Xiaoxue under his wing, entrusting her with financial management. Their collaboration had lasted long enough for him to recognize her talent in finance, which indeed warranted his consideration. However, he had anticipated that old Li would retire next year. Given Lu Xiaoxue's temperament, without old Li's covert support, she would likely only ascend one more level, perhaps becoming a director, which would be the pinnacle of her career. Her emotional intelligence was ill-suited for the finance world. For a woman to thrive in finance, she often had to play the role of a mere toy for leaders and major clients. At 9 in the evening, Fang Yuan returned home. The two sisters had been waiting at the door for quite some time, and they helped him inside to rest. Han Yingying, holding a damp towel, wiped the sweat from Fang Yuan's brow while inquiring, "Brother Fang, how much did you drink with Uncle Li?" Fang Yuan pointed to his face, "Just a few Jin." Han Sisi expressed her concern, "Brother Fang, please drink less next time." Fang Yuan wrapped his arms around the sisters' waists. "We'll discuss that later. Could you be a bit more proactive? I've been waiting for ages." Han Yingying exchanged a glance with her sister, and together, they leaned in to plant a kiss on Fang Yuan's cheek. Fang Yuan, however, was not entirely satisfied. He playfully kissed both sisters on their foreheads, teasing the elder before turning his attention to the younger. This prompted the sisters to snuggle closer to him. Their cheeks flushed as they playfully complained, "Brother Fang, your breath reeks of alcohol. It's unbearable." Fang Yuan chuckled heartily, affectionately patting their heads. "Help me to the bathtub for a soak." Upon hearing this, the sisters, well acquainted with Fang Yuan's demeanor, grew cautious. A tipsy Fang Yuan was certainly not to be taken seriously. They assisted him to the bathroom, intending to leave him to undress and bathe alone. However, Fang Yuan spread his arms and called out to them, "Where do you think you're going? Sisi, give me a massage, and Yingying, scrub my back." Han Yingying pouted, "Brother Fang, can't you do it yourself?" Han Sisi, equally bashful, chimed in, "Brother Fang, you complained last time that I couldn't massage well. Perhaps I should practice more before helping you." Fang Yuan grasped their hands. "Do you not wish for the store to open successfully?" Han Sisi lifted her head earnestly. "Of course we do. We dream of it. The store has already been rented, and we've even hired staff. We just need the supplies." Fang Yuan grinned mischievously at them. "The supplies are simple. I can easily assist you with that." The sisters simultaneously spat. "Brother Fang, you're being unreasonable." "How am I being unreasonable? I haven't forced you to do anything. You both are clearly willing." Fang Yuan retorted, but the sisters rolled their eyes in unison. The notion of willingness from Fang Yuan was hardly credible, merely something to be heard. Fang Yuan luxuriated in the bathtub for half an hour. The following day, he brought along Yang Lei from finance and Zhao Peijin from legal to discuss life with old Li. A loan of 400 million yuan was to be deposited into the public account of Yuanchuan Company within a year, with the first tranche of 1.5 billion and the second of 2.5 billion. The loan was set for 3 years at an annual interest rate of 25%. The first funds would be available as soon as next month. This was Yang Lei's first glimpse into Fang Yuan's substantial resources, quietly securing a 400 million yuan loan from the bank and having a close relationship with the bank president. No wonder Fang Yuan always claimed to have ample funds. Indeed, he did. Finally, the company would no longer need to worry about expenses in the short term. On October 13th, Fang Yuan found several direct supply factories for the sisters' store, primarily selling skincare products. Items costing only a few yuan would be sold at a flash sale price of 99 yuan, while higher quality products would be priced at 199 yuan, and so forth, emphasizing a strategy of low margins and high volume. The sisters felt a pang of conscience and personally tested the skincare products before daring to list them for sale. As for their effectiveness, they were simply seeking a sense of psychological satisfaction from items costing just a few yuan. The sisters even took on the role of trial models, albeit hesitantly. A week later, on the day of the store's opening, Fang Yuan instructed the technical team to prominently feature the sisters' store, ensuring it received maximum exposure. The sisters were busily engaged, thoroughly enjoying the bustling activity. On a particular day, sales surpassed 10,000. In the evening, the two sisters, having just finished their baths, were calculating their net earnings for the day. Although they were aware that Boss Fang was behind the scenes driving traffic to their shop, they felt a surge of happiness. It was only when they leaned against his shoulder, distracted from their calculations, that he decided to yield. Chapter 77. The sisters have chosen separate rooms for sleep. You two carry on. I'll step out for a moment, said Boss Fong as he left. Once he was gone, Han Yingying felt a surge of delight within her, her face betraying no flush and her heart steady. She turned to her sister with a hint of suspicion, asking, "Sister, have you and Brother Fong been intimate?" "Absolutely not," Han Sisi replied defensively with a huff. Yingying persisted. "Really? There's nothing at all?" Sisi playfully slapped her sister's forehead. "Are you eager to be toyed with by Brother Fong?" Yingying nodded, unabashedly declaring, "I've long since lost my sense of shame. If he wishes to tease me, so be it." Sisi felt a surge of indignation. "I believe your mind has become muddled. You're the one whose mind is muddled," Yingying retorted, equally displeased. After all, she had heard directly from Boss Fong that he and her sister had been secretly involved long before. Moreover, she had eavesdropped on their clandestine rendezvous that night. It had been over 10 days, yet they still sought to conceal the truth from her. Who could tell if Sisi had sneaked up to the second floor to meet Boss Fong again during these past nights? With this thought in mind, Yingying pinched her sister's thigh firmly. She no longer wished to share a bed with her sister. She desired her own clandestine escapades. After all, being together all day left little opportunity for such pursuits. In the midst of her fury, Sisi retaliated by pinching Yingying's cheek. "Yingying, do you wish to fight?" Unyielding, Yingying tugged at her sister's hair. The two sisters tumbled together on the sofa. When Boss Fong emerged from the restroom, he was momentarily taken aback. "What are you two up to?" Yingying, eager to cast blame, exclaimed, "Brother Fong, my sister is trying to hit me." Sisi shot her a glare. Boss Fong settled between them, seeking to uncover the story behind their quarrel. No matter how he pressed, the sisters refused to reveal the truth. Ultimately, under Boss Fong's playful intimidation, they retreated to their rooms. However, it wasn't long before Yingying emerged clutching a pillow, followed closely by Sisi, who clutched an assortment of clothes and blankets. Boss Fong, adopting a stern expression, inquired, "What mischief have you two been up to? When I just asked, you wouldn't speak, and now you're bickering in front of me." The sisters had never witnessed Boss Fong's serious demeanor and instantly felt subdued. In hushed tones, they replied, "Brother Fong, we weren't fighting." He chuckled, "Then what is this about?" Yingying scrunched her nose. "Brother Fong, I don't want to sleep with my sister anymore." Boss Fong gently patted her head and turned to Sisi. "Haven't you two slept together since childhood? What prompts this sudden desire to separate?" With an exasperated huff, Yingying responded, "My sister constantly deceives me." Sisi, flaring up, retorted, "When have I ever deceived you?" Hiding behind Boss Fong, Yingying peeked out from under his arm. "You have." Upon hearing this, Sisi began to feel a twinge of guilt. Could it be that Han Yingying truly discovered something? Fong Yuan, feigning ignorance while fully aware, promptly interrupted the two, gently patting the heads of the sisters. "If you wish to sleep apart, then so be it. Carry on as you normally would." Han Yingying replied somewhat sulkily, "Of course. We are twins, after all." Han Sisi nodded in undeniable agreement. In truth, she too harbored a desire to sleep separately. For pretending to be asleep was an unbearable ordeal. Fong Yuan secretly reveled in this, silently giving his sister a thumbs up. There was reason to suspect that she had intentionally stirred the pot. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, she could not tolerate favoritism. That night, amidst a cacophony of thunder and lightning, Han Yingying was jolted awake by the thunderclaps and dutifully clutched a pillow to seek her sister's company. Han Sisi initially thought it was Boss Fong sneaking into her room, but upon realizing it was Han Yingying, she nearly erupted with laughter. This silly girl, reduced to a quivering mess at the sound of thunder. The following morning, Fong Yuan noticed Han Yingying emerging from her sister's room and curiously asked, "Did you not go to sleep in the adjacent room?" Han Yingying, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "It thundered last night. I was scared to sleep alone." Understanding dawned on Fong Yuan as he playfully squeezed her shoulder and grinned. "Yingying, were you being deliberate?" Han Yingying said nothing but winked at him, then rose on tiptoe to plant a kiss on his cheek before merrily heading off to wash up. Fong Yuan wiped the drool from his face and changed into fresh clothes to go for his morning run. On Saturday, the sisters remained wholly devoted to their shop. Under Fong Yuan's guidance, their store consistently achieved sales around 10,000 yuan each day. After deducting various costs, they earned approximately 2,000 yuan daily, resulting in a weekly total of 14,000 yuan. The sisters were delighted. However, Fong Yuan intended to support their business for only a week. On Sunday evening, as the sisters reviewed the day's sales, They found that the income barely sufficed to cover the shop's daily expenses, with Sunday yielding a mere 100 yuan. The stark contrast left them dumbfounded. They inquired of Boss Fong, "Brother Fong, how could this happen?" Fong Yuan reassured them, "I merely withdrew the recommendations, allowing you to experience the challenges of running a shop." The sisters felt a tinge of embarrassment but were not disheartened. Instead, they were more motivated. Earning money through their own efforts felt far more rewarding than continuously profiting under Boss Fong's management. "Brother Fong, please refrain from giving us any advantages. We wish to see if we can manage this shop on our own." Fong Yuan chuckled, "Do be cautious. If you go bankrupt, the money I spent will be counted towards your debts." The sisters pouted but dared not argue. Let it be, they thought, as long as Boss Fong is happy. Their debts continued to accumulate, perhaps never to be fully repaid in this lifetime. After their conversation, they parted ways. The three individuals returned to their respective rooms to rest. A gentle reminder, there is a side story in the group chat. At noon, the two sisters returned to the villa from the shop. The bowl of porridge prepared for Boss Fong remained untouched. Han Yingying inquired, "Sister, hasn't Brother Fong woken up yet?" "He hasn't spoken in the group either." Han Cici hesitated for a moment, then suggested, "You should go check on him. Perhaps he has gone to the company and is too busy for breakfast." Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of guilt, wondering if her early morning visit at around 5 o'clock to discuss life with Boss Fong had caused him to sleep in. Upon entering the room, Han Yingying found Boss Fong sleeping soundly. A wave of concern washed over her. Could it truly be her fault? She approached the bedside and gently called out, "Brother Fong, are you all right? Is that you, Yingying?" Fong Yuan groggily opened his eyes. Upon moving, a sharp pain surged through his head. "It's me, Brother Fong," Han Yingying replied, a smile gracing her lips, relieved that he recognized her. However, she noticed his lips were excessively red. She reached out to touch his forehead and expressed her concern, "Brother Fong, you feel quite warm." Fong Yuan pushed her hand away disdainfully. "Don't touch me. Your hands are cold." Han Yingying, filled with anxiety, said, "Brother Fong, I think you might have a fever. I'll get the thermometer to check. Bring me a glass of water, my mouth is dry." "Okay. I'll ask my sister to come up and take care of you." Rushing downstairs, Han Yingying called out to her sister, who was about to cook, "Sister, Brother Fong has a fever. Is it serious?" Han Cici's expression changed, and she quickly abandoned her task of gutting fish, untied her apron, and washed her hands while asking, "He was fine last night. How did he wake up with a fever?" Han Yingying mumbled, "Sister, don't ask so many questions. Just get Brother Fong a glass of water. He is thirsty. I'll grab the first aid kit." The sisters split up and soon hurried upstairs. Meanwhile, Fong Yuan was propped against the headboard, resting with his eyes closed. Although his head throbbed painfully and his lips were parched, he didn't feel dizzy. And his mind was clear, indicating a mild fever. It was likely nothing serious. A few days of rest and some medication should suffice. In the bedroom, Han Cici placed the water jug at the foot of the bed and, sitting beside him, nervously felt Boss Fong's forehead. Noticing he was shirtless, she scolded him lightly. "Brother Fong, why are you up without a shirt?" Fong Yuan gulped down a cup of water and replied, "It's nothing serious. It's just a bad headache." Han Cici, feeling somewhat helpless, muttered, "Always trying to be tough. I'll get you a shirt." Han Yingying shook the thermometer for a while, glanced at the reading, and then approached to say, "Brother Fong, let us take your temperature." With the sisters attending to him, he reluctantly put on a shirt and allowed them to measure his temperature. The concern etched on the faces of the two sisters remained palpable as they sat on the edge of the bed, peppering each other with questions. They had just suggested a trip to the hospital for a checkup, only to be promptly dismissed by Fong Yuan. What a jest! To visit the hospital for a mere low fever? That would be utterly ridiculous. He was acutely aware of his own physical condition. It was merely a result of catching a chill. Yet, the sensation of being cared for was undeniably different. In his previous life, he had endured loneliness for so long. While working away from home, he had never taken a day off when feeling ill. He simply pressed on, resorting to a few medications when necessary, and then resting in his rented room until he felt better. How different it was now to experience such tenderness. A low fever elicited concern from his sisters. It seemed their affection had not been in vain. Fong Yuan affectionately ruffled their hair, saying, "Don't be so neurotic. Are you really suggesting a hospital visit for a mere low fever?" Han Cici bit her lip, conflicted. "Fong Gu, you are different." Fong Yuan shot them a disapproving glance, signaling that they should refrain from further inquiries. The sisters obediently fell silent. Since their elder brother was unwilling to visit the hospital, they decided he should recuperate at home. Han Sisi went downstairs to prepare lunch, leaving Han Yingying upstairs to tend to Fang Yuan. As soon as her sister exited the room, Han Yingying mischievously smiled and tentatively asked, "Fang Gu, why do you suddenly seem so weak?" Fang Yuan shot her a look of annoyance. "It's all your fault." Han Yingying felt wronged. "Fang Gu, don't take advantage of me and then act innocent. Does it still hurt?" Fang Yuan opened his arms. Han Yingying nestled against him, murmuring, "It hurt a bit when I got up this morning, but I'm feeling much better now." Fang Yuan inquired further, "So, is Fang Gu impressive?" Han Yingying playfully took his finger and placed it in her mouth. Her cheeks flushed, mumbling, "Of course, you are impressive." Fang Yuan chuckled heartily. His sister was so carefree, unafraid to speak her mind. This delightful sense of achievement was intoxicating. After 3 days of recuperating at home, Fang Yuan finally understood the true meaning of comfort. Meals were served, and he worked from the ease of his home. It seemed to have no adverse effects. The company was beginning to find its footing. With a solid foundation laid, there was less to worry about moving forward. For a startup, funding was invariably the primary obstacle to expansion. Fortunately, Oldley had provided him with a timely financial boost. During his convalescence, the first tranche of a $1.5 billion loan had been deposited into the company's account, bringing the total funds to over $200 million, a staggering amount. Moreover, CEO Wang Yongxiang had sent him a proposal regarding stock option incentives. Fang Yuan intended to allocate 10 of equity for executives to purchase selectively, contingent on their ability to create corresponding value for the company within a specified time frame. Upon reviewing Fang Yuan's stock option incentive plan, the executives, in their eyes, shimmered the brilliance of wisdom. They would go to great lengths to make this purchase. After all, the achievements of Pinduoduo are evident. This investment is bound to yield returns. Spending hundreds of thousands to acquire a few shares today could lead to becoming a billionaire in the future. The successful listing of Alibaba in September serves as a prime example. That night, Alibaba created numerous billionaires. Indeed, associating with Boss Fang guarantees rewards. On October 31st, 1 month post-launch, Pinduoduo had surpassed 3 million paying users, with sales exceeding 31 million in October. This performance is commendable, especially in the absence of extensive promotional efforts, relying solely on reputation and group shopping strategies to maintain its popularity. That evening, at the Hilton Hotel, the entire staff of Yuanchuang Company gathered for a celebratory feast. Chapter 79. The Penguin Seeks Financing. Alibaba aims to acquire the sisters refrained from joining the celebration, merely whispering a reminder to him before leaving, cautioning against excessive drinking. Nevertheless, Fang Yuan extended invitations to Lao Li and Lu Xiaoxue. Lao Li brought along influential friends from the Land Bureau and Tax Bureau, ostensibly to enjoy a meal under the guise of friendship. Fang Yuan was aware of Lao Li's networking. Pinduoduo's momentum is undeniable, frequently making headlines and trending on Weibo. Beijing boasts Jingdong. Hangzhou has Taobao. Why shouldn't Guangzhou produce a Pinduoduo? Although Fang Yuan preferred to remain uninvolved in such matters, cultivating friendships is undoubtedly beneficial. After all, one never knows when assistance might be required in times of trouble. Furthermore, the development of a business hinges on various policy supports. As Pinduoduo plans for expansion, establishing a headquarters and acquiring land for construction would be far easier with policy backing. Renting office space indefinitely lacks prestige. Constructing a towering edifice signifies true strength. At 9 in the evening, the celebration concluded. Fang Yuan and Lao Li were en route back to the Pearl River Villa in Lu Xiaoxue's car. The older and younger men were both unrestrainedly ill, seemingly competing to see who could be more unwell. Fang Yuan jestingly taunted Lao Li, "Uncle Li, will you dare to drink like this again next time?" Lao Li, draping an arm over his shoulder, shook his head and waved his finger. "Why wouldn't I? Don't let my current state fool you. When I was young, I could handle white liquor without hesitation." Fang Yuan laughed and retorted, "You just keep boasting about it." Lao Li, incensed by the disbelief, insisted, "You young man have no faith. When I dined with the minister back in the day, I was indeed that impressive. Xiaoxue can vouch for me." Fang Yuan, eager for amusement, turned to Lu Xiaoxue. "Manager Lu, is Uncle Li exaggerating?" Lu Xiaoxue, suppressing her irritation, simply replied, "No." The mess they made in her car was one thing, but their drunken antics were another matter entirely. One is her father, and the other is her significant client. In a certain sense, he could be considered a father figure as well. "Kid, In my lifetime, I have never boasted to anyone, Old Li declared. Just as Fang Yuan was about to retort, Lu Xiaoxue, still driving, suddenly erupted. Old man, can you please be quiet? You're driving me insane. If you've never deceived anyone in your life, then why didn't you inform me while my mother was in the hospital? I didn't even get to see her one last time. Do you understand? Fang Yuan, sensing the tension, wisely kept his silence. He was somewhat aware of the dynamics between the two, having overheard Old Li's drunken ramblings about his past on numerous occasions. He had gleaned some understanding of the situation from those tales. It was during Lu Xiaoxue's crucial years studying for her doctorate abroad that Old Li chose to conceal the severity of his wife's illness, intending to wait until she graduated to break the news. Unfortunately, his wife did not survive, leaving Lu Xiaoxue to learn of her mother's passing only after receiving her diploma, when she was told that her mother had already become ashes. Old Li's face flushed with emotion, words caught in his throat. Upon returning to the villa, Fang Yuan remained relatively sober, having not indulged excessively. Given his status, he was obligated to toast a few of Old Li's friends, while the remaining guests came to pay their respects to him, allowing him to drink at his discretion. Observing Old Li snoring in the car, Fang Yuan turned to the frowning Lu Xiaoxue. Let us lend a hand and carry Uncle Li inside together. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaoxue clenched her jaw and acquiesced to Fang Yuan's suggestion. Together, they struggled mightily to hoist the 170-pound Old Li onto the bed. Although Fang Yuan initially intended to stay out of their affairs, he felt a responsibility to intervene, especially as Old Li was nearing retirement. He couldn't simply stand by and watch the father-daughter relationship remain in such disarray. Emerging from the bathroom with a fresh towel, Lu Xiaoxue handed it to Fang Yuan. Here, President Fang, take this towel to wipe off the vomit. Fang Yuan waved it away. It's nothing. I can clean up at home. Just give Uncle Li a quick wipe. Deep down, Lu Xiaoxue felt an inexplicable frustration. Noticing her impatience, Fang Yuan, too, chose not to extend any kindness toward her, opting for silence instead. Before departing, he casually inquired, has Uncle Li mentioned his retirement plans for next year? Lu Xiaoxue paused, realizing from his question that Old Li had not shared this information with her at all. So he is retiring next year? She stood there, holding the damp towel, lost in thought as she watched Fang Yuan leave the villa. After much hesitation, she finally approached Old Li to clean the grime off his face. As Fang Yuan staggered home, he was spotted at the entrance by the two sisters, who gaped in astonishment at the sight of the boss emerging from Lu Xiaoxue's residence. Sister, what is Fang Ge thinking? After drinking with Uncle Li, it must have been Sister Xiaoxue who brought the two of them back. All right, perhaps I am overthinking it. The sisters exchanged glances, set aside their cantaloupe, and hurried over to support Boss Fang, disregarding the remnants of his earlier indiscretion. With practiced ease, they assisted him into the bathtub for a soak. After the bath, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Fang Yuan was once again helped upstairs to rest. Han Yingying observed the now snoring Boss Fang and leaned closer to her sister, whispering, Sister, why don't you stay and sleep here? I'm worried Boss Fang might vomit again in the middle of the night without anyone to look after him. Han Sisi blushed, retorting, if you want to sleep, you can stay yourself. Really now? Han Yingying replied, feigning nonchalance, but inwardly she was overjoyed. Since that night, she had not been bullied by Boss Fang for several days, and she missed it dearly. Han Sisi gave her a light tap on the head. Han Yingying, have you been up to something behind my back? Han Yingying, maintaining her composure, countered, Sister, it seems you are the one hiding something. Speak again if you dare. Oh, if you want me to say it. I will just go to sleep now. You can stay and accompany Boss Fang. Han Sisi shook her head helplessly, uncertain if her sister had truly done something inappropriate with Boss Fang. Her intuition suggested that there was something amiss between them. She could not believe that Boss Fang would simply endure such a situation. The night passed without further conversation. On Monday, Fang Yuan arrived at work. As soon as he reached the office, Wang Yongxiang approached him. Boss Fang, both Penguin and Alibaba want to meet with us for discussions. Fang Yuan nodded, signaling Wang Yongxiang to take a seat, and inquired, what demands have they made? Wang Yongxiang replied, Penguin is looking for financing, while Alibaba is more inclined towards a potential acquisition. Fang Yuan scoffed, arrange a meeting with Penguin. As for Alibaba, let them wait. I suspect they are not thinking clearly. To even suggest an acquisition, do they think we are fools? Wang Yongxiang could not deny this point. Given Pinduoduo's current growth trajectory, it was implausible to consider selling at this juncture. Financing was the primary strategic direction for the future. Changing the subject, Wang Yongxiang inquired about the financing details. Boss Fong. For the Series A financing, how much equity are you willing to offer? Fong Yuan pondered briefly. How about 5? Wang Yongxiang coughed lightly. Boss Fong, I believe that's unrealistic. Penguin will expect at least 10. Fong Yuan frowned. Wang Yongxiang continued. As of now, the capital market values the company at approximately 500 million. Fong Yuan was taken aback. Such a high premium? His total investment in Yuanchuang Company amounted to around 1 billion, and there were still 40 million left unspent. It is of little consequence if the funds remain unspent. Recently, the 1.5 billion borrowed from old Li still languishes in the company's account. Wang Yongxiang elucidated. The capital market seems to have recognized the growth of our existing user base on Pinduoduo, as well as our ample cash flow. Fong Yuan pondered for a moment. He decided to allocate 10 of the shares in the Series A round for Tencent's entry. This is not to suggest that Pinduoduo is in dire need of this sum. Rather, Tencent's involvement would facilitate Pinduoduo's subsequent promotions. Otherwise, should Tencent take umbrage, they could easily suppress Pinduoduo, preventing users from sharing discount messages, which would undoubtedly be akin to plunging a dagger into the company's heart. Nevertheless, Tencent's entry would undeniably yield greater benefits than drawbacks for Pinduoduo. One cannot catch a wolf without parting with a child. Observing Wang Yongxiang's anxious demeanor, Fong Yuan calmly stated, let us proceed with the 10. This is my maximum threshold. Wang Yongxiang nodded, then inquired, if Alibaba makes a concession and approaches us for financing, how should we respond? Fong Yuan replied, simply keep them guessing. Do not disclose our intentions to pursue financing with Tencent. Wang Yongxiang understood. The boss favored Tencent's involvement, while Alibaba was merely a distraction. Grasping Fong Yuan's intentions, he took his leave. After a while, the HR director, He Yui, knocked and entered. She sat down and remarked, General Manager Fong, we have seen a concerning number of departures in the technical department lately, for individuals left in just 1 week. Fong Yuan asked, didn't they sign a non-compete agreement upon joining? They should be compensating us. He Yui continued, given the current situation with the departing personnel, it appears that the same company is actively poaching from our technical team. Fong Yuan furrowed his brow. Can we ascertain which company it is? It is quite perplexing. Who would have the audacity to target employees from a nascent company like Pinduoduo? They are not even going after core personnel, merely the minor players. He Yui handed over the documents, explaining, it seems to be a newly registered small company under Taobao, named Taote. Fong Yuan's doubts dissipated. It was evident that Alibaba harbored ill intentions. They pretended to discuss acquisition while secretly establishing a new company to siphon off their talent. Given such underhanded tactics, it is only fair to reciprocate in kind. There is no need for further negotiations. Fong Yuan picked up the phone and called Wang Yongxiang. Old Wang, disregard Alibaba. Reject their requests outright. We shall not engage in further discussions. Although Wang Yongxiang appeared bewildered, he nodded in agreement, planning to consult with the boss later. Fong Yuan sighed. We must cultivate our own talent. He Yui nodded, acknowledging the overwhelming siphoning effect of leading internet enterprises. Many freshly graduated university students would rather accept lower salaries than pursue opportunities in smaller companies. The influence of our company within the industry remains woefully inadequate, a predicament that cannot be remedied in the short term. Fong Yuan rubbed his temples and leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. He was acutely aware of the implications of He Yui's words, and indeed, it was the truth. Many prefer gilded opportunities rather than laboriously climbing the ladder. After a moment's pause, he opened his eyes and said, continue recruiting. For this year's campus recruitment, devise an itinerary to promote our company through lectures at several universities both in and out of the province. Engage as many as you can. He Yui nodded. For now, this was the only course of action. In the afternoon, Fong Yuan utilized the remaining 100 million in his account to invest in the brokerage sector. He remained resolute in holding onto the 3 stocks he previously owned, believing the time to sell had not yet arrived. The bull market was merely in its infancy. Regrettably, his earlier investment of 20 million in Bitcoin had plummeted by 43% over the span of a month. The decline was alarming. Fong Yuan surmised that Bitcoin might continue its downward trajectory and decided to wait to see just how low it could fall. Meanwhile, The person in charge of Alibaba's acquisition of Pinduoduo was taken aback upon receiving an email from Source Innovation Company. The swift and decisive rejection of the industry giant's acquisition proposal left him stunned. After reporting the matter up the chain, he stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, observing the scenery outside in deep contemplation. After a moment, he inquired of his subordinate, "How is the recruitment at Tao progressing?" The team had begun to hire steadily and was currently working overtime to develop products that could rival Pinduoduo. "It's too slow. Allocate more personnel to expedite the recruitment efforts. Since they refuse to be acquired, we shall deplete their resources." The challenge of recruiting was manageable. What he feared most was the possibility of other capital engaging with Pinduoduo. On Friday afternoon, in the lobby of the financial building, several senior executives from Source Innovation Company stood alongside Fang Yuan. Shortly thereafter, Li Jiaohui, the head of Penguin, appeared with several assistants, surprising everyone with the seriousness of Penguin's interest in this financing round. Li Jiaohui, the vice president of Penguin, was certainly a formidable figure. Fang Yuan approached him, extending a handshake with a polite demeanor. "Mr. Li, a pleasure to meet you." Li Jiaohui replied respectfully, "I must admit, Mr. Fang, your age truly astonishes me." Fang Yuan chuckled. As the saying goes, the Yangtze River's rear waves push the front waves forward. Perhaps one day, an even younger talent will emerge. The two parties exchanged business cards and exchanged glances. In the conference room of Source Innovation Company, the atmosphere was charged with tension. The amiability of their initial meeting long dissipated. Li Chaohui intended to acquire 12 equity in the A round with an investment of 60 million. However, Fang Yuan was only willing to accept 10. Ultimately, Li Chaohui conceded. "Mr. Fang, I can agree to the 10 equity, but in the next round, we wish to continue participating in the investment." Fang Yuan understood that Li Chaohui aimed to prevent the dilution of the equity held by Qianjin in future financing rounds. This request was not unreasonable. Fang Yuan valued the support that Qianjin's channels could provide to Pinduoduo. He then made a modest request. "Mr. Li, since we have reached a cooperation agreement, might we add a Pinduoduo shortcut mini-program to WeChat?" Li Chaohui was somewhat taken aback by this request, but nodded in agreement, instructing his assistant to note this point for inclusion in the contract later. That evening, news of Pinduoduo securing a round financing from Qianjin spread swiftly, quickly trending on social media. At Zhujiang Villa, the two sisters lounged on the sofa and eagerly approached Fang boss upon his return from work. "Brother Fang, Pinduoduo is trending again. You still pay attention to these things? Come, let us have a chat on the sofa about life." "Brother Fang, you have ulterior motives again," the sisters teased. Ignoring their protests, Fang Yuan playfully wrapped an arm around each of them, leading them to the sofa, indulging in some light-hearted teasing before relenting. In Chapter 81, Learning to Live Lightheartedly, the sisters conversed in the bathroom for quite some time. The elder sister remained tight-lipped, refusing to divulge any details despite repeated inquiries. It was puzzling that, given the circumstances, she harbored such reservations. Isn't living joyfully enough? The more one worries, the more burdensome life becomes. Ever since she sensed Fang boss's mischievous intentions, she realized that resistance was futile. He had clearly set a trap for them from the beginning, suggesting a premeditated scheme. The sisters were in a playful mood, each ignoring the other as they washed up. After a prolonged silence, Han Yingying murmured, "Sister, how about bringing Brother Fang home for the new year and publicly declaring him your boyfriend?" Han Sisi blushed, torn with uncertainty. "What about you?" Han Yingying scrunched her nose. "Don't worry about me. I don't mind such matters. After all, our dad has met Brother Fang, and under your name, no one would be suspicious." Han Sisi gently patted her sister's head, feeling a twinge of sympathy. "Let us not think about that now. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." Han Yingying smiled slyly. "Honestly, I just hope that Brother Fang doesn't show favoritism." Han Sisi found it difficult to respond to her sister's candidness. Currently, she could use the excuse of a busy work life to evade questions, but as time passed, curiosity would inevitably arise. After a thorough half-hour, the sisters finally emerged from the bathroom. Fang Yuan observed the two sisters, noticing an unusual tension between them. It was evident that they were preoccupied with something. He beckoned them over, and they obediently sat on either side of him. With one arm around each, he inquired, "Have you two had another quarrel in the bathroom?" The sisters shook their heads simultaneously, insisting, "Not at all." Puzzled, Fang Yuan pressed further. "Then why do you both appear so glum? Have you been wronged by me?" They replied that they had not. Gently, he ruffled their hair and, adopting a serious tone, asked. Then please explain why you went from playful banter to looking as though you were suffering from depression in the span of a bath. Han Yingying exchanged a glance with her sister. Fang Yuan, understanding the unspoken communication, surmised that their discomfort did not stem from their stay with him, but rather from their own thoughts and concerns. After a moment of internal conflict, Han Sisi bit her lip and said, "Brother Fang, we can't be your caretakers forever. As we grow older, questions about marriage will inevitably arise." Fang Yuan felt a wave of frustration. Truth be told, he could fulfill nearly all their needs, except for this particular matter, where he found it impossible to strike a balance. It was the first time the sisters had seen Fang Yuan so visibly troubled. After pondering for a moment, he looked at them and asked, "Do you trust in my capabilities?" They nodded in unison, affirming their faith. He reassured them, "There is no need to dwell on such matters. I will ensure that all your troubles are resolved in due time." The sisters pouted, feeling as though his words were somewhat vague. However, they did not expect him to offer any concrete promises. With the arrangement he had provided, they had opened an online store, which offered them a reasonable explanation for their employment when questioned. That alone was quite satisfactory. Fang Yuan did not hold their concerns against them. It was natural for anyone to have such reservations. Voicing them openly was far better than harboring them in silence. At 10:30, Fang Yuan yawned and headed upstairs to sleep. The sisters, lacking the motivation to continue scrolling on their phones, tidied up the coffee table and retreated to their rooms for the night. Chapter 82. If we can't participate in Double 11, let's host a goodies festival the following day. Fang Yuan awoke around noon. Descending to the first floor, he found the sisters busy in the kitchen preparing lunch. Han Yingying brought the dishes to the dining table and turned just in time to see Fang Yuan stretching on the sofa. Glancing towards the kitchen, she approached and sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispering, "Brother Fang, did my sister come to see you around for last night?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "How did you know?" Han Yingying pouted. "I got up to use the restroom and purposely turned the knob of my sister's room, only to find it unlocked and her absent." Fang Yuan playfully ruffled her hair. "Are you feeling jealous?" Han Yingying huffed, "Just a little. Am I not deserving of the same treatment as my sister?" Fang Yuan remarked, "The treatment is all the same." Han Yingying retorted, "We can't be blamed for this. Clearly, it is you, Brother Fang, who indulges while eyeing other options." With unwavering confidence, Fang Yuan replied, "It is my capability that allows me to savor the fruits of my labor." Han Yingying shot him a playful glance and then reached out to touch his waist, pouting slightly as she said, "Brother Fang, I shall prepare a nourishing soup for you tonight." Fang Yuan expressed his displeasure. "Why would I need such things?" Han Yingying's eyes twinkled as she offered a different perspective. "Brother Fang, please be patient." Fang Yuan found her explanation quite satisfactory. When it comes to mischief, Han Yingying truly reigns supreme. He pondered when his elder sister would reach such carefree heights. Ruffling her hair affectionately, he conceded, "I shall pay more attention next time." Han Yingying chuckled, her understanding nature endearing. At that moment, Han Sisi emerged from the kitchen with a plate of dishes, and upon noticing Fang Yuan winking at her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That evening, the sisters indeed prepared a nourishing soup with ginseng, yam, and pig kidneys. And they even added a dish of char siu. This char siu is not the same as the one previously mentioned. However, Fang Yuan found the char siu's flavor too fishy and abandoned it after only a few bites, though he enjoyed the soup considerably. On November 9th, the annual Double 11 shopping festival was approaching. A few days earlier, he had instructed Old Wang to communicate with Alibaba, hoping to persuade Pinduoduo to join this grand e-commerce celebration. To his dismay, Alibaba had coldly rejected the idea, having secured the trademark rights for Double 11 years prior. Other platforms attempting to capitalize on the Double 11 name without authorization would face legal warnings. Nevertheless, unable to participate in Double 11, Fang Yuan tasked Old Wang with working tirelessly to organize a good goods festival, emphasizing an even lower promotional campaign. Generally, Pinduoduo's products were already quite affordable, but during the Good Goods Festival, prices would be halved. Even at a loss, they were determined to hold this promotional event, especially since the company still had approximately 200 million in funds, which would comfortably last until the new year. Currently, Pinduoduo was experiencing a period of rapid growth, and the paramount task ahead was to intensify investment and increase market share. Otherwise, with Alibaba's Taoed emerging or Jingdong launching a similar app to compete with Pinduoduo, they would face an increasingly challenging external market environment. Rather than remaining passive, it was better to take the initiative. Market share is often secured through substantial financial investment. At the last celebratory banquet, the higher-ups had made their intentions clear. As long as Pinduoduo refrained from any missteps, the government in Yancheng would likely extend some policy support. Pinduoduo's key advantage lay in its affordability, particularly in the agricultural and sideline product markets. The concept of group buying is indeed quite innovative, supported by both wealth and policy. Pinduoduo itself is remarkably proficient. Is there any doubt it will thrive? Investing hundreds of millions now could yield returns in the billions later. This venture is bound to be highly profitable. In the afternoon, in the office of the chairman of Yuanchuan Company located in the financial building, CEO Wang Yongxiang approached Boss Fong to discuss the arrangements for the Good Goods Festival. After a cursory glance at the details, Fong frowned and inquired, "Is the timeline too tight? With over 100,000 stores, why do we only have a little over 10,000 participating in our event?" Wang explained, "Mr. Fong, Pinduoduo inherently focuses on affordability, and our prices are already quite low. Many stores are reluctant to offer further discounts." Fong acknowledged this indeed poses a challenge. "However, we still have direct sales channels from factories. We can arrange for someone to negotiate, allowing products to go directly from the factory to consumers, significantly reducing costs. The manufacturers would likely be willing to offer discounts." After contemplating, Wang found Fong's idea entirely feasible, though the timeline was indeed pressing. Yet, time often compels action. As a subordinate, one should strive to meet the boss's expectations. Fong added, "Although the timeline is tight and fewer stores may participate, let us proceed according to my suggestions." Wang nodded in agreement. They exchanged a few more words, and Wang hurried back to assigned tasks. That evening, upon returning home, the sisters were deliberating over the extent of discounts necessary to boost sales. Since the cessation of Boss Fong's backdoor arrangements, their store was netting only 400 to 500 yuan daily after expenses. The primary issue was the exorbitant rent. If they were to rent a storefront and warehouse in the suburbs, they could potentially earn over 1,000 yuan daily. Listening to the sisters' back-and-forth discussion without reaching a conclusion, Fong withdrew his hand from their waists and said, "Enough deliberation. Follow my plan. 9 yuan for buy one get one free." With subsequent prices adjusted accordingly, Han Cici puffed out her cheeks, expressing concern. "Brother Fong, this would leave us with minimal profit. We are only making 1 or 2 yuan per bottle." Fong waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to elaborate. "Trust me, low margins with high volume is the way to go. Understand?" They comprehended, yet feared their store might lack traffic. Han Yingying leaned closer and kissed his cheek, pleading, "Brother Fong, could you perhaps help us with some backdoor access? Our store's traffic is still too low." Fong reminded them, "We agreed. Don't expect my assistance with store matters anymore." He looked at them and asked, "And why do you care about making so much money?" They replied, "To pay off our debts." Fong chuckled, "Are you really worried about those hundreds of thousands in debt?" They affirmed, "Of course, we must repay it to find peace of mind." Fong concluded, "All right, manage it as you see fit." Chapter 83. Han Cici exclaimed, "Brother Fong, you are deceiving me. Why does Pinduoduo not participate in Double 11, but instead opts for a Good Goods Festival? This is a commercial secret. Knowing too much may not bode well for you," he replied. "Must we not inquire further?" The two sisters pouted, their cheeks flushed, ignoring their protests. Fong Yuan mischievously teased them for a while before patiently explaining, "This pertains to the issue of alliances. Alibaba had intentions to acquire my company, but I declined. Now that they seek something from us, it is only natural that they would not agree to our participation in Double 11. The sisters huffed in unison. "Soma Gu is rather stingy." Fong Yuan gently ruffled their hair and remarked, "This is merely a standard practice in business competition. It hardly qualifies as stinginess." Han Yingying puffed out her cheeks and inquired, "So, Brother Fong, you chose to have the penguin finance you?" Leaning in, he planted a kiss on her cheek. "Not too foolish." At the same time, Han Cici asked, "Brother Fong, does that financing count towards your assets?" Fong Yuan kissed her on the cheek as well, whispering playfully in her ear, "Cici is clever too. That is essentially the idea. However, I am not in need of that little bit of financing. I merely wish to utilize the penguin's channels to promote Pinduoduo." The sisters nodded, their understanding still somewhat vague. It was the first time they witnessed Brother Fong patiently discussing company matters with them, as he had never broached such topics when returning home before. After kissing their cheeks, Fong Yuan employed his usual tactics again. The sisters found themselves somewhat overwhelmed by his charm, leaning against his shoulder while feigning distraction with their phones. Yet, They were secretly contemplating whether Brother Fong intended to engage them in a conversation about life again that evening. Han Sisi resolved to head upstairs a bit earlier, planning to surprise Brother Fong. After tiring of his antics, Fong Yuan withdrew his hand, glancing at the two as they perused a novel, his fingers twirling around their hair ends. "How is your yoga practice coming along?" he inquired. Han Yingying responded confidently. "I have completed learning the movements. Now it's just a matter of practice." Han Sisi tugged at her little strap top and nodded. "Brother Fong, why do you ask this?" Both were puzzled by his sudden interest in their yoga progress. Fong Yuan stretched lazily. "Is there an issue with wanting to understand your learning pace? Who knows if you have been slacking off?" The sisters exchanged exasperated glances. They felt quite wronged. They diligently served as Brother Fong's caretakers, with no days off each month. Yet here they were, suspected of idleness. How could they not feel aggrieved? Disregarding their accusatory looks, Fong Yuan continued. "Then perhaps you should enroll in a dance class as well and learn some dance." Han Yingying pouted. "Brother Fong, why do you want us to learn dance?" Fong Yuan playfully flicked her forehead. "What's with all the questions? Is it a problem for girls to learn a few more talents?" Hannah's face was slightly flushed as she hesitated for a moment before tentatively suggesting, "Brother Fong, why don't we skip the class and continue learning dance from Sister Xiaoxue?" Fong Yuan was somewhat taken aback. "She knows how to dance?" he inquired. Hannah nodded affirmatively. Yingying, nestled against his arm, chimed in, "Brother Fong, let me tell you. Sister Xiaoxue is proficient in everything." Fong Yuan countered her. "Then why is she still single?" Yingying looked perplexed. "Brother Fong, what does that have to do with anything?" Fong Yuan chuckled. "Of course it is relevant. You both should encourage her. Every time I drink with Uncle Li, he laments that Sister Xiaoxue, at her age, still hasn't found a man." Hannah smiled coyly. "Perhaps Sister Xiaoxue has high standards. Being so exceptional herself, she must seek someone even more outstanding." Fong Yuan retorted. "What makes her exceptional? Brother, do you harbor some grievances against Sister Xiaoxue?" Hannah inquired. "Indeed, I do. I wish she would find a man and marry soon. Otherwise, Uncle Li will drive me to madness." The sisters exchanged glances, pondering how Uncle Li managed to vex Brother Fong. After a moment, Hannah asked, "Brother Fong, Sister Xiaoxue wanted me to ask if you still wish to go to the gym?" Fong Yuan replied, "We can discuss it later. Focus on perfecting your dance for now. And stop worrying about my affairs." The mention of this caused the sisters some distress. Balancing yoga and dance was no small feat, and they couldn't help but wonder if Brother Fong had ulterior motives in mind. After all, he often entertained peculiar whims and devised strange plans to tease them. Just past midnight, Fong Yuan heard the sound of his door creaking open. A shadow stealthily approached the bedside, pulled back the covers, and snuggled in beside him, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Brother Fong," came the soft voice. He turned to face her. Yingying? She nestled closer, murmuring, "Brother Fong, did you send a WeChat to my sister?" Fong Yuan patted her head. "It's good that you know, no need to voice it." That night, Hannah struggled to find sleep. When she awoke the next day, it struck Fong Yuan that his sister had not come up the previous night. Meanwhile, Yingying was enduring her sister's cold shoulder. Overnight, it was as if Hannah had transformed into a different person, indifferent to Yingying's presence. After a long wait until noon to return to the villa and be with her sister, Yingying felt she was on the verge of depression. Fong Yuan also sensed something amiss with Hannah. After finishing lunch, he called her to the study. Hannah sat on Fong Yuan's lap, sobbing, "Brother Fong, you deceived me. When have I ever deceived you?" Fong Yuan feigned ignorance, though he was already aware of the WeChat message Hannah had sent that morning. He was aware that his sister had eavesdropped last night. After all, the three of them lived under the same roof. Such matters could hardly remain concealed for long. Inevitably, the day of revelation would arrive. Han Yingying, with her carefree and oblivious demeanor, would not dwell on it for long. However, it was different for his sister. From beginning to end, she could not overcome that mental barrier. Han Sisi puffed out her cheeks, her expression revealing her mild frustration. "Brother Fong, stop pretending." Fong Yuan wore a troubled look. "It's all Han Yingying's fault." This only heightened Han Sisi's embarrassment and irritation, as she playfully pounded her small fists against Fong's chest. "Brother Fong, do not attempt to change the subject." "I am not changing the subject." Fong Yuan, suppressing a smile, grasped her chin with his right hand, gazing intently into her eyes. "Are you still unable to get past that hurdle in your heart?" Faced with Fong Yuan's blunt inquiry, Han Sisi felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "I do not possess the same outlook as Yingying. When I think about the future, I feel utterly lost." Fong Yuan pinched her cheek. Have you been too idle lately? Han Sisi, perplexed, exclaimed. Huh? Fang Yuan explained. Is it because there are no tasks at the shop? After all, when one is idle, they tend to overthink. Han Sisi rolled her eyes. Who says there is nothing to do? Tomorrow is the Good Goods Festival. I'm swamped. Fang Yuan, puzzled, remarked. Then why are you still overthinking? Didn't we just have a heart-to-heart a few days ago? We agreed that you need not worry about the future. Brother Fang will take care of everything. Are you doubting Brother Fang's capabilities? Han Sisi mumbled. I do not doubt Brother Fang's capabilities. It's my own issue. Fang Yuan chuckled. It is indeed your issue. This only deepened Han Sisi's gloom. It would have been better to feign ignorance. Fang Yuan shifted the topic. Do not be deceived by Ying's daily smiles and her carefree nature. She actually cares a great deal about whether Brother Fang can maintain balance. I am helpless in this regard. What you have, she wishes to have as well. Han Sisi replied. So, it turns out Brother Fang is not to blame. The fault lies with us. If anyone is to blame, it should be Brother Fang for indulging in nearby grass. She reasoned with herself, finding solace in her logic. There was no escaping the fact that Brother Fang's stance was quite clear. Equilibrium must be maintained. Han Sisi was not concerned about achieving that balance. She simply could not overcome the emotional hurdle within her heart. Thus, before she could fully comprehend the situation, Brother Fang developed a keen interest in her. Han Sisi half-heartedly indulged Brother Fang, still making a final attempt to resist. Brother Fang, Ying is still waiting for me downstairs to cook. Fang Yuan was unyielding. He then sent a message to Han Ying. Go to the study on the second floor and cooperate with Brother Fang in a little act. Han Ying responded with an okay gesture and ascended to the second floor. She did not hear any strange sounds. Curiosity piqued. I wondered why Boss Fang had chosen to play music today. As she approached the study door, her eyes nearly fell to the floor. Han Sisi also noticed her sister, and the two siblings exchanged wide-eyed glances. Fang Yuan discreetly signaled to Han Ying, who immediately understood and playfully exclaimed, Sister, so you've been deceiving me all along. Han Sisi was at a loss for words. Ying, let me explain. I want to listen. You're all liars. Han Ying pretended to wipe her eyes, stomped her foot, and slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Goodness, Fang Yuan remarked. Ying's acting skills are truly remarkable. He then stood up and wrapped his arms around his stunned sister, saying, Now you two are even. Han Sisi pinched Fang Yuan's waist, feeling both exasperated and tearful. Brother Fang, you're so wicked. Fang Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair. She's just pretending. When she confronts you, simply say that you overheard her last night. Han Sisi hesitated, words caught in her throat. Downstairs, the sisters were engaged in a covert exchange of glances. Fang Yuan plopped down between them, putting an arm around each of their shoulders, and earnestly asked, From now on, let us be happy together, understood? The sisters pouted in unison. Brother Fang, you're so bad. Since you call me bad, I shall drop the pretense, Fang Yuan replied. Tentatively, he suggested, How about following my lead from now on? Han Sisi was the first to object. Brother Fang, I oppose this. Han Ying silently raised her hand. Brother Fang, I'll side with my sister. Fang Yuan pouted. Weren't you just sulking a moment ago? Brother, don't even think about it. Han Sisi retorted, covering her face. If we follow your way, how could we possibly show our faces again? My sister is right, Han Ying added, puffing out her cheeks. I think maintaining the status quo is quite fine. Han Sisi interjected. What is good about it? I'm the one suffering. Han Ying, displeased, countered. Where have you suffered? Fang Yuan interrupted their exchange. Enough arguing. From now on, Sisi on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and Ying on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. In unison, the sisters huffed. Brother Fang, what about Sundays? Fang Yuan rubbed his midsection, exasperated. Are you two doing this on purpose? No, the sisters smirked. Chapter 85. A novice driver on the road encounters a scam. Observing the sisters' gleeful expressions, Fang Yuan threatened, Otherwise, on Sunday, you shall do as I say. The sisters playfully retorted, Brother Fang, we're off to cook. You should focus on your fitness. Suddenly, Fang Yuan comforted himself inwardly, yet his body obediently opened WeChat to schedule a workout with Lu Xiaoxue for the following afternoon. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoxue, who had been napping with her head resting on the table, glanced at her phone upon receiving a message. Seeing it was from Fang Yuan, she instantly perked up, for he was indeed an important client. One must approach matters with due seriousness. In previous instances, Fang Yuan had sought her guidance in fitness, and she had increased her investment accordingly. Nearly a month had elapsed since Fong Yuan last augmented his holdings, and the silence was beginning to sow seeds of doubt in her mind. Had she inadvertently offended this lucrative source? Fong Yuan's decisions regarding investment were intrinsically linked to her prospects for promotion by year's end. If she did not ascend this year, the opportunity would surely slip away next year, particularly with the impending retirement of the elderly gentleman, which might result in her losing this significant client altogether. The sole piece of good news was her amicable relationship with the pair of twin nannies in Fong Yuan's household. Of course, she harbored no illusions about leveraging this connection to win Fong Yuan over. Initially, she perceived the twin sisters as innocently charming, but over time, she discovered their personalities resonated well with her own. After all, her circle of friends was rather limited, and her social interactions at work were far from harmonious. Continuing to live as she once did would make it increasingly difficult to find someone to converse with as she aged. Forming a close friendship with the twin sisters presented no drawbacks. They shared common interests and could enjoy outings, shopping, and binge-watching shows together. However, there remained the pressing absence of a suitable man in her life. Liu Xiaoxue felt a sense of urgency, having returned to the country for quite some time. She had yet to encounter a man who met her modest criteria, at least someone whose standards matched her own, if not exceeded them. The one candidate she found somewhat acceptable was her neighbor, a major client, and an old acquaintance of the elderly gentleman. Complicating matters further, this significant client had a pair of twin daughters, with whom she enjoyed a friendship. The web of relationships was exceedingly intricate, and most importantly, Fong Yuan showed no interest in her, even appearing somewhat distant. Liu Xiaoxue contemplated her words, typing and deleting repeatedly, struggling to find the right phrasing. Fong Yuan, observing the chat box, noticed her constant back-and-forth typing and couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident that old Li's daughter lacked conversational finesse. It was a straightforward question. Why was she overthinking her response? After what felt like an eternity, Liu Xiaoxue finally sent a message. Mr. Fong, I am available at any time. You may set the schedule. Fong Yuan considered her message for a moment and replied succinctly, please respond more promptly next time. This is rather tedious. Liu Xiaoxue gritted her teeth, resolved not to hesitate further, and simply replied with an okay. Yet, she was puzzled as to how Fong Yuan knew she had been typing a response that had not yet been sent. This question found its answer through her research online, leaving Liu Xiaoxue feeling somewhat foolish about her actions. It seemed difficult to blame Fong Yuan for his remarks. After a brief delay, she finally replied, reminding herself that in the future, she should either ignore the message or respond more decisively. Liu Xiaoxue felt an unsettling pressure. What if her delayed response led to repercussions? What if he decided to withdraw his investment? The thought left her somewhat bewildered. If she were to analyze stock market trends, her interest would undoubtedly surge. But when it came to navigating social intricacies and emotional intelligence, she felt utterly lost. Should she consult her father? He must possess considerable experience. Meanwhile, far away, old Li, sipping tea at the bank, received a WeChat message from his daughter, causing his jaw to nearly drop in astonishment. It had been 5 years since she had inquired so politely about something. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened his notes and selected a suitable quote to send her, along with a thumbs-up emoji to Fong Yuan. Upon receiving old Li's message, Fong Yuan was left bewildered, responding with a large question mark. Old Li, with a mischievous emoji, replied, I'll strive to secure a loan from your company by the year's end. You're quite the character. Fong Yuan, still perplexed, responded, Wait, Uncle Li, have you lost your mind? At that moment, Han Yingying called out, Fong Gu, it's time to eat. Fong Yuan replied, You all go ahead. I'm in a conversation with Uncle Li. Hearing this, Han Sisi emerged from the kitchen, curious. Fong Gu, what does mean? Fong Yuan shot her a glance, saying, Yingying, explain it to your sister. Han Yingying explained, Sister, Duishan means to exchange barbs. Han Sisi, surprised, exclaimed, Ah, can Uncle Li, at his age, compete with Fong Ji's speed? Han Yingying shrugged, How would I know? Let us wait for Boss Fong. The sisters were intrigued by how Boss Fong would engage with Uncle Li, so they settled beside him to watch. As they observed the two converse, laughter erupted. It turned out Boss Fong was quite charming. By 6 in the evening, Fong Yuan sat in the back seat of the Mazda driven by his younger sister, while his older sister stubbornly refused to join him. Fearing it might sap her energy for yoga, they teasingly chided him. Fong Gu, did you suddenly decide to work out because of a sense of crisis? Do you think a monthly salary of 10,000 is excessive? They joked, Come on, Driving requires focus, especially for novice female drivers. No sooner had they spoken than a motorcycle sped toward them. Fortunately, Han Ying reacted swiftly, steering away and hitting the brakes. But the motorcycle still collided with the rear door. Two men fell heavily to the ground from the vehicle, startling the two sisters. This road hardly sees any pedestrians. How could they have struck someone while driving normally? Han Ying wore a tense expression as she glanced at the two men lying on the ground through the right rearview mirror, then turned to inquire of Boss Fong. "Brother Fong, did we hit someone?" Fong Yuan replied calmly, "It doesn't seem so. Look, another motorcycle is approaching from behind. What are the odds of that happening?" A term surfaced in the sisters' minds. Han Sisi whispered, "Is it a scam?" Fong Yuan responded affirmatively, "I suspect we've encountered a scam." Han Ying still felt a pang of anxiety. "Brother Fong, what should we do?" Fong Yuan reassured her, "Don't get out of the car. Sisi, inform Lu Xiaoxua that we be going to the gym. I'll have someone come to handle this matter." Chapter 86. How about I give you 100,000 to break his legs? The sisters exchanged glances, feeling considerably more at ease. If Brother Fong said it was fine, then it was surely fine. While Fong Yuan was on the phone with Zhao Peijin, the bald man approached and knocked on the car window, shouting, "My brother was knocked down by you. Hurry up and pay." Han Ying was genuinely alarmed now. "Brother Fong." Fong Yuan chuckled. "Ignore him. Let him shout." After a brief conversation with Zhao Peijin, Fong Yuan hung up and said to the sisters, "Get out of the car. I've called someone to come over. Let us see what they have to say." The sisters exchanged looks and decided to follow Boss Fong out of the car. As the three of them stepped out, the bald man rushed over, pointing at Han Ying and cursing, "Oh, so you finally decided to get out. You're not trying to flee the scene after hitting someone, are you?" Han Ying retorted defiantly, "You all crashed into us unexpectedly and are trying to frame me." The bald man stepped closer, pointing at Han Ying and shouting, "There are plenty of witnesses here who can attest that you hit us. My brother's arm is broken, and you still want to deny it. This guy next to me is a witness. He saw your vehicle collide with our motorcycle." A bystander with yellow hair chimed in, "Sister, I was right behind your car. I indeed saw your vehicle hit them." Han Ying's face flushed with anger. "I didn't hit you. You accelerated and crashed into us. Do you have any evidence to prove that?" Boss Fong was right. This group was undoubtedly operating as a gang, specializing in scams like this. If only they hadn't taken the shortcut. There were no surveillance cameras here, and Boss Fong's old car lacked a functioning dashcam. It remained uncertain whether the reinforcements Boss Fong called would be of any help. If not, they would have no choice but to pay up. Fong Yuan sensed that this group of people was not particularly clever. Such tactics might intimidate those in a hurry or those who preferred to avoid trouble. He glanced at the young man with the elbow guard. He seemed too young for this. It didn't add up. It seems the parents have failed in their upbringing. Perhaps a brief period of reflection is in order. Enough of the ruckus. Instead of howling here, you should contact an ambulance for your companion. Any matters arising can be discussed with the traffic police and insurance representatives. Fong Yuan pretended to dial a number, eliciting a panicked response from the bald man. "You don't intend to compensate. Who are you to her? You weren't the one who collided with us. This is none of your concern." Fong Yuan, intrigued by the bald man's agitation, replied, "I am her employer. This vehicle belongs to me." The bald man retorted, "So, are you going to compensate us?" Meanwhile, the shammate man sitting on the ground feigned sorrow, clutching his elbow. "My arm is broken. If you refuse to pay, this matter is far from over. Did I ever say I wouldn't compensate? Let's wait for the police and insurance to arrive," Fong Yuan responded. The bald man attempted to negotiate. "Why not just pay us directly? We can go to the hospital ourselves." At this moment, a bystander with yellow hair interjected, "Honestly, my friends, the responsibility lies with you. In business, it is wiser to resolve matters amicably. There's no need to involve the police." This further incensed the two sisters. Fong Yuan retorted with a smile, "Who the hell do you think you are to call me brother? Don't obstruct my view, or I might just slap you." The yellow-haired man was taken aback by his assertiveness, exchanging frantic glances with the bald man. The bald man brandished his phone, threatening to record. "Hurry, call the police. I refuse to believe you can act so brazenly before them after hitting someone." Fong Yuan turned to Han Ying. "Call the police and request the insurance representative to come as well." Han Ying nodded. Han Sisi, still a bit anxious, tugged at Fong Yuan's sleeve. "Brother Fong, are you all right?" Fong Yuan dismissed her concerns. "It's nothing, merely a bunch of clowns. They haven't fully matured and are already causing trouble. Let them learn a lesson." The three of them exchanged furtive glances, wondering if they had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. However, upon confirming that the vehicle was a Mazda, they collectively sighed in relief. What trouble could the owner of a Mazda possibly bring? Han Yingying approached quietly. Brother Fong, I've made the call. Fong Yuan smiled. You two should return to the car. I will discuss life with them. The three exchanged glances again. Fong Yuan, with a smirk, addressed the bald man. How much do you intend to demand as compensation? The bald man felt a surge of excitement. After all his bravado, it seemed he was merely posturing. Without hesitation, he declared, given my brother's injury, factoring in all expenses, we would need at least 10,000 to recover fully. Fong Yuan chuckled. Only 10,000? Now it was the bald man's turn to be taken aback. Why not this? If you also break his leg, I'll compensate you 100,000, and we can settle this privately. Brother, that's not appropriate. Do you understand? I'm giving you money, not asking for brotherhood. Damn. Do you think I'm a fool? Aren't you? As the two individuals continued their heated exchange, their tempers flared further. Fortunately, an Audi approached from a distance, prompting Zhao Peizhen to hastily park the vehicle. Upon exiting, he cast a glance at the unfamiliar trio before moving closer to Boss Fong, voice laden with concern. Boss, are you all right? Fong Yuan waved dismissively. I'm fine. Please handle this. The police have already been notified. With that, he turned and opened the car door. Preparing to leave, Zhao Peizhen, unfazed, engaged the three in a philosophical discussion about life. Their conversation sowed seeds of doubt in the trio's resolve. Yet escape was no longer feasible. They steadfastly insisted that Han Yingying had struck the motorcycle, and with no video evidence to corroborate their claims. The standoff persisted until the arrival of the traffic police, who brought a semblance of calm. The seasoned officer quickly deduced that the bald man had recently emerged from a prior predicament. His years of experience hinted that this individual had likely reverted to old habits. The only complication lay in the absence of additional witnesses, complicating negotiations regarding compensation. The bald man was eager to discuss terms, but Fong Yuan showed no interest, instructing Zhao Peizhen to file a lawsuit against the trio for attempted fraud, allowing his team to engage them thoroughly. The sisters' spirits were dampened by the incident, leaving them dejected throughout the night. As the designated driver, Han Yingying wore a troubled expression but felt a slight relief knowing Boss Fong could manage the situation. It was Tuesday, coincidentally Han Yingying's designated day, and she, lacking the energy to maintain appearances, headed upstairs after a shower, prompting Han Sisi to roll her eyes in exasperation. Chapter 87. The Goodies Festival, where Pinduo's single-day transaction exceeded 30 million. The following day, Han Yingying lingered in bed until Han Sisi came upstairs to rouse her. Reluctantly, she rose, her face betraying her displeasure as she prepared breakfast. Sister, can't you let me sleep a little longer? She complained, rubbing her sleepy eyes. By 8:30, the sisters ascended to call each other down for breakfast, where Fong Yuan could not resist teasing them for a moment. A few minutes later, the sisters descended, cheeks flushed, adjusting their shoulder straps. They exchanged relieved glances, thankful they had gone upstairs together. Facing Boss Fong alone would have been quite daunting. After completing his morning routine, Fong Yuan sat down to find sea cucumber porridge before him, which immediately dampened his spirits. Who could stomach such a rich dish so early in the day? Moreover, the frequency of such meals had noticeably increased lately. Were the sisters worried about him? Han Sisi looked up and hesitantly asked, Brother Fong, why aren't you eating? Fong Yuan grimaced, it's too fishy for my taste. Han Yingying savored her meal with great delight, remarking, this porridge, having been properly processed, is devoid of any fishy taste and is quite nourishing. Fong Gu, you should drink more. It will be beneficial for you. Fong Yuan coughed lightly and replied, whose idea was it to indulge in such things? In the future, let's refrain from these unnecessary distractions. Han Yingying timidly raised her hand. Fong Yuan shot her a glance, questioning, did you not shed enough tears last night? The intensity of Fong Boss's gaze suddenly instilled a sense of inexplicable fear in Han Yingying. However, the matter of her tears was a secret shared only between her and Fong Boss. Why would he bring this up in front of her sister? Couldn't these discussions be reserved for private moments? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she stammered, Fong Gu, why did you bring this up? Fortunately, Han Sisi timely intervened, saying, Fong Gu, we harbor no ulterior motives. We merely wish for you to maintain your condition. Fong Yuan shot her another disapproving look, retorting, Sisi, when did you become so inappropriate? Yet, Considering their earnest intentions, he conceded, "Well, I suppose I shall reluctantly partake." The sisters exchanged secret smiles, knowing Fong boss was quite concerned about his image. At 9:30, Fong Yuan made his way to the company, where CEO Wang Yongxiang had been waiting for quite some time. The previous day's Pinduoduo Good Goods Festival had come to a close, yielding commendable results for the platform. Despite being hastily organized and coinciding with Taobao 11 event, Pinduoduo's transaction volume exceeded 30 million on that day. To put this into perspective, it equated to Pinduoduo's entire transaction volume for the month of October. Active users surged past 8 million. However, Alibaba's Taobao still outpaced the competition, boasting a staggering total transaction volume of 57.1 billion yuan, with mobile transactions accounting for 70. The disparity between both platforms in terms of mobile transactions was even more pronounced for Pinduoduo, which saw over 90 of its transactions occurring via mobile devices. This remarkable mobile data was largely attributed to a recent series of funding round with Tencent. Most users engage with Pinduoduo through their mobile devices for group purchases and price cuts. Unlike Taobao, whose product links shared on WeChat can only be converted to a code message, Pinduoduo's links allow users to click through directly into the Pinduoduo application. In this respect, Pinduoduo undoubtedly holds a competitive edge. With the backing of major domestic messaging services like WeChat and QQ, Pinduoduo hardly needs to invest in advertising. Whenever users contemplate group buying or bargaining, their first thought is to use WeChat or QQ. This fundamental reason explains Fong Yuan's decision to invite Tencent into the fold. What advertisements could rival Tencent's resources? However, after listening to Wang Yongxiang's report, Fong Yuan found himself somewhat speechless. While the transaction volume had risen, Pinduoduo incurred a daily loss of 3 million yuan, primarily due to subsidies for merchants. It was an unavoidable situation. They were still in the phase of burning cash, trading funds for market share, which was somewhat acceptable. After reporting to Boss Fong, Wang Yongxiang reminded him, "Boss Fong, it is said that Taobao is launching Taoed around New Year's. Moreover, Jingdong seems to be taking action as well. We must hasten our steps to seize market share before they rise, establishing an absolute presence." Fong Yuan nodded. "If you have ideas, pursue them boldly. If the funds run dry, we will initiate Series B financing. Do not concern yourself with frugality. With such authority bestowed upon you, I expect tangible results. Once Pinduoduo goes public, your share will be undeniable. I will have Zhao draft a bet agreement." At these words, Wang Yongxiang's bloodshot eyes quivered slightly. From that moment forth, Boss Fong became his deity, unyielding and resolute. Chapter 88. The Allure of the Bet Agreement and 5 Stake in the Evening. The two sisters were calculating the revenue from their store's sales the previous day. To their astonishment, they discovered they had sold an impressive 110,000 yuan. After deducting all expenses, they netted 30,000 yuan, more than their earnings for an entire month. How miraculous! The sales from their half-price promotion had surged to several times that of their usual pricing. Boss Fong truly excelled. Items originally priced at 9 yuan were offered as a buy one get one free deal during the Good Goods Festival. While profits had diminished, sales skyrocketed. Clearly, a lower price ensured profitability. Yet, the sisters held a twinge of concern. Could this be Boss Fong's subtle way of surprising them? After all, they had witnessed his prowess in providing them with advantages before. During their first week of opening, their store had consistently earned around 1,000 yuan daily. Though it paled in comparison to now, the traffic on Pinduoduo had not been as high then. Thus, they remained uncertain if Boss Fong was orchestrating this success. Seemingly in sync, the sisters turned their gazes toward Boss Fong, who was somewhat overwhelming. Ultimately, it was the bashful Han Cici who broke the silence first. "Brother Fong, is our store sales genuine?" Fong Yuan merely responded with an continuing his previous actions, leaving Han Cici with no further inclination to inquire. Instead, she leaned against Boss Fong's shoulder, contentedly calculating like her sister Han Yingying. After a while, Han Yingying handed over the account book and promissory note, the one bearing their names and fingerprints, remarkably well preserved. The accompanying statement represented the debts owed by the sisters and the repayments made thus far. Han Yingying eagerly explained, "Brother Fong, please check if there are any discrepancies. We have repaid 50,000 yuan, leaving a remaining debt of 220,000 yuan. Fong Yuan cast a few glances, somewhat speechless as he regarded the two women. "Even in your current predicament, You still think about repaying your debts? Han Yingying pouted. My sister and I have already discussed it. No matter what, we must settle this debt. Otherwise, we would feel uneasy. Seeing the sister's determination, he decided not to impose any further hardship upon them. Their happiness mattered most. After all, they were already his, and he had long since reaped the benefits. Achieving his goals, the hundreds of thousands in debt hardly weighed on his mind. However, if the two were so keen on repaying it, he would let them remain on this path for as long as it took, providing them with a modicum of motivation to strive. It could be seen as a small delight in their shared lives. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Having confidence is commendable, but I plan to buy you both a car. Upon hearing Fang's proposal, the sister's immediate reaction was, Brother Fang, are you attempting to burden us with more debt? Fang Yuan kissed both of them lightly, not too foolish. I see. Han Yingying replied reluctantly, Brother Fang, continuing to drive your Mazda is perfectly fine. It keeps us under the radar. Fang Yuan was left speechless. Under the radar to the point of being targeted by scammers? Han Yingying felt a bit awkward. How could she explain? It wasn't entirely her fault. Her first driving experience had been marred by those 3 con artists, and to this day, the traffic police had yet to issue a responsibility report. Moreover, according to Fang Yuan's intentions, he did not seem inclined to let those 3 off lightly. Yet, she needn't worry about that. Brother Fang would handle it for her. Thus, it was settled that on Friday afternoon, they would go to look at cars. Fang Yuan did not allow the sisters any opportunity to hesitate, decisively making the call. The sisters could only hope that Brother Fang would not choose an overly expensive vehicle for them. Otherwise, after repaying hundreds of thousands in debt, they would be saddled with millions more. When would they ever glimpse hope? Would this arduous journey of repayment truly last a lifetime? After chatting with the sisters for a while longer, Fang Yuan began to feel fatigued. In the following days, Fang Yuan reviewed a plethora of documents, all pertaining to the expansion plans for Pinduoduo. It must be noted that bringing in CEO Wang Yongxiang was indeed a sagacious choice. As Pinduoduo found its footing, Fang Yuan lacked the energy to oversee every facet of the company. If he wished to profit effortlessly, he would need to relinquish a small portion of his gains to others. Otherwise, how could he expect them to devote themselves to his cause? On Thursday, Zhao Peijin drafted a betting agreement. The contract stipulated that during his tenure at Pinduoduo, Wang Yongxiang would receive a 5 equity stake, subject to dilution from financing. During this period, Wang would be fully responsible for the overall operations of the company and must meet the quarterly and annual targets set forth, such as achieving a certain number of active users or increasing transaction volumes. These matters are subject to specific indicators. The terms of the bet will only be fulfilled upon the public listing of Pinduoduo. Provided Pinduoduo flourishes, Wang Yongxiang shall become the next billionaire. Moreover, it is said that all executives may achieve billionaire status by purchasing the 10 option incentives previously issued by the company. Due to the rapid growth of Pinduoduo, the current rented 4-story office building can no longer accommodate its operational needs. Consequently, Fang Yuan arranged for He Yui to lease an additional 4 floors. Regrettably, there are not many vacant office spaces in the financial building. Once these remaining 4 floors are rented, there will be no further options available. Nevertheless, these 4 floors should suffice for Pinduoduo until early next year, given that not all employees work in the financial building. Many responsible for operations and sales are based in other cities. Furthermore, as the company is currently in a capital-intensive phase, constructing a new building is not a feasible option. For the time being, they must settle for rented office spaces, intending to make further arrangements post-listing. On Friday, He Yui approached Boss Fang with a smile to report on matters. Generally, He Yui does not report directly to Boss Fang, as her immediate supervisor is Wang Yongxiang. However, on occasions when Boss Fang assigns her tasks, including matters related to him and his 2 sisters, she may report up the hierarchy. Chapter 89. A suitable secretarial candidate. Jiang Tingting. Upon entering, He Yui presented a resume. Boss Fang, I recently attended a campus recruitment event at Zhongda and interviewed several candidates for the secretarial position. I believe this candidate, Jiang Tingting, aligns well with your requirements. Shall we schedule an interview? Fang Yuan's expression brightened as he took the resume and examined it carefully. The resume featured a photograph of Jiang Tingting, and if her identification photo was so appealing, the real person must be even more so. However, his initial impression of Jiang Tingting was that she possessed a somewhat gentle demeanor. Fang Yuan preferred to find a secretary with a bit more capability. The role of a secretary is not suited for everyone. Personality plays a crucial role. Hesitation and lack of decisiveness are not qualities that befit a secretary. Trusting He Yui's judgment, Fang Yuan did not inquire further and replied, somewhat disinterestedly, if it's a university student from Zhongda, can we arrange for the afternoon? If she cannot come, we shall seek another candidate. He Yui discerned the underlying meaning in Boss Fang's words. In simpler terms, the boss was not entirely satisfied with this candidate. Perhaps due to his trust in her previous work, he was willing to entertain the interview. In truth, she felt quite conflicted and was unsure of the boss's true intentions, whether he sought a capable secretary or had other considerations. In these times, earning money is no easy task. It took her 3 months to find a suitable secretary for her boss, and she had finally come across a candidate who barely met the requirements. However, it seems that the boss holds her in slight disdain. The intentions of the boss are indeed difficult to decipher. He Yui, with an expression of apology, said, Manager Fang, shall I look for someone else? Fang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. First, inquire whether she can come over. After all, you have been recruiting for quite some time. What if I have misjudged? He Yui nodded, feeling quite awkward. Manager Fang, I will make a call to check. Go ahead and confirm. If she cannot make it, I may not come to the office in the afternoon. He Yui took out her phone to call Jiang Tingting. Meanwhile, in a female dormitory at Zhongda University, Jiang Tingting, who was lounging on her desk browsing on Pinduoduo, was startled by the sudden phone call. She patted her chest, feeling her heart race as she glanced at the caller ID. A smile spread across her face, and after a moment of gathering herself, she pressed the answer button. Politely, Jiang Tingting asked, Hello, is this Director He? He Yui replied with a smile. Yes, it is. Classmate Jiang. Our manager Fang would like to schedule an interview with you at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Could you arrange your time accordingly? Jiang Tingting was quite surprised. Director He, does it have to be this afternoon? He Yui nodded. Yes, this is Manager Fang's request. Jiang Tingting, not daring to hesitate any further for fear of missing this second interview opportunity, quickly responded. Thank you for the reminder, Director He. I will be there on time at 3 o'clock. He Yui courteously added. If you have any questions, feel free to chat with me on WeChat. I have other matters to attend to, so I will hang up now. Jiang Tingting replied. Director He, please take care of your business. I will consult you when you are available. After hanging up the phone, He Yui looked at Boss Fang. Manager Fang, I have scheduled her for 3 o'clock. Fang Yuan, curious, remarked, it seems you have a good impression of her. He Yui bit her lip and confessed, to be honest, I see a reflection of my younger self in her. I admit there is a hint of personal bias. I will be more cautious next time. Fang Yuan waved his hand. It's all trivial. I have confidence in your work ethic. Perhaps my first impression of her was not the best. He Yui sighed. This girl does come from a less privileged background, but her temperament aligns quite well with this field, if judged solely on her appearance. She possesses a certain unexpected charm. Oh, that sounds intriguing. Jiang Tingting's roommate, Huang Xia, approached with a watermelon, curiously asking, Tingting, which company has invited you for a second interview so quickly? Jiang Tingting replied, It's the recently popular Pinduoduo. I had little hope initially, but unexpectedly, they want me for a second interview this afternoon. It's quite sudden. Stretching her arms, Jiang Tingting's impressive figure caught a few lingering glances. Huang Xia leaned against the bunk bed's ladder, puzzled. That is indeed sudden. I recall that company offers a decent salary, right? Jiang Tingting stood up, took her roommate and close friend Huang Xia's spoon, scooped a piece of watermelon, and tasted it with a smile. Over 10,000 after confirmation. But the requirements must be quite high. I feel I have little hope. Huang Xia inquired. So, do you not wish to go? Jiang Tingting, with a sense of resignation, shrugged her shoulders and replied, I certainly must go. If I fail to find a job, I shall be reduced to eating dirt in the latter half of the year. Huang Xia was aware that Jiang Tingting's family circumstances were not particularly favorable, yet she reflected on her own situation, which, although free from familial concerns, was fraught with its own troubles. Alas, my parents are driving me nearly mad, insisting that I take the civil service examination. I am at a loss as to what I should choose. If I do not pursue civil service, they urge me to hurry home and find someone to marry. Who in this day and age wishes to marry so early? She paused. I must prepare for my interview this afternoon. How about I act as your mock interviewer, allowing you to practice a bit? By the way, have you met your boss? No, but I heard from Director He that he is quite young. Otherwise, I would not have the courage to attend the interview. There's little choice. Society harbors biases against the role of a secretary. especially when it involves young women assisting their bosses. Let them speculate. As long as it pays, that is all that matters. Noon arrived, and Fang Yuan returned to the Zhujiang villa for lunch. Originally, they had planned to view cars in the afternoon, but the sisters did not anticipate that Boss Fang would have an urgent matter arise. Upon hearing that Boss Fang would be interviewing a new secretary that afternoon, both women exchanged worried glances. Han Yingying, with curiosity, asked, "Brother Fang, why the sudden need for a secretary?" Fang Yuan shot her a glance, remarking, "Who prompted you two to skip work after just a few days?" Han Yingying pouted, visibly discontented. "Brother Fang, are you once again contemplating the grass that grows near the nest?" Han Sisi also wore a look of melancholy. Fang Yuan found himself both amused and exasperated. "You two came to accompany me, yet I have not even had a chance to eat. I am not currently pondering any other grass." "Brother Fang, does that imply there may be opportunities in the future? If you insist on interpreting it that way, so be it. Then what shall become of us?" In Fang Yuan's heart, they would always hold the foremost position, inseparable from one another. The sisters' expressions softened a touch. At 3 in the afternoon, Fang Yuan personally interviewed the new secretary, Jiang Tingting, with He Yui assisting nearby. When Jiang Tingting was brought in, He Yui provided a brief introduction. "This is our company, General Fang." Jiang Tingting stifled her astonishment and greeted politely, "Good afternoon, General Fang." Fang Yuan nodded, thinking that the photograph of this young woman had not deceived him. Her figure seemed to rival that of old Li's daughter, though she appeared somewhat shorter. Even in high heels, she likely did not reach the height of 165 centimeters. Fang Yuan got straight to the point. "Please introduce yourself." Jiang Tingting hesitated for a moment. "Good afternoon, General Fang and Director He. I am Jiang Tingting from the Administrative Management Department of Zhongda." Before she could finish her introduction, Fang Yuan interjected, "What truly interests me is your genuine purpose for coming to our company. I would like to hear your authentic thoughts. Remember, do not deceive me." Jiang Tingting felt somewhat perplexed. "Is this not an interview? My true thoughts. Naturally, I think the salary here is appealing." He Yui also sensed the awkwardness but remained composed. Explaining, "Jiang, feel free to express yourself candidly." Jiang Tingting hesitated for a moment before honestly stating, "The salary here is quite high." Fang Yuan then inquired, "Have you ever been in a relationship during your university years?" Jiang Tingting shook her head in confusion. Was there something amiss with this boss, asking such peculiar questions? "Do you have any younger siblings?" "I have one younger brother," she replied. Director He, let us proceed with her. In Chapter 90, Jiang Tingting contemplated diving into the metaphorical fire pit, compelled by the generous offer presented to her. As Fang, the interviewer, posed these odd questions, she initially felt inclined to decline the offer. However, after conversing with Director He and touring the work environment at Pinduo, her doubts began to wane. The internship salary was 8,500, and upon formal employment, the monthly wage would reach 10,000. The benefits included comprehensive social insurance and housing funds, with a 5-day, 8-hour workweek. The basis for overtime and social security contributions was not even tied to the base salary, resulting in a monthly housing fund exceeding 2,000. Such conditions were far superior to those commonly found in private enterprises, outshining many state-owned companies. Where could one find such an impeccable job? Pinduoduo's offer was simply too generous. This was a source of inner conflict for Jiang Tingting. As the only university student in her family, her parents, who toiled in agriculture, had sacrificed greatly to support her education, living frugally year after year. Their modest land yielded only about 10,000 annually. This year, although her younger brother, Jiang Xiaojun, had also gained admission to university, his scores fell short, relegating him to a second-tier institution. His tuition was only manageable through student loans. With graduation imminent, Jiang Tingting wished to alleviate some of her parents' burdens. After interviewing with numerous companies during the campus recruitment period, she had made comparisons. Pinduoduo's salary was double that of other firms. Her only concern was whether the excessively young Fang would have ulterior motives in creating the secretary position. Yet, in such a large corporation, it was quite normal for a boss to have a secretary. Moreover, she held a very favorable impression of Director He, who would guide her upon her entry into the company. Analyzing everything, it seemed that Fang was indeed seeking a capable secretary, rather than the stereotypical notion of a boss misusing his secretary. With this realization, Jiang Tingting quietly patted her chest, catching a glimpse of Director He approaching. She lifted her cup and took a sip. He Yui sat down with an employment agreement and looked at the still reserved Jiang Tingting, asking, "Jiang, do you have any courses left at your university?" Jiang Tingting shook her head. "No, I only need to return next year for my thesis defense and graduation photos. I can intern at the company for the rest of the time." He nodded slightly and pushed the employment agreement forward. "Please take this agreement back and sign it. There is also a template included. If you have any questions about how to fill it out, feel free to reach out to me on WeChat." "How does starting next Monday sound?" Jiang Tingting bit her lip and consented. "I can accept that start time." He exhaled a long sigh of relief, a smile gracing her face as she patiently explained, "Once you begin, I will introduce you to the leaders of various departments. I will also guide you through the duties of a secretary until you become familiar with the role." Jiang Tingting expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Director He." He smiled gently and replied, "There is no need for thanks. Being chosen by General Manager Fong indicates you possess considerable talent." Tentatively, Jiang Tingting inquired, "Director He, is it true that General Manager Fong is only in his 20s? He affirmed with a nod. Jiang Tingting felt a greater sense of reassurance, realizing that her initial assumptions were misguided and that she passed the interview on merit. "By the way, Jiang, I noticed on your resume that you have obtained a driver's license. Can you drive?" Jiang Tingting felt a bit embarrassed, admitting, "To be honest, I've only driven while preparing for the test." He understood, "You'll become familiar with it after a few more drives. General Manager Fong won't hold it against you. Just be bold and give it a try." Jiang Tingting nodded, committing Yi's words to memory. Meanwhile, Fong Yuan had returned home after the interview to take the sisters to the dealership to purchase a car. At Zhujiang Villa, Fong Yuan asked the two sisters seated on the sofa, "Have you decided on which car you want?" "We have made our choice. We just need you to help us finalize it," Han Ying replied, putting down her phone and rushing over to assist Fong with his briefcase and tie. Fong Yuan affectionately patted her head, advising, "Just be careful not to choose a car that costs over 100,000. We wouldn't want to be a target for scammers." Han Ying pouted, "Brother Fong, we are not trying to save you money this time." Fong Yuan chuckled, "I hope you don't." As the two engaged in light-hearted banter, Han Cc, disregarding her shyness, stood up and wrapped her arms around Fong Yuan's arm, asking, "Brother Fong, can you guess which car we chose?" Han Ying, not to be outdone, clung tightly to his other arm, playfully nudging him. Fong Yuan found their sudden competition for his attention amusing, appreciating the playful dynamic as long as it remained innocent and devoid of ulterior motives, for it added a delightful charm to their lives. Under the sisters' gentle pressure, Fong Yuan settled between them. Both sisters fixed their gazes on him, asking in unison, "Brother Fong, is your secretary beautiful?" The two, who had just been vying for his attention, quickly united against a common curiosity. Fong Yuan playfully tapped each of them lightly on the head, exclaiming, "Do I have to report every little detail about my work to you two?" "Of course not," they replied in unison. Han Ying, playfully covering her head, teased, "Brother Fong, you must have ulterior motives for hiring a secretary." Han Cc remained quiet, her cheeks puffed out in mock defiance. Fong Yuan glanced at the two sisters, who appeared somewhat flustered under his gaze, mistakenly believing that he was displeased. Han Ying, with a quick flick of her eyes, raised her hand in surrender, exclaiming, "Brother Fong, I spoke out of turn. I shall impose a fine of 500 yuan on myself this month." Cc, ever quick to respond, chimed in agreement, "We won't ask any further." Fong Yuan chuckled. "This is what you both proposed. I never suggested any deductions." The sisters playfully protested, "Brother Fong, you are too wicked." He affectionately patted their heads, reassuring them. "Why are you two so concerned about my hiring a secretary? Regardless of circumstances, your standing in my heart remains unaltered." The sisters, blushing, nodded in understanding, realizing they had been misled by Fong Yuan's stern demeanor. Nevertheless, their spirits lifted considerably, though he offered little explanation. His attitude clearly indicated that they held the foremost place in his affections. This assurance was more than sufficient. "Now, do tell me what vehicle you have your eyes set on." "Brother Fong, we wish to purchase a Porsche Panamera. What is the price of such a car?" "Over 1,000,000 yuan." At last, their standards seemed to have risen. It was 4 in the afternoon, and they returned to the same 4S dealership that Uncle Lee had previously recommended, greeted by the same sales representative. Upon exiting the vehicle, the three donned their sunglasses. Fong Yuan took one sister by each hand. The sunglasses lent them a sense of boldness, allowing them to relish this unusual thrill. It seemed to be the first time they ventured out with such audacity. The sales representative observed this scene, feeling a pang of envy. Realizing that his own ambitions were modest in comparison, Uncle Lee's friend was indeed impressive, especially with a pair of twins. The sales representative led them to the Porsche Panamera showroom, discreetly excusing himself from their line of sight. With no one following, the sisters felt unburdened. "Brother Fong, do you think we might be photographed and posted online?" "Not at all. This 4S dealership is owned by Uncle Lee's friend, so you need not worry." Fong Yuan removed his sunglasses, and upon hearing this, the sisters glanced around to ensure no one was watching before they too removed their shades. Fong Yuan released their hands, suggesting, "Why not go try out the car? If it feels comfortable, we can take it home later while I check out some sports cars." Curiously, the sisters inquired, "Brother Fong, do you also enjoy sports cars?" "Indeed," he replied, "I have grown weary of that Mercedes. It's time for a new one to play with. Sports cars are perfect for evening drives." Han Yingying, with a mischievous glint in her eye, remarked, "Brother Fong, you wish to take us shopping, holding our hands like this, don't you?" Fong Yuan smiled knowingly, exchanging a glance that suggested mutual understanding. He then turned to the elder sister. "Cici, do you feel the same way?" Blushing, Han Cici nodded in agreement. Realizing that the sisters had discerned his intentions, Fong Yuan could only muster a bold retort. "One cannot simply remain cooped up in the villa every day. Who knows what others might think of our relationship? They might even assume I'm your father." "Brother Fong, you're so naughty," the sisters chimed in, playfully poking Fong Yuan in the side. He laughed heartily, urging them, "Go on, take the Porsche Panamera for a test drive." With a playful scoff, the sisters headed off to experience the vehicle they had set their sights on. Not far away, a young salesman witnessed this scene unfold. By an unfortunate coincidence, their eyes met. The salesman was left utterly dumbfounded, a chill running through him as he feared the worst. Would Mr. Fong be displeased? However, Fong Yuan waved at the salesman, who exhaled in relief and hurried over. Speaking earnestly, "Mr. Fong, how may I assist you?" Fong Yuan gestured towards the Panamera, instructing, "Please explain the test drive details to these two ladies. I shall take the Porsche 911 beside it for a spin." The salesman, as if receiving a royal decree, scurried off to fulfill the request. Throughout his explanation, he remained acutely aware of maintaining a respectful distance from the sisters, terrified of displeasing Fong Yuan with any misstep. Fortunately, it seemed that Mr. Fong was in a generous mood. Otherwise, these two transactions might have been doomed. Losing a sale was inconsequential. What truly frightened him was the thought of Mr. Fong mentioning it to Uncle Lee, which could jeopardize his job. He resolved to be more astute in the future, reminding himself to avoid unnecessary scrutiny. Around 10 minutes later, the sisters returned to test the Porsche 911. Han Yingying climbed into the car, commenting as she experienced it, "Brother Fong, this sports car seems rather cramped. It feels a bit narrow inside." Fong Yuan chuckled. "That's the nature of sports cars. They are not designed for everyday commuting. They are meant for thrill-seeking, not for practical use." Han Cici, exploring the vehicle with curiosity, inquired, "Brother Fong, what is the price of this Porsche 911 you have your eye on?" Fong Yuan turned to the salesman standing nearby, who replied with a smile, "This top-tier Porsche 911 has a price tag of approximately 2.7 million. Han Cici couldn't help but exclaim, "With that amount, one could purchase two Panameras." "Sister, you don't quite understand." Brother Fong isn't concerned with the price. "It's about personal preference," Han Yingying clarified. "Am I right, Brother Fong?" Fong Yuan turned to Yingying, beckoning her with a finger. Without regard for the salesman's presence, Han Yingying leaned in for a kiss from Fong Yuan. Han Cici, emboldened, followed suit. The salesman quietly turned away, content with the affectionate gestures exchanged with the sisters. Fong Yuan stood and declared, "Let us go. I'll handle the payment. You two wait for me in the car." Only then did the salesman dare to turn back, gesturing for Fong Yuan to follow him, saying, "Mr. Fong, please, this way." Fong Yuan inquired, "Do you have any recreational vehicles for sale?" The sales representative pondered for a moment before responding, "The vehicles we have in the store are all compact models, which may not meet your needs, Mr. Fong. I will discuss with the manager about arranging a few larger recreational vehicles from other dealerships so that you will have more options." Fong Yuan chuckled. "You certainly know how to handle matters. When the suitable vehicles arrive, do inform me." "Absolutely," the sales representative assured. Fong Yuan proceeded to settle the payment with remarkable ease. The top-tier Porsche Panamera was acquired for a total of 1.4 million, while the high-end Porsche 911 was secured for 2.7 million. In just half an hour, he had spent a staggering 4.1 million, as money flowed effortlessly from his hands. After completing the transaction, he headed to the parking area. The dealership personnel would deliver the vehicle directly to the Zhujiang villa the following day, alleviating him of any concerns regarding the pickup. Upon exiting the dealership, Fang Yuan accompanied the two sisters to a Sam's Club for grocery shopping. Having taken the first step at the dealership, the sisters playfully urged Fang Yuan to hold their hands while they strolled through the store. Should anyone happen to see them, so be it. Wearing sunglasses ensured their anonymity. They could not hide forever. It was time to confront the world. Fang Yuan had not anticipated that the secretary he hired would help dissolve the sisters' emotional barriers. Nevertheless, he remained somewhat restrained, limiting himself to merely holding their hands. As they wandered through the aisles, Han Yingying spotted a familiar face. Sister, isn't that Sister Xiaoxue? Han Cici's face suddenly turned tense. Just as Han Yingying finished speaking, Lu Xiaoxue noticed the trio. This was the first time she had seen Mr. Fang holding hands with the twins while out shopping. Initially intending to quietly slip away, she caught the gaze of Mr. Fang and felt compelled to acknowledge him. She nodded in his direction, and Fang Yuan returned her smile. However, the sisters felt increasingly awkward. It was indeed troublesome to be seen by Sister Xiaoxue, leaving them uncertain of her opinion about them. The cheerful spirits of the sisters quickly dimmed. After dinner, the sisters added the cost of the Porsche Panamera to their debt, which surged to over 1 million. Fang Yuan affectionately ruffled their hair and jested. Do you truly wish to be in debt for a lifetime? Han Yingying replied with a hint of indignation. What other choice do we have? Han Cici nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan found himself at a loss for words, choosing instead to let them revel in their happiness. Suddenly, his phone, resting on the coffee table, rang. Cici, could you check who's calling? Han Cici willingly reached for it, and upon seeing the caller ID, her expression turned anxious. Brother Fang, it's a video call from Annie. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow and murmured, I wonder if she plans to visit Guangzhou. Upon hearing this, the two sisters involuntarily flushed. Han Cici murmured, Brother Fang, we should tidy up the kitchen first. Fang Yuan grimaced, what is there to clean? Stay here beside me. Don't you wish to video chat with my mom? Han Cici appeared quite embarrassed, whispering, if we sit together, one tea that reveal to Auntie that the three of us are living together? So just say we live together, Fang Yuan urged. Quick, come over. I'll connect the call. Chapter 92. Fang Dad and Mom are coming to Yangqing. Old Fang, come quickly. Your son has answered a video call. Fang Mom's voice rang out. The sisters immediately shifted half a buttock away, fearing they were too close to the boss. Fang Yuan leaned back on the sofa, greeting his mother. Mom, why are you thinking of video calling me at this late hour? As he spoke, Fang Dad also appeared on screen. Keen-eyed Fang Mom immediately noticed something amiss. Cici is beside you two? Fang Yuan angled the camera towards Han Cici, smiling as he said, yes. They are currently living in my villa. Fang Mom exchanged glances with Fang Dad. Han Cici waved at the camera. Good evening, uncle and aunt. Once the elder sister finished her greeting, Fang Yuan turned the camera to Han Yingying. Typically carefree, this time Han Yingying felt shy, stuttering as she spoke. Fang Dad and Mom, seasoned in life's experiences, greeted the sisters without a hint of surprise. Fang Yuan held up the phone and inquired, are you two planning to visit Yangqing? Fang Mom replied, how did you know? Fang Yuan shrugged, is that hard to guess? Fang Mom pouted, your father and I are planning to visit Yangqing for a few days, and we might as well check out that company of yours. Fang Yuan nodded. Then come on over. Getting some fresh air is certainly better than staring at that little shabby shop every day. Fang Mom retorted, how can you speak like that? Without that little shabby shop, could we have raised you? Upon hearing his mother shift into her teaching mode, Fang Yuan felt a headache coming on. Meanwhile, the sisters were secretly delighted, relishing the rare sight of the boss in a predicament, stifling their laughter. Noticing the sisters suppressing their amusement, Fang Yuan raised his hand slightly, showing only his head in the frame, while his other hand rested on Han Cici's belly. After listening to Fang Mom's complaints for a while, he interrupted. What time does your train arrive tomorrow? I'll have Cici and Yingying pick you up. At 3 in the afternoon, came the reply. All right then. We'll discuss more when we meet tomorrow. Fang Yuan decisively ended the call. The sisters exchanged awkward glances with Fang Yuan. Brother Fang, why are you making us pick up uncle and aunt? Fang Yuan replied nonchalantly. Shouldn't I be the one to do it? The sisters immediately wilted, weakly responding, fine. We'll go pick them up. Han Cici, feeling a bit bashful, fretted about how to explain the situation tomorrow. Brother Fang, what if Annie asks? Fang Yuan reassured her. Just tell her the truth. You opened a shop outside, But you still live in the villa. Han Yingying pouted and said, Brother Fong, how should I explain this? Fong Yuan pinched her playfully and replied, just say you're earning money alongside your sister. The two sisters pouted in unison. Fong Boss's explanation was riddled with flaws. However, at this point, they were reluctant to concoct any further lies. It would be far better to candidly acknowledge the situation. The following day, Saturday, Fong Yuan rose early to go for a run. Midway, he encountered Lu Xiaoxua and exchanged a few pleasantries with her. Later, around 4 in the afternoon, the sisters drove their newly acquired Porsche Panamera to the train station to greet Fong's parents. Uncle, Auntie, over here. The sisters waved as they spotted Fong's parents emerging from the station. Upon seeing them, Fong's parents felt a twinge of resignation. It seemed their son was indeed serious about this. Fong's mother held a very favorable impression of the sisters. In this day and age, girls who understood the value of thrift were a rarity, and here were two, no less, and twins at that. Fong's mother felt somewhat guilty towards the young ladies. Once they got into the car, Han Yingying took the wheel while Han Sisi occupied the passenger seat. In the back, Fong's parents curiously examined the nearly brand new vehicle. Unable to resist asking, Sisi, this car must have cost a pretty penny, right? Han Sisi pursed her lips and explained, Auntie, this is the car Brother Fong bought just yesterday for over $1 million. Fong's mother had long since grown numb to her son's spending habits. She was gradually coming to terms with the fact that her son was a billionaire, spending money to enhance his quality of life, which was hardly a matter for concern. In fact, her own consumption mindset had also begun to shift towards higher expenditures. Tentatively, Fong's mother inquired, you two are not being wronged in any way, are you? Han Sisi's cheeks flushed, and Han Yingying, focused on driving, felt her ears grow warm as well. They had not anticipated Fong's mother would ask so directly. Had she already guessed the nature of the relationship among the three? Han Sisi shook her head and replied, Brother Fong treats us very well. Fong's mother sighed, saying, it must be tough on you. Han Yingying interjected, Auntie, my sister, and I have long since come to terms with it. What matters in life is to live happily. Fong's father, who had remained silent until now, cleared his throat and said, if you ever feel wronged, just let us know. We will support you. The sisters exchanged awkward smiles. Nonetheless, gaining the approval of Fong's parents brought them considerable joy. As they traveled, the sisters gradually bonded with Fong's mother. Later, around 5 in the evening, at the Zhujiang villa, Fong Yuan heard voices and promptly rose to greet his parents. As they walked, Fong's parents paused intermittently, curiously surveying the villa. Fong Yuan guided them on a brief tour, eventually leading them to the rooftop terrace to enjoy the breeze. Father Fong and Mother Fong gave him a gentle kick, urging him to treat those two daughters well. Fong Yuan broke into a grin. This matter was settled.